and it slipped out of his hand. The pass just a little too far in front of him. Couldn't get a clean catch, and it slipped as he released it. I'm not sure he would have got it in time anyways. 108-105, Denver is your final as the Nuggets improve to 8-1, and the Warriors wrap up this gruesome stretch of 7 of 9 away from home at 6-3. All things considered, a great start to this season, but you know these Dubs would have liked to have taken this one at Ball Arena. Great game here from Denver.
And a great call by my man Kevin Denner, getting the call up, filling in for the great Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. And oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Look, I shouldn't be this excited about a loss, but I will take it. We saw some teams scrap yesterday, and it felt like a playoff game in the second half. Great team defense, great rebounding, great shot making. It was hard to get buckets yesterday. The assist numbers were down, but you know what? After playing 7 of their first 9 on the road, the Warriors come out of it 6-3. Now they come home for 6 games. So let's get things popping off here in the morning roast. Good morning, everybody out there. Line them up, 888-957-9570. I really want to talk some hoops today and break down what's going right for the Warriors, what's going wrong for the Warriors, and how many positives we could take out after a loss to the defending champions. As we say, good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. What is happening to everybody getting ready for work? If you're out there on those roadways, drive safely. Hopefully you're listening to 95.7 The Game. Spadoni set the tone. We got Shasky in the building, of course. YouTube and Twitch, I expect to hear from you guys as well. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union and the Comcast Business Text Line. They lose yesterday. They're in this stretch. They played the Champs very well. The bench continues to shine. Steph Curry, he was scoreless in the first quarter. First time he was scoreless in the first quarter since April 2nd against the same Denver Nuggets team. But there's a lot to take away. I'm sure people are going to want to talk about Andrew Wiggins. But boy, what a basketball game. The regular season in the NBA is off to a flying start.
You know, we say a lot of hyperbolic things just in general in life these days, like so-and-so was excellent. They were great. That game was exhilarating. And I mean that 100%. If that's a 7-game series, The NBA will lose their minds because they'll be jumping head over heels for how fun that is. I thought the Warriors brought the best out of the Nuggies. The Nuggies brought the best out of the Warriors. It was awesome. There were multiple points in this game where I was just like, wow, this is incredible. The shot making back and forth, the defensive effort, Klay Thompson, D'ing up Aaron Gordon near the baseline was just incredible. The development of the young guys, Trace Jackson Davis, are you kidding me? Baptism by fire against Jokic. Jokic, by the way, all-time superstar beast. Just so fun to watch. Michael Porter Jr. going on a heater at one point, kind of keeping the Nuggets in it. Refereeing situations we will get to in a second. That was awesome. I am not a participation trophy guy. I'm not some
either.
Moral victory.
It's the ninth game of the
Here's
season.
what I would say to people. The Warriors passed the eye test. They passed the eye test. Now, I don't know if they're going to be champions of the league this year or even in the Western Conference Finals because it depends on who you match up against. It's a long season, injuries, blah, 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 blah. This team is so much better than last year for a variety of reasons. Guys have taken steps forward. They feel more connected. They pass the eye test. They get stops. They hit buckets. They score in a variety of ways. They feel 9-10 deep. They did this without their two best defenders in GP2 and Draymond Green. Yes, they were without Jamal Murray. So it kind of, I guess, in a way, evens out.
GP2, no Draymond. Of course, it kind of evens out there. It
kind of evens out. But here's what I would say, that was awesome. And my favorite part of the game, end of the third quarter, into the fourth quarter, watching the old sage, CP3, elevate the young players. And there was a couple of possessions in particular. Trace Jackson Davis going to the rim with authority, finishing with that left hand. But CP3 kicking it to Kuminga. Kuminga passing up a wide open three, pulling it back out, throwing it to Moody. Moody pump fake, take a hard dribble, swings it back to Kuminga. Kuminga pump fake, has a wide open three again, dribbles down. Oh, you're going to give me the mid block? I'll take it. Boom. Hits the little mid-range. And it wasn't the greatest Kuminga game, but that play in particular, ball hopping, discernment, patience, getting the good look. I mean, watching Pajemski, TJD, Moody, and Kuminga with CP3,
good
I said to myself, oh my God, this is the difference between last year and this year.
And the bench outscored the Denver Nuggets bench 42-12 last night. They entered the game outscoring opposing benches by 13 points per game. And the Warriors got off to a horrific start. 5 turnovers in the first quarter. You give up 12 points off those turnovers.
It wasn't good.
But you know what? The rest of the way, they committed those 5 turnovers in the first 5 minutes of the basketball game. Well, they finished with 9 turnovers. 12 points off.
Pretty good.
12 points off of those turnovers. Guess what? The final 3 quarters, they gave up 2 points off those turnovers. Offensive rebounding. The Nuggets were dominating in the first half. 10-3. Well, guess what? The Warriors flipped that in the second half. They out-rebounded Nuggets on the offensive glass 8-0 in the second half. So a lot of positives to take out of this. Now, a lot of people are going to have a problem with the starting lineup. Let's start there.
Oh, boy.
Draymond Green and Gary Payton II did not play. Gary Payton II was ill, missed shoot-around, was not feeling well. Draymond Green did not play due to personal reasons. Hopefully he's back on Saturday. Hopefully everything is good with Day-Day. So Steve Kerr had a decision to make. Who do I start? Do I start Chris Paul? Do I start Kuminga? Do I start Moody? Do I start Saric? You start Saric due to the spacing that he provides from the three-point line.
Yes.
And you know what? The starters got out to a very slow start. But here's my proposition, even with Andrew Wiggins, because I'm sure we're going to have an Andrew Wiggins conversation at some point, because in the first half, he was just lost.
He was bad, but I thought he was better in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to. He was a lot better in the second half. I thought he was a lot more aggressive in the second half. He's trying to find his way.
Yes.
But even if he struggles, I'm okay with just leaving Wiggins in the starting lineup. Why? Because I don't want to break up this bench.
I'm with you.
We have a good thing going with Chris Paul, Kuminga, Moody, Saric. And it's not easy playing with Steph and Klay for a youngster like Moody or Kuminga. Now, Moody stepped in and started against the Pelicans.
Yeah.
It played really well
Moody's
for Klay Thompson.
really good.
He's playing some really good basketball. But right now, I don't want to break up this bench. So, Wiggins, you're going to have runway to figure it out with the starting lineup. And we're seeing signs of him trying to break out of it.
Yeah.
There's some shot makings he's got to hit, some floaters, some baby hooks that will fall.
The effort level was better,
the
didn't you?
effort level was a lot better.
Yeah.
You saw him scrapping there. So the starters got to get off to a better start here.
I agree.
They got out to a slow start. They're down 23-13. Steph goes out of the basketball game, and what do you know? Chris Paul and the youngsters go out there and stabilize the basketball game and get the Warriors back into it.
And let's not sleep. I thought Klay was really good in this game. I thought he was really good. There was obviously the missed free throws are something that everyone's going to point to, but I thought there was a period where Klay hit a bank shot. He hit a three. He was playing defense. He played amazing defense on Aaron Gordon, who kind of killed them in that first half. And so I don't know, man. So I like where the Warriors are at.
Honestly, do you feel me on this bench thing, though? I think this bench mob.
I feel you on the bench thing. I'm all in. CP3, I can't believe how much.
In terms of just breaking it, like
I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to touch
Everybody's
Moody?
humming.
Why would you want to touch Kuminga? They're playing so well with Chris Paul.
How
Wiggins
about Trace
figure
Jackson?
it out.
I'm sorry.
TJD, I know.
Trace
this
Jackson
bench, I don't get why anybody would break. Like, think about it. Okay, Wiggins is struggling. We could give him the quick hook. You can sub him out.
I'm not worried about
But
Wiggins.
this bench unit playing together with Kuminga, Moody, they get to watch the first 5 minutes, the first 6 minutes, and then they figure it out. Now it's all about closing lineups.
Agreed.
To me, in the second half.
Agreed.
You saw Kuminga there in crunch time. You saw some Moody there in crunch time. These are growth moments for them. But I don't want to break up the bench unit right now. They're the stabilizing force for this basketball team. So let Wiggins try to figure it out the starting lineup. It's not going to kill you.
No,
like he's not killing you in the starting lineup.
No, I'm 100% with you. And then like down the stretch, okay, personally, I believe, and I know no one wants to hear ref talk, I thought the Warriors got a horrific whistle on the 50-50 out-of-bounds balls. I counted 5 that could have gone in either direction. None went to the Warriors. There was the goaltend. There was a couple of what I would call questionable loony fouls on Jokic, where Jokic kind of starts with the arms low, and he's a superstar. He's going to get the benefit of the doubt. Even though the Warriors, I believe, had a 2-1 discrepancy at free throw attempts yesterday, I just thought they got a poor whistle in situational spots. Whatever. I didn't see a Moody call. Did you see a Moody replay on the one where he tried to throw it back in bounds? On that
last play of the game on the Steph Curry.
Did they show the foot?
So they didn't show the foot.
Because I didn't see it.
And look, you can't fault Moody.
No,
Moody was
a hustle play.
Moody was hustling. It looked like it was going to go out on
Wiggs
Jokic.
Too.
But, he made a hustle play, goes out of bounds to the Denver Nuggets. Now, I got a text from a good pal of mine who works overnights. He said, the Denver radio station, they're saying that should have been Warriors ball.
That's what
So, listen.
That's a 6-1.
So listen.
That's a 6-1.
Listen, the referees were bad on both sides because Jokic was getting bugged out there. He was getting
But that's
bugged.
how you play him. I thought they did a great job suffocating the passing
It can't be both ways. We can't have it both ways. The referees, I thought, were bad on both sides of the floor. The Warriors were hacking the hell out of Jokic. You can see that arm. There's redness. There's scratches. There's everything. That was a game where the referees just let both teams play. So I'm not going to harp on the referees.
My thing was the 50-50 balls, Bonte. The 50-50 balls and the goaltend. You've got to be able to review some of those. And I get it because you sit there, you'll review every single thing. It just felt like, for example, there's 1.1 seconds on the clock. There's 3 Warriors on a defensive rebound boxing out. And somehow it's Nuggets ball with 1.1. And Porter hits a 3-pointer from the corner. It was an incredible shot by Michael Porter. Actually, he hit a couple of shots back to back that kept them in that game.
Exactly. It was some great shot making.
Jr. did a great job.
So look, both teams got away with some fouls. Both teams got away with some physicality. There were some missed calls, no doubt about that. But this game came down to just physical execution and making some shots down the stretch. Denver's made a couple more shots to the Golden State Warriors. It is what it is. But 888-957-9570. How many people are out there encouraged? How many people are out there discouraged?
They passed the eye test. That's what I would say. Like, again, no one is sitting here saying they're the number 1 team. They can't be beat. No, I'm just saying, like, from last year to this year, you've got a bunch of grizzled champions, and then you sprinkled in CP3, who is one of the all-time IQ guys, and then you got a bunch of young players that feel empowered, and looks like, to me, they're all ascending. Like, TJD, to go and do what he did against Jokic and to see the growth within the game in just the first couple of weeks, he's giving me everything I was praying that Wiseman could give me, and then some. He's physical. He's thick. He's got good feel. He's got good hands. He understands how to box out. He's a willing passer. Moody seems like he's doing all the hustle things that I need. He's got a brilliant little 3-point shot going on right now. Kuminga's doing smaller, better things. He's guarding on the perimeter.
He's giving you everything that Wiseman.
Steph was mediocre yesterday by Steph standards.
Well, listen, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and this goes back to the Detroit days. Back to the Detroit days. KCP always defending Curry well. He's not gonna stop Steph Curry.
No, but he
good. Chases him off screens.
Yeah.
He's physical with him. And he made it tough. Look, that first quarter, Denver Nuggets set a tone. Like, we need to put some respect on Mike Malone. Mike Malone's got this team ready to roll. They're 8-1. And that's the bar in the Western Conference. They are number one right now. They're defending champions, and to beat the man, or to beat a man, you got to beat the man. And right now, the Denver Nuggets are the man. And look, Aaron Gordon around the rim, he puts so much pressure on the rim.
How about that?
He's relentless.
First play of the second half, they ran a beautiful high-low alley-oop play to him. I was like, yeah, that's a really nice play.
So Michael Porter Jr., long, physical.
He had a good game.
I tell you, Michael Porter Jr. is good, Shasky. He's good at that fourth option in that starting lineup. He's bought into his role, and he's a knockdown shooter. 17 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. Michael Porter Jr. is tough. And look, Bully was telling me again yesterday. He tells me the story every single season. When I saw Michael Porter Jr., that dude looked like a 6'10 Steph Curry in high school. And then the back injuries. He had 2 back injuries. Remember what the back injury did to Larry Johnson back in the day in the 90s? For all you youngsters out there, go Google Larry Johnson, Grandmama, and look what he did before the back injuries, and look what he was after the back injuries. Completely different player. Back injuries it's tough, man. It is a bitch. So, look, Michael Porter Jr. is coming around. Aaron Gordon putting so much pressure at his physicality in the rim. And then Jokic. How special is Jokic? All right.
No, Jokic
35 points, 13 rebounds. All-time player. The outside shot was not rolling. He was 1 of 8 from the three-point line. But what does he do?
The mid-range.
The
way he throws it up over he does the old man Bill Cartwright over the back of the head.
No doubt.
Straight up in the air. He's incredible,
Monte. No doubt.
But he does get gassed late in the game when you're running him in action. He's still excellent.
Yeah,
but I'm
still
saying
excellent.
He
had to carry them yesterday.
100%. I mean, he had logged like 31 minutes through 3 quarters.
No doubt. So he was 14 to 25. But what does he do? The adjustment he makes. The outside shots are not rolling. So you know what?
He backs you down.
I'm going to go down to the block, and I'm going to give you this work. And Looney, TJD, Saric, they all battled Jokic. They did what they could do. And you try to take something away, for the most part, they took away his passing. But Jokic is still special. He's going to find a way to get his. Quietly yesterday, Reggie Jackson was really good. And Reggie Jackson didn't play much of the postseason. The NBA 2K created player with the goggles and the sleeves. Reggie Jackson is a very good backup point guard for them.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about it. He had a really nice layup. He had a couple of nice steals. Monte, he wore the leggings. I was looking at it yesterday.
Where's it all?
He wore the leggings, 2 different colored shoes, okay? He had the arm sleeve with the shirt underneath. And he had the headband with the goggles.
Yep.
The guy had every accessory the 2K player has to have.
You know what?
He looked like my 12-year-old nephew, Mikey G's creative player.
And I'm not mad at it.
I am Himothy.
I am not mad at it either. Do your thing, Reggie Jackson. Do your thing. But this was a good litmus test for the Golden State. This was a good litmus test. He was good yesterday.
He was.
This was a good litmus test for the Golden State Warriors.
I thought that was fun.
It was a very good basketball game in the second half. Mark Jones going to join us at 8 o'clock. He was on a call for ESPN. We'll also ask him about his Kings. Kings had to come back from a 5-point deficit with 90 seconds left just to beat the Portland Trailblazers. Boy, the Kings need De'Aaron Fox back, but that's a good win for them. The NBA's off to a rollicking start. I'm telling you, man. The NBA, the Houston Rockets blowing out the LA Lakers. Which video?
Oh, it needs to go right now into a museum. It's Dylan Brooks with just before the game.
Oh, yeah, he was staring at LeBron James.
Oh, my God.
I love it.
If you haven't seen the video, just Google LeBron, Dylan Brooks. It's one of the greatest videos I've ever seen in my life.
You know what, though?
Dylan Brooks playing well.
You know what, though? As much as I've ripped Dylan Brooks.
You do hate him. I like him.
But you know what?
He's hilarious.
Memphis misses him. The Memphis Grizzlies miss him.
Absolutely.
They're 1-7.
Out of their identity.
They're 1-7. And you know what? It's getting back to old school NBA. Enough of this AAU stuff where everybody's buddy and we're not talking trash. You know what? We need some villains. We need some rivals. We need some of that. Wait, so you know what? Some spice.
So
I'm warming up to Dylan Brooks in Houston.
Out. In the same offseason, you went from heel CP3, heel Dylan Brooks to both being baby faces. Hey, didn't have that on my bingo card.
No, you know what? CP3 in his old man game, man. I like CP3.
I didn't love the 3 late. He was really good.
He was open.
He was really good.
And I know a lot of people were complaining about the CP3 3.
How about the steal on Gordon?
No, he picked his pocket. Cookies. He yelled cookies on the sideline. Dario Saric.
I love the way that he talks to the referees.
Oh, yeah.
He'll berate them and then come over and put his arm around him. And I'm like, this guy is a savant. I am using all of that in CYO basketball this year.
Well, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah, I know.
Not CP3. Dario Saric. A lot of people are complaining about his wide open 3. That's what he's paid to do.
I thought it was a good sub because Kerr got the shot they wanted, which was the space three wide open top of the key. He's hit that this year. Like, everybody wants to play the you should have played this guy, should have played that guy. Look, only 5 can play.
Right.
Everyone take a deep breath.
Right.
They're tinkering with certain lineups and they're seeing what works on a given night. They're going to go back to certain things. Everybody's pretending like Steve Kerr hasn't been in his bag this year. They're 6-3.
Yeah, I know. I got a text last night. Speaking to Steve Kerr. Yeah, Bonte, I know you can't talk about it, but Steve Kerr lost us this game. I didn't even. I said this is what we're doing night games.
How about not executing?
I mean, come on, come on. Let's
they
not
were
be
lucky
dense,
to have
people.
a shot late in that game. I know the goaltend played a factor. Jokic missed 2 free throws, and then was it KCP who missed the other free throw?
Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson.
End.
Okay,
Yep. And
he
so,
split the free throws.
If that pass could have got to Klay and he could have just corralled it, and controlled it, maybe he hits the game winner to walk off in Mile High. But you know what? That was an encouraging game. We know the Warriors are close. They're close. But how close are they to the Denver Nuggets? Are you encourage by that loss yesterday?
They're 888 better than
957 who? The Denver Nuggets?
It's the Warriors.
Oh, the Warriors are better. Oh,
like in my mind, I was like, they'll be good this year. And I was trying to convince myself, and it's like through the first 9 games, they passed the eye test.
Well, when you play
unlimited possibilities.
No, I don't want to even hear that guy. I don't even want to hear that. Get that guy away from my team.
No. 8 games in 8 different cities, and you go 6-3. We all circled the first 9 games. Boy, 7 of the first 9 are on the road. They only won 11 road games last year. What the heck? Well, they're 5-2 on the road. They're 5-2 on the road, and now they're coming home for 6. And now these next 10 games, we're breaking down. This schedule's juicy. I mean, you got OKC, you got Minnesota,
tasty.
You got Cleveland, you got the Clippers, you got the Kings again. Sign me up. I got a smile on my face. We playing basketball right now. 888-957-9570. What do we need to do to get Wiggins going? What do we need to do? This bench unit, what's up? Hey, they're good this year. They're really good.
This was a game where Draymond's absence, to me, really showcased itself in how difficult it was to throw bodies at Jokic.
Yep.
But the offspring of that, the silver lining, you got to see TJD, and he got baptized by fire.
Pajemski, baptized by fire. Kaminga, baptized by fire.
Bro, I am so high on TJD right now. The kid should not spend 1 second in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. You can't put this game on a single player. Break down the game. I want to hear from the roasters. I want to hear from Dub Nation. 888-957-9570. It's not all doom and gloom for me. Starters got to get off to a better start, but the bench stabilized the game, and you had a shot at the end against the defending champs. A lot to like here, and there's some things to criticize. There's some things to pick apart here in this basketball game last night as the Warriors dropped their 3rd game of the season, 108-105. Again, shout out to the Comcast Business text line. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mark Jones coming up at 8 o'clock. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by BMW. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Line them up. I want to hear from Dub Nation here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by BMW.
Podziemski up top. Jackson Davis spinning around a gambling. Jokic takes it down the lane and lays it up and in. 72 apiece. Jackson Davis with 5 off the bench for Golden State.
Just experience, valuable, especially earlier in the season. Just to get it, play with the fellas, and try to come in and try to do everything I can to put us in position to win at the end. So that's my main goal. At the end of the day, I felt like we fought, and then playing against Joker, one of the best in the world right now. He's great. He's really good. So, but that's also valuable.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Indiana University does have a great broadcast journalism program. That's the school of Courtney Cronin, ESPN, of course, Dave and Bruce. Shout out DB. This was a very good basketball game, and a lot of youngsters got a lot of experience here. Trace Jackson Davis played 18 minutes and 13 seconds. 8 points, 4 rebounds, or 2 rebounds. He used all 4 fouls. Could have used all 6, but I like where he's at. I like where Podziemski's at. I like the energy he's bringing to the table.
How about him celebrating the CP3 three-pointer? He flips it to him and then sticks the hands up before the shot even goes up.
He's got some swagger to him.
He does.
He's got some swagger. Moses Moody, look, 13 minutes, 53 seconds. I said it on a post-game show last night. I'm a little surprised he didn't play more. He's playing at a very, very good level. 10 points, 3 rebounds for him. Again, this bench unit is stealing the show. Outscoring the Nuggets bench 42-12. They're rolling right now. How do we jumpstart the starters to get off the faster starts?
The only other youngster that you didn't reference there that got great development last night, and he's a rising star, is Kevin Dana. Kevin Dana on the broadcast last night. Can we just call it what it is? We love Tim Roy. He's first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the greats. Young Kevin Dana from Bellarmine, I believe, WCAL boy. I love hearing him on the broadcast. I love Tim Roy. This is nothing, we all love Tim Roy.
We got the best backup broadcaster in the business.
I mean, come on, man. Kevin Dana is always in his bag. Give it to me. Cash me out one time. Shout out KD.
Met Kevin Dana, I believe, in 2016, 17, and he just gets better and better and better.
I love him.
And you know what? Just give me a broadcaster who loves the game.
Yes.
He loves the game of basketball. He gets excited. High-level hoops. He calls it like it is. He's in his bag. He's on point. He's witty. He's funny. I like Kevin Dana a lot, man. He's going to get a lot of opportunities. I told him it was a good last offseason. Hell, I just read it to him. You're not going to be here for long. You're not. Somebody's going to scoop you up because he's that good, I believe.
Well, I think he's going to be in that Dave Fleming role with the Warriors at some point where, the waiting in the wings, rising superstar, taking over for the all-time icon legends. Like, that's where I've got him.
Lovin, you wanted to get in here? I see you put the mic down.
No, see, you want me to hit him up and see if we can get him on the show today, Dana?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. I love KD.
Yeah, I always love KD.
Joseph, that's such a great question, and let me tell you why.
You asking me, I'm always going to say, yeah. Maybe you should ask the boss man.
Do guests matter? How long do we want to have them on?
We had an hour and 20-minute meeting yesterday.
Why do you do this?
What does Kevin Dana do for us?
How are you feeling?
We had an 80-minute meeting yesterday. Boy, long meeting. Sean in Oakland. Let's get Sean in Oakland in here, man. Let's open up the phone line. Sean in Oakland.
I was
what's happening
after that meeting.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
I was too.
What up, dog?
Hey, I'm giving y'all flowers, man. Every morning I call in and everything, and y'all make us feel right at home talking to you guys. That's the top of the early morning to like the afternoon crew. Y'all guys are amazing. So
thank you.
Just giving y'all flowers now.
Thank you.
But let's talk about the Warrior game. And the Warrior game was awesome. Besides some free throws that Klay missed, and it looked like he was kind of like, I don't know, like his rhythm was just off last night. So I know I can't really today, but Jokic is just a beast, man. He's just it's just like a clumpy diesel truck, but at the same time smooth like silk. I can't understand. I can't explain it. So we need to figure out a way to like measure up to them guys when we play them in the playoffs. I know we're going to the playoffs. So, but it was a heck of a game. And I can't say anything. I can't complain about it, but it was just a great game last night. So
it was a really good play. Now, the second quarter got a little hairy. The second quarter got a little clunky when the bench came in. They did come in and come back. They were down 23-13. Steph Curry leaves the game with about 3 minutes and I believe 52 seconds left in the first quarter. And the bench comes in and they stabilize the basketball game. And next thing you know, they're down 32-30. Then things got a little clunky. Both teams shoot 40% from the floor. The Warriors go 1 of 8. Excuse me, not 1 of 8. In the second quarter, they go 4 of 9 from the three-point line. Look, it got a little clunky at times in the second quarter, but the third quarter, right away, right after halftime, I said, oh, these boys came to play. They started to ball in that third quarter. And you look at the third quarter, the Warriors outscored the Nuggets 31-23. It really took it to them. Now, Klay Thompson had it rolling in the first half offensively.
I thought he was really good.
Got lost offensively in the second half. However, defensively, Klay Thompson brought it yesterday.
I thought he had a couple of plays. He had the strip. He had he had a couple of great rebounds too, as well.
6 in all.
Yeah, I thought he was excellent yesterday. He had a double dribble, which was weird. It was a funky play, and he missed a couple free throws. But I was thinking in the final 4 or 5 minutes, and this is the one little tiny little thing that they're going to have to work out. CP3, Steph, Klay, balancing who should get the shot, when they should get the shot, trying to disperse some of the usage. It's a work in progress. I'm not losing my mind over it, but my mind was thinking, damn, Klay was kind of hot. Like, can you find him?
Yeah, in the corner.
Because he hit a 3 in the I want to say at the beginning of the fourth quarter, which was like ridiculous. The degree of difficulty was a catch and shoot that he just bang.
That's what Klay does.
God, he was good. That's
what Klay does. So, look, the bank shot in the first half.
I can't remember
the hip check, the gauge separation, the hip check, the gauge separation, and then goes off the glass. Look, he was open in the quarter, the fourth quarter. He had to strip on Gordon on the baseline, gets the ball. Chris Paul missed him. He waited just a second too long, and Klay was waiting for it. He goes, that's the chemistry they got to work on. They got to work on playing with each other. So CP3, I think, was waiting for Steph and Curry. It was a bad possession of basketball, but I think the whole plus-minus thing. He's a minus 13. Klay was not a minus 13 yesterday. Watch the game, exactly.
Watch the game.
Watch the damn basketball game.
I thought Klay was brilliant for about 3 quarters in that game. It's like 4 minutes to go in the maybe it was more in the third quarter, and it was the young lineup. It was like Pods. It was Trace Jackson Davis. It was Moody and Kuminga with CP3. And I was saying, I'm having so much fun watching this lineup.
They're holding their own.
It was so encouraging, and I even tweeted out. I'm like, how much fun is it to watch Splinter with the young Ninja Turtles, right? The old Sage with the youngins, and they're out there, and it was just, I had so much fun watching them battle.
Well, as we get into nicknames, because we know we love to do this in sports, nicknames, Zena Kata had one, the adult in the room lineup. I called it the Babysitters Club. Chris Paul and the youngins. He's watching these guys, telling these guys where to go. I don't know about the nicknames. I'm not good with that stuff, but if you got something for this bench unit, I'm with it, and I don't want to break it up. But here's Klay Thompson on the overall performance last night against the Denver Nuggets.
Thought we competed at a high level. I mean, we were right there, gave ourselves a chance to win in a very hard place to win. And yeah, it was a long, grueling road trip, but going home and looking forward to having a 6-game homestand really lifts our spirits.
How the young guys stepped up without Day-Day and GP2?
Oh, they played great. I mean, just their energy and their ability to move the ball and play hard adds such a new dimension to our team, and it makes us so deep, 10, 12, 13 deep. And we're going to lead on them throughout the whole season. And
then here's Steph and Curry on the positives from last night.
Nobody likes to lose, but you look at the fact that we can play a lot better in the margins and we can execute a little bit better. I think offensively, get a little bit more organized, understanding how they guarded us and what they tried to take away. So, yes, you feel as good as you could after a loss, just knowing the steps we need to take. And, they're the defending champs, like at home, and the schedule that we've had. We have a competitive spirit and a togetherness that is, nice to see develop this early in the season.
Speaking of Steph and Curry, because we're going to qualify somebody to shoot at Chase Center from the same spot that Steph Curry does with our 95-7 game knockout tournament. The first ever 95-7 game knockout tournament. We'll begin that at 7:30. Know the show. But what do you think of Steph Curry's final possession there, the shot that he attempted to tie the game?
Well, let me push it back on you. Because I was listening to you guys in the post game, and it sounded like not disappointed, but it was like you were a little surprised that he didn't go for the 3 for the win.
Yeah, I was too.
Why?
I thought they played for the win on the road. You play for the win. Typically, that's what they always say, right? You play for the win. You don't want to go to overtime in that altitude. It's the last game on the road trip. You're spent. You want to get back home. I just thought Curry. I was a little surprised he went to the left. Now it's a good shot. Like, it's not a bad shot. But I was a little surprised he went for the tie and not the win. Now, he went for the quick two. Denver, if he makes it, Denver would have had an extra possession. They would have had a chance to win the game at the end of regulation. Yeah. But I was a little surprised that he didn't hit the 3, that he didn't shoot the 3 or try to get a quality 3-point shot. I would have been good with Klay Thompson shooting. Hell, I would have been good with Moses Moody attempting a 3 in that situation. Seriously, no joke. Yeah. So I was just a little surprised that he decided to go for the tie and not the win.
No. All those points are really valid. I just think it's very difficult in certain situations unless you have to get a 3. My thought is always, if you get into the lane and you feel like you have a pretty good shot, I think you got to take it because nothing's worse than like you have what I call a runner attempt in the lane and you kick it out for maybe
a good shot,
a lower percentage 3-point shot with someone in your face. Like we can't guarantee you're getting a clear look.
No doubt.
It's Steph Curry in the lane. I'm not mad at it. I don't think it was the greatest of great plays.
I'm not mad at it.
They tried to run a play prior, and then CP3, because he was the inbounder, had to call a timeout. Yeah. I don't know if they were trying to junk it up to get a look of what Denver was going to do. It looked like they were trying to get it to Steph on the first one. You got the ball to Steph. He gets into the lane. Tough for me to be that frustrated.
Yeah, I'm not super frustrated. I'm not mad at it at all. I was just surprised that he decided to go for the 2. Usually he goes for the 3. That's all I was. But I'm not mad at it. It was a good look. And the Warriors lose 888-957-9570. I know people can't wait to get to Andrew Wiggins. How can we get Andrew Wiggins going? How can we get him going offensively? I thought he showed signs of being aggressive last night, so I want to get into it. 888-957-9570. Let's get Andrew Wiggins going. This homestand is huge for him coming up. A 6-game homestand at Chase Center. We'll get into Andrew Wiggins and what's going on with him on the other side. Brought to you by Freeball Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
In sports, success is about team effort.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we just got to get CP3 to say my name right. It's all good. We've interviewed him twice so far in the postgame show.
Don't you want to grow up to be just like CP3?
I do.
I think it's just his southern twang. That's what it is.
Maybe.
Bonta.
Wait, do that one more time.
Don't do it again. Don't do that. Spinoni's in a good mood.
He is.
He's in a good mood, which is surprising considering what happened down in Houston yesterday. We don't need to get into that.
Wait, what happened?
No, we don't need to get into that.
What happened?
Like
a stink.
Wait,
did the upstart Rockets beat the Lakers yesterday?
Smoked them.
Rockets 4-3. 4-1 at home.
Like 20 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
No, I'm aware. I was all over it. I don't know if you know this, but NBA TV kept showing Dylan Brooks LeBron. I'm not sure if you know this or not. LeBron generates clicks.
Listen, the Western Conference, it's been a wild west so far. And yesterday, I had my eyes over. I started watching the Wizards. It was the first Wizards game I watched because I wanted to watch DeLon Wright, and Darrell Wright obviously is the bigger brother.
Yeah.
We know DeLon from City College in San Francisco. So I did want to check it out, Jordan Poole. And boy, I got up from a nap, turned on the game on my phone. And Jordan Poole opened the game in the first quarter 0 for 6. And I was like, oh my God, it's just not going well. And then they make a run. They outscored the Hornets 41-17 in the second quarter, and they made that run without Jordan Poole. I'm like, dear God. And all my Warrior friends, hey, you see what Jordan Poole's doing? I said, dude, that just
it's a shame.
What's his IQ rating? And they have like awareness rating or whatever.
I don't know.
The awareness rating in NBA 2K.
Yeah, I haven't even fired that game up yet. I don't know. But the Wizards did get a win.
I struggle in that game.
It's not an easy game to play.
No, it's very difficult.
But I'm looking around the league. Celtics lose to the Sixers. They're fighting Kate Scott's. They beat the Celtics 106-103.
She's got a new endorsement, too. She's all over Instagram. I don't know, some sort of clothing company.
Oh, she's looking good.
Yeah.
Kate Scott's looking good.
You got to Google it.
Hey, Kate Scott. I was like, Kate.
It's a revenge game for Trent this weekend.
I said, Kate Scott, damn, the TV money, the broadcast money is definitely kicked in for Kate Scott. But she's out there doing her thing. I got nothing but love for her.
Time out. We're going to get back into the Warriors. You saying that Kate's broadcast money's kicked in as you're wearing a Louis V tie yesterday.
I've had that Louis V tie for 4 years. And I got that for me for Valentine's Day 4 years ago.
With the socks.
It's the Biggie socks. You like that? Biggie small socks.
Those were nice socks.
Yeah, I got to get some new socks too.
I do think you need insurance. Because them pants was flooding, dog. They were up so high, I could see every little thread on them socks. It was good. It's a good look.
That's how you wear suits, Shaq.
I know.
You got to tailor them up. You got to tailor them up. And you got to show the sock game off. That's how you wear suits. Come on, baby.
I hate dress socks.
Oh, I love dress socks.
They're always so thin.
So you got to get fun socks. I've discovered that getting fun socks are cool.
Expensive.
A little bit, but if you want to play with the big boys, you got to spend. Listen, the Clippers, they lose to the Brooklyn Nets yesterday. So they go to New York and they go 0-2. And James Harden took like 8 shots yesterday.
Well, you're sleeping on you're burying the lead.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
The NBA is really disappointed this morning because after that thrilling overtime win for the Sacramento Kings, they're thinking about maybe somehow, crowbarring them into more national primetime games.
Oh,
Christmas, I've had enough.
Oh, yeah, we see why they didn't get a Christmas Day game. Of course. I got nothing but love for Sacramento. I do. I got a lot of love for them. That was a big win for them. To be down.
2 brothers playing each other?
5. Yeah, Keegan Murray went 4-17.
I think there was a block situation that has gone viral in Sacramento. One of the brothers blocked the other brother.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, Malik
And then I blocked those accounts because I was sick of looking at it.
Oh, boy, wow.
I've had enough.
Wow. 8-33 combined from Malik Monk and Keegan Murray. 8-33. Speaking of which, oh, boy, that's the kiss of death.
Oh, boy.
Everybody on Get Up, ESPN, Darren Orlovsky, Kimberly Martin, Harry Douglas, Greeny, they all picked the Niners to beat the Jaguars on Sunday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's not good. I'm not feeling good about that.
I do. We're not going to get into it right this moment because I'm riding so high with the Warrior vibes right now. This is a huge 49er game. It feels like a swing game in terms of getting the momentum back for themselves. Is it the end of the season if they lose? No. But boy, I mean, you got to start stacking these dubs. You got to get out of the losing streak.
We'll get to the 49ers. I think we'll get to them in the 7 o'clock hour, maybe the 8 o'clock. We'll get into basketball, but I'm just looking around the association. Sacramento survives against Portland in overtime. Boy, DeAndre Ayton's just empty calories left and right. Not good. Not good for him. So I look at the Lakers getting blown out. I see the Clippers.
Cross them off. Just cross them off. Cross them off.
You got 4 guys who need the ball in their hands.
I don't even want to.
James Harden will never, ever be able to play
forever
off the ball. Westbrook will never, ever be able to play off the ball. As you get your outcasts in, but there's nothing great about the Clippers right now. Outcast is great. Clippers are not, all right? So forever, ever, they'll never be able to forever, ever play off the ball. Ever, ever. Kawhi Leonard, forever, ever, will never be able to play off the ball.
He's got to be on the move, right?
He's got to be frustrated. They did not have, that has to be a call. I got to hit some people up with the Clippers right now to figure out what the hell is going on down there. Why would you trade for James Harden? Why? Meanwhile, the Thunder the Thunder beat Cleveland 128-120. So OKC's coming to town. Minnesota's coming to town. And that's the team. As everybody fell in love with the Sacramento Kings last season, Minnesota's the team to me that could creep up into that top 5.
Yes.
Anthony Edwards has arrived. Folks, he's arrived. He was an all-star last year. He's turned into a superstar right in front of our eyes. He's now numero uno on that team. Karl-Anthony Towns playing second fiddle. Rudy Gobert quietly plays some good basketball. You got Slow-Mo coming off the bench, and you got the Warrior killer Naz Reid. You know how much I love Naz Reid.
Is he a starting 5 Warrior killer all time?
He might be.
So we got Will Bynum.
Yep.
Will Bynum has to be there.
Will Bynum, Terrence Ross.
Hey, it's Ross.
Terrence
He
Ross
does. We play him once a millennium, but when we play him, he kills us. That is such a great call.
He's the killer.
That is such a great call. Dude, that's deep in the bag.
Dude,
Keep going.
deep.
Who else is in there?
Who else is in there?
KCP, I feel like,
KCP has good games against the Warriors, and he had a good one last night. Naz Reid is definitely starting 5.
He's starting 5.
I'm trying to think who else is a Warriors killer. Warriors.
But it has to be like a role player. It can't be like
it's certainly not.
It can't be a star.
Sabonis.
Yeah, it's not Sabonis at all. Austin Reeves, is he coming?
I mean, he hasn't have enough. The body of work's not as comprehensive.
By the way, Phoenix survived in Chicago yesterday. So the league is off. I'll tell you, the regular season is off to a great start in the NBA. It is rolling right now.
Caruso had some lockup.
Well, and so that brings me back.
Yeah, he did.
That brings me back to the Warriors and
Lonnie Walker.
Look,
Lonnie Walker.
We're all Warrior fans, and we cover the team. We talk about the team, and so we're gonna have certain biases. We're gonna know our flaws better than anyone else. We're also gonna be probably more optimistic about our team than most. Right?
Yeah.
Last year, admit it. You tried to convince, not you, but people in the Bay Area.
No, I did.
You were trying to convince yourself they'll get it right. It'll look better. It's not as bad as we think it is. It's going to turn around. It'll be next month. Oh, it only worries about the playoffs. Oh, don't worry. Oh, I know it looks tough against Sacramento. We'll get through them. Oh, Steph bailed us out. Oh, we get another opportunity to reset everything. It's just, we were always trying to convince ourselves that it was better than it was. And there were moments where it looked okay. I just feel like watching this team right now, everything passes the eye test. And I don't have to try to make some crazy argument to jump over myself to try to convince myself that this team can compete. I see a collective group of starters who have pelts on the wall, who are playing good basketball and look like they're in good shape. Klay looks like as spry as he's ever been. His discernment is there. He's willing to play defense on a variety of levels. I feel like the 2-point shot making has been the best it's been in years. His 3-point shot is still there, and he's not just overshooting. He's playing within the fabric of the offense. And even then, I kind of want more Klay offensively right now, which is a good thing. Then I look at Steph Curry. He's still vintage Steph. He's going to be awesome. Didn't love the black shoes with the black ankle thing yesterday. I don't know, but not being said, it's all good.
That was random.
It just the all black didn't look right on him yesterday.
I'm fashionable.
I don't think Kevon Looney is playing his best basketball right now, but he deserves the benefit of the doubt. He's a grizzled dude. He's reliable.
Rihanna's going to sue us for using all those cuts, man.
Then I look at Draymond Green. Missed last night because of personal stuff. He's been really good thus far, right? He's been really good. Got to monitor his health and all that, but I don't question Draymond being ready to play. Then I look at CP3. He's been amazing. CP3's been amazing, and even then, he hasn't really shot well. All right, Kuminga, Moody, all ascending. TJD ascending. The only real big, we're waiting for it to come around is Wiggins. And I know a lot of people are jumping to, conclusions on Wiggins. We're 6-3 and he hasn't played well.
Now,
I'm optimistic.
Let me play devil's advocate here. Let me play devil because I agree with everything you're saying.
I feel like they're checking all my checklist of things that I wanted to see early on.
Let me play devil's advocate. Now, if they were 3-6, obviously, it'd be a problem. Let's not be mistaken. They're 0.2 seconds away from possibly having 2 other losses. One to the Kings and one to OKC. All right? Which would make you 4-5.
Well, I could say they were a goaltend away from winning last night. It's more nuanced than that.
Yeah, that happened with about 8 minutes left.
Yeah.
You had a lot of ball game to go. The devil's advocate in me says when they play teams like the Denver Nuggets, like Minnesota, like the Lakers, it's going to be a struggle to get quality shots. Now, the assist numbers were down yesterday, and I can't wait to get the stat with all the passes per game. They were down to 291 against Detroit on Monday. We'll see what it is yesterday. But I do think against the physical teams like Denver, the Lakers, Minnesota, long, athletic, physical, fast, they made the Warriors work for every single shot. And the Warriors only got 86 field goal attempts up. So the pace was a lot slower. It's not, they want to get 100 shots up a game. They were down to 86. Getting quality shots against these bigger, longer, more athletic teams
are there?
And physical, well, it's not many, but they're at the top of the West.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. To get through the Western Conference, you're going to have to get through Denver.
At least one.
The Lakers, Minnesota.
At least one of them.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I look at that, and I look at these teams, because you're going to have to play one of them in the playoffs.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
You're going to.
You're going to play one of these teams.
If you want to go where you want to go, you're going to play one of them.
That's my concern. If I have a concern, it's against these teams. You have to be nearly perfect offensively, which means you can't turn the ball over 5 times in the first quarter and give up 12 points off turnovers. Denver also missed a lot of bunnies around the basket.
For sure.
They did. That's a big physical team that gets quality
shots. 2 guys that, in my estimation, I agree, give you a lot of what you're talking about. Draymond and GP2 can appease some of that hole that there is.
They're still small for their positions.
No doubt. But GP2 is a version of TJD that they didn't have last year.
They didn't have that. But TJG is a rookie.
That's true.
And I don't want to put a lot of pressure on him and say, hey, TJD. He's a good player.
Rely on him.
I think he is reliable, but he is a rookie playing in the NBA. Now, he's the son of Dale Davis, no doubt about that. But this is why Wiggins is crucial to this team.
Of course.
Being a two-way player.
Of course.
Because a team like the Denver Nuggets, a team like the Lakers, a team like Minnesota, these long physical teams, that's where the smallest Warriors, like even the Nuggets, when you have Dario Saric out there, you could throw Aaron Gordon on him, and he shuts him down on the perimeter. Mm-hmm. That's where Saric is going to be difficult for him.
But they're not going to live and die with Saric carrying them.
They're not, but he's an important player for this team.
Of course.
He's an important player. And so that's where the devil advocate in me say, boy, it's going to be tough to outlast these teams with the smaller Warriors. So that's my only concern with them.
Fair.
I'm not saying they can't beat these teams in the 7-game series, but boy, it gets these bigger, more athletic teams. They're going to struggle offensively. It's going to be a grind. It's going to look a lot like last night. And the Warriors are going to have to win games they're not accustomed to winning, which is like last night, being physical, being a smaller team, being scrappy. It's going to be an uphill challenge against teams like that.
I mean, of course, they're not the favorite. You know what I mean? Like the Nuggets should be the favorite. They've been excellent for the last, 24 months. They've been amazing. So I hear everything you're saying. I think that the Warriors, if they play the same brand of basketball they've played over the last 9 games, they're going to be there when the dust settles at the end. They're going to be with a puncher's chance against whoever, I believe, in that Western Conference Finals. And I look at the ascension of certain players. I think Kuminga will be better in April than he is right now. I think Moody will be better in April than he is right now. I can already see that they're better from game 1 to game 9. We can already see they're way better than last year. TJD, we've already seen. Like, he's given me more. I can't believe I'm saying this, and I don't want to cry. He's given me more in 9 games, and he's only played a handful of them than what we saw from Wiseman in the last 2 years. Wiseman gave you nothing. They had no other reliable player over 6'6", not named Kevon Looney.
Look, Wiseman wasn't the answer, but Wiseman has some moments. I don't want to slam him.
No, I'm saying last 2 years because he was hurt.
He had some moments. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well, 888-957-9570. Is that a concern? Is that an appropriate concern against these teams? Because, yes, I am encouraged by the Golden State Warriors in their 9-game start. But I'm also going to be realistic and say, boy, had a couple games going down to the wire here. Detroit gave you all they can handle. Cleveland took your lunch. Now we'll see Cleveland on Saturday. It's another team that's big, athletic, quick guards. The Warriors, being the third oldest team in the league, they can't blow by guys like they used to. Klay struggles blowing by guys now.
Actually,
Steph Curry at this age
blew by Jokic twice, went on the perimeter.
That's Nikola Jokic.
But that's what they did yesterday. They got Jokic into the pick and roll
but Jokic
action.
is not going to, and even then that's a struggle blowing by Jokic for Klay Thompson. He's not going to always have Jokic on him. Steph Curry is still, he's 35 years old. Steph Curry's all-time great. But at times, blowing by guys is not his best. He's not at his best when he's trying to blow by guys.
But they've always
Chris
been
Paul.
height deficient. They've been height deficient since
but
Bogut
not
left.
athletic deficient. Athletically,
I don't know. I think they're pretty,
athletically at times they're a little outmatched.
I think TJ
early on in that game,
Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody gives them a jolt of athleticism.
Yes, but I'm talking about the starters. I'm talking about the starters, and they're going to be when it comes down to nutcracker time. That's who's going to be up. In that first quarter, the Denver Nuggets got into the Golden State Warriors physically. They got into them.
But I think they missed that second playmaker with that starting unit. Not having Draymond out there, it compromised them.
It did a little bit.
And they got away from the pick and roll action where, Looney kept making pass after pass. I mean, they were getting whatever they wanted for about 4 minutes there, and then it just went away, and they went more ISO, and I kind of would have liked to seen them go back to that pick and roll action because you had both Kuminga and Wiggins in the corner cutting to the hoop, and Loon just kept finding them.
Yeah, no doubt. But that's where the Nuggets, you have to give them credit. You have to give them credit for getting into the Warriors and taking away those actions. Now the Warriors were able to get some backdoor cuts in the second half, being patient, not turning the ball over. Now, if this is a Western Conference Finals preview, we're in for a treat here. Denver will make a move to get better on the bench. I do believe that. They're going to try to make this bench deeper, and they also missed Jamal Murray. And the two-man game between Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic is the best two-man game in basketball.
Yeah, but we missed also, I believe, like Jamal Murray is very vital to what Denver does. No one dismisses that. So are GP2 and Draymond. Now, I don't know if it balances itself out. I'm not sure about that because I would say that though Jamal might be more important to Denver than even both those two. But Dre's pretty damn important.
Dre's important.
GP2.
Dre's important. Very important.
I mean, they missed GP2. Moody was giving him some of those hustles, some of those, loose ball type of plays. GP2 makes so many winning plays in the half court.
But then you alleviate some of the ball handling Jokic has to do yesterday.
No doubt.
Jamal Murray.
And they took away the passing lanes, I thought, too.
They did.
And because Jamal Murray, that takes a stretch shooter away.
I do have a concern, and I'm not saying, hey, you need to go get another big. But these bigger, more athletic teams that are physical, Klay was suffocated at times yesterday. Curry was suffocated at times yesterday. So if I do have a concern, that's why this Minnesota game, this Cleveland game, even OKC with the size and athleticism that they have, I'm watching these games very, very closely to see how the older Warriors can navigate through these basketball games. Now, having this youth infusion and having Kuminga and Moody and TJD playing well, that's a help. That's a benefit. You can lean on that. There's no doubt about that. But they got to get off the better starts. They're not getting off the better starts against these more athletic teams.
So the starting unit was so efficient last year and was, ranked by 50 million different types of metrics that, it was the number one unit in plus minus, in scoring efficiency, in defensive rating. Like it hit all the check boxes. None of those things are true this year. Why is that?
I don't know. Well, I do know. Andrew Wiggins hasn't got going yet.
Has Looney been great early on?
Looney hasn't been great.
Okay.
He hasn't been great.
Because I feel like it's not all on Wiggs. I get what you're saying.
It's not all on Wiggs.
You're not putting it on him.
It's not all on Wiggs. But Wiggs was really good to start the season last year.
Absolutely.
And then that whole net rating starting lineup, how many minutes did they really play together?
I know.
You know what I mean?
So you think it was maybe fool's gold last year?
I don't buy into it much because I look at the closing lineups as well.
Yes, I agree with that.
And they had a lot of slow starts in that first quarter. They got to get Wiggins going. It's just, as
I
Guru
thought the
would
fourth
say,
quarter was big for him.
Yeah, but let's put the right on the table. Wiggins has to get going early and often. Early and often, as Daryl.
Shout out Acco Pest Control.
Yeah, what's the read? Acco Pest Control.
Pest of the month, I believe, are mice and rats. So there you go.
Oh wow. Let's go to Tim in Danville. Tim in Danville, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I don't want to be too negative here, but I think I'm a little bit surprised that we just don't call out Draymond Green. Yesterday he takes the day off for personal reasons. Personal reasons. This is a key game, an important game, right? They could have probably won if he was there. I don't understand, where is the teamwork here, and why do we allow this? The guy makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You can't count on him. Then what is he there for?
Well, what if his kids were sick?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the family issue
That's
was.
not fair.
I think a lot of people lost their minds a few years back when Marquise Goodwin missed some time with the team, and then he celebrated after scoring a touchdown down big, and then we come to find out later that he had lost a child.
Yeah,
and so I think what I've learned is, when there's a personal situation, we need to maybe take a step back and take a deep breath and remember that family does come first.
Yeah.
Not in every circumstance, but in this circumstance, I think that he's earned the benefit of the doubt to all of us take a deep breath and go, I trust his judgment.
That's just.
It feels a little unfair.
No, it's very unfair. It's not a little unfair. It's very unfair.
I was trying to be nice to Tim.
No, I'm not being nice to Tim right now. That is just, his wife is pregnant, Hazel. Who knows what the hell is going on? It's a personal day off. It's okay. It's game 9. It's game number 9.
Well, as long as
by the time March comes around, are we going to be referencing this game at all? All right, calm down.
Well, no, it'll be a footnote when they go during the regular season, Denver and the Warriors were 3-3 or whatever.
Man, why even? Gosh, that's just. Come on, Tim, be better than that.
Wiggins took months off last year.
Yeah.
We didn't get one call like that.
Right? Yeah, no. What we got was shut the hell up, leave Wiggins alone because of a stupid tweet. That's what we got, and we didn't even have a conversation about Wiggs. That's just laziness.
Is Tim going to go into Alcatraz?
That pisses me off, to be honest with you. I know you're trying to be nice, asking, but that actually, calls like that piss me off. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more of your phone calls. About to go to State Warriors. Plus, let's get into the Niners. Guess what? Steve Wilkes is coming down from the press box to the bench. Rah, rah, rah.
I want to pick a fight. When you wake up well rested.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're back. We're back. By the way, you better know the show. Starting at 7:30, you better know the show. Because that's when we're gonna get into the 95.7 The Game knockout tournament. First ever knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune into the roast all this week. By the way, I heard Dan Dibley yesterday said he's not going to participate in the knockout tournament. I guess it's going to happen during Steiny and Guru's show. Great. So we're going to be gassed after a show to play a knockout. That's cool. But Dan Dibley's not going to play? Come on.
Oh, my God.
Come on. Why are we? It's just a game. If you lose, you lose. Get over it. There's only one winner. Now, I'm playing to win, but the hosts have to play, right?
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
They have to play, right?
What was the context of that?
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
I don't know. I don't know what the context was.
He loves the soda, Squirt, the grapefruit soda.
Oh. Tell me
you're looking
old.
at me like I'm kidding. I'm not.
That's one of those. It's one of those bugs. Just like, tell me you're old without telling me you're old. Squirt hasn't been sold since 1991. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Dan Dibley. I love you, Dan Dibley. Team Unity here at 95.7 The Game. I love you. You're doing a great job in the afternoon.
What can we do to improve the quality of life here at 95.7 The Game?
Not talk about other hosts.
Unlimited possibilities.
I just want all the hosts to play. We should play with the audience.
What I'm hoping is that Matt Nahigian shows up to Knockout and goes from the booth to the court, because I need him there to be able to give me rah-rah emotional support as I'm coming off of the knockout court.
Oh, man. Well, rah, 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 rah. Steve Wilkes, rah, rah, rah. All right, so Steve Wilkes is coming down from the press box to the field. Shanahan announced it yesterday. He announced it. Before we get to Shanahan, here's Shanahan announcing that decision.
And we're going to put him on the field this week. Something we've talked about for a little bit. There's pluses to it and minuses to it, but we'll see what we like about this week.
Ask for his preference.
I love being in the box. I think that's the best spot. I feel like you guys would judge me too hard if I went up there. If it ever gets cold enough, I might be. I like a chair and a desk and a lot of stuff to write down and things like that. And I had to do this for 9 years before I got here. I was only in the box 1 year, my last year, so I was 8 on the field before that. There's pluses and minuses to both, so you should go with your preference.
All right, why Wilkes started the season in the box and why the change?
Just because of some of the stuff you do in the box, all the advantages to it, which are great, but I kind of wanted to be down and be near our players a little bit. They've had that more just with the linebacker communication in the past, and I want him to be down there so he can talk to guys a little bit more.
All right, there you go. Now, we asked Baldy last week.
Is this the greatest straw man of all time?
I mean, this is just ridiculous. I can't believe we're
no, but seriously, what?
We find new things.
You hired a guy who likes to be up in the booth,
right?
And then he's up in the booth, and the defense is underperforming on a variety of fronts. And you think that bringing him down to communicate with the guys is going to change things?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm curious because you seem to be very frustrated.
No, I just don't think it makes a big deal.
I don't either.
They missed 33 tackles.
That's what I'm saying.
Travis Ward, stop holding. You need the whole thing about getting fired up. Now the Raiders are in a bit different spot. I know they're practice squad players. The Niners practice squad players be on the field too. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Here's Baldy. Baldy played the game. He played the game. Here's what Baldy said about whether or not it makes a difference if Wilkes is in the press box or on the field.
Dan Quinn, he coordinates the Cowboys defense. He sits up in a booth.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start, honestly, Bonte, if you start saying, well, is this going to make a difference? If you're thinking about a coach is upstairs or downstairs, maybe that's the problem right there. Not that he's upstairs or downstairs. It's who gives a? Nobody gives a crap.
Right.
Call the defense.
Right.
If the guy's down the field, honestly, hell, if Shanahan's upstairs calling the plays, call the plays upstairs. It should make a difference. The play's to play. You got to execute the play.
I'm with you.
And so, I'm sure you got the bye week. I'm sure there's all kinds of player-only meetings, which is always a problem. But look, they've lost 3 in a row. By the time they get to the field, the next time, they will not have won a game in a month.
So that's baldy on whether or not Wilkes, or if it's going to make a difference, whether or not Wilkes is in the press box or on the field. Now, we had the conversation, probably went on too long about the sideline etiquette, getting guys fired up, yada, 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 yada. You get fired up by making football plays. You get fired up by forcing turnovers. Like the Dallas game. We had no problem with Steve Wilkes being in the booth. Why? Because Fred Warner was making plays sideline to sideline. Jerry Greenlaw was making plays sideline to sideline, power driving, or literally DDTing Tony Pollard on the sideline. Nobody was worried about the energy. Rah-rah this, rah-rah that. I don't know what difference it's going to make. And Steve Wilkes is not a rah-rah guy. So to me, this is on the 49ers, and this is on Shanahan for hiring Steve Wilkes. First of all, you hired him, and he can't even run his own defense. You want him to run your defense. So now he's got to learn a new defense and call a defense that he told us 2 weeks ago he's still learning. I'm still learning the defense. It's a unique defense. I'm still learning the defense. You took a chance on this guy, and now you want him to come out of his comfort zone and coach on the sideline. This is a bad hire. And this is on the 49ers for not doing their due diligence on who Steve Wilkes is. They'll put him in a bad spot. And now everybody's pointing the finger at Steve Wilkes because they're afraid to point the finger at Shanahan. I just don't get it. It's just I can't believe.
So is it the lack of accountability for you?
Absolutely it is. We sound like whiners. We sound like whiners. We really do.
It feels like an excuse.
It is, because the first 5 weeks, we didn't talk. Nobody had a problem with Steve Wilkes' defense.
Time out. Just let me I want to stop right there.
First 5 weeks, come on.
Okay, the Rams' first half was bad defensively, and we all admitted it. The Arizona game, we did get diced up by Josh Dobbs.
You gave up 16 points.
I know, but you were giving up over 6 yards of carry.
You gave up 16 points.
I'm just trying to say that
Arizona was running fake punts in the second quarter, fake field goals.
I know, but
they were going
Josh
for it.
Dobbs.
They were Josh Dobbs ain't bad.
I know.
Josh Dobbs just won a game without knowing the playbook.
But I think in real time, what we were saying the day after was like, how could you even let them, get a little on you? You know what I'm saying?
They're a professional football team. They're up 20-0 on the New York Giants. Did Arizona not beat the Dallas Cowboys? They diced up the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, literally the week before.
With Josh Dobbs.
Yeah, I know, but
so they were playing well.
You're acting like we didn't have conversations about the defense. We did.
No.
No, it
what
wasn't
happened?
To this level.
What happened? In the second half, Steve Wilkes used some of his defense, and he was blitzing more.
Yeah, they
and guess what? They shut the Rams down by blitzing more.
But anybody watching that first half against the Rams, you were kind of going crazy on the defense.
It's a divisional game, and you knew the Rams,
You might not have, but I think a lot of people were.
That's what the Rams do against the Niners at L.A. They moved the ball against the Niners. I wasn't going crazy there during that game. I was like, all right, you got to make adjustments.
I thought they looked pretty good. I'm talking about the Rams offense, and it felt like the Niners defense was way off their receivers, and everyone was like, yeah, we got to adjust here.
And he did. And he did. But again, when they beat the Dallas Cowboys 42-10, where was this same energy? We were saying, who's the better unit, the defense or the offense? They're both great. This is the best team in football. And the numbers backed it up with Steve Wilkes. So all of a sudden, they lose a game against Cleveland, and they get punked.
I think we're having a different, I agree. He made adjustments, but we were also saying whoa, what's going on with the defense? Now, he gets credit for those adjustments in the Rams game, but I was I'm just using that one as an example. I remember going, my God, can we get a stop? Can we figure out how to guard Puka Nacua?
Okay, these are professional football teams that have ballers. They got shut down in the second half, and they're a home team in a divisional game. They adjusted, and they played well. Sure, we had a conversation about the first half. No, you know what the bigger conversation was at the Rams game? Let's talk about it. It was, where's Nick Bosa at?
Well, that
was the conversation.
Yes.
Where's the pass rush at? Yeah. They're not getting any pressure on Matthew Stafford.
That's part of the defense.
That's part of the D-line not doing their jobs.
We agree on that.
What is Steve Wilkes? So Steve Wilkes being on the sideline, they're all of a sudden going to get more pressure? Because he's going to go get the quarterback.
I don't subscribe to that. Now, do I think that they've always had a rah-rah guy on the sidelines over the last couple of years, and that was a part of their defense, whether it's, a 0.001% of whatever? Yeah, they did. I mean, whether that's coincidence or whether that helped them out or whatever, I don't know. I don't think Wilkes is going to be all of a sudden Robert Saleh or D'Amico Ryans chest-pumping guys after they make a stop, and nor do I think it's going to help them wrap up or not hold people. I just find it interesting that the entire defense, though, is basically said to you for 3 weeks now after every game, something's up. And so I'm just listening to the players. Now, is it an escape or a scapegoat by those players?
Fred Warner didn't say that.
It sure feels like it.
Fred Warner didn't say that.
No, but Bosa...
Well, Bosa's complaining. You know what? Bosa can shut the hell up. I said at home right now. Bosa can shut the hell up. I'm sick of Bosa. All right? Go get the quarterback. You held out and got $120 million, and now all of a sudden you're blaming the defensive coordinator on dirt. When Bosa told us when he came in, oh, yeah, I got to learn a new scheme, but it's all good. I just go rush the quarterback and yada, yada, yada. And when I got on Bosa for not getting a sack in the postseason, people say, well, he may have been hurt. He's still Nick Bosa. What do you want to do? Do you hate Nick Bosa? No, what, Nick Bosa? You held out. You got a bag. You got a bigger bag than everybody anticipated. I don't want to hear from Nick Bosa. I want to hear from Fred Warner, the real leader of the defense. And what Fred Warner say at the Bengals game? Yeah, you know what? We got to be better. We have to be better.
And Fred's always taking accountability. That's why I love Fred.
They missed 33 tackles. When Hufunga's dipping his head and missing tackles, how's that all, Fred? How's that on Steve Wilkes?
It's not. No, I'm not saying
so. I don't want to hear from Bosa. When you bring up Bosa, go get the quarterback. You got 3.5 sacks in the last 13 games or 14 games or whatever it is. Make a play. All right? Make a play. I don't want to hear from Bosa. That pisses me off, too. I swear to God, I've never heard so much crying and front running in my life. They were 5-0 coming out the Dallas Cowboys game, and everybody's talking about Vegas and the Super Bowl, and we can't be touched. We're better than Philadelphia, yada, 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 yada. And all of a sudden, a zero blitz happens, and all of a sudden, we got to fire Steve Wilkes. Well, you shouldn't have hired him. If you knew that he ran a different defense and wanted to coach in the press box, you shouldn't have hired him.
That I agree with.
So deal with it. And now he's got to come to the field and we're scapegoating him even more. It's tired to me, man.
I don't think him being on the sideline solves whatever their woes are, whether it be personnel, scheme, whatever. But it's interesting that they're resorting to this. It feels like a last-ditch effort to get this guy to change, and it's kind of, you're right, on Shanahan for knowing, you got to know who you're hiring and what their specialty is.
I'm going to calm down for a second, because we're going to get to the calls in a second, because this is some real stuff here. Okay, Steve Wilkes hasn't been great. He hasn't. He may not be the guy for the hire.
But I don't think he's like, Jimmy Ray bad.
But let's
like back in the day.
There's context to every single football game. Every single football game. Okay, the Cleveland game, we know it comes down to Jake Moody for the 41-yard field goal. He missed it. He missed a field goal. So you don't win that game. You probably didn't deserve to win the game because the offense in that football game had 8 3-and-outs. All right? They went 12 possessions basically punting. All right? They didn't do anything. So you get to the Minnesota game, the zero blitz is an all-time bad play call. It's an all-time blunder.
Yeah, that one's undefendable.
You can't defend that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, Crocker, he'll defend it to say, well, the ball hit Charvarius Ward in the chest. You should have caught it. I'm not going to defend it. I'm not going to defend it. It's a bad play call in that position. But at the same time, the offense had 2 chances to win that football game. And you actually held Minnesota to 6 points in the second half. Okay? There's context to everything. They catch you in the football game. Cincinnati. Was it not a 17-10 football game early in the fourth quarter?
They got multiple...
Know the show. We're playing Know the Show. Something's going to happen on this show in the next 15 minutes. At 7:50, be the first caller to call in and answer the question about what happened on the show first, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play knockout. So there's context to everything, right? We just dismiss the 5 turnovers in 5 quarters and go straight to Steve. That's all my problem. Football's not a blame game where it's one player losing a game. That's all I'm saying. Or one coach.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head on a variety of fronts. I would just say this. Let me add to this. I think when most Niner fans were heading into this year, I think as the organization was heading into this year, the mindset was, we still have a top 5 defense. And so the way that you view this team and how they were going to run this team and how they were going to win with this team was, relying and banking on a top 5 defense.
Right.
And when you're not playing top 5 defense level, now you're asking more from that offense. And I don't know if they could do it, even though they have elite personnel.
Well,
B? And so it's kind of changed their equation.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the offense could pick up the defense for once in 8 years.
I'm with you.
Once in 7 years.
15, if we're really being real.
Come on, let's go to the lines. The whole Steve Wilkes thing, he's not been great.
He's been a scapegoat.
I'm not, but he's getting scapegoated to a level where I'm just like, wow.
It feels like a last-ditch effort.
And we did the same damn thing with Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans. We did the same thing. The same exact thing. And then by the end of the year, it was like, we need more offense. We need more offense. Yeah, duh. We need more offense. That just bothers me so much. Miguel in Phoenix, what's happening?
I'm there with you guys. I'm pretty disappointed. I felt pretty good coming off this bye week and hearing the news of getting Debo back. And then I read that yesterday, and I'm like, what are we doing? Why are we making more excuses for this defense? What happens then if Steve Wilkes comes down to the field and these guys still can't wrap up their tackles? They still can't get to the quarterback. Then what? What are we going to do? We're going to pay Bosa more to motivate him?
No, they're going to fire Steve Wilkes. They're going to say fire. They're going to fire Steve Wilkes. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but the tackling is not on him.
No, I agree with you, Miguel.
Or am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong. It's not on him. Somebody make a play. You're in position to make plays. Go ahead, finish, Miguel. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%, Miguel.
We're a couple plays away from winning those other two games with the Browns and the Vikings, and we would be in a totally different position. But it's all on the players. It comes down to the players. We're in position to win those games as well. Now, the Bengals game, we got blown out. But I don't understand why make him feel uncomfortable to make the players comfortable. I mean, at the end of the day, they're the ones down there. They're the ones playing, and they're the ones that should finish their tackles and get the quarterback.
There it is. Miguel, I'm with you. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, this fires me up, Shasky. It really is. We sound weak. We sound really weak right now.
I can't tell.
Hey, we sound really, really weak. It's actually embarrassing coming from a Super Bowl contender. Let's go, Robin.
Hey,
what's up, sugar?
So don't be mad at me. And I just want to put.
I'm not mad. I'm fired. I'm just a little fired. Robin, I'm a little fired up, man. A lot of people.
All right. I can tell you, I raised 4 kids, and I don't like none of them. So I could deal with it. I like the grandkids.
You don't like any of them?
None of them. They get on my. I don't like none of them. I like the grandkids. Here's the deal. I'm talking to both of you. Shasky, I just want to shoot this out here to you because I can't go into detail because, it would take too long to cut off. But 2 things for me that's going on. I kind of question the Niners organization's philosophical, or more important, I think Kyle Shanahan's approach philosophically on how to build a football team. Okay? I think that's what's going on. And Bonte, I do think that Wilkes' ass should be fired. But listen to language. She said, I think by bringing him down, there'll be more communication between whatever, right? So there's obviously a disconnect. Listen to language. There's a disconnect between him and the players. You get it? Okay, whether it's scapegoat or not, listen to the language, okay?
Yep.
And so there is a disconnect. And so I just think there's 2 things going on here. I question the philosophical approach on how to build a football team because if you see it consistently, the Niners always get their asses beat in the trenches.
Yep.
Speak on that.
No. Hey, Robin, real quick. Robin, before you leave, she left. All right. That's my whole thing. We didn't hear anything about communication. After the Dallas game, we were flying high. And all of a sudden we lose. We face some adversity. And all of a sudden we got to make drastic changes.
Do you think that they're making these changes if the players aren't asking for them?
Oh, I do. I don't know if the players are asking for them. Shanahan said, you think Shanahan's falling on the sword for the players?
No, I think that this team has a leader group of 8, 9, 10 guys. And Kyle Shanahan said he's always kind of leaned on them, like a panel, a board, whatever you want to call it. And he sounds like he's always kind of leaned on them. And you'll never have a unanimous decision on anything. Like whenever you have 10 people in a room, a couple are going to think one way, a couple are going to think the other way. So I'm sure it's not everyone, but Bonte, I don't think he makes this move or does this.
I hear
if Bosa and Warner, some of his high-paid guys, or Hargrave or Armstead or whoever's in that group is asking for this.
No, I hear you. And it may work. I like D coordinators on the field. I do. Because you talk to them right there, right off the field.
To me,
you show them the iPad.
Are we good or not?
But
are we calling
at the
right
same
plays?
time, I just a lot of the. Again, I just go back and I'm just like, boy, you're a couple of plays away from 7-1. Then what?
Well,
and like you're bend but don't break. But all we're doing, the Steve Wilkes thing, he deserves blame. the zero blitz before Minnesota is all-time bad.
So you just think maybe that's unrecoverable, just that one play?
I don't know. I don't. Guys are going to fall by plays. Things happen.
I told you, when that happened, what did I say to you? I almost never can look at him the same after calling that.
It's tough. But again, Shanahan said he's on the headset. He could overrule that. He could veto that call.
Which I brought up and we discussed the next day.
You can veto that call. It's ignoring the fact that the offense has been struggling. 17, and Trent Williams may not play again.
Well, that
not this week.
So we had this conversation
so
last
Trent
week.
Williams may not play this week.
And Jennifer Lee Chan had said that he wasn't walking real well. I was listening to the Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan podcast, 49er Talk on NBC, and she was saying that she was watching him walk and he had a limp and he didn't look good. And this was a week ago, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, he's been out multiple weeks and now he's not practicing?
So
still?
You may not have Banks or Trent Williams on the left side of the offensive line
against a team that likes to stuff the run.
This week could get nasty for the Niners.
Can we discuss? This is
I'm just going to be real. I'm not trying to put it out there. This week could be nasty for the Niners. So it's not a life or death game for me. You may just have to chalk this one up due to the injuries.
4 in a row, you're going to lose?
You may have to chalk it up. You lost 4 in a row a couple years ago.
Oof.
You bounced back and made the NC Championship game. It's the way we operate here at San Francisco.
They lost 4 in a row a couple years ago?
Yeah, they did. They dropped to 2-4.
It was 4 in a row. Wow, I forgot that. Wow, 4 in a row. Wow.
Was it 3? Was it 4? I think it was 4.
4 in a row is a lot.
It is. Trust me, I know.
I do want to have a conversation about the philosophy. We can get back into Wilkes, but philosophically, I've told you this, like, everything is predicated on stuffing the run, starting the run, defense, offense, right, for this team, for this whole team. They haven't stuffed the run real well. Joe Mixon ran through their souls, okay? Ford and Hunt, the week of the Cleveland game, ran through their souls. Even Madison ran really hard, although I thought Kirk Cousins was the catalyst for the Minnesota offense.
No, he ran hard in that first half. They set the tone in that first half.
I agree.
There was a 6-quarter stretch where the Niners were giving up like 5.5 yards a carry when you go back to the beginning of the Cleveland game to halftime in the Minnesota game.
And you contrast that with basically since Dan Quinn in the Dallas game said, we're going to stop McCaffrey. We dare you to throw it to anyone else. And the Niners kicked butt in that Dallas game, and they utilized all their weapons. Since then, the template is out. We are not going to let McCaffrey beat us in the run, okay? If you want to throw underneath to him, fine. But he's not going to beat us in the run game, and we are daring anyone else to beat you. And this is where I go back to, like, Jordan Mason. I'm saying, I need to see Jordan Mason. Can I get some power run game going? Can I get the power run game going? Switch it up a little.
I don't know if we're going to be able to do that without Banks and Trent Williams.
Well,
that's going to be a tall order. The Niners did lose 2 in a row back in 2021. They lost. Remember, they opened up in Detroit and Philly. They won both those games. They lost Sunday Night Football to Green Bay. Lost to Seattle when Jimmy got hurt. Trey Lance came to relieve him. Trey Lance gets a start against Arizona in the desert. They lose 17-10. They go on the bye week. They come back and they lose a monsoon game to the Colts. They were 2-4.
So
they lost 4 in a row that year. Made the
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I do. Oh, I do.
Well, I mean, I remember it now that you brought it up, but I'm saying on the front end.
The Chicago game was life or death for Jimmy. He was basically playing for his job. He was. Shanahan and Lynch admitted it.
Life and death.
It was
like
he's
Mark
playing for his
Jackson.
job.
I'm fighting for my life.
He was fighting for his life that game.
Get that drop. I'm fighting for my life. In the all-black suit with the black shirt and the black tie on the sidelines, Game 7. When Bogut, I don't know, he slept wrong and he didn't play in the game. Remember that?
Oh, I do.
Jimmy and Mark Jackson fighting for their life. Ironically, both might not have a job next year.
Joe Lacob had a scowl like crazy. And then next week they lost to Colt McCoy. That was the Kevin Kugler game. Oh, my goodness. Dre Kirkpatrick,
the
rest in peace.
Stanky-ass Niners.
The stinking-ass Niners.
According to Bonte.
The Niners are not happy with me.
But they do want to run like
there was Niners brass there that was like, Bonte, we're not happy with you.
Well,
you're on our bad side.
I'm very worried with the offensive line obviously being out. That's I mean, you're concerned every week. But if you just look at what Jacksonville does well, they stop the run. What are the Niners not doing really well right now? They're not running the ball. George Kittle came out and said it at the podium. He goes, hey, we're not doing what the Shanahans have done for 25, 30 years. Run the ball down team's throat. Their entire passing game offense is based off the run. And so when you can't get the run going, their drop back passing offense leaves a lot to be desired. And they don't have a lot of man beaters. And so like the book is kind of out if they can't get the run game going.
That's what I'm looking at. How is Brock Purdy going to bounce? Has anybody talked about Brock Purdy in the way he's going to bounce back?
All we've talked about is Brock on the cornfields of Iowa plowing the land.
So we're not going to talk about a quarterback who's turned the ball over 5 times in 5 quarters, Lutman? How's he going to bounce back? This is the most adverse situation he's been in. Like, aren't we a little bit concerned about Brock Purdy? Or do we, real quick, Spadoni, I'll let you get in here. 888-957-9570. Do people still believe he's the real deal? I don't know how to feel about Brock Purdy right now. Honest to God, I don't know.
I'm in wait-and-see mode for this weekend. No, I'm not that like his whole career is
I agree with that.
But I'm waiting, okay, he's had a couple bad games in a row. Let's see how he bounces back. Because I thought he was, honest to God, if Jimmy plays in the Cincinnati game, we lose by 40.
Probably.
Jimmy probably gets sacked 7-8 times. Brock made play after play after play with his legs. And yeah, he turned the ball over at the end of the third quarter and at the beginning of the fourth quarter. But I thought he kept them in that game for a long stretch.
Yeah, I did too. Here's Shanahan on Trent Williams.
So it's hard for me to judge him right now.
But
it's hard for me to judge him. And I feel like if I'm critiquing him, it almost feels unfair because he's got an uphill battle. The weapons around him aren't great right now.
You know what, though?
And the offensive line's doing him no favors and is not getting complimentary defense.
I don't care how much better he is than Trey or Jimmy. We did not give those same we did not use that context when describing their play when they didn't have anybody.
Well, if you want to be the real deal and a franchise quarterback,
you win without your
irrelevant
guys.
What's happening around.
Exactly.
You have to stabilize the situation.
Exactly.
No matter what.
Exactly.
Have you ever heard the Peyton Manning line about the Colts? The Colts never gave their backup quarterback any
reps.
And you know why? Because they said if 18 goes down, Peyton Manning, we're done
anyway.
screwed anyway.
Yeah,
so we're not giving our backup any reps. I love that mentality.
I do love that mentality.
That's the real deal.
Shanahan on Trent Williams.
I think obviously there is. I mean, just when he's got a lot of history in there with stuff. It didn't show up as a high or anything like that. But when you've had that over your career, there's a number of things that, with how it's taken longer than expected to heal, it's more than a low.
More than a low ankle sprain. We got ligament damage. Is that what's happening with Trent Williams? God, oh my God, this is not good. Omar in 880, what's happening? Omar, what's happening?
Yeah, I want to talk about the disconnect that's going on right now between the coordinator and the players. I think it's exactly what it is. Shanahan and Lynch, when they hired the dude, they know where the dude likes to stay. So obviously there's some sort of disconnect. Maybe the ownership is getting involved in this. Like some players, I spoke like Bosa and others, and I don't even want to talk about Bosa. This guy needs to get his, to the other side quarterback. If you know what I mean. This is crazy right now. And on your point last, you said whether Brock is the real deal or not. It's crazy how we're thinking about it right now. Just a month ago or so, we were saying, hey, Brock is the next Joe Montana. And now we're questioning that whether he's the real deal or not. I think he is the real deal. There's in sports, stuff happens. And this is not Brock's fault. It's the team, especially defense. Defense needs to play like we know how they can play. This is the 49ers defense that we expect him to get the other side's quarterback. You kidding me? Kirk Cousins at home, what is it, about 48 drops? 0 sacks. This is not the 49ers defense. Something needs to happen,
good call, Omar. Good call. And something just did happen. Wilkes is now on the field. So now that excuse is over. Now I expect this defense to go out there and play with their hair on fire on Sunday.
And if they don't?
Monday morning is going to be some show.
Are they going to suit Wilkes up then at that point? Is that what happens? You go from the sidelines to the actual field?
Listen, man. Listen.
He's going to go man up against Christian Kirk?
I'm just watching on Sunday. Well,
the Tampa Bay game, I know everyone's looking at down. We got Jacksonville this weekend, and then you got Tampa Bay, and then you got the tough stretch. Tampa's no slouch either.
No, I know.
We're acting like Mike Evans won't take your soul.
With these EBs? Anything's possible. Chris Godwin looks healthy.
I mean, I watched the Niners lose to Johnny Manziel many moons ago. Don't think that Baker doesn't want revenge from that night that Nick Bosa planted the flag in his face.
So
you remember that?
He lost to P.J. Walker like less than a month ago. Like, come on. Like, yes, they could lose to Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, you're talking about the Niners.
Yes. Listen. All I'm saying is the excuses are done. Wilkes is now on the field. Okay, you got what you wanted. Shanahan and some of the fans who were talking about you got what you wanted. I expect this defense to play with their hair on fire. I expect this defense to shut down the Jaguars. And if they don't on Monday morning, you're going to get a really bad Bonte Hill.
Why do you expect them to shut down the Jacksonville Jaguars? They have a pretty good offense.
The communications should be better, right? Wilkes is on the field now. Wilkes is a cure-all. Being on the field, Wilkes is going to call better plays, right? It's going to be next to Shanahan yelling at him. The excuses are done, okay? We're all flying high when they're a 5-0. All of a sudden, we lose a couple games, and the excuses start piling up. So Wilkes is at fault. Wilkes has called some bad games. His first half against Cincinnati was bad. He called one blitz. He actually got home on that blitz. Maybe he was too scared to blitz coming off of Minnesota. I don't know.
Help us, Chase Young. You're our only
hope. Dude, Chase Young.
We are relying on Chase Young, baby.
Wilkes is on the field now. I don't want to hear any more excuses from Bosa. I don't want to hear no excuses about Chase Young. Shanahan or Lynch is traded for 2 defensive ends to try to get this pass rush jump started. Okay? So I expect the defense to play lights out on Sunday. No more excuses. No more excuses. Do not get I don't want to hear them on Monday morning if this defense doesn't play well. I'm sorry.
Are you getting a 2022 Warrior vibe?
I'm a little disappointed with some of the chatter going on in Santa Clara. I'm not going to lie.
We're pointing fingers, and I don't like it.
Yeah, we're pointing fingers. The season's not over. You're 5-3, first place in the NFC West. But we're making excuses like we're 2-7. All right? I don't want to hear it. All right? I don't want to hear it on Sunday. Go out there and win a football game. I expect this team. You're a favorite on the road. You're a 3-point favorite in Jacksonville. The whole crew on Get Up just picture to win the football game.
I don't like
Wilkes is now on the sideline.
I don't like
Bosa's had a week off. He stayed at the facility. No more excuses. I expect Brock Purdy to be better. No more excuses.
This is to me, this is a big pendulum week. Like the pendulum can either stay negative, right?
Right.
And you lose 4 in a row, or everything gets wiped away and you're feeling really good. And then you come to what I believe the most difficult stretch of football: Tampa, Seattle, Philly, Seattle.
And then Arizona in the desert, and then
I'm not worried about that.
Well, you better be worried about it, because you were just talking about Josh Dobbs lighting us up in Arizona. Well, you got to go to the desert. You don't think they're going to be fired up in Glendale?
No, this is what we're going to do. You know how you have Wilkes on the sideline? On the other sideline, we're going to put Call of Duty out there so that Kyler's playing Call of Duty during the game.
Oh, gosh.
Xbox, little PS3, PS5.
I'm a little fired up right now because I want this team to win, and they have a lot of talent. And I actually was optimistic after the Cincinnati game because I knew it was a bad spot. You fly in Tuesday morning, 3:30 in the morning. It's a tough spot. You have a short week. You're playing the team off a bye week. Joe Burrow and company are rolling. You were in that football game despite not playing well. You were in that football game in the fourth quarter. You were. They got a 17-10 game. The defense did their job in the third quarter, getting the ball back for the offense. The offense flamed out in the fourth quarter 2 weeks in a row. Not the defense. The offense did.
Yeah.
So I'm just, Shasky, I'm tired of the excuses now. Now all of a sudden Wilkes is on the field. Okay, now he's on the field. Now you got to show me. Like Guru says, we're in the show me state now. We're in Missouri, baby.
We are not in Missouri.
Know the show. Know the show. We got a lot of calls here. We got to bang these out. 415-523-4652. That's the number. First person to answer the question about the show correctly will win a spot in our 95-7 game knockout tournament. Loveman, what is the question?
Yeah, so Robin called in, our sugar. We love hearing from her. And she said she had 4 kids. Guys, how many of them does she like?
That's a great question.
That's really good.
Read the question one more time, love. One more time.
So Robin called in and she said that she has 4 kids, but how many of them does she actually like?
There it is. Call 415-523-4652. Let's bang some calls out real quick. Manny on the DeBarton Bridge. Oh, he's gone. Dave in Fresno, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. I think the answer to that question is 2, but I'm going to make my point.
It's not
Dan Quinn, he calls. Okay. Dan Quinn, he calls plays in the booth. So I think this whole booth sideline thing is way out of proportion. I think Shanahan kind of uses poor guy as a scapegoat, but let's talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that this team is built like backwards. It's built different than the Ravens, than the Chiefs, than all these other teams, because the Ravens, you know what? They've been playing without Marlon Humphrey, their best left tackle. You don't hear a peep about injury. Burrow's going to miss Jamar Chase for a little bit. You're not going to hear a peep about the injury report. A lot of these teams are missing key guys that you don't hear because they got the quarterback. We miss our left tackle. That's all you hear about. We miss our wide receiver. That's all you hear about. So this team is predicated and built on having all pieces in place to be successful. So a couple guys go down, we see what happens. We go on a 3-game losing streak. So it ain't really where we come plays from. It's just this team. That's how we build. We need all our dogs on the field to have a chance to compete. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So I think that's more so the problem than this guy can call plays from his bedroom. It ain't gonna matter. He can be on Zoom calling plays. if we ain't got everybody on the field, it don't matter.
Does it take 11 minutes to call a play?
Greg Roman on line 1. Rob in San Bruno. What's happening?
Hey, Rob.
What's going on, fellas? All I hear from that locker room is sucker material and more excuses. You know what I mean? That's all I hear. This is the same locker room who went to definitely Eric Armstead. He went to bat for Jimmy G. Meanwhile, Jimmy G benched again in another organization. But anyways, look, man, that Trey Lance ghost still hovering around that San Francisco building because Kyle Shanahan, this is an excuse mechanism. You know, he don't want to admit that his quarterback he chose, 6 interceptions the last 4 quarters, all close games, all one-score games. He threw 6 of them. But you told the fans, we don't got time to develop a quarterback. We need a quarterback right now that we can't handle losing games. Well, your quarterback, you can come up with defense all you want to. They gave up 19-22, and they had 10 points in the fourth quarter where the Niners had 2 chances to tie the game or take the lead. They didn't do it. So I'm not blaming the defense for that. Defense it ain't been what it was the last 2 years, but it's still a top 10 unit. There's a lot of contending teams right now with worse defense than ours, and they're still winning. I don't want no excuses. The bottom line is this. Kyle Shanahan get the job done. The Trey Lance goal still remains, and if Purdy keep messing up, if Purdy keep doing what he's doing in the fourth quarter, if this was Trey Lance, and he's the same thing Purdy did in the fourth quarter, we'll be all over it. And you better hope it don't rain in Jacksonville, because we've seen when they start to sprinkle a little bit, little bitty hands start slipping off the ball. So you better hope it's some sunshine in Florida, because I'm gonna say this: my boy Trey Lance got killed. He knew he had a better game than Purdy did or Jimmy did in the rain, but he got killed for that. But
you ain't lying.
When he said little itty bitty hands.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Stop it. Halloween was a while ago.
Ooh, hey.
Give me it one more time. It's funny.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Is that what we're going to do?
Dude, the Warriors make me so happy. We're going to talk to Mark Jones at 8 o'clock. My blood pressure's up, dude. I can't handle this, man. I can't handle another football. Shanahan and company are putting me through the ringer,
You know who
dog.
can play quarterback for the Niners? CP3. 100%. He knows how to distribute the rock with not a turnover.
Oh, man. Who's injured?
Am I wrong?
Injured?
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
I'm down bad right now, folks. Not because of what's going on with the booth and the field and Steve Wilkes and Shanahan. It's because Trent Williams is still not back on the field 4 weeks after spraining his ankle in Cleveland. Head coach Kyle Shanahan expressed hope that Williams could return to practice today after missing practice yesterday, but admitted that Williams' past history with ankle troubles is playing a role in his return timetable. After initially believing Williams had a low ankle sprain, Shanahan said yesterday that it is possible the injury could be a more severe high ankle sprain, meaning Williams' return date is murkier than ever. The good news is that Debo was cleared to not listen on the 49ers injury report yesterday, but who's going to protect Purdy in Jacksonville? Oh, man, my heart. Mark Jones coming up. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxing Girls, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on The Cave, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll talk to Mark Jones. We'll take more phone calls. We got Warriors. We got Niners. Let's feel good, though, and talk about the Doves with Mark Jones coming up on the Morning Roast.
Visit Friedman's Appliance.
summit by AG. Steph saying that got to the backboard first. Quickly the other way, it's Jackson. Throws it to Caldwell Pope. Shot fake from distance. No goaltend called with 8:18 to go.
That was a crucial call there in the game. They didn't lose the game because of that, but the referees got to do a better job with that. Kevin Scott, Aaron Smith, Brett Nansel, they were the crew yesterday in Denver. They let the Warriors and Nuggets play. That was a physical basketball game. As we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? The overnight dancers, janitors, carpenters, ushers, security guard. Shout out to everybody who was at the Queen's concert last night at Chase Center. Queen and Adam Lambert. Did you hear me sing, "We are the champions, my friend"? Dum, dum, dum. Anyway.
And the end of it. And we'll keep on fighting
to the end. No time for losers. We are the champions of the world. Good morning, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Comcast Business Text Line.
Speaking of queens and kings, Mark Jones.
Mark Jones, the voice of the Sacramento Kings, on the call for ESPN last night in Denver, Colorado. We love Mark Jones. I love the fashion. You want to talk about swagger?
Uh-huh.
You want to talk about being elegant?
Uh-huh. Raj Mathai?
Raj Mathai. I don't even know if my boy Raj has anything on Mark Jones.
I don't know. Raj has a strut.
Oh, Mark Jones. In his vocab game. Hey, Mark, your vernacular just gets better. Man. I remember you were doing old school Pac-10 games back in the early 90s. I'm like, who is this guy, Mark Jones? I was a kid, and you've just added to the bag. How do you get better with time, Mark?
Man, I appreciate the kind words, man. It's nice. You know what? Sports is supposed to be fun, right? It's a game, and, you know, it's my broadcasting is it's the comments that, hey, man, you know the culture, man. We talk to the TV when we're at home, right?
No doubt.
It's the same kind of thing I say when I'm watching a game at home. I say on air and try and just be authentic. But it's fun. It's sports. You know, hey, the E in ESPN stands for entertainment.
Absolutely.
People forget that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you're entertaining. And last night was an entertaining game at Ball Arena. Could be a preview of some things that come in the Western Conference playoffs. I thought the officials let them play. What was your main takeaway coming out of that game? That the Warriors are back or that the Nuggets are just going to be hard to beat in the playoffs?
I think it was a little bit of both, guys. I think that, it tells me that the Warriors, when you look at my main takeaway was the Warriors bench is really holding it down this year, that the non-Steph Curry minutes are not going to be like a Chernobyl meltdown this year, whether it's at home or on the road. And that's huge. When you got Chris Paul out there locking it down for the second unit and, playing with Kuminga, playing with Sarge, although Sarge started last night. Those two have great chemistry. We've seen it already here in the early part of the season. Moody is nice. He's developed another year. When you look at the totality of what the bench unit has done, especially on this 4-game road trip, right, as compared to last year when they went 11-30, the signs are all looking up. That was one takeaway. And then, one of my concerns going into the game last night, if you're a Warriors fan, is what does it look like going with a quote-unquote small team against a front line of Joker, who's 7 feet, Aaron Gordon, who's 6'8", 6'9", and Michael Porter Jr., who's 6'10". I mean, Joker got his, but he does that against big teams too. So I don't think that the size issue is going to be as big a factor against Golden State as a lot of people think it might, because they're playing with. I would like to see the Warriors play with a little bit more pace, but that's still a work in progress.
Right.
You referenced all the young players that are ascending right now. Trace Jackson Davis is one that you didn't reference. I thought he had some really good minutes, but when you're going up against an all-time great, because that's what I view him as, Jokic is an all-time great.
Right.
I mean, the guy's just going to get his. It's how difficult can you make it for that individual. We all know Steph Curry, all-time great. When it's all said and done, I feel like Jokic is going to be in the conversation as one of the greatest players to ever play the game. That's how good I think he is. How about you?
Yeah, he's spectacular. I mean, the stuff that he does at the offensive end is spellbinding, right? I mean, he takes his time. And the thing I think that people overlook with him, I love the the part that I really love about Joker's game as much as anything is his ability to just back people down and play 80s, 90s style big man basketball. Right. That does it for me. And, when all is said and done, when we get into the playoffs, guys, everybody, 3-point shooting is sexy, right?
Yep.
And there's only a handful of guys that you can, quote unquote, rely on to make threes. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson being a couple of them. But the real secret sauce when it comes to the postseason and winning championships is going to be found in the mid-range, A, and B on the block. And Joker has both those elements to his game. I really love to watch him play.
No, he is fun to play. The Nuggets, you mentioned their front line with Gordon attacking the glass, attacking the rim. He put so much pressure on the rim. And I know they missed Jamal Murray yesterday, but looking at the Warriors side of things, I think Andrew Wiggins may be one of the most important players. Obviously, they're not going anywhere without Steph and Curry. But to get Andrew Wiggins jump-started here, he's off to a slow start, no doubt. I did see him try to break out of it in the second half. What do you think about Andrew Wiggins? How long do you think the fans, because the fans are all over him, oh, man, you should put him on the bench. And you're not going to do that 9 games in. You've seen a lot of basketball. But what's your takeaway of Andrew Wiggins and his slow start so far?
No, it's interesting. I asked J.J. Redick about that last night during the broadcast, and he said whenever he was in any kind of shooting slump, whether it be to start the season, which he's gone through, mid-season or near the end of the season, he always tried his best to get out of his head, right, and told himself, hey, listen, 8 for 12. I'm going to go into this next game, shooting 8 for 12. And it's something that just has to play itself out. We've watched Andrew Wiggins. We've seen his body of work. He's not going to be in the place where he is now a month from now. I mean, I think that's a safe prediction. If he is, then, I think the world's going to get hit by a meteorite because I just don't see it happening. He does add to the value of the team at the defensive end. He's been playing decent defense still. So, I agree that he's going to have to pick it up at the offensive end. Steve Kerr has taken a couple of different tacks in trying to get him off. He's called plays for him to start games to get him engaged offensively. But then last night he kind of told me that he's just going to let Andrew play and not force the issue. So it'll come around. I think it's a matter of when, not if. I will say when it comes back to, the overall success of the team last night, when you're talking about the Warriors, they did have great success putting Joker in space, and they scored a couple of times on the Nuggets using Steph as a pick-and-roll player. And, I know that it's not something that Steve likes to do, heavy ball screen offense with Steph, but, if you make it the sauce and not the whole cake, I think it can be really impactful for Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, they had both Wiggins and Kuminga diving to the hoop from the corner, and Looney was facilitating. It felt like they had Jokic in action the entire time. Jokic was getting tired. He played a lot of minutes last night. You're on there.
And that's his kryptonite, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as great as he is at the offensive end, he's not the most mobile big guy still. He's improved, I'll say that. He's improved a lot, but you can still scheme him some at that end of the floor.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I'm looking at some of the best trades over the last year or so. Obviously, Dame Lillard's going to get a lot of headlines, but the Bucks were already a really, really good team. And I know the Warriors were, I guess, decent by record stands. I mean, this CP3 trade feels like a home run for the Warriors, all right? I mean,
I love it.
Isn't it great?
State fan. Yeah, I mean, you have another adult in the room, and you have a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he committed his first turnover last night in 5 games, which is insane. And we all know that, turnovers have been a problem for Golden State at times, especially last year. He's, I think, the underlying part of that's really going to benefit Golden State when we get to February and March is his tutelage of some of the young guys. I mean, working with Kuminga, working with Moody, the chemistry that he's already got with Saric. And, Steve has actually put in a couple of sets, a little stack pick and roll, spin pick and roll action, screen to screener, rip screen stuff with Saric and with Chris Paul to get some great open looks for both of them and great opportunities for both of them. So that, too, I think when the plane lands in mid-April that the Warriors will be a top 4 team easily in the West.
Man, I'm kind of with you there. We could talk more about Sacramento. I know Sacramento, the West overall, Mark. I think the NBA is off to to a great start in the early season. The in-season tournament may have added some of that intensity, but I'm looking around the league. I'm seeing the Lakers get blown out by Houston. I like the Dylan Brooks theatrics against LeBron. I think it's good for the league. It's getting back to that 80s, 90s kind of old school basketball. The Pelicans are trying to find their way. And then Minnesota, they're a sneaky good team too. So I just think the Western Conference is going to be great, man. And where your Kings fall in, they got to get D. Fox back in a hurry, Mark. They got to get him back in a hurry here.
I know, man. He's the one guy that's going to show up and give you 25 and 6 and great point of attack defense, man. Like you got to be able to trust the guy who's carrying the ball for you, right? Mm-hmm. Who's handling the ball. And Fox, we lose a lot of clutch scoring with him, a lot of leadership, and I think they just got to keep plugging holes until he gets back.
No doubt.
It's really that simple, because Keon Ellis started last night, but he's not at the stage where you got to trust your point guard like 2-ply toilet paper. You know what I'm saying? you got to really trust your point guard, and Keon just doesn't have that much experience. But although he did a nice job last night.
Well, it sounds like you're at an airport, so we do appreciate the time. You're a busy man. I know you got college football on your hands. You got the Sacramento Kings, ESPN basketball, NBA basketball, national broadcast. So, Mark, we appreciate the time this morning. Always good to talk to your brother. You keep doing your thing.
Fellas, you keep up the fantastic work, and hope to see you soon. I'm just glad that, the Kings aren't playing the Warriors again tonight. We played like 80 times already going back to last year, right?
No doubt. Yeah, Kyle Draper won't pick up my phone calls anymore, Mark. He's leaving me on red through the text.
Oh, man.
Have a good one, Mark.
Good stuff, man. All right, guys. Take care. See
Anytime. Mark Jones, man, been doing that for a long time. We'll get back into the Niners in just a second. 888-957-9570. Does it matter to you that Steve Wilkes is coming down from the booth to the sideline? And why does it matter to you? To me, it's a scapegoating, brushing over the main issue here. We always talk about the quarterback. And the quarterback gets too much praise when the team wins, and they get too much blame when the team loses. But we really haven't blamed Brock Purdy at all, and it's not about playing the blame game. But we do have a quarterback right now who's going through his first full season, and he's turned the ball over 5 times in the last 5 quarters. And it's okay to talk about it. He's turned the ball over. Is the film out on him? Has he been exposed? And now without Trent Williams and Aaron Banks on Sunday, because it sounds like Trent Williams is not going to go, and we know Banks has a turf toe.
That's tough.
That's tough.
Oh, my goodness.
That's tough. But you know what?
Feliciano and Jalen Moore on that left side. Ugh.
So, I mean.
Josh Allen, the linebacker, is having a monster year.
So, I mean. Do we just give Brock Purdy a pass for that? Is that what we're doing now? We're handing out passes?
You get
because I gave a pass to Trey Lance for the monsoon game for not having George Kittle and some guys.
You get Debo back, and that's important. And you've talked a lot about Debo's importance, and we all agree he's important. We could talk about value and position and all those things. Clearly, Debo's important. No one is arguing that. He's a great player for this team. But the last couple of years, they've always had a wrinkle, right? Whether it be an addition, whether it be a personnel adjustment. Debo going to running back was a huge schematic change. Adding Christian McCaffrey was a huge personnel upgrade and schematic change. What's the change? What's the personnel upgrade? Is it just getting Debo back? I don't know. Because when Debo was here and Trent was here, offense was humming at one time.
Yeah, you're scoring over 30 a game.
Can they get back to that? Have teams adjusted? Have they seen now what you want to do with Christian McCaffrey? And they're saying, the one thing we're not going to let you do, we'll let Christian McCaffrey catch the ball. We are not going to let him run on us. Is that the adjustment that other teams have made? And now you need to adjust. I don't know. I do know this. If they want to go anywhere deep in January, I don't think Christian McCaffrey can be the only dude that you rely on in the running back room. Not that you're going to give 15 carries to Jordan Mason or Elijah Mitchell, but they got to kind of switch it up to get something out of those guys. Like I look at Philadelphia, I look at Detroit, I look at even Seattle, and they rely a lot on Kenneth Walker, but they have other running backs. And I look at Philly, they all have multiple backs who can beat you in a variety of ways. And different guys who can run. Brock cannot be your leading rusher
No, he can't.
Outside of McCaffrey.
He can't.
He can't. That is asking him to do too much, and he's going to get hurt running around. So I want to see, yes, I want to see the passing game get upgraded. I want to see you use Kittle and Aiyuk. But they also, they need to establish the run.
Yeah.
And for them to do that, you got to get back to basics. Mason or Elijah or some combination of both of them have got to be factored in here over the next couple of weeks if you want to win big-time playoff games.
Maybe. But you only go as far as your offensive line goes. It starts up front. I mean, the Niners have proven that you could put anybody back there in the backfield and run hard, and you'll get 100 yards here and there. Now, you don't look as dynamic without Christian McCaffrey. Look, I want Christian McCaffrey on the field at all times. I'm sorry. He's here. We're paying him a lot of money. I just need him to play.
No one is saying he can't
I'm
slide
not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying at all. No matter what, I want him on the field. But you're not going to run the ball at all. Because your offensive line is not blocking. You're getting beat in the trenches again.
But the Ravens are missing one of their top dogs on the O-line, and they're still establishing the run.
Yeah,
now, they have an all-time.
Their trenches are better.
Well,
they're better at the guard and center spot.
Yeah.
All right? It is what it is. They're better in the trenches. They're better than the 49ers. Well, and we'll see that on Christmas night. It's going to be a tough game for the 49ers. It all starts, maybe I was foolish in thinking that this offense can carry the defense. Maybe we need this defense to carry the offense once again. I mean, come on. Seriously. The defense all of a sudden slips up, and they miss a bunch of tackles, 33 in the last 3 weeks. They're giving up yards galore. Burrow's completing 19 straight passes. Kirk Cousins is looking like the second coming of Dan Marino on Monday Night Football against you, and you can't get pressure. It all starts with that.
No. But let me defend your opinion on the offense. Would you agree every rule change has been catered toward helping offense?
Absolutely.
Every rule change.
Absolutely.
Right? This is not 1997.
I know.
You got to score 25 points a game if you want to be a good team in the NFL.
I agree.
Look at the teams around the league.
I agree.
Kansas City is going to suffocate you now defensively. But when they score under 25, you're kind of like, what's going on with Kansas City? Right? If Buffalo doesn't score 25, aren't you kind of like, what's going on with McDermott? We sure he's the dude? Boy, they missed Dayball, right?
Yep.
All the good teams, even Philly, people are holding Philly down. Every week I look up, they're scoring 25 plus. Are they not?
Yeah.
And they have an insufferable defense.
Yeah.
So I look at it this way. I'm like, look, you're not wrong on your opinions regarding the offense. Here's what I would say. I watched Brandon Aiyuk at those practices. He was dominating in practice. Now that I think about it, he was dominating probably a not-so-strong unit in the secondary that the Niners have. The other part is I just think I like Brandon Aiyuk a lot. How many teams is he at number one on?
Probably not a lot.
See,
but that's
to me, he's a really good two.
You don't need him to be number one. You got George Kittle for a reason. You're paying him $18 million a year to be one of the best tight ends in football. How about we get a game plan that focuses on George Kittle? Use him like Travis Kelce for once. That's my problem is we don't commit to a guy. Like in the Minnesota game, you go to Brandon Aiyuk 5 times in the first half, he catches 5 passes. And you're like, wow, he's dominating. And then we have Baldy on, and we're watching the game. We all watched it back. Brandon Aiyuk gets 1 target in the second half. How's that happen?
Well, I mean, I think it's a combination of play calling, maybe not highlighting him, them not looking at him, and maybe him not being prioritized for whatever reason in the offense.
There's no Debo. Christian McCaffrey's compromised.
I mean, look.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
Aiyuk is a very, very good player.
Yeah, but on the scale,
a very good route runner.
But on the scale of things, like to me, he's more Amari Cooper. Where like if he's your one, I'd much rather him.
I don't
be
know
my
about
two.
that. I don't know about that.
I mean, Bonte,
let me see him in the offense.
Is he on the Diggs level?
This team, they're 27th in the league. 27th in the league in pass attempts. So I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk could be a number one on another team. I don't know that. I know on this team, whenever they throw him the ball, he catches it for the most part. Now, he had the big drop against Cincinnati, but for the most part, his catch percentage has been just as good as CeeDee Lamb's over the last 3 years.
We just saw Jamar Chase. I don't think Aiyuk's as good as Jamar Chase.
No, Jamar Chase is a superstar. He's a top 5 pick.
That's what like a number one.
That's a difference.
Is,
yeah,
right?
that's a super number one.
You know, Cooper Kupp
Maybe he's a low-end number one.
Number one. What?
He could be a low-end number one. He could be a low-end number one. Why not?
Sure.
Why not? You don't think so?
Well, I just think there's levels to it. I think we've talked. I'm guilty of this. We've talked about because he dominated at practice. We've talked about him like a numero uno, and now I'm starting to think he's best suited as a 2. And I don't think that's some skull. It's not some negative. It's just the reality. Like, Justin Jefferson is a clear-cut 1. I think Mike Evans is a clear-cut 1, even though he's older. A.J. Brown, a clear-cut 1. I don't think Aiyuk's in their category.
Aiyuk catches passes, though.
No, he's very good.
If he's not a number 1,
he's very good.
Maybe he needs a quarterback to make him a number 1.
I don't think.
Maybe it's on the quarterback.
Am I wrong for saying I don't think CeeDee Lamb's a number 1?
CeeDee Lamb's a number 1.
You think?
Did you not watch him last week in Philadelphia?
He's excellent.
CeeDee Lamb's a number 1. We need to stop playing here.
Well, he's a very good player. I'm not sure I'd put him in the same category as those other players.
There's Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Who else?
Diggs.
Okay,
Devontae.
Diggs.
Devontae, absolutely.
Devontae Adams doesn't even get the ball. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not even sure if I'm putting DK in that category, and I'm taking DK over Aiyuk.
Well, they get attention like they're a number 1.
Yeah, no doubt. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and I guess what I'm saying is there's like tiers to this thing, and I think maybe I overrated Brandon Aiyuk.
I don't.
I think he's a very good player. I'm not sure if he's a great player.
Let's stop it. I'm not going to allow that to happen. Brandon Aiyuk has been balling this season, and he deserves to get paid.
He's a really good player.
Like say he's overrated.
Not overrated. Not overrated. I just don't think he can carry your offense.
I look at him last week. All right, against Cincinnati, 9 targets, 5 catches, 109 yards. Minnesota, 6 targets, 5 catches, 57 yards. Cleveland, Purdy missed him a couple times, right? In Cleveland, 4 catches, 76 yards. All right, Dallas, 4 for 58. Arizona, 6 for 148. 6 catches on 6 targets. I mean, his first 20 targets, Brandon Aiyuk caught 17 passes for over 300 yards. He's on his way to another 1,000-yard receiver, 1,000-yard season. He's at 620 right now with 9 games to go. He's going to go over 1,000 yards again.
That's okay. Do you play 17 games a year? That's 60 yards a game.
So, but no. He's going to go for about 1,200.
I know, but
he's going to go for about 1,200.
Just A.J. Brown's literally had 125 yards in every single game.
But
plus,
Aiyuk's going for 1,200 in a run-first offense on a team that's 27th in pass attempts.
Yeah. No, it's impressive.
Impressive.
I just don't think he's as good. He's a very good player. But to your point on like low end, I think he's more low end than he is.
What if he had an elite quarterback? What would he be?
I don't know. I'd like to see what that would look like in a different offense that's more, pass happy. Yeah, it would look a lot different.
Your phone call's coming up. Lines are lit up. Let's keep talking Niners. I do want to react to Mark Jones at some point about the Warriors. He believes the Warriors will be a top 4 team in the Western Conference. That makes me feel good. Heck, technically, they were a top 4 team last year in the Western Conference. They did go to the second round. They did. Man, we're going to take some calls here. I want to get into Brock Purdy. Is that okay? Can we get into Brock Purdy?
Sure.
We're underselling it. I want to get into Brock Purdy. We're talking about all these other players. Let's talk about the guy who touches the ball every single play. And that's Brock Purdy. You know what Brock Purdy's done in the last 5 quarters of football? He's turned it over 5 times. But yet we keep talking about a DC moving from the booth to the field. We keep talking about missed tackles, whether or not somebody's a number 1. Let's talk about the quarterback for once. We sure did it when Jimmy was here. We sure in the hell did it when Trey Lance was here. Why don't we do it now with Brock Purdy? Let's have a conversation because I'm ready to have it. Are you? 888-957-9570. That's coming up, sponsored by Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular offers...
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we'll react to Mark Jones in a second.
King Nicky.
I feel really good about where the Golden State Warriors are at, and you should too. Even with Andrew Wiggins struggling, you just heard from Mark Jones, longtime broadcaster. You heard from Anthony Slater yesterday, our 95.7 Game Insider. I've been saying it. Shasky been saying it. At least from 6 to 10. Not going to go crazy over Andrew Wiggins yet. I'm not going to pull him out the starting lineup. I want the bench to continue to mesh and gel with Chris Paul and Kuminga and Sarge and all those guys. Wiggins, I believe, will get going. But when we get to 14 games, after the 6-game road trip, homestand, let's see where Wiggins is at. Let's reevaluate the situation. But right now, I'm not going to panic. But a good loss yesterday for them. They held their own. I think they opened some eyes yesterday. They battled. They scrapped. That was a very good second half of basketball yesterday. The intensity was high. Jokic is all-time great. We will get back into the Warriors. But we got a big game on Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Niners haven't won a game in a month. In a month. We got to get rolling here. Time's ticking. Seattle's tied with us in the first place in the NFC West. Philadelphia's running away with the number 1 seed. Detroit has a soft schedule. They're on their way to the number 2 seed. We've got to get going. So Chase Young will make his debut for the Niners. Steve Wilkes is coming down from the press box to the field. Let's see what type of difference that makes in the defense's play. But also Trent Williams is hurt. And it sounds like he's not going to go on Sunday. And it sounds like Aaron Banks with the turf toe is also out. Debo's back, but without the offensive line, stabilized here. What's going to happen on Sunday? It feels pretty close to a must-win. Is it a must-win? Let's talk about it. And let's talk about the quarterback. How do you expect Brock Purdy to bounce back? This is the first bit of adversity that he's gone through here. Well, I guess you could say the broken rib last year and the torn UCL. Maybe that's a little hyperbolic. Maybe that's a bit hyperbolic.
I don't know. Not being able to practice for 6 months might have been.
I might have been that was an adverse situation.
Or 4 months or whatever.
That may have been a bit hyperbolic. However, he's committed 5 turnovers in 5 quarters. He's not played good football the last 3 weeks. Now, you could say Minnesota, he was lighting the world on fire, and the fourth quarter happened. The fourth quarter happened. He threw 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter. That's not a good game. I'm sorry. You can't move the goalposts from one quarterback to the other quarterback. Say, this guy played great for 3 quarters, so it's all good. But yet this other quarterback played good for 3 quarters, and all of a sudden no.
Well, quarterbacks are judged by what they do when it's winning time.
Yep. That's what it is. And in winning time the last 2 weeks, Brock Purdy has not been good. So I'm eager to see how he bounces back down in Jacksonville. And is it going to rain? I'm going to check the weather report, Shasky. Go ahead, filibuster real quick before we get some calls. What is the weather in Jacksonville? Because is that going to be the next excuse now? Well, it's raining. He doesn't play well in the rain.
Well, you better have gloves for the glove crowd. Why are you laughing? What?
Versus looks on the sideline. Now it's he needs gloves.
Will he have tractor legs?
So it'll be humid, obviously. It'd be 82% humidity, precipitation chance 20%, 71 degrees, and cloudy.
I mean, there are no excuses. What are we doing? What are we doing?
And they're favored. And the Niners are favored. They're favored by 3. Despite Trent Williams being on the injury report. They're favored by 3. So no excuses.
Here's what I would say regarding Brock Purdy. He's been really good. He's been really good for the 49ers. You can't turn the ball over, though. Like, that is the number one thing. You talk to any of the great quarterbacks, whether we're talking Bradshaw, Montana, we're talking to Elway, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, they're all going to say the same thing. You cannot have turnovers late in the game, especially when there's only 10 or 11 possessions in a game. The final couple cannot be turnovers. No one is debating that. He was pretty brilliant for 3 quarters, evading the rush against Cincinnati. He was under duress. I don't expect it to be any better against the Jacksonville Jaguars if you're not going to have Trent Williams or Aaron Banks. So he's also going to need other guys to step up. I know we want to make this a Brock-only conversation. Teams win and lose. Complementary defense. Complementary pieces on the outside. For example, he had a 2-minute drive where he hit Aiyuk right in the face mask. And Aiyuk dropped it. I don't know if you saw the sun or whatever. I'm not even outraged over that drop. But that was a dime, an absolute dime. He scrambled and made a play, and a guy's got to make a play on the other end of it. We totally forget about that. That's points before half. Yeah. That's big movement. Otherwise, now it's a punt. Give the ball back to them, and then the team that's given up more points in the final 2 minutes of a half did it again. So I look at Brock Purdy, and there's some controllables. The turnovers he can control to a degree. The uncontrollables, offensive line and playmakers around him stepping up, he can't control those. Everyone needs to be on their P's and Q's. They got to stop the losing streak.
They got to.
It feels must-win like.
Well, Jacksonville did just trade for a guard. They traded for Ezra Cleveland.
From Minnesota.
They did. That's a sneaky good move for them. Sneaky good move.
Bonte did have a point. Right when you did that, that's all I was thinking of.
S&G. By the way, we got a text on the Comcast Business text line from Lee in Berkeley. He's Hillary's uncle. Hillary from Boxer and Gerson. Hillary's uncle. You should invite her to the knockout game. She was a hell of a baller. Thanks for taking the time. Hillary, I will extend a wild card invitation to you if you want to play in the knockout tournament, Hillary. Your Uncle Lee says you're a baller. We have our doubts.
I don't doubt. No. I don't doubt.
All right, I will doubt.
Speak
By
for
the way,
yourself,
speaking of which, I thought we were doing that at 9:30. Oh, you want to promote it right now? Okay, the AEW. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets. 4-pack of tickets, baby. 4-pack of tickets. We're going to do it around 9:30.
I want to pick a fight.
What's AEW, though?
Well, it's
All Elite Wrestling.
Yeah.
All Elite Wrestling. I would expect our audience to know what AEW is, but you can never assume. So that's right, Sam Lovin.
Oh, I didn't know. So, yeah, I was
know who owns it?
I was asking for me personally.
Yeah, Jacksonville's owner, his son, Tony
Shaq
Khan.
and Tony
Khan. They own AEW. He gets a lot of heat on Twitter, too.
How ironic is that?
How ironic is that? He gets a lot of heat for AEW, but I see this Twitter feed. I don't know.
Did you see my film? Because you know this Vince McMahon, real quick, that Vince McMahon meme that's been going around where he's crying?
Yeah.
And like there's all these different captions. I saw the best one that my brother sent me. It was when younger fans ask me about Candlestick. And I swear to God, that hit me in the soul.
I thought you were going to say, when younger fans asked me what it was like to have a franchise quarterback.
Oh, that's good too.
Jacob in Castro Valley.
That's good too.
Jacob in Castro Valley. What's
Mark
happening?
Willard would disagree with you.
Do we still? You know what? Honestly, and we can start with Jacob. Are we still feeling like we have a franchise quarterback?
I
think the waters are rocky here in San Francisco.
That I would agree with.
I think some fans don't believe that they have a franchise quarterback or that Brock Purdy is the real deal.
You're going to Disneyland?
Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, so they have a California adventure ride where everybody's in the whitewater rafting tube. It's pretty cool. It's probably one of my favorite ones. That's where I feel like I'm at. I'm gripping on to the raft of Brock Purdy, and I'm praying it can get to our final destination. But if I get soaked and wet and fall into the river, I wouldn't be surprised.
Boy, this is a big game for Brock. Jacob in Castro Valley, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well. Brock Purdy, he's most definitely our franchise quarterback. I feel like he's more than proven that. He was also due for some regression. I mean, we can't never take a L, unfortunately. But I think that regression came in the Browns game. I think we were all surprised by the Browns. I mean, they came and I was like, what? That should have been an easy win. But, I mean, in the end, Brock Purdy, when it was time, he marched us right down that field and set us up for a field goal.
Timeout. I'm going to let you finish.
Unfortunately.
A timeout. I'm going to let you finish. He threw a near interception on the very first play. And on the second play, they had thrown it away. And on the third play, they got bailed out by a very questionable, pass interference. So I know you want to say he marched us down. There was some nuance to that drive. There was. But in the end, we were set up. In the end, we were set up for the field goal. And unfortunately, it got missed. We would have won that game. But the next week, Vikings, he looked sharp. He was a little shaky. But there was a play where after, he had his QB sneak debacle, there was a play where I was watching the game, and he threw it directly to a Vikings defender. And I was like, that did not seem right. That did not seem right. And then a few plays, later when they got the ball back, threw another interception. I'm like, what is going on?
Comes out that he's got a concussion. I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Why would you throw right? It just didn't seem like Brock Purdy. He threw right to the defender. Then he went through the concussion protocol so fast and comes back. I personally didn't think he should have played for his own health, and he looked sharper, but there was still a lot of mistakes. I'm like, I don't know if he should have played so quick. We've seen him get tackled. He smacked his head on the turf and immediately grabbed his head. I mean, it gave me Tua vibes. Well, I remember I was watching Thursday Night Football on my phone, and when Tua went down and started throwing up gang signs, it was like one of the...
All right. We're not going to make fun of brain injuries. We're just not.
I'm laughing at Fred Tillis.
Oh, my goodness.
Fred Tillis said, Cleveland missed a kick, too, so if we're going to play that game, let's play it. Hopkins did miss a kick.
You know what it is?
Rudy missed two.
This is the problem. And I see this in the chats. I see this in Twitter. I see this in group friendships. Guys, I can really like someone and still be like, yeah, that ball should have been picked. That wasn't a great throw. That wasn't his greatest moment. Yeah, that was I love Steve Young, one of my favorite players ever. Steve had a lot of low moments in the playoffs that he has to wear.
That's what I'm saying.
That he has to wear.
Steve wasn't good in the postseason.
Okay,
let's
Steph
keep it
Curry.
a buck.
Steph Curry. We all love Steph. When Steph threw that ball out of bounds behind the back to Klay Thompson in Game 7, 2016, it goes in a loop in my head when I'm thinking, when he can't shake Kevin Love, I'm like, oh my God. But when you're out there, whether you're hurt or not.
But see, that's where Mr. Nuance, you got to have some nuance. Steph Curry's playing with a 50% knee.
But Bonte,
we knew what time it was. He should actually be applauded for finishing that season.
I know, but what I'm saying is it happened, and you got to wear it, the good and the bad, is all I'm saying. And like when we're gonna have realistic conversations about what's going on, franchise quarterback who will never lose a game ever again. Josh Allen's a franchise quarterback. He's had a rough couple of weeks. He's looked bad at times. Okay, still a great player. We could critique or pick apart certain guys' games and still love them as players. I don't know why people get triggered that any criticism means you hate a player.
Oh, you do it to me all the time. I criticize Bosa. You really don't like Bosa. You do it to me with USC. You're all guilty of it. I can't say anything no more, so I'm going to let the calls talk.
Takes one to know one.
I'm going to let the calls talk. I don't ever assume that somebody hates somebody. You want us to keep it a buck. You want us to keep it real. I do that. Now, you know what? I'd say you hate this guy. You hate this guy. I got a USC jersey hanging in the closet. JJ in San Jose, what's happening? What's happening, JJ? We all do it. It's sports. JJ, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Here's my thing. This is all on Shanahan. Purdy, the thing about Purdy that we're all harping on is the turnovers. And yeah, they're bad. But I'm not going too crazy over it because Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Tua, they all have more turnovers, more interceptions than Purdy does this year. I think Josh Allen has like 9, Jalen Hurts has like 8 interceptions. And yeah, the ones that Purdy's thrown aren't great and they're killers, but, that's not the biggest thing. My thing is Shanahan. I think his arrogance is starting to show, not playing Mason. What are we doing, man? Mason, everybody can see he's the up the middle power back. And he don't want to play him because he missed an assignment once or maybe twice or whatever. And he's got all these playmakers, Kittle, Aiyuk, who now all of a sudden you guys are saying that they're not top-tier, top-5 weapons when they are.
Yeah, hey, JJ. No, I believe Aiyuk is a top-tier player.
No.
He's on pace to go over 1,200 yards receiving in a run-first offense that's 27th in passing.
Yeah, but he's not a top-5 player at wide receiver.
So that's fine, but he's he's a playmaker. You get the ball in his hands.
He's a really good player.
He makes plays against anybody in this league.
He's a really good player.
Anybody in this league. Shanahan's coaching like he got job security. You know why? Because he does have job security. He's got the extension. Shanahan's not going anywhere.
No, Aiyuk's a really good player. But, when you say top 5 in the league at the position, it's McCaffrey and Kittle that qualify for those particular things.
Right.
I just think Aiyuk falls outside of that. And he's really good.
I don't hate Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's a great story. It's a hell of a story. I said it. If he wins a Super Bowl, it's going to be one of the best stories in North American sports history. All right? But we can't just all... I was out here saying he's playing better than Mahomes after 5 weeks of the season, and he was. He was playing better than Patrick Mahomes. I said that, and y'all laughed at me. So I don't hate Brock Purdy. I don't hate nobody on the 49ers. These guys are all good dudes. So stop it with the hater stuff. I don't hate them. We're assessing the situation, and the situation right now is he's turned the ball over 5 times in the last 5 quarters. All right? If this was Jimmy, we couldn't wait to jump on Jimmy when he turned the ball over. And the guy went 13-3 and won the Seattle in the NFC West Championship with the number 1 seed. So I don't want to stop with that. We're assessing the situation. Why are we so afraid to critique Brock Purdy? Why? Because we don't want the glass slipper to break? We don't want the Cinderella story to be over? All right?
Why do you think people are refusing to believe? It's like telling them that Santa Claus isn't real? No, I'm serious.
I told somebody on Twitter that last week.
Did
really
you? I didn't even know that.
Well, we were talking about the Giants and forcing out far high, forcing out Poachy. And he's, no, if I say that, I say, well, do you believe in Santa Claus? And he got mad and questioned my brain cells and everything. It's
almost the season. We love Santa Claus here on the Morning Roast.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say, walking past Union Square every day, I'm really juiced up for Christmas holiday season this year.
I'm waiting for it to be over. You know what the holidays mean. Your bank account's going to take a hit. That's what the holidays mean. That's what sucks about
I thought it was about the joy of spending time with friends and family.
I do that every day.
Well, don't sound too excited about it.
Don't change.
Let's go hang out with the family.
Money on the Christmas tree. Money on the ornaments. You got to clean up the Christmas tree. Money on the food. Money on gifts. Oh, this guy needs this. This girl needs that. Oh, baby Chaz needs... No, it's a nightmare.
Here's something.
Yes, I am the Grinch.
Some I do want to explore.
I've had enough.
People will be like, well, when Josh Allen loses and when Burrow loses, yeah, those guys get crushed nationally. When Joe Burrow didn't look right, everyone was like, Joe Burrow, something's wrong with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's not good enough. He's not playing well. If this version of Joe Burrow is all year, they're not going to win it all. Josh Allen in the playoffs, even though that team got the ball got ran down their throat. I think 175 yards in that game in the snow. Who did we crush all offseason? Boy, can Josh Allen win a big-time playoff game?
And he has won big-time playoff games.
But so those premier quarterbacks that people are talking about do get questions nationally. I think the number one...
Lamar Jackson. What about Lamar Jackson?
Oh, well, that's the number one question.
He can't even get paid.
Can he win big-time playoff games? Tua Tagovailoa. The only question coming out of Miami, it's not about McDaniels. It's not about Tyreek. No one even asks about their defense. Is Tua good?
I'm just asking. We're going to find, or I'm going to say this, and I'll say it again. We're going to find out over the next 9 weeks whether or not Brock Purdy's our franchise quarterback. I think these next 9 weeks are crucial to what the future of the quarterback position looks like in San Francisco. And if you believe, again, Shanahan, he doesn't have patience when it comes to quarterbacks. They moved heaven and earth for Trey Lance and flipped him in 2 years. You don't think they do the same with Brock Purdy? Filmo Mike in the city. Filmo, what's happening, Filmo?
Hey, what's good? What's good, man? How many Christmas trees this year, Sasky?
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
One for each room?
I don't know. It's probably like 6 because Sacramento's chassis has struck again, my friend. Yesterday you're talking about, we need somebody on the sideline that can pump them up and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. And today, Brandon Aiyuk's a number 2 receiver.
Great
and
number
what's
2.
tomorrow going to be? Bonds shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame? Come on, man. You're killing me, Sausalito Shasky. Let's get Kittle involved. You feel me? Let's get him pumped up. Let's get it. Don't he usually get the guys going? Let's hit a little harder. Stop with all these side hits. Let's go straight on, smack somebody in the face. That's going to pump people up. You know what I'm saying? Bosa, let's get a sack. Let's wreak some havoc. In the booth, out of booth, I mean, rap seat in the basement, big ticket, I don't care. Let's get the job done for real. We playing teams, they ain't got quarterbacks, they ain't got their best receivers. Guess what? We're losing to them. But meanwhile, we got all these players. We got all these excuses. Let's get the job done. We lost to Cleveland. They didn't have a starting quarterback. Come on, man. We ain't going to have Trent Williams Malone. We ain't going to have Aaron Banks this week. Jalen Moore's okay. Let's step up to the plate, get the job done. No Sausalito, no Sacramento Shasky. Come back to the city. I love you.
Filmo Mike, are you there? Tell me you didn't just hang up.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm here.
Look. I love Cameron. I think Cameron's awesome. I don't think Cameron's on the same level as Jay-Z. That's not a knock on Cameron. That's an assessment. I think that's realistic and fair. Aiyuk's an excellent player. He's not on the same level as Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson. How many guys are? Like, that's not a knock. That's just being realistic.
I got you. I would call Brandon Aiyuk a young Nas. But it is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think anybody's comparing Brandon Aiyuk to Tyreek Hill, or I don't know, where did that come from?
Well, I
nobody's
keep
comparing
that,
him to those
Aiyuk's
guys.
a number one. He's a number one.
Well, there's different number ones. There's 30 teams. He's a number one on this football team.
Well, I view it the way, like...
Would he be a number two on Miami?
Waddle's pretty freaking good.
Aiyuk's pretty damn good. Again,
Waddle's pretty good, dude. I mean, he had more yards. Waddle had more yards in a pass-happy team. Had more yards than Aiyuk. But here's what I would say about Miami: pass-happy team, and they're running the ball better than the Niners, who are a run-first team.
Exactly.
They're averaging over 5 a pop with Raheem Mostert. Anyone that has Raheem Mostert knows this. Like, they're actually running the ball quite well, shockingly.
Brandon Aiyuk has 620 receiving yards in a run-first offense that is 27th in passing attempts. He's on pace for over 1,200 yards receiving during the 17-game schedule. That ain't bad.
No.
That ain't bad at all.
We're
That's back-to-back 1,000-yard receiver. No, we're not. We're not going to do that.
I think there's degrees of it.
Nobody's going to compare him to Tyreek Hill. It's not that. He's not Jamar Chase.
Look, the way he dominated at practice, it looked like he was going to be taking that ascension into that conversation, and I just feel like it hasn't.
But you know what?
It hasn't hit there, and maybe it is. Maybe it is because they don't throw the ball.
That's not a knock on Brandon Aiyuk. When you have lesser competition in front of you, you're supposed to dominate. So Brandon Aiyuk gets credit for dominating. If they're not as good as you and they can't cover, then you dominate.
Has he been as good as you thought this year?
Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah.
I think he's been excellent. Brandon Aiyuk is the least of my worries
I always feel like I'm left wanting him get more targets.
Yes, that's on the quarterback and the head coach.
That I would agree with.
You know? He's going out there running routes.
That I would agree
with. Brandon Aiyuk has been excellent. If anybody deserves an A, Brandon Aiyuk deserves an A on this season.
I mean, there was a game the other day where everyone gave love to Kirk Cousins. That young wide receiver from USC.
Jordan Addison.
It felt like they prioritized him more than Aiyuk's been prioritized.
Right.
And that's where I get frustrated.
Yeah. Let's go to Verducci, our main man, Verducci. What's happening, Verducci?
What's up, everybody? Happy, Thursday. And, first off, I want to give a shout out. I was at the San Jose Sports Hall of Fame. Want to give it up for Lori Fair, Patrick Marlowe, Dave Steve, and Chris Wondolowski that got inducted. And it was
Chico
cool.
State.
Cool to be a part of. Got to talk to Chris and Patrick, so it was a privilege. But on to the Niners, man. It falls on Shanahan and Lynch. You knew the biggest issue we had on the offense was the offensive line, and you did nothing to address it. And now he has limited time, Purdy, to go ahead and throw the ball. And, the reality is he's still kind of in his rookie year. He's going to make mistakes. But that's on Shanahan to set him up for success. Why isn't Kittle getting the ball more? Yeah, why isn't Aiyuk getting more touches? Why aren't we using Mason up the middle rather than throwing CMC up there and running him into the ground? And by the way, you drafted Bell. You know he's electric. Why aren't you getting the ball in his hands? So stop making an excuse for Wilkes. Hey, everyone's going to go through ebbs and flows during the season. It's on Shanahan. Look yourself in the mirror. Be accountable. I'm tired of the excuses. Stop leaning back on your extension. And let's go. Bang, bang, not a game. Let's get this win.
That's what I'm talking about. And that's how I'm feeling right now. That's why Sunday, when I watch this football game, phone will be down, notepad will be out, drink will be in my hand. And I don't even drink. I don't even drink alcohol. And I will have something this Sunday, 10 in the morning. What's going on?
The goo is just like doing all these hand signals as he's walking by.
You get distracted very easily.
I didn't know what it was. I didn't know, like, it was waving, and so I was just looking.
So I will be chilling on Sunday.
Says the guy who's distracted by me being distracted.
No, I say, why are you distracted? We're talking to you, and you just look up. It's like, what's it?
Well, if you see
was that Santa Claus?
No, it's Brandon Aiyuk telling me he's open. I'm open. I'm open.
Oh, man. Oh, a month ago was all good. Just a month. It was all good just a month ago. And now look at where we're at.
We were in an old studio.
We're in the old studio. Maybe we need to go back to the old studio.
No, I'm good.
Because we got here.
I'm good.
And we got real cocky against Cleveland.
Curse of the new studio?
I'm calling the curse of the new studio.
Have they won a game in the studio?
No, they haven't. because Spadoni filled in for you when Papa Shasky was getting surgery. Hopefully Papa Shasky. See, this is the other thing. Papa Shasky just had surgery on his heart. And I know he's doing well. You wanna hear? This team ain't good for his heart.
So he went and saw this new cardiologist, right, yesterday, my dad. And they go to him, yeah, you know why your heart was so weak? He goes, no, why? Because we think you suffered a heart attack at some point in the last couple of years at some point. They don't even know. He had a heart attack, and he didn't even know. How crazy is that?
I worry.
God bless my father. I don't know how he's alive. God's been looking after him.
You know what?
This man should have been dead 1,000 different times.
You know what?
Absolutely incredible.
I mean, he's like Jason Statham.
You know what?
I mean, he really is.
I worry about that. The heart attacks, personally.
I swear to God, the cardiologist told my mom and dad yesterday or whatever, maybe the day before, we are under the assumption he had a heart attack that went undiagnosed and kept going on.
Wow.
And they don't even know when. It could have been 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I'm dead serious. I can't make this up.
Well, I'm telling you what. When I watch the 49ers, this is why I'm going to have to probably start drinking while watching them because I need to calm down watching them. I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack watching this organization. And they've done a lot of great things. But it's like the Warriors give me so much joy. They make me smile up and down. Steph Curry, how can you not? I don't even get stressed during crunch time. I'm like, we've got Steph. We'll figure it out a way. But the 49ers right now, I'm feeling my heart right now.
Well, you know what?
And I'm stressed out. I'm just stressed out thinking about Jacksonville.
I said to my dad, Dad, it could only be one of three things of when you suffered this heart attack. When we went to L.A. and you started packing up your bags early because Jimmy Garoppolo was getting the ball back with less than a minute to go.
Oh, my God.
The day they announced that Bochy was out and Kapler was in.
Oh, my God.
Or Father's Day 2016, when me and him got in almost a physical altercation while watching the Warriors, and my dad kept screaming, you can't throw the ball away behind your back with 2 minutes to go, and yelling at Iggy to dunk the ball when LeBron blocked him from behind.
Yeah, it's
only one of those three moments.
I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, Anna goes,
I want Iguodala.
Oh, shut up.
She goes, she told me, she looked at some site, and she said, I know why women live longer than men. It's because you guys are too involved in sports. Because she was stressed that Brock Purdy had a concussion. And she was like, my body's not right. It's just, this is too stressful.
So she should be on the injury report tomorrow.
No, she should be. She was stressed out, and I got to stop watching. You know what? You know what? When it comes to football this Sunday, I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to yell. I'm going to be all right. And when I come in Monday morning, despite what happens, I'm going to be even kill all throughout the show because it's not good for my heart.
I'm really having a meltdown.
Exactly. This man, I love you. Is your nickname Harvey Dent? You are the most two-faced lion capping dude I know.
I chill during Niner games. What are you guys talking about?
This is coming from the maker of the biggest dent in the old 95.7 The Game studio green room history. From the maker of I will slap you sideways, young Nash, during the Super Bowl.
Time out.
Super Bowl's different, though.
No. Well, Nash was popping off at the end of the first half and at the end of the second half. He was popping off at me, talking about, you don't know football, shut the hell up, blah, blah, blah. And then he got into the studio and he started telling me, folks, Bonte, are you ready to go? I'm like, dude, get out the studio. I'm ready to be a pro. Let's go. I want to talk. And he kept perping off. And I was like, dude, if you don't shut the hell up, I'm going to slap the hell out of you. Straight up. That woke his game up.
Tommy Bear hugged him out of it.
That woke his game up. Sometimes you gotta check somebody.
The best part about all of that was we used to do double overtime after us, which would be Tommy, Nash, and Covey. And then Covey shows up out of nowhere with the shades on. What did I miss? Everything. Literally everything.
I don't even know it because I'm not gonna say names. But I remember Super Bowl 54. We're all watching it at the green room, and before the third and 15 play, I heard some people chattering about parades and celebrations.
Was it me?
I'm not going to say names. Spadoni was right there.
Did I?
Spadoni knows what I'm talking about. There's a lot of celebrating going on, and I was like, boys, this game ain't over. And then 3rd and 15 happened.
Well, you and me almost
changed.
fought each other over whether or not they should call a timeout with 2 minutes to go. And Lynch is going like this. You're like, see, Lynch is doing it too. Remember that? He's throwing up the tees.
I never seen a coach scared in the biggest game. You had a chance to double up.
Well, they did throw a bomb.
Double
that
up.
was the worst OPI call I've ever seen in my life.
But then you only got a field
Harper
goal.
thought that was a bad call.
You're playing to run the clock out and going to halftime. So, yeah, that's when I decided. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely not watching games with anybody anymore because this sucks.
But you're so calm and mature now.
Well, I just watch the games by myself. You don't know what goes on in my house. Shout out Rocco.
Enough. Oh, Rocco. His wife films him screaming and yelling as the dog and the girls are in the corner, like scared. Love you, Rocco. But come on, you're delusional just like I am.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FMNHG, West San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, a favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business X line. And this is what I'm talking about again. Our very good friend Kenny Caraway. All of a sudden,
big win last night for the Kings.
Listen. I didn't hear from him for about a week after they got swept by Houston and let Dillon Brooks blow. Dude, they needed overtime to beat the Portland Trailblazers. Portland Trailblazers not even trying to win the game.
The Warriors have won games with a lot of star players.
Portland's not even trying to win, and they almost stumbled into one yesterday. But here's KC. This dude, he just texted me, text both of us. This dude, Bonte, hates Kyle Shanahan. Come on, bro. People want to help. They would have called him a genius, but I critiqued the genius, and all of a sudden I hate him.
Okay.
If I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that.
But to your point, just 15 minutes ago, I say things about players, and all of a sudden I hate them.
No one says
I never get to get away with it. I'm the journalist here, for crying out loud. Kyle Shanahan.
Let's debunk some things. Aiyuk's not a true number one. Kyle's not a genius, and I'm not sure Brock is a franchise quarterback.
Kyle Shanahan, point blank, did not give a damn. Said, hey, Steve Wilkes, here's this cow train coming down in Redwood City. I'm going to toss you right in front of the train and let it run you over.
We shouldn't joke about that.
I should not joke about that. I'm sorry.
But I get what you're saying.
I apologize. All right, we got kids in the car.
Just because all right. I know some. Yeah.
All right. My bad.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
But basically,
Michael.
Kyle Shanahan threw.
Speaking of someone who's level-headed,
listen,
Michael Irvin coming over the top rope.
Listen, Steve Wilkes had to sit up there at a podium and explain himself because of Shanahan. And even Crocker came out here and said, yeah, that was not right.
I would love to see.
What did Baldy say?
A complete character change from Steve Wilkes.
There you go.
Dudes. He's like pointing to his veins, like he's got ice in his veins after every call.
Dude,
saluting guys after they're making hits.
Crocker.
How funny would that be?
Crocker, Baldy, like Baldy said, can you play that Baldy cut again?
Steve Wilkes, I'm him.
If I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that.
See all I'm saying? So
say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
So you know what? KC talking about who does Bonte hate more, Shanahan or Sabonis? Listen, Sabonis is Sabonis. I don't hate him. I love him because when he's on the floor, guess what? 1-5 flat. Let's get Sabonis involved in every pick and roll because that's a bucket for us. So I love when Sabonis plays. When he doesn't play, Game 6, KC, when Sabonis is off the floor, all of a sudden the Kings are playing better. Go figure.
Look at Kyle Shanahan is a really good coach. A really, really, really good coach. The word genius, though, is exempt from anyone else to be able to use that label. It is only for one man, and it's for Bill Walsh, right? And for a variety of reasons, which we don't need to get into. So when someone said he's a genius, yeah, well, that person's an idiot. There's only one genius. It's Bill Walsh. Kyle's really good at what he does.
He is.
Can he win the big one? We'll see. But he's really good at what he does, and a lot of teams would line up to have him, and he's done great things with the Niners. And I'm hoping they could figure it out this year, coming out of the bye like they've done time and time again, and get this ship right.
I love Domantas Sabonis. Keep playing him, especially against the Golden State Warriors. That's a bucket. Robin San Leandro, I agree with you, though, Shasky. I do agree with that point. Robin San Leandro, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. Hey, man. Shasky, Aiyuk is a number one, bro. He's a number one on any other team. Also, too, it's pass heavy. We run a lot, bro. Come on, man. Also, too, Dub's looking good. We took those L last night, but we're going to be all right. We're going to be fine. Niners, bang, bang. And Bonte, I don't even know you do like that, but I know you're not going to be sitting down being, like, calm during the game. You know you're going to be standing up watching just like everybody else. You know you're going to be clapping, throwing hands. You're going to be, like, upset if we make a bad play, but then you're going to be rah-rah like we do good.
No, I build up to it. First half, I'm cool, calm, and collected. I'm just sitting back, relaxing.
Sipping tea.
Sipping tea. Sipping some
He's
coffee.
so full of crap, he doesn't even believe the words that are coming out of his mouth.
Chilling. I'm chilling. Because you know what, Rob? I'm tired of all the talking. It's about that action. I'm tired of the talking.
You sound so calm.
What Marshawn say about that action, boss? Let's go.
Hey, I will disagree with you, though. Aiyuk is not a number one on any other team. He's not on Buffalo. He's not on Miami. He's not on Cincinnati. Okay? Like, we can go right down the list. He's not on Seattle. He's not on the Rams. Like, he's a really good player.
He's on the Cardinals. He is on the Bears. He's on...
the Bears suck.
He's on Minnesota. Got Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, come on.
Yeah, I know. Green Bay. He's on the number one on Green Bay.
No, he is. But Green Bay lost their best receiver in Devontae.
Denver.
Probably. Sutton's good, but I would take Aiyuk.
Aiyuk's good, man. He might be a number one on the Chiefs.
Well, if I say Justin Jefferson...
Would he be a number one on the Chiefs? Oh, my God.
Kelsey's the one. But I agree with you.
Aiyuk would. Oh, my God. If Aiyuk was with Mahomes.
Yeah, but, I mean, you could say that about...
Aiyuk doesn't want to sign here.
How many other wide receivers around the league are like, man, if I could play with Mahomes?
By the way,
Ask Juju.
Full disclosure, I'll be in Vegas for Sunday. I'll be back that night.
Oh.
I'm going to the Raiders
high rolling?
So, no, not high rolling. Big Dog has season tickets, so...
The PJ NetJet?
No,
You and Rory McIlroy?
No, I wish. I thought about taking Spirit Airlines. It was $44 to fly down to Vegas.
Did you see Rory McIlroy's first pitch at the... Well, I guess he went out onto the Boston Fenway field and was throwing the ball?
No, I didn't see that.
It was pretty bad.
Nah, I'm not paying too much attention to...
So you're going to Vegas.
I'm going to Vegas in the morning, play some bets, chill out, watch the Niners on the big screen, and I'm just going to be relaxed.
Wow.
I'm just going to be chilling.
You got it like that, huh?
No, I don't have it like that. I don't have it like that. I save my money, though. I don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. All I do is work, change diapers, work, change diapers. Can't open the cow before the break. Can't open the cow. What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, guys? Y'all ailing me this morning, man. I'm feeling you and everything. And Shasky, I'm a Cameron fan, so I'm feeling you on that. But if you really want to party with me, put your hands on my eyes and see. It's all about Busta
Rhymes.
But anyway, guys, I think Brock Purdy, man, I think he's shell shocked, and I don't know if it's the trust of offensive line or the defense, but dude, you just got to sit there and wipe it off, man. And if you don't see anything, don't lead with your eyes. Go ahead and just take them steps, man, and just be a mobile quarterback. And getting to my Warriors, guys, I'm going to be fair, man. Look, I just want the referees to be consistent, man.
Yep.
I don't care what it ends like, but just be consistent, man. Stop sitting up here letting Jokic and everybody sit up there, put their shoulders and elbowing my players all up in their chest and everything, and we can't do the same thing. Man, he gets called for some crazy fouls when he's sitting up here just trying to play. They sit up here telling everybody, oh, you got to play on the inside, and that's why they're getting these kind of calls. And the Warriors are getting calls fouled, and when they show the replay, they're not even close to the players, and they let them get away with it. Because what happened to Steph Curry, man, that's blatant disrespect. That was a gold 10 all day long. And then they don't call it, but they ain't going to call it at the other end when that ain't what it was. And Steph lost his mind, I lost my mind. But the young guys, they did good. They got us in the game. I didn't like them taking them out early and everything like that. And I didn't like closing with Chris Paul because he slowed the ball down. And then Jokic just sit up there and pass the ball to the man in the middle and went right over Chris Paul's head. I didn't like that, man. They should have kept Brandon in. They should have kept Jackson in. They would have sit up there and done it, and they would have sit there and finished. And Steve Kerr.
Can't over the cow. We're 6-3, baby. Aren't you feeling good? Dubs are back.
But what I'm trying to say, I just don't want those same mistakes on closing games
no doubt.
Like last year, Bonte.
I hear you, Kid Over the Cow. We're doing well. Good call, Kid. Kid Over the Cow's got him deep. I want to have a drink with him. We got to make that happen. We either got to get Kid Over the Cow to the Bay. I need a who's who. We got 5 different spots here in the studio. We get Ken Over the Cow to my left. We got Shasky right there in the middle. And we can have Tony from Oakland and Clark the Shark share a microphone to my right.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Oh, and then you could bring that guy in, Brett BPA. You could just put him behind the glass. Oh, that would be my dream show. My dream. Oh, my God. Can we make that happen? How do we make that happen? Do we have the budget? Do we have money? Can we get these guys out here? Fly them on Spirit? I don't know. Michael in San Jose, Kevin in San Francisco. We'll get to you on the other side. We'll get back to the Warriors at some point, or maybe we won't. But we're in on the Niners. Big game on Sunday. Big game. And we're giving out some tickets, a 4-pack of tickets to AEW. We'll have more details on the other side, brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Let's change this.
Hey Dub Nation, it's Brandon Wajemski, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Bonte, I do want to clear something up here.
Wajemski?
I want to clear something up. The way I do things is different than how others do it. So, for example, just because you're number one in a rotation in baseball does not make you an ace. Now, the broadcast might say, oh, he's their ace. But that doesn't make you an ace. There's only like a handful of legitimate aces. Verlander, when Kershaw was humming, you know, those guys are aces. Just because you're number one on the staff doesn't mean you're an ace. There were years where Bumgarner was listed as the quote-unquote ace and didn't pitch anywhere near it. If you're a starting quarterback in the NFL, that doesn't make you a franchise quarterback, okay? Like right now, Sam Howell. Anybody think he's a franchise quarterback?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So that's the way I do determination. So when we talk about being a number one as a wide receiver, I don't mean like depth chart number one. I mean legit number one anywhere they go.
I think Aiyuk could be that guy if he played in the offense that asked him to be a number one.
See, I don't.
I think he has special talent. He's a special route runner.
Well, I'm going to list 10 guys here. I'm going to list 10 guys, and you can tell me what you think.
They're
Justin
better
Jefferson,
right now.
Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp. I mean, these guys supersede scheme.
These guys are playing
Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown. I'm going right down the list.
Shasky, they're playing their pass-first offenses.
I mean, A.J. Brown played in a run-first offense with Tennessee and was a star.
Yes, he was. Aiyuk is on pace for another 1,000-yard receiving
so is Terry McLaurin.
So Terry McLaurin is really good.
But
he's really good.
But would a casual Niner fan say that Terry McLaurin is a number one unquestionably?
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Okay, well then
I know
then
a lot of Niner fans who love Terry McLaurin. You don't need to die on this hill. It's okay.
He's really good. I don't think he's on the same level of the guys that I just mentioned.
That's fair. He doesn't have, those guys are exceptional.
I agree.
They're exceptional.
I agree.
But if Aiyuk played the pass-first offense, I think he'd be a major problem for opposing defenses.
I'd like to see what that would look like.
And those guys that you mentioned have elite quarterbacks who get the ball to them. They're helping on getting the ball to them.
Is he the number one for the Niners?
He should be. He's the best wide receiver. I said this last year coming into the season. You guys looked at me crazy. Last year coming into the season, I said Brandon Aiyuk's the best pure wide receiver on this football team. And people thought I was being disrespectful to Deebo Samuel. And now here we go, 8 weeks into this season, and Deebo Samuel's nothing but a glorified running back. And Aiyuk's a number. So hey, look, man, you mentioned all those guys. What's the difference between those guys and Brandon Aiyuk? What's the difference?
I don't know. You tell me.
The quarterback.
Okay.
The quarterback.
Mike Evans has Baker Mayfield, and he's still a number one.
Mike Evans been good, but he's been inconsistent this year because
Smith
of the quarterback.
has been throwing to DK Metcalf.
DK Metcalf has had some quiet games this year. I haven't been fantasy football.
He's still a monster. Look at
I haven't
the
been fantasy football. He's had some quiet games.
I'm just talking about body of work. Like Justin Jefferson has Kirk Cousins, who everyone laughed at, and Justin Jefferson is one of the greatest wide receivers the game has seen in terms of production for the first 5 years.
Kirk Cousins lit us up, so we can't say that no more, right? He went 35 for 45 with Jordan Addison without him. So just speaks to the Niners defense.
I don't know. I think Aiyuk is very good. I don't think he's on that great level that some of those other guys are.
All right, let's go to that's fine. And I agree with that.
And I might be dicing hairs.
I agree with that. But if you put Aiyuk in a pass first offense,
I think it'll look better. Yeah, I think it'll look better.
He's about to go for 1,200 yards. He may go for 1,200 yards this year. He's got 9 games left. He's sitting at 620. He's sitting at 620 with 9 games left. In this offense.
I understand that, but like
in an offense that gives Christian McCaffrey 20 to 25 touches a game, gives Deebo about 8 touches.
McLaurin has had 1,200 yards on a team that literally is allergic to the forward pass.
Yeah, but you know what though? He's been the only guy on that team.
Well, I mean,
he hasn't had any other weapons.
Look at their quarterbacks and their coaching.
All I'm saying is Aiyuk has to spread the love with everybody else, and he's still getting his.
I think I didn't even bring this guy up.
And he's gotten better. And Aiyuk has gotten better every single season.
He has. I look at Amari Cooper, who's a really good player, but to me is not of the caliber of those other guys.
And Aiyuk is better than Amari Cooper. Hands down. I take Brandon Aiyuk 10 times out of the week. I watched Amari Cooper. I went to all those Raider games at the Coliseum. Amari Cooper will walk off the field, 2 catches, 11 yards, and not be a factor and would not give a damn. I would take Brandon Aiyuk. Brandon Aiyuk's a dog.
I think it's closer than you're making it out. I don't know. I think they go back.
That's just my opinion.
They're very similar.
It's my opinion. It's how I feel. And you could not believe me, and that's fine. I don't care.
But I don't think that's disrespect. To me, that's not disrespect to be able to categorize people. I think it's being, logical and trying to be reasonable as you're assessing what someone can do. And yeah, like Jalen Waddle, I don't know what he would look like in the Niners system. And what Aiyuk would look like in the pass-happy system for the Miami Dolphins, playing alongside Tyreek Hill. I don't know what he would look like. I know this. If he played for Sean McVay, he'd get targeted 15 times a game.
And you know what? He'd ball out and catch 12 of those passes.
He probably would.
Let's be real. Aiyuk got 1,000 yards last season with 3 different quarterbacks.
And it was incredible.
All right? It
was incredible.
Maybe if he had a better quarterback, we'd be thinking differently about Brandon Aiyuk.
I think that's a fair comment.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth. What up, Big Smooth?
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning. Good morning. Listen, one more loss. What does that put the Niners? 5-4, right?
5-4.
5-4.
Yeah, not good.
Listen, Trey Lance. That's done. That's a done deal. We don't even talk about that.
Mm-mm.
And then who's behind him?
Sam Darnold.
The walking turnover himself, Sam Darnold.
Oh gosh.
Listen, man.
Please no.
Think about it. 5-0. Everything was smelling good. Food was tasting better. And now we're staring down 5-4. I'm gonna say this, man. This Jacksonville team is better than Cleveland. They're better than the other 2 losses. This team is no joke, man. And Trevor Lawrence, he's not going to make those mistakes that Purdy has been making. So 5-4, I'm just curious to see what's going to take place. Because if Purdy has another bad performance, it's looking pretty bleak because there's nothing behind him. Let's face it, if you're depending on Sam Darnold to all of a sudden turn into the second pick, third, fourth, fifth pick, that dude is done. But hey, let me say this also, Shasky and Vontae, I've never been as excited about a Warrior loss.
Me
that
too.
was a good loss.
It was.
It was a litmus test to see where we really were. Because let's face it, Denver had been really boat racing folks.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you're not boat racing? Draymond's not here? I saw a great need for GP2 yesterday. And I'm like, oh, and we still had 2 chances to win it? I tell you right now, of course, Murray wasn't playing, but even with Murray, and listen, I don't think we'll shoot. Well, I shouldn't say Wiggins. Man, Wiggins, I'm not sure. He's in his head. I know he's in his head because he kept shooting. He kept shooting, and I was like, Wiggins, stop shooting. Just go focus on rebounds at some point. But you know what? Kuminga played smooth. He played under. I think he was a plus yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Kuminga was a plus, but we don't like the plus minus Big Smooth. But I love your optimism because I'm optimistic about the Warriors as well. They're a lot better than last season, no doubt about it. The guys are growing up. The Kumingas, the Moody's, they're growing up. TJD is ready to go. He's going to have a role on this team moving forward. Sarge has been a very good bench piece, although he didn't have his best night last night. And I think that's due to Denver's personnel, a lot more athletic in the front court. That bothers Sarge a bit here, but you know what? It's all good. Looney battled against Jokic. Steph Curry had an off night, went scoreless in the first quarter. There's a lot to love about the Warriors right now. They went through this treacherous stretch where 7 of the first 9 were on the road. And we thought, boy, we're going to, oh, man, the camaraderie. And how's this going to work with CP3? Is it going to be bought in with the bench or whatnot? You're now 6-3, and you head home for a big-time 6-game homestand. I like where the Dubs are at. Now, do I like where the 49ers are at? Sunday's massive. I saw it is massive. Let's go to Sean.
It feels like a huge swing game.
Yeah, it is a swing. It could change the trajectory of the season.
They need to salvage this and stop the bleeding, and everything will be good. And then you're in your own control. You just take care of business.
Let's go to Sean Mo in the city. Sean Mo, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, my guys.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Great.
Can't call it.
Again, bang, bang, Niner gang. I'm the founder of the movement. But anyway, I want to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. I'm not saying it's disrespect, but again, he's not getting the credit he deserves. He's in a low passing offense. They hardly throw the ball to him anymore. Remember when Purdy came, who was his favorite target? It was Aiyuk. Everywhere he wants to throw the ball, it was Aiyuk. Play after play after play. Now you see that Deebo Samuel is out, and they keying on him a little bit. He's not even getting the targets that he was getting before, and that wasn't even that many targets. What you could say, maybe 8. Started off maybe he was getting 8 targets, 7, 8 targets a game, and now it's down from that. No, again, no disrespect to Aiyuk in any way, but he's the number 1 anywhere on any team, if you ask me. The guy runs crisp routes. He does everything he's asked to do, and he just doesn't get the ball enough to say that he is a number 1 receiver because we can't really tell and find out because he can't get the ball. But that's just my opinion on Brandon Aiyuk. And, during this 3-game losing streak, it's not his fault, but we got to put some blame on the offense. Yeah, the defense is lapsing. They missed 32 tackles over these last 3 games. They, gave over 400 yards.
Yep.
Yes, that's bad. So we were still in position to win those games, except with the exception of Cincinnati. They just kind of, beat us and they got away from us. But I blame the head coach at this point. Shanahan, yes, he's a great coach, but I blame him. Everybody wants to blame Wilkes. Yeah, it's a collective problem, but who does it ultimately fall on? The head coach.
So my question is then, we're blaming the head coach because the extensions are going to come into play if the Niners start losing.
What do you mean?
Well, because people are going to point to the extensions. Why'd you extend them? That's what you know how this works.
What'd you make of John Lynch? And I'll let you finish here. Getting elevated to a different title. It feels like to me it's to keep Adam Peters in position, and I applaud that.
Yeah, you want to keep Adam Peters in the room.
I mean, they've done really well with the late round picks.
They have done that.
To me, he has been very instrumental from what they've said. I'm just going. It's hard to judge when these front office draft decisions and stuff, but it feels like they've done pretty darn good on him on a lot of those mid to late round picks, and I think he's a big part of that.
Now, for context here, let's just compare because Justin Jefferson, by far and away, is a superstar.
Of course.
And in that draft class in 2020, correct? 2020.
You returned to practice today, by the way, for you fantasy owners.
Yes, thank God.
Ooh. So, Jefferson is number 1. Henry Ruggs is now in prison.
Yeah, well,
Jerry Jeudy's on the milk carton. Maybe he's running from Steve Smith Sr.
Yeah. Dropping balls left and right.
Jalen Rieger's on his third team. Michael Pittman Jr. is kind of falling off because of the quarterback situation. In Indianapolis.
Yeah. Although I actually still like him a lot.
I do. I think he's a baller. I think Chase Claypool is really good. That sounder there.
Chase Claypool?
Yeah, Chase
He's traded
Claypool.
multiple times.
He's on his third team.
Yeah, he sums up with him his work ethic.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. By the way, you heard that sounder. Let's give away a 4-pack of tickets to AEW, All Elite Wrestling. And we have a special guest tomorrow at 9:30. 9:30, we have a very special guest. I'm not even going to reveal it. That's called a tease, folks. 4-pack of tickets right now. Call the number. What's the number, Lutman? 415. Go ahead.
415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652.
Fifth caller gets a 4-pack of tickets to go see AEW in Oakland tomorrow night. That should be a lot of fun. Powerhouse Hobbs from Palo Alto. He's going to be involved in that. He's a really good dude. Had a lot of fun with him last year on Pregame Live. Brent, so CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Aiyuk, I like to compare these two guys because nobody's touching Justin Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 34 games, CeeDee Lamb, 291 targets, 204 receptions, 2,676 yards. He's asked 14 touchdowns as well. So, very good, right? Last 34 games, 2,676. Mm-hmm. For Brandon Aiyuk, last 34 games, 227 targets. Compare that to CeeDee Lamb. He has 291 targets. That's 64 less targets than CeeDee Lamb. Aiyuk has 2,320 yards receiving and 156 catches compared to CeeDee Lamb's 204 catches. So the yardage is a lot better. The catch ratio is a lot better. And they both have 14 touchdowns. So Brandon Aiyuk, despite being in a run-first offense, and you can say Dallas maybe runs the ball a little bit more, especially when they had Zeke and Tony Pollard, but their drop-back passing game has been better than the Niners. Mm-hmm. They're on par with each other. And Aiyuk's in a run-first offense that has had a lot of volatility at the quarterback position.
But like, for me, I'm not trading a first-round pick for CeeDee Lamb, right? That's me. Tyreek Hill got traded for first-round pick. Devontae Adams, first-round pick. Stephon Diggs, first-round pick. A.J. Brown, first-round pick. Those guys are, no doubt about it, premium number ones. And that's where I have the separator. I don't have CeeDee or Brandon Aiyuk in that category. Me.
I'd trade a first-round pick for CeeDee Lamb right now. Sure hands, good route runner, makes plays. I would take CeeDee Lamb right now. I love CeeDee Lamb. But that just goes to show you that in different offenses, and would you classify CeeDee as a number one?
See, I don't know. I think he's really good, but I don't, again, like Brandon Aiyuk, I think if he's your one, I would love him as a two. Just personally. I don't put him in the same category as A.J. Brown, but maybe I'm being too critical.
Yeah, I would put CeeDee Lamb. I would have him as a number one.
I think there's a difference between Tyreek, Devontae, AJ,
no
those
doubt.
guys where
he's a tier down.
But
not all number ones need to be tier one.
And it feels like I'm knocking CeeDee. He's really, most teams would love to have him. Most teams would die to have a guy like that.
There's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, but you could still be a number one on the team. I don't know. I like CeeDee. I like CeeDee a lot. But it just shows you Aiyuk's numbers are very comparable to CeeDee Lamb's in the same amount of time.
Well, this year they're very comparable to Garrett Wilson's, for example. And Garrett Wilson's playing on a horrific offense with Zach Wilson. And they're very, very, very similar. There's a lot of really good wide receivers right now. A lot of really good ones. A lot of them. They're like, wide receiver play has probably never been this deep, And so I just think that I looked at Aiyuk heading into the year, and I thought we were going to get just a little more. And I think that goes to the offensive conversation of, hey, when you don't have Debo, when you don't have Trent Williams, when the offense is turning the ball over, you're not going to get as many opportunities.
I hear you. I want to ask this question again, and if it doesn't generate any buzz, then so be it. In your mind, and I'll start with you, Shasky, in your mind, will these next 9 games determine whether or not, in your brain, whether or not Brock Purdy is the franchise quarterback of the 49ers?
It sure feels like we're making assessment on the quarterback.
I'm not even saying he's not good.
Organization.
I'm just asking for the next 9 games.
Yes. If you think that they can just have a month again of bad play, period, just the team bad play, and they're not going to assess every position, quarterback included, that's not how football works. Come on, here today, gone tomorrow. Every quarterback in the league, for the most part, is year to year. Russell Wilson, Bonte, a guy I thought was going to the Hall of Fame. We were ready to rewrite the back end of his career after a half a season of horrible play. And then he got hurt last year at the end and ended up sitting out. And at the beginning of this year, we're ready to crush him. So I think anybody who doesn't think that quarterback is going to be under evaluation is tripping. There are the minted, the Patrick Mahomes types who can play through months of weaknesses. And then there's everybody else. I don't think Brock's in that category yet, and I don't know how many guys are. There's probably like 25 guys that are in the Brock category in terms of you're only as good as your last handful of games. You don't think Jared Goff is under that same scrutiny in Detroit?
He is. He is.
And Jared Goff's been good.
This year he'll get a pass, I believe. He'll get them.
But
get
won't
them to
that
the
turn
playoffs.
quickly?
Oh, it will turn quickly.
Right?
It depends if they lose in the playoffs. And it depends how they lose.
Exactly.
And then they're say, well, you know what? Maybe it's time to search.
Even Jalen Hurts, who got big money, if he had a month and a half, 2 months of bad play, they were winning games and he wasn't looking great. Right. And Eagle fans were losing their minds.
Right.
Were they not?
Right.
So what you guys are saying is this is a legacy month for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and look, I'm pulling for Brock Purdy. I want Brock Purdy to ball out over these next 9 games because you know what? I'm tired of talking about the quarterback position. I really am. I'm tired of playing the quarterback musical chairs. I want Brock Purdy to seize the moment, take this job, and we can have somebody we can build around. I'm tired of having question marks at the quarterback spot. But how do the next 9 games look after what we've just seen in the last 3 games? Cleveland was not good. You want to blame the wet? You want to blame the rain or whatnot? He was not good in Cleveland. That offense had 8 straight 3-and-outs. They were not good. All right? He had a couple of intentional groundings, couldn't outrun anybody. That was pre-concussion. All right? Now, if you want to say the post-concussion syndrome and everything like that has something to do with it, okay, let's see the next 9 games. But I am pulling for Brock Purdy to take over this job. I want Brock Purdy to be the quarterback for this team for a long time. But he's got to prove it on the field. And he's got to prove it to Kyle Shanahan. He's got to go out there and make plays.
They're playing a quarterback this weekend, Trevor Lawrence, who the pedigree is baked into the assessment because of being the number 1 overall pick, basically since he was in high school. There's not a doubt in anyone's mind he's a franchise quarterback, right?
Feels like it. I feel like he's a franchise quarterback.
Are we basing a lot of that on that? And obviously there's more to it, but
Picks,
that playoff.
What we've seen,
no, but was that,
throws he
did
makes.
That playoff game kind of cement his spot
I think
for at least the next year or two?
Because when here's the thing I want to see with Brock. When you're in a passing situation
where you have to pass, down multiple scores
to get back into the game.
Devoid of Brock, this offense struggles at that particular. Right. What you're saying right now is what I think is the biggest flaw to the Shanahan offense.
Yep.
But keep going. Drop back when everyone knows you got to throw.
Brought up Brock, Trevor Lawrence in that game against the Chargers. You knew they had to throw to get back into it. They had to. Mahomes had to throw to get back into the Eagles game, although Pacheco had a really good game on the ground. Trevor Lawrence made throws. Have we quite seen that yet from Brock Purdy? We saw the Raiders game. They were down 10 in the Raiders game.
Down and being
down 10.
Forced to throw.
Knowing like, hey, we got to throw the ball to make some things happen.
They haven't had a lot of those opportunities.
Now, we've seen those opportunities the last 3 weeks, right?
I mean, how many times did Jimmy have those opportunities? Not many, right? Like they were winning a lot and games were close, and that's the hallmark of a good team.
We saw Jimmy do it in New Orleans.
That's true.
We saw Jimmy do it against Arizona twice.
That's true.
Down 16-0 to Arizona at Levi's Stadium.
Yeah.
He did it twice.
Right.
Jimmy has some moments.
Against Cincinnati, did it a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, he did in overtime.
That was actually one of the best road wins they've had in the Shanahan
17-0 just to sneak into the playoffs.
That's right, down at halftime.
Although they did run the ball on that one drive.
The worst red zone pick to Jalen Ramsey in that second half. Of every Jimmy moment is immediately backed up by one of the worst throws I've ever seen.
So I agree with Lori Matthews on YouTube that good teams don't play from behind a lot. And I agree with that. The Niners haven't been behind a lot. But when you are behind.
Are the Chiefs good?
Yes.
They were down 10 at halftime.
Yeah.
In
the Super Bowl.
Is Philly good?
Yes.
They were down 10 last week.
Yes. They were down multiple
14, I think, last week.
No, they were down 14-7. 17-7.
There you go. So I knew they were down at least 10.
And they were down 17-3 to Washington.
Last week.
2 weeks ago, they were down 17-3 to Washington. They were down 17-7 to Washington at home.
Weren't they down 21-0 to the Colts last year early on?
Yep. So I want to see it from Brock. In the last 2 weeks, he's had chances to make something happen from coming from behind. Now, you could blame the concussions. Okay, fine. But this whole Shanahan being down 8+ points and Shanahan being down 5 and not being able to come back, that's got to change, right?
Do you believe we're afraid to analyze Brock Purdy's game without glowing praise? As a media, as a fan base?
I do think so.
Why? What is it? Was it the years of nitpicking Jimmy?
Yeah.
Maybe we flipped to the other side? Or is it because
honestly,
Brock's such a great story?
I think coming off of the pandemic, and there's so much negativity going on in the world, that we don't like negativity. And any little slight at somebody gets deemed negative.
Yeah.
You know, think about it. Casey's texting me right now saying, you hate Shanahan. I'm like, God damn, I don't hate Shanahan. I don't hate Brock Purdy. I don't hate Nick Bosa. I don't hate Andrew Wiggins. My job is to assess the
CP3
situation.
Anymore?
No, I don't. He's playing well.
Or Dylan Brooks anymore.
He's playing well. Well, Dylan Brooks is a clown, but, it's funny sometimes. He's a clown, though. Let's be real. Dylan Brooks is a clown.
He's fun.
He's
good for the game.
Yeah, I guess.
Make a great warrior.
Well, I'll say this. Memphis miss him. Yeah. The Memphis Grizzlies miss him. But you know what? But I get that heat whenever I criticize. So that's why I get afraid to even bring up Brock Purdy.
Well, but
honest to God, I'm afraid to bring up Brock Purdy because every little slight I give him, you hate Brock Purdy. You want to trade to be the guy. I told you guys last offseason, I don't care if Sam Darnold's playing quarterback. I don't care if Brendan Allen's. To me, I just want to win a Super Bowl. That's what it's about for me. I just want to be able to celebrate down Market Street with the Niner Empire and celebrate something we haven't been able to celebrate since I was 11 years old.
But why does everything have to be so extreme? Either a player is garbage or the best ever. Why can't we be analytical?
That's all I'm trying to do. We're trying to assess information, trying to assess throws. Brock Purdy has done some really good things.
Well, we've had a great conversation about Brandon Aiyuk and where he fits in. And we've been very analytical about it. Where I'm explaining what makes my tier, you're explaining what makes your tier, and it feels like we're having a sophisticated conversation. But if we do that to the quarterback,
it becomes racial,
or it becomes extreme. So and so's garbage. So and so's the greatest that ever lived. It can never be analytical.
I
feel like Kirk Cousins suffers from this. Where Kirk Cousins is a good player, you can win a lot of games with Kirk Cousins. Okay, he's not Mahomes. But he's also not garbage.
Apparently I have race-based love for Trey Lance. It's like, come on, man. Again, I'm going to say this every day. If you don't know me, my favorite quarterback all time is Dan Marino. He's white. All right? My second favorite quarterback all time is Steve Young, and he's white. All right? So let's stop with the race stuff.
God.
It's not about race. It's about assessing the information. And right now the information... any slight towards Brock Purdy, you're bashing him. He's got 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters. If this was Jimmy Garoppolo, it wouldn't be race baiting. Jimmy Garoppolo turned the ball over in a Super Bowl, and he missed one throw, a low percentage deep pass to Emmanuel Sanders, and we can't get over it.
If we were breaking it down in terms of who loved Jimmy more between you and me,
it was me.
Clearly you.
It was me.
You defended Jimmy more than anyone.
But I'm a race baiter.
And I'm not knocking you for that. I'm saying you appreciated the little things he did well.
So I don't the whole race thing.
And you used to always say, look at the drop off between Jimmy and Mullins, Jimmy and CJ. Why can't they win with anyone else?
So I'm
poor Jimmy.
I mean, but
poor
again,
fans.
Looking at everything that's going on with the 49ers, and I think about the way they brought Jimmy back when Trey Lance was a starting quarterback. We always worried about, you don't want this cloud over. We talk about Klay Thompson, right? And Klay Thompson's playing some good basketball.
Yeah.
And we say we want to get the contract done because we don't want it hovering over his head throughout the season. Well, it doesn't feel like it's hovering over him.
No, he's played good.
He's played really good basketball. Steve Kerr, coaching his ass off despite not having a contract, right? It's fine. Same thing with Trey. We don't want the cloud, but yet Shanahan invited that smoke, And Shanahan again, all of a sudden everybody's getting on Steve Wilkes, and I get it. It was a terrible play call in Minnesota. Terrible.
It's like we can't unsee it.
But the coach went in and doubled down and followed Bosa's lead and was like, yeah, that's a bad call, and I don't like it. You don't call that. Just point blank in front of the media, threw Steve Wilkes under the bus. You could have had that conversation behind closed doors because, as Baldy said, yeah, I wouldn't have said that. Not in the public. Nick Bosa's bashing.
I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah, Nick Bosa's bashing him. It's like, come on, man. What are we doing here? So there's a lot of messiness going on right now in Santa Clara. Now, I love what Fred Warner said after the game. The players, we need to hold ourselves accountable. And that's where it starts.
I think if they can just get a win, the psyche of the team, the fan base, everything starts to flip, and we're feeling good. They just need to find a way. I don't care how ugly. I don't care what it looks like. Find a way to beat the Jaguars, a good team who's going to probably win that division and go to the playoffs if the Texans can't, continue to keep pushing them. This is a big one. This is a big one. Jacksonville's on a 5-game win streak. The Niners are on a 3-game losing streak. Something's got to give.
Something's got to give. Something's got to give. Oh, TC in Sacramento.
Where's he been?
Yeah, where is TC been laying in the cut? That's where he's been.
TC, you been hitting the TC? The TH?
Nah, man. Hey, listen, Joe and Bonte, y'all know how I feel, man. I just be chilling, man, and letting everything play out. But look, look, check it out. Y'all see everything unraveling. I've been trying to tell y'all, and a lot of this fan base is starting to see the root of the problem, man. What they say, what's in dark always come to light, man, and that's Shanahan, man. A lot of people have been saying, and everybody want to gloss over it, want to be blind, want to throw Wilkes under the bus. It's this, it's that. No, man, it's that dude, bro. It's Shanahan, man. That dude's the root of the problem. I don't care about an extension. That's why John moved up. Yeah, we're trying to save Adam Peters, but John, if Jed finna make a move, he ain't finna get rid of me. I'm finna go be the president, and Adam, you can be the GM, and the coach got to go, and we'll find another guy. Come on, bro. Check it out, man. Y'all better be ready, man. They better beat the Jaguars, bro. I'm telling you. Or this noise that's happening right now will get way louder. Joe, you better prepare yourself, bro. Seriously. Please take
How do I prepare myself?
And realize.
Is there an earthquake kit for me to be prepared? I'm curious. Well, how should I prepare myself?
No, Joe, listen, I'm not even being funny. I'm not even talking about the earthquake. I'm just saying, I don't want you to have to blend it on. I want you to see both sides of the story. Bonte see it.
What am I not seeing?
That Shanahan is a problem, bro, and this can all go down.
He's won 6 playoff games in 3 years.
Has he, or has his defense?
Oh, so now he doesn't get credit for wins?
No, he gets credit for wins.
Possibly.
But there's nuance to everything, right? There's nuance to everything.
Hey, you know what? Don't give Bochy credit.
No.
That Ranger team won that
No. See, now you want to, you want to do that. Fine, go ahead and do that.
No, but
go ahead and do that. We're trying to keep it real.
I was being tongue-in-cheek.
No, I know you are, but now's not the time for that. We got serious issues in San Francisco with this football team. We lost 3 in a row. I'm not in a joking mood when it comes to this football team. I'll play all the laughs. I'll laugh at all the jokes when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. But when it comes to this football team, that was talking about they were the best of the business, and fans calling me saying they're the best of the business. And now we got 3 straight losses. I'm not in the laughing mood when it comes to this football team anymore. I'm not. I'm annoyed. I'm highly annoyed with what's going on with the 49ers. And I love my Niners. But I'm not liking the excuses. Now Wilkes is coming from the box to the field. Great. Okay, cool. Now the defense, there's no excuses for them to play better. You just went to go trade for Chase Young. Cool. All right. Nick Bosa has his best friend back. They're back in training camp. They're working on moves together. Great. I want to see it now. I'm not in the laughing mood when it comes to the 49ers, nor when it comes to Shanahan. I'm not. Shanahan's a very good coach. Well, let's not sit there and act like his offense were world breeders in the playoffs.
Well, no, they didn't score more than 25 this week. I mean, you're coming off of a bye. You need to be able to whip up a first drive, 15-play scripted, whatever the hell you do to get ready to go down like a hot knife through butter. The last couple of weeks, all the scripted stuff at the beginning of the game hasn't worked that well.
It hasn't. 3 and out against Cincinnati. 3 straight runs got stuffed.
Watch that game back. That was a microcosm of how the whole game was going to go. They dominated the trenches.
Man, this is a big game on Sunday, man. Warriors got a big game Saturday, too, against Cleveland. They got to get revenge against the Cavaliers. Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell lit them up on Sunday. 55 points, 14 assists. But I like where the Warriors are at. You get to come home, practice, be at home, get in your own bed, be around the families. Warriors are all right. Warriors would be fine. I like where the bench is at.
That's an in-season game tournament Friday?
Tuesday against Minnesota. Tuesday would be an in-season tournament
Fridays
game.
Isn't?
Fridays at Cleveland because they're not in the same group.
Gotcha.
So
okay,
the group with the Warriors is OKC, Minnesota, Sacramento, and San Antonio.
See, I'm still learning this in-season tournament. I thought all Friday and Tuesday matchups were in-season, but only the ones for the people that are in the group. The group. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
So Tuesday night against Minnesota will be an in-season tournament game. The bench outscored the Denver's Nuggets bench by 30, 42-12. I think that's really positive. There's a lot of good things happening with the Warriors. Now, you got to get Andrew Wiggins going. I saw some signs in the second half where he's being a little more aggressive. He will get going. I truly believe in Andrew Wiggins. But when it comes to the 49ers, man, no Trent Williams possibly on Sunday. Here's Shanahan on Trent.
I think obviously there is. I mean, just when he's got a lot of history in there with stuff. It didn't show up as a high or anything like that, but when you've had that over your career, there's a number of things that, with how it's taken longer than expected to heal, it's more than a low.
And then how important is this week?
I think it's important every week, but especially you've lost 3 in a row, you got to get back to the part of that's all that ever matters. I mean, it's always a 1-week season, and it's not about going on a run or anything like that. It's about trying to beat a really good football team this week.
Gotta win. Gotta win. Gotta win.
Fast 5.
Gotta win. Final thoughts. Just win Sunday. For the Niners, not the Raiders. Just win. I don't want to hear anything else. I'm tired of it. Just win on Sunday. And we can have a happy show on Monday.
Just win, baby.
My final thought is this. I never thought I would grow to love CP3 this much. I mean, you're talking about coming home for the road trip. I'm ready to unveil the statue for CP3. I mean, my God, never has a guy, even Richard Sherman, who I loved. I think I like CP3 even more than Richard Sherman. I can't believe it. This guy's been unbelievable. I actually think he's got more left in the tank than Richard Sherman. And Richard Sherman was an all-pro that year. CP3's been awesome. Just what the doctor ordered. Get the commercials ready. Get it ready, fans. We need some sort of a CP3 chant. CP3. CP3. Love him. Love him.
I mean, I don't know if I'm willing to break out the statue talk yet for CP3, but I am loving.
That was an overreaction.
I'm going to call it the babysitter lineup. It's Chris Paul with Pod, Moody, J.K., and Trace Jackson Davis because, when you combine the 4 of their ages, I don't think it equals Chris Paul's age. It does, actually. But I do love that lineup of him with the young guys. And, yeah, it's making it a lot of fun. And I'm with you on one part, Shasky. I think I do like Chris Paul more than Richard Sherman.
Wow. When it comes to the young guys, I think they're trying to figure out like a name for the young guys and Chris Paul. I like the puppies, right? Because you got the old grizzled vets, old Yeller, if you will. Well, not old Yeller, maybe an older dog. Because you know how that one ends. Not
Yeller.
good. But
what are you doing?
A nice old dog. Think of it as an old dog.
When I had to put my dog down, it ruined me.
Oh, I know. It hurts. It hurts. But if you have an old, now you know, Shasky, if you have an old dog like a Chris Paul, like this older team, you get a puppy, it extends their life.
Absolutely.
It gives them more life. And I think you're seeing that this year with the Golden State Warriors. And I guess you can teach an old dog new tricks. Chris Paul off the bench.
Now that was the icing on the cake. Dog, I love you.
Now it's Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. Hey, XG, have a good day, baby, on YouTube.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes...
fully invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
There he is.
Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on a Thursday at 10:01.
Better not be Tuesday.
Yeah.
Payday tomorrow, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why you sounding down?
Well, because I'm on what's it called? I'm on a budget right now till payday.
Okay. I can relate.
We're keeping our eyes peeled on the bank account right now to make sure we. The Warriors. They got beat last night, 108-105 to Denver.
Yeah, the defending champs.
Both teams missing a guy or two. Good game. You know, I thought at the end of the day, as Rod Woodson would say, they just weren't good enough. They were almost good enough, but they weren't good enough to beat a team like that. But it sure feels like, Guru, there is a lot of optimism about this Warrior team now at 6-3.
No doubt about it. They had a chance to tie it. Steph with the left, the chef boy RD delivered the pizza. Quite didn't go in. But I'll take I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do for you and our show. I know the players, the coaches have talked about they're done talking about last year. Steph kind of touched on it last night because he was about to go there. But for me as a fan, how can I not? Because that lets you know you can see the growth in the gains. For whatever reason, Steiny, this team is together. The bench is the fifth leading bench unit in the league. I'll go over the other names. So remember you and I were talking about how are they going to replace Jordan Poole's point production? Well, they're doing a damn good job. I like what I saw from TJD. Wiggins had a pulse. And I don't know what you make of that last Chris Paul pass to Klay. Could Klay have done anything? That was going to be a YOLO shot anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? If he caught it clean, it's still a heave. It's a heave, right?
Still going to be a tough shot.
Okay, no doubt about it.
Definitely going to be a tough shot.
Denver's good. Shocker.
They are pretty good. Jokic is a good player.
They got some size.
Yeah, the one, and I want to ask Warrior fans this because it does feel like there's a lot of positivity.
No doubt.
But my question for Warrior fans is like, how are we viewing this Warriors team? How are you viewing them through the lens of they are a championship contender? The goal is to win number 5, and that's the standard we have to use to judge them. Or, you know what? Last year they had some internal issues. They won 44 games. They got out of the first round. Let's look at this team as a middle, a 4-5 seed with a chance to make a run to the Western Conference Finals. Because and people are going to say that, okay, here he goes. But if I'm looking at the Warriors like a championship team, I'm not quite as optimistic as everybody else is then about the Warriors. I think there's a lot of good signs, but I do think there's some stuff that they're going to have to figure out over the course of the year. No surprise.
Let's break it down, Steiny. Yeah. I appreciate the honesty, but I'm on the other side. I feel like, and we had Joe Lacob in here. He looked you and I in our face with Raymond Ritter and said how thirsty he was for number 5, just the organization. So if you're right and they're playing for something with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson besides a shot at the title, then the dynasty's over. And I don't believe it's over. I got to control myself here, Janet Jackson. I think this team is so vested in getting that 5th ring that if they feel or deem a player is no longer a fit, something may be done to remedy that. And I'm talking trades or somehow bring somebody else in here that can have an impact to where they can go further than last year's conference semis. Because as bad as last year's Warriors team was off the floor, they still got to this conference semis, and that wasn't good enough. So, Steiny, I still think if you're sitting with Steph Curry as is, playing at the top of his game, yeah, they lack size, but they make up for it with IQ. And that's why I know Murray was missing for the Nuggets last night, but I'm sitting here like, you telling me they could steal or win this game? And they did, because they're getting it from a lot of other people. So I'm all in on thinking, Steiny, they can win it until we see otherwise.
Maybe.
And maybe you're right. What concerns you most? Like, why do you think they made a championship?
So I think something's going on with Wiggins. I think.
He had a pulse last night. Evan and I said he had a pulse.
Oh, well, then pay the man. Pay the man then. Right? By the way, the one thing I said yesterday, remember? Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yeah, I saw.
They can't really play together.
Kerr knows it.
They don't really bring out the best in each other. They're both of them kind of struggled last night. But, I mean, Wiggins looked a little more like himself.
The effort was there.
Just so.
Yeah.
The size numbers didn't really kill him.
Yeah. I guess, Donnie, in a crazy world, that was a positive too. But, I mean, nobody could stop Jokic. If you want to go there, then maybe it was. But he's just that good. Looney was throwing his body and his ass around.
Yeah. Maybe a night when Draymond Green plays and he makes Jokic miss a few more shots, they win that game. Let's go to Joel. Joel's in Berkeley.
B-Town.
Hey, Joel. How you doing, man?
Doing well, sir. And yourself?
Hanging in. Got a little heartburn, I think.
There you go.
A little heartburn issue today.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, man.
Take some Tums.
Can't help you there. I'm a picture of health. I've never had any problems.
Good for you. Good for you. I'm a mess right now.
That is the best thing going. Go ahead. What you got, baby?
All right, look, man. I'm not championship or bust. I expect to be playing meaningful basketball late into the summer, and if it's a championship, that's freaking exactly what we need. But you know what? If it's conference championship and we're doing well, and it's you know what? It's a season that we're proud of. But here's what I think about. I got to say this about Wiggins and Kuminga.
Okay.
I think Kuminga was rolling when they took him out and put Wiggins in, and Wiggins was struggling. And I'm like, they're kind of interchangeable right now. I think obviously Wiggins has got the experience and a whole bunch of other things on Kuminga.
Right.
But Kuminga and him are interchangeable. And if Kuminga is rolling, which he tends to do at the end of games rather than the beginning, it'd be nice if he get a good first quarter in. But why would you take him out and put Wiggins into the final lineup and then watch it all go away? I'm like, you put him in there with good guys, he's rolling. Okay, anyway, enough of that. But right. I honestly think we can have a successful, wonderful season and not have it end in a championship. It's meaningful, competitive basketball. It's fun to watch from start to finish. And Steph's on fire, so we always have a chance.
Yeah. I hear you, Joel. Appreciate it.
I'm going to steal a page out of your books, Donnie. It sounds like Joel was saying it. You don't want to waste Steph Curry's, prime or where he's at right now, and he is not your problem. But I'll say this, and Evan kind of disagree with me. Jonathan Kuminga was 4-12, but he was a +9 on the day, Steiny. I felt like that +9 was at all the other stuff he was doing. 4 rebounds, and you ain't going to make every shot. But, I didn't think Denver had an answer for him. He just missed some shots, but he still was a +9. Why only 19 minutes? And I get Kerr probably was throwing a bone to Wiggins, who had 29, his normal minute usage. But I'm not going to come in and second guess. Kerr knows what he's doing. Rome wasn't built in one day. I like what we saw. Snotty, I love to see Pajinski play. I love to see Jackson Davis. I'm a fan. I don't think there's too many in Warrior Nation. His free throws looked, I think that might have been a one-off when I looked at his form. He was hitting them yesterday, 4 or 5, fluid.
What he shoot at Indiana? Do we know?
I think Evan told us 60-something%. I'm guessing Evan will let us know. You need some water? You good?
It's not heartburn. It's
All
like,
right.
I don't know what it is, man. It's like
67%.
It's like right here. I don't know what it is. Spadone, you looking at me or looking at the computer?
Spadone, the doctor.
A little oblique problem, maybe?
Oh,
here, man. Dude, I
got to quit laughing on the show. But it's like a sitcom, man. It's my money. Billy from Atco texted me when I was off the show to tell you he shot an 80. He had just got off the
good
link.
for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for him. Let's go to Adam. Adam in San Jose. I'll get it going.
All right. Let me know what you need. I'm here for you.
What's up, Adam in San Jose?
What up, fellas? How you doing? Good
buddy.
morning.
Talk to us.
I'd be lying if I said that I don't think last year's discombobulation is still affecting Andrew Wiggins. Between the chemistry and the extensive absence he had last year, I think he's reaping the consequences now, and that's why he's playing like that. And then, am I the only one who thinks Klay Thompson is continuing to press? Last year, it was to prove that he's still a top player, and it seems like this year he's trying to prove that he deserves an extension. Let me know if I'm wrong.
What makes you, real quick, Zach, what makes you say that? Because I don't agree with you. He only took 12 shots.
But he's not playing with that same, like even on the defensive side of the ball, he's just not trying. He keeps getting smoked by these young guys. And then his shots are just.
Yeah. Go ahead, Snotty, because it's not that he's not giving a damn. It's what he has left physically. The lateral movements, Donnie. I'm seeing it.
Seeing what?
Guys kind of get the best of them at sometimes.
I don't think Klay's been a problem this year. I mean, there's a bigger issue, though, with Klay, and that is if he's going to be a 16-point per game scorer and his shooting is going to drop a little bit, then that hurts because he's always been a scorer.
Yeah.
Right? He doesn't make a lot of plays for anybody else. He's not a big rebounder. Was a real good on-ball defender. But what I'm getting at is if he's a scorer, you need him to score. You need to get you 20 a game. And if he's going to be more judicious with his shots and he's only going to take 14, 15 shots a game, then maybe he's not going to be the scorer he was in the past. And then how do you make up for it in other areas?
Well, I'll say this about that question you just posed. My number one concern about this Warrior team damn near 10 games into the season is number 22. It's not Klay Thompson. That's just me. And what you just said is if Wiggins could do more and was the Wiggins that we expect, maybe he could make up for that. But it hasn't been that. I know you hate morale and
what? Morale?
No, that's
I hate morale.
No, moral victories.
Oh,
that's what
well, it
I was
depends
saying.
who the team
Right,
is.
we got a team meeting today anyway, confirmed by the boss. But
oh, we do.
Yeah, Snotty. But this is great stuff. But I'm just telling you, man, they could have beat Denver, and I know they didn't have Murray. This Warrior team's legit. That's all. Look at the Lakers. They're looking for a third star the week into the final. I'll send that to you on the vine. The Clippers, they were trying to work it out. Memphis, waiting on Ja. Warriors got some. I mean, I know you're not saying that, but everybody relax. They're just smarter than they were last year, man.
What'd you think of Curry's potential game-tying shot? You like that shot?
It's the first Curry shot that left his hand, and I said, that's off. You know what I mean? It was to deliver the pizza in the left to Steve Nash. I didn't like it.
You didn't like his shot?
Nah, I didn't like it right there.
I thought he was a great finisher.
He's the man, my dog. I ain't. As soon as I saw the left, the cinnamon, I was like, it ain't going in.
Yeah, did you not like the shot itself?
Oh, stop.
Or did you not like the fact that, a guy who hasn't had a lot of success late in games is taking that shot?
Nah, he's on fire. I was like, here we go. 3 of them early, 2 from Steph. But Stoney, that's the first time I was sipping on something. I had a little something. I said that, you know, when you sip on something, you have like that third eye. I said, that's not going in.
I mean, if I'm I'm not saying it was a bad shot at all, but if I'm Denver, I'm loving it. I'm loving that shot. First of all, you got him off the 3-point line.
And there you go.
And then you made him make a left-handed 10-foot floater.
Denver has some trees, Steiny.
Yeah, they do. TJ's in San Mateo. He says it's an encouraging loss. I guess that's what I want to get into. Hey, TJ, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Doing pretty well.
It's a victory, even though we lost, because I feel like, you know, Steph only had 23 points. He was not hitting. Klay wasn't on fire. Wiggins wasn't contributing offensively until like the fourth quarter, and we still went toe-to-toe with the champs and had a chance to win at the end, which means we don't have to have all our guys hitting to grind out a messy win, and that's encouraging, because last year we would have lost that by a lot.
Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot.
Yeah, I said that to you.
I'm hearing that a lot. Everybody seems to think they would have gotten blown out in that game last year.
Hey, I got something. You're a basketball connoisseur, Steiny.
Except when you disagree with me.
I'm growing, and I know Evan we're like, I won't speak for Evan, 50-50. I know where Spadoni's at on the plus-minus. Every bench player for the Warriors last night was a plus, and every starter was a minus.
That's because Denver's bench stinks, maybe. But you can look at things a lot of different ways.
I appreciate that, but I'm not going there. I'm going to where, you know, days of old where Curry was just going to give you 23 maybe on the road. The Warriors lose by 20 to the caller's point, and it's not just one guy, it's collectively. Now, I'm not telling you every guy on the bench played perfect, but the impact of where it can come from is oozing out on this team early. And I do wonder moving forward if Wiggins doesn't get his groove back like Stella and whatever Looney or Klay we get, is that going to be a problem? Like Sarge couldn't hit the side of a barn from 3. He was 0 for 3, but he was a minus 12, Steiny. So I'm just like, this bench is keeping them in it. And it's reminiscent of when they had, you know, Barbosa, Spates, you know, those guys. So I like where this Warrior team is at. So that's why I was saying moral victory. This seems to be the epitome of that.
Can I tell you one of the things I'm a stickler about?
Yeah.
Being kind of factual. And when people say, well, they had a chance to win that game. Did they? Did they ever have a shot that would have put them ahead late?
Well, Curry's three-point is his thing. If they make that, they're up. They win the game by 1.
But he took a 2.
That was on the table. Yeah, but before they came out of the timeout, that was on the table. Like, they might get on the bird airplane with the win. Because you said it was a win for Denver, the fact that they ran them off the 3-point line. But that, to me, I was like, they're going to win by 1 if this, you know.
But they weren't making threes last night.
No, they weren't.
No, all I'm saying
11 to 35 for 31%.
You know, Steph takes a 3, gets a look at it. That's a chance you got a shot to win that game. But they never had a shot at a game-winning shot. He took a 2 to send it into overtime or to try to.
Now, they had a lead in the fourth, Steiny, or late third. It got up to 5.
Yeah, they were down 5 with 3 minutes to go.
They led by 1 with 6.5 left.
Yeah. Jokic,
that was 6.5 minutes?
Yeah, that was the closest they got.
Yeah.
And Jokic just gifted him 2 free throws. Denver not good at shooting free throws on early in the season.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene says it was an encouraging loss. What's going on, Gene? How are you?
I'm fine, guys. Hey, yeah, I'm trying hard to remember the last time I felt good after a loss, but I actually felt, at the very end, of course, it was disappointing that Curry couldn't make that little layup. But anyways, but no, I feel really encouraged. Beginning of the season, the talk seemed to be, we're definitely a better team than we were last year, but we're not in the class of Denver. And now all of a sudden, I think we are. So, and I think we're just going to get better. I expect Wiggins to come around eventually. His shooting is off. He looks like he's line driving his jump shot. So hopefully it's a mechanical thing. He'll figure it out. And those kids are just going to get better and better. I mean, I was really excited when they got Jackson Davis because I've always been big on legacy picks anyway. You know, got kids who
right.
fathers played, and we got 5 of them now. And in fact, I'm kind of curious. As you know, first of all, of course, they got a head start because a lot of them were trained well by their dads, you know, and of course the DNA connection. So, I mean, I'm really curious. I wonder if one of you guys could kind of do a little research and see how successful legacy players have been in the past. But once again, I still don't understand how Davis.
Yeah, I don't
so low. I think he's towards the bottom of the second round. What the heck happened there? Because this kid's ready to play. I mean, he's doing stuff that we expected Wiseman to do. Yeah. I think he's going to be a regular part of the rotation by the second half of the year.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Gene. Appreciate the call as always.
Remember, I think it was Evan and I, we interviewed him, and he said had he come out his junior year, he probably would have been a top 10 or 15 pick, Stoney, but he said COVID messed him up. He thought that's why, that season was kind of interrupted by COVID on why he went where he went. But with that said, I saw Curry throw an alley-oop to him. I was like, there we go. We ain't had that since JaVale McGee.
Did he convert?
Yeah, it was done. Got backdoor one time, finished.
The thing with Curry, and it's kind of weird. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask Evan. Gene was talking about the legacy guys, and I think I let you know this, that even Pajemski's dad was a professional athlete.
Yes, you thought he was a basketball player.
I just said professional athlete. So they have a lot.
He played baseball.
They have a lot of those guys. Yeah, baseball player.
Yep.
I brought that up.
Wiggins.
I brought that up to Poach.
Klay.
I don't think he likes you.
Yeah,
Poach?
Me too, Stan.
Pods.
After you told him that haircut couldn't fly, what'd you say?
At a military school.
But the way you said it.
I put people at ease.
I think he got PTSD.
Yeah. Steiner.
We had a wonderful conversation. I know you get a little tongue-tied around pro athletes, Goo.
No, I brought up Lil Duro, and I said he's going to slam dunk who? And he was like, yeah, I just saw D.
Huh.
Shout out Santa Clara. They beat Southern Utah last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The Utes.
Oh, you see Pajemski get that and one on Julian Strawther?
Man.
It's a West Coast Conference crime right there.
Is that what? I think you put that on the vine.
Yeah,
that was
Strawther
nice.
went to Gonzaga.
Hey, my boy Pod's got a nice little Ginobili is this guy. He got a little razzle-dazzle. The footwork.
That's what's most important. You got to have razzle-dazzle. You got to, Goo.
I just hate that you take my stuff out of context. Jesus. Hey, I got to break somebody's heart here on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. The Kid 77. If Minnesota's out of contention at the trade deadline, could the Warriors make a push to get Cat? Look at the standings. And Minnesota, they got a damn good team, Stoney. I don't expect them to go the other way. Minnesota's a problem. So I don't think Cat will be available. 5-2 early on, but they're going to come here 2 games next week. But Minnesota's
one's an in-season tourney game, so the stakes will be very high, very high. I got to find this one for you,
Finchy.
This is going to be. This is just specifically for you, because you're a big Zach LaVine fan.
No, what, he didn't have his best game.
Okay, check this out.
Oh God,
here he goes. This is. But this team's got razzle dazzle. Yeah. The Chicago. There are 45. Listen to this. 45 3-man lineups in the NBA so far this season that have played 150 or more minutes together.
Okay.
45. The Bulls trio of Vucevic, LaVine, and DeRozan. They're 44th in offensive rating. They're 42nd in defensive rating. And they're 45th in net rating.
I just want to talk about Zach. That's bad.
He's the biggest part of the problem.
Right, that's not his stop. You get him with the right coach, you could just tell it's time for him to go, man. Really. But that is bad.
Would you want Zach LaVine?
Oh, my God.
The guy I want, if I'm the Golden State Warriors on the team, is Alex Caruso.
Well,
Kerr's infatuation with
true.
him.
That's, you know what?
Spadoni's still riding with
you know what's funny? You know what's funny is I think I would rather have Caruso than any of those other 3 guys. Because all those other three guys will come in and mess something up.
He had a legit one-on-one with Kevin Durant yesterday when the final possession in the regular period, the Suns ended up winning in overtime, but Caruso locked him up.
Yeah.
Oh, Caruso.
Yeah.
Spumoni.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot of guys want to jump in here. Mike in San Jose, Mike in Berkeley, Sal, Chris. I'm going to get to you all on the other side. Don't forget, 12:30, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. That's coming up at 12:30. That'll be at the same time we have Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us. So we're going to get into some Warriors. They get beat by the Denver Nuggets by 3 last night. And this segment was brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
when you sip on something, you have like that third eye.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Somebody get Pange on the phone.
Dude, you hurt my boy. My dog is hurt.
Get the doc. Get the doc on the phone.
Maybe you need to move up the procedure.
I am ready to go.
Maybe. Has this ever happened to you? It's a little bit in the back. I got a little bit of a back problem.
All right.
And it moves to the front. And now it's here. It's kind of here in the back and in the front. 888-957-9570.
Maybe you pull something.
Is there a podiatrist out there? A bone doctor?
He'll chime in.
Or just anybody who...
Podiatrist is foot.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Foot problem?
Thank you, Spumoni.
Yeah, you know what? Podiatrists are doctors, so they might know.
Maybe a dentist. So they're doctors too. You want a dentist?
I don't like to. I don't like to. What's the word? Judge those kind of. They're all wonderful people who serve man and womankind.
Well, let us know if you need a sub. We'll have Evan come in and come out the bullpen.
Like breathing heavy almost.
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, did you? I know. I'm surprised you didn't read this text. Levine got those bunnies, Goo. Levine's got the bunnies.
I do.
He's got bunnies.
I do like that.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Berkeley. Warriors. A lot of people talking about an encouraging loss. They got beat by 3. They were in it all game and gave Denver all they could handle. What's going on, Mike? How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Hey.
Doing well, thanks.
Good. Hey, I'm not quite as encouraged. Oh, first of all, though, I think you might have a kidney stone there, Sonny.
Somebody just text that in.
What?
A kidney stone. I just was going to read it.
I thought that was lower, like in your abdomen.
Well, it starts in your back.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it starts.
They say that's like giving a birth for a male when you got to pass it.
I know, I've heard that.
It's pretty uncomfortable when you do a lot of sitting.
Boy.
You're up moving around.
Get ready, Evan.
Huh.
All right. Bring in the lefty. Anyway, I'm not quite as encouraged as everybody else. The optics of it are just not, not doing it for me. I think we have.
Mike, call back. He
was a little nervous, huh? He wasn't. Yeah.
No, I thought he had a good line about bringing the lefty.
Yeah, that was good.
Anyway, Mike, call back.
And Evan's a righty.
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was a crafty lefty.
Crafty righty. There's none of them. We're extinct.
Yeah.
Like the dodos.
888-957-9570. I'm looking at the sound. I'm going to play this sound from Steve Kerr in a second. But did you jump into the Warriors Zoom call last post-game last night by any chance?
Oh, no.
Did you ask Curry? I see somebody ask Curry if his goal this year is to win the scoring title. I was wondering if
no,
maybe you didn't
not
ask
me,
him that?
Steiny.
Let's just take a listen to that one real quick.
That materializes throughout the season. It's not a goal. It's not something that I'm obsessing over. You play the game, take the shots that you think you're supposed to take and make, and shoot at a high clip and the efficiency and all that. And when I won it the 2 years before, it's just playing basketball, and that is the result. Like at the end of the year, you start looking at it a little bit more if you're in the chase, but it's not a goal at all.
Wow. He's just letting it.
It's a goal for Zach LaVine.
Boy. But I told you, I just felt like, again, going back to Game 7 last year, him taking the mic from Draymond or telling Draymond to sit this out, and the things that Curry said in the offseason, going to work out with Poole. He is, what's the thing the kids use? He DGAF. That's his season to me, and his attitude, and it's playing out on the field, on the court, and I feel like everybody else is following. Like, man, look at last night, Steiny 10, 18, 27, 42 points from the bench. And again, you got some starters that you probably could use a little more from, but if this is going to be a staple moving forward, strength is numbers is back. You got a closer, if not one of the best ones, marksman in Steph Curry and Klay. I just really thought last night, is this going to be the third game winner? If it had been a 3.
Mike in Berkeley's back. Hey, Mike in Berkeley, what's up?
Hey, guys, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. I was on the Golden Gate, so
oh boy,
yeah,
that's gonna.
You got some scenery, though, over there in the Golden. Soak it all in.
I want to Steve Kerr, get to some of the Steve Kerr sound. This is on he's describing an important sequence in the game. I'm looking forward to hearing which he thinks is important.
Well, I thought there was a big sequence. We went up 4 immediately, and on Moses' 3, I think, out of the corner, and then we had a great defensive possession. They had 1.5 seconds. I think Porter hit the corner jumper off the inbounds, and then we had a tough possession at the other end, and they scored in transition. So felt to me like right there we had a chance to take it to 8 or 10. You know, Jokic was out. They were on the ropes a little bit, and those 2 plays were really big.
I don't remember those exactly. Jokic was out, so it must have been early-ish.
Third quarter?
I think he played the whole third quarter, Jokic. Here's the other one I want to hear is he talking about the fight.
You know, down a couple key guys, you know, playing the defending champs on the road at the end of a long trip. It was a hell of a fight. Our guys really competed and gave themselves a chance to win. And, tough way to finish, but couldn't be more proud of them and more excited about our team.
I guess.
I mean, it's a marathon, not a sprint, man. Come on.
I gotta give up on it. This isn't the 17 team anymore. That's my fault. This isn't Kevin Durant's Warriors, and these guys aren't. They're competing for a championship.
Okay.
They're not the favorites.
All right.
So there is maybe more to be encouraged about than I'm thinking about. But I still look at this team as the goal is to win it all.
That's what they're in it for, Matt.
Well, then can you really be encouraged with a loss to Denver?
Without Draymond Green and Gary Payton II.
Well, they were without a great player,
I understand that, but again, the Warriors traded a big part of themselves, right or wrong, whatever you think about Jordan Poole. And you and I, and we weren't the only two. How were they going to replace the points? And they're blowing that to smithereens. So that's one. Everybody's taking a step back in regard to Klay Thompson. He's playing more team ball. And right now, my only thing is, can CP3, and last night he had 9 points, 4-10 from the field, 1 of 4 from deep, but still, Steiny, 5 rebounds, 4 assists from CP3. You just like the nucleus and the makeup, and all you can do is just dream that you'll get better going forward. And right now, I'll take 6-3 all day. And if you want to say, hey, you lost to Phoenix, who else they lose to? You lost to Cleveland. You get back on Cleveland Saturday night in your building. I like where this team is at.
Sal's in Hayward. Hey, Sal, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, just wanted to say thanks for taking my call. I listen to you guys every day on my way to work. I was cracking up when I was listening to you earlier. Guru said that on Steph's last shot, he said as soon as it left his fingers, he knew it wasn't going to go in. I was listening to the game on my phone at work last night, and I had to run to my phone to watch that last 14 seconds, and I said the same thing. As soon as Steph usually makes that shot 9 times out of 10, and I knew as soon as it left his fingers it wasn't going in. I felt bad, man. They're playing good. They had a chance to win that game.
Yeah.
I love what I see from the bench. The bench is doing amazing. They kept them in that game, and they could have closed it out. But it was exciting to see. It was very encouraging.
All right.
And I also just wanted to say thanks for taking my call again.
Yeah.
I'll actually be at the Chase Center at the game on Sunday. It'll be my second time at Chase Center.
Nice.
So
There you go.
excited to see them play. Yeah.
Nice. That's the that's T-Wolves. Woo!
Finchy, where we sitting, Steiny?
What's that?
You getting the seats? The good seats?
I don't know. Boy. Which game you want to see, Sunday or Tuesday?
Tuesday.
You know what? I'm having a problem with this headset, too. It gets caught under the chair.
Yeah. I got you. I appreciate you coming around to you understand the enthusiasm about this team. 5-2 on the road, 6-3, and again.
Boy, that would have been a nice win for you on the road. Whoo! That would have been.
Jokic tried to give it to you by not making the free throws. I couldn't believe he missed both.
And he turned it over when they were up 5.
Aaron Gordon turned it over a couple of times. I'm like, this might be meant to be. But with that said, I'll tell you what. We just talked about it. Cleveland's no walk in the park. They just beat you. These next 3 games will give us a lot to – these next 12 quarters, Donnie, with no OT, we'll learn a lot more. How about that?
Probably.
You can make the case that these 3 opponents are the biggest teams that the Warriors are going to run into.
Size matters.
Got some athleticism, too, on Minnesota. Mm-hmm.
Ant-Man.
Yeah. Oh, they got kitty cat. They got kitty cat.
I don't like that.
They got the little pussy cat.
Oh, boy.
You can still say that. Yeah. Relax. Hey, the one thing I'm noticing about the Warriors, and let me know how you feel about this, because I've noticed the trend. Remember, and maybe this is, again, me thinking about 2017. Remember when the Warriors had a magic number when it came to assists? Remember that?
Yep.
Remember what the number was? Evan does.
22.
That was like 30.
30. Wow. It was 30.
Man.
Yeah. How many did they have last night? Assists. 21.
Yep.
They're 8th or 9th in assists this year. They've been first in years past. So the fact that Chris Paul is the kind of player he is, it's going to make they're not going to move the ball as much as they have in the past with their open offense. So, there's going to be a little more pick and roll with Chris Paul when Steph's not in there. And it's just it's a little different. It's a little different than the Warriors that we've been used to seeing. The other thing is without Draymond Green, they lose one of their really good passers, especially in the half court. So that was probably another reason. But the style of play is just they look a little different than the teams that we've seen in the recent past, stylistically. Daniel's in Livermore. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, boys?
Going well.
Great show.
Thank you.
It's rare that I agree with Steiny on these ones, but I have to agree. I want to see a little bit more out of that closing unit when there is plays that can be executed. All in all, it's a comforting loss in the ways of our bench unit is trimming down. They're bringing us back into the games at times. At times when it switches back over to maybe more of a starting 5 minus Draymond last night, it's almost like we're a little bit sloppier without that CP3 out there and without that second unit. But in those closing minutes, man, I want to see Steph with the ball more. And it looked like CP3 missed play on a couple open shots a couple times. But when you have an opportunity to at least tie it or close it out, we're looking at a team that's trying to be a championship team. And I love comforting losses, but we're not here for comforting losses this year. We're here to go get that championship again. So I just want to see a little bit more cleanliness and taking care of the ball and executing when you can and getting those wins, especially the tough ones. But we're excited, right?
Yeah.
I agree, Tony. I want to see us tight at the end and close those out when we can.
Yeah, and they have been. Guys. Thanks, Daniel. And they have been. They won 2 games at the buzzer, which bodes well for their kind of play in crunch time. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at with the Warriors. They look together more so, obviously, than last year. It's just I don't know. I don't.
Well, you admitted you're being you're holding them to a standard that they had when they had Kevin Durant and they were the favorites. So that's a start right there. But you got to understand this team could not win a road game at all last year. All the TMZ stuff. So I think that's what Dub Nation is excited about. You kind of retooled. Steph is in a zone right now. Jackson Davis, you threw him in the torture chamber with Jokic. How many guys, veterans, are going to win that battle? But Stein, he just looked like he belonged, like they got something. They got a Frankenstein down there, Jackson Davis. They got some size to go along with Looney, who was throwing his body around. We had 8 rebounds last night, man. We sleep on Kevon Looney.
Yeah, but how many minutes?
30.
Yeah, we need more than 8 rebounds.
I'll give you this one. Jackson Davis, I just looked at it, 18 minutes, 2 rebounds. But Jokic, he was guarding Jokic.
Yeah, he shouldn't rebound then. If you're guarding Jokic, you don't have to rebound. This is where, Yeah, okay. He's been fine, Jackson Davis.
They're getting more from their rookies than they have in the past. That's what it's about early on. Even Pods, and I know he ain't playing every game, but he didn't kill you last night. He was a +6 with 5 points.
I'm trying to think what rookies came in here and played right away for the Warriors.
Wiseman.
Yeah, it's true. He started. Wiseman started.
The opportunity was there.
12-6. Oh, that's what he averaged. 12-6.
Well, he ain't getting that now.
No. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat by Denver. Cleveland's coming in here this weekend for a game Saturday, and then the Warriors play Sunday against Minnesota, and then Tuesday against Minnesota. So 510 says Denver's great at home. Warriors did okay to stay close. The altitude is their advantage, and that's for Raider Brian in Alameda. Okay, I'm with you there.
They're undefeated at home.
Denver?
Yep.
Yeah, they only lost one game in Minnesota. To Minnesota. My question to you, Goo, about the Golden State Warriors is give me one area that you think they're definitely better in than last year.
Okay.
And then one issue where the verdict's still out.
Wow. And I'm stating the obvious. It's depth. It's the bench. That is, so far, they've knocked that out of the park. Okay? Jordan Poole, I won't even bring him up again in regard to bench production. It's by committee, and it's a good thing to watch. Defensively, Steiny, the starters defensively, if it's going to be Sarge, well, Sarge was in there for Dre, but the perimeter D is a concern for me. And it reared its head against OKC, and I know they got some a bunch of young cats, but I just feel like if you can't control the perimeter when you play a good team with some athleticism, it's going to be about them missing more so than you turning their water off. So I hope I'm wrong, and I'm looking at Wiggins, I'm looking at Klay, I'm looking at Dre, I'm looking at Steph, everybody. Their perimeter D is a concern for me.
Well, that's fair. 925 Warriors were missing their two best defenders last night.
Those are facts.
And played good defense despite that. Got good minutes out of TJD. Once Wiggins gets going, this team will be much better.
29 minutes and 13 shots.
Okay. It's
11 points.
What about, how many did he make?
4 of the 13.
Because that's usually important.
No, it is.
It's kind of important.
What do you think's going on? We'll ask Monty. Like, it's just not falling.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just not falling. Nothing else to see here.
Got to the line 4 times.
Oh. Knock them all down?
3 or 4.
Hey. There he goes.
3 offensive rebounds. That's the greatest thing going, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Kuminga is a great on-ball defender. That's from Beard on the YouTube chat. Yeah,
well,
can be pretty good.
Well, the game's 48 minutes, so 29 of them he wasn't on the court.
Who?
Kuminga. So you can attack that perimeter D.
No, I hear.
Ant-Man, who Wiggins playing his old team Sunday after the Saturday showdown. But I'm eager to see how they adjust against Cleveland.
Can you imagine Wiggins not only going up against the T-Wolves, but it's an in-season tournament game? This guy's about to be unleashed.
I don't know how that works. Like, if
what do you
the
mean?
Warriors lose Tuesday, they're 1-1. How many do you lose before you're out of the chance to go to Vegas?
Yeah.
888-957-957. I don't know. Our guys in the back may.
The 510 says, Steiny, maybe it's because they haven't beaten an upper-tier team yet. The Goobers not going to like it.
No, I remember.
And they've gotten the benefit of playing teams without some of their best players. Minnesota and OKC with their full rosters will be a big test, especially Minnesota, who's beaten both Denver and Boston.
But when you talk like that, I'm not mad. There's some validity to that. But with such a short sample size, okay, Steiny, or the person that sent that in, what should the Warriors' record be then? Like, what are we supposed to do with that? It ain't our fault Fox wasn't available.
No, but it's noted. It's noted. It's like, listen, it's like when you have the University of Kentucky, okay? They're pretty good in basketball. And then you got, give me a Ball State.
Oh, boy.
Ball State.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Cardinals.
Football game
Ball State is 19-3. And Kentucky's 19-3.
Let's go.
Yeah, who's had a tougher schedule?
Kentucky.
Thank you.
But they're both still 19-3.
Right, but Ball State's in a mid-major. And the Warriors, unfortunately, have been playing mid-major teams so far. They haven't played the top 25 teams.
Well, they took Kentucky to the wire last night.
Who's
the
Kentucky?
Warriors. Denver.
Let's see, that's the thing about the moral victories. You know I don't like moral or no morale. I wouldn't say that was a moral victory, but I think there's some stuff to take from it. Steiny, let's say Wiggins doesn't wake up and remains a quote-unquote weak link. A package of Wiggins / Kuminga is a juicy package to obtain a win-now package, right?
You couldn't do without both of them. That ain't happening.
Depends for who.
But the thought of something being done is, oh, my goodness.
The reason that I wouldn't be interested in that is because if I'm on another team, I'm saying I don't want Wiggins and Kuminga.
Like the Lakers need Andrew Wiggins.
Why?
They got Vanderbilt and all those guys. Wish they could beat the good Andrew Wiggins, Spadoni.
If Spadoni co-signs,
okay. But
let
me finish before he answers Spadoni.
Yeah.
The good Andrew Wiggins. Like they got 3 guys that they're hoping. Cam Reddish.
Use the best 4 games of Wiggins' career. So we're looking at the good Wiggins over the course of the last 10 years.
What was the question?
The Lakers could use an Andrew Wiggins. Then that would spell the Scam Reddish experience.
Well, sure. If you're giving me like Scam Reddish for Andrew Wiggins, that's a no-brainer.
Vanderbilt. Would you rather have Wiggins or Vandy?
Wiggins.
Yeah, see, that's my guy.
Because at least when he's right offensively, you can keep him in there too. Like Vanderbilt couldn't play against the Warriors last year. Like it was unplayable.
That was
in that
bad.
series.
Yeah. Stoney, I'm worried about Wig to like. When's it going to? It ain't just a hitter, late on a pit. It's something.
Oh, you think there is something?
As we keep going down the road.
Yeah. The Warriors beat the Kings with Fox by 12.
True.
The Warriors also have played the most road games in the league so far.
Take that for data.
The Kings stink this year, by the way.
I beat Portland in OT.
Ooh.
Boy,
I'll tell you what.
I'm about to wave the flag.
That would have been a relax, Goo.
Dude, it's bad.
What are they, 3-4, the Kings?
No, it ain't about. Fox is nowhere to be found.
Maybe they stink because they're missing their best player.
No, nobody can hit a wide open 3, even when the best player was playing. That's floating around. Like,
but to the caller's point, like the Warriors did play them at full strength on the road.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, but it's that's not even a 500 team anymore. So.
Well, they are when Fox is in. 2-1, right?
Are they?
2-2.
Yeah. I was going to say about Sac. Oh, if the Warriors had won last night, that game would have been a big game for the record, for the Warriors' road record. I still feel very confident about that one, believe it or not. What are they, 5-2 now, the Warriors, or 6-2 on the road? It doesn't matter.
5-2.
5-2 on the road.
Yep.
That would have been a big win to go into Denver and win that game.
And I get it. Almost pulled it off. Almost don't count.
Yeah.
Last game of a road trip.
That's why I was waiting for them when they got up toward down 12. I was like, it's over. Even felt like Fitz and Kalena were kind of, got a break.
We got a break.
I just said it.
All right. And coming up in 90 minutes, knockout, your chance. Your chance to play on that same hardwood as Steph Curry. That's coming up at 12:30. Same time, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area joins us, and we'll tell you more about how to qualify. But at 12:30, that's going to be money time for you to get a chance to play on the Chase Center floor. That segment also brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
Absolutely incredible.
I whacked that thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The good life, Steiny. That's what Kanye was Kanye.
That's because he was, you mentioned Joshua Dobbs.
That's who I'd want to be right now. If you say, who could you be?
Why? Because he's playing for the best organization in football?
No, he's this year's Geno Smith.
That program.
They wrote me off. I didn't write back.
That program in Minneapolis is 4-star.
First of all, it's not a program. Second of all, you'd have to give up that hair, though.
I'm out. And then you know who I'd want to be is I get a haircut today, Marky D. Shout out DNR Barbershop. I watched it today. Hey, Jay-Z, I'd want to be him because of who he's married to. But other than that, Dobbs. I'll go bald, Evan. I'll go Jordan.
Well, you're infatuated with fame and fortune. I get that. You're not alone.
I'm the real LL Cool. And tell me who this random guys. Tell me who I'm mad at.
Who are
Gilbert Arenas? Shut up.
You know what?
He tweeted out. Everybody's protecting Jordan's legacy in his first 5 years of all the field goal attempts he missed. It's the number. Like, dude, lay off. Mike is Mike. You mess your career up. I'm just tired of guys getting fame for yapping.
And I'm tired of people thinking Michael Jordan never missed a shot.
He's 6-0 in the finals.
Yeah.
That's 100%.
6 final MVPs.
Yep, that means he didn't make the finals 9 times.
Why you focus on the negative?
Like when the Boston Celtics thumped them.
Yeah.
Year after year after year.
And then he did what? Why? He went and beat them.
You know what? No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No.
They went and drafted. They got better.
Who?
The Bulls organization.
Never got over on Bird.
Well, yeah, Bird, he didn't last. My back.
Got to the 90s. Please.
Limped.
Wow, that's a 3. We're just in an era where people are just trashing legacies for them to get in the media cycle. I get it, Gilbert. And I liked your game. I used to call him G-Code.
Yeah. I'd heard that. Somebody else invented that nickname, I think.
No, not in basketball.
For Gilbert. Gil, we call him. I call him Gil.
What do they call you?
Like, when did Steiny come out? Here in your radio career, or did they call you that back when you're doing the Warriors?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm random.
Yeah, I have no idea.
You don't know the origin of Steiny, huh?
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's like, what else is it going to be?
Like Guru, we know who gave it to me. Okay. I'm trying to make you feel better. You're in pain, man. Dude, I'm watching you during the breaks. If I could do something, I'd help you.
Let me. I want to hear this Curry, because you brought this up. He was talking about something, and then he thought about last year. Okay, let me hear that one.
I think if you looked at the schedule when it came out, and how many road games we had, 8 games in 8 different buildings in a short time span, you'll take the record that we have. Considering how we, played. No, I'm not going to keep talking about last year. We stopped it. We're great. I stopped myself. No, we're done with that.
Now, I don't know if that was that material in Kerr for saying don't bring it up, or did he really mean that?
I think he was having some fun. But,
okay,
but I think there is some truth to the fact that they want to put last year behind them. I think that's...
Well, they're off to a good start, especially with that road record. Yeah. And what about, just real quick, what about the goaltending they missed? That can lose you game. Is it hard for an official to miss? They went off the glass first. It's a close game. Those things matter. Are we asking too much as a basketball community for guys to get the call right?
Yes, we are. These are the best refs in the world.
Then how do you miss that?
Because it's it's unable to be officiated perfectly. Mm-hmm.
That's a hell of an answer.
There you go. Here's Steve Kerr.
The non-goaltend call it hurts, but I'm used to it.
You.
I mean, honestly, it's a difficult call to make. It happens, bang, bang. And it seems like, last year, 4 or 5 of those, it's going to happen this year too. So it's part of it. There are plenty of calls both ways. So that's the way it goes.
Yeah. So,
my man said I'm used to it.
In other words, quit crying, Goo. Quit crying.
It changed the outcome of the game.
No, it didn't.
It could have. To me, it did.
Yeah, no, 8 minutes to go. You got to suck it up.
So you just run down court and act like what just happened, like they could have melted. They didn't. They could have folded right after that. They didn't.
You know what? Now,
I'm being real. I'm just tired of officiating all across the board.
And you know what I'm
board,
tired
man.
of? I'm tired of you saying, no, I don't want to start over. When you, think about, this is where I got to question everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Steiny. They could have folded. Really? They're an NBA team.
Right. But what if Denver would have went on a 12-2 run?
Game.
We had said
Curry takes a layup. Is a bang-bang play. They don't get it. Let's quit.
No, I'm not.
Let's fold. Let's fold up the tents. We got a bad call. We could have folded right there. No team would have folded right there. None. You move on from a bad call.
Yeah. A missed call.
Bad call, yeah, sure. Missed call, bad call. Let me talk about some crunch time. Crunch time. And where is it? Hell of a 2-shot attempt. Choices.
The non-goaltend call.
It's tough to play,
but I'm used to it.
Buddy.
I mean, honestly, it's a difficult call to make it happen. Yeah, the choices are difficult. We got a lot of guys playing well, and so we closed based on matchups and based on how we thought the game was going, and had a few looks at the basket that didn't go, but I thought the group that was out there did a good job.
He was talking about who played in crunch time.
And
that would be Curry,
CP3,
Paul,
Klay.
I think Wiggins closed last
Wiggins.
night, right?
Yeah,
Wiggins.
Andrew.
And Saric was in for a little. Moody was in for a little. Looney was in for a little.
I'll say this about Chris Paul. I love watching him try to get to his spot to do that little fadeaway, his little staple. But, I mean, man, Steiny, it started to fall for him a little bit. I mean, he's not going to shoot. His numbers are going to do nothing but go up. But I kind of just sit there like he's just waiting, setting guys up and find his spot like an old Sam Cassell but it's Chris Paul. I like it. It's going to get better, man. I'm telling you, 6-3, who wouldn't take it?
Well, the Nuggets wouldn't.
Well,
they're 8-1. Boston wouldn't.
Well, they just lost to the new Sixers. Are they?
Hey, Philly.
Embiid, MVP again.
Yeah.
What was Paul? Yeah, 4 of 10 from the field, 1 of 4 from 3. You kind of want to fix that.
Man, I'd like to fix Steph 6 for 17, too.
Do we know why he went with the left? I know he was, you know what I mean? Like, he could have dribble hard, stop, and just pulled up.
Now you're questioning Steph?
I just thought of you won the other game all the way to the right. You could have just stopped and pulled up on it. Just a thought. I ain't second guessing my man.
Oh my God, no. You better not. Better not. What Warrior fans think of that look that Steph had?
Now that's a great call.
At 888-957-9570.
Did you think it was going in?
I almost didn't care if it was going in because once they forced him inside the 3, then you're like, okay, they're not going to win the game in regulation.
You are amazing.
So then they make Curry take a tough 10-foot floater with his left hand. I mean, you'll take that every day of the week if you're the Nuggets.
No doubt about it.
And Curry will make a couple of those. Yeah. He'll make some.
We just seen it, but not left-handed.
They would have had to go into overtime and win that game then. But what'd you guys think of that, Warrior fans, the look that Steph had there? I mean, I got to look at that play again because sometimes, in a situation like that, it's your 8th. How many times it's their 8th game in a different city and they're beat? Well, then why not go for the win?
That up.
Well, why not go for the win?
Yeah. Now, what about? I know we're not doing Denver radio, Steiny. I'm telling you, I can't tell you why his career has been the way it's been. Reggie Jackson, 32 minutes, 8 of 17, 20 points plus 12. Your boy can play, man. I ain't saying he's a superstar, but he can dribble, create a shot. He'll take a shot. boy, you something else.
What?
Just Reggie Jackson's an okay player. He could be on my team any day, man.
Well, your roster would have
Dylan
700
Brooks would
guys.
be on my roster, too. I like guys like that. You can do whatever as long as you play your ass off. Ron Artest, Meta World, I like those guys. Kurt Rambis.
Oh, my God.
Why would Kurt Rambis make you say, it's to play against Mikhail?
No, Mikhail made the play against him.
Right, he owes him.
No, I got
Kurt Rambis.
I got a big problem with Kurt Rambis. Big problem.
You want to share?
I told you this story.
No, never.
I told you the story when he was coaching the Timberwolves.
I remember all your stories. Oh, it had something to do with his wife.
Well, that's another part of it. So Rambis is in the Bay Area coaching the Timberwolves about 10 years ago, and they're at practice, and Jerry Zgoda, who worked for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, wasn't at the practice the previous day, and he was there that day, and Rambis didn't like him, and Zgoda's like, see, Evan remembers.
Oh, yeah. I'm all ears.
And Jerry's like, so how's Marbury's status? I don't know, whatever. Yeah. He's like, he's going to play, and I said that yesterday. He's like, what? And he looks at the PR guy, Rambis, and he goes, why do I have to say everything twice?
Oh, okay.
Why do I have to do this 2 practices in a row just because this guy wasn't there?
Wow, I do remember.
Why do I have to do that? Right. He said to the PR guy, and the PR is, well, you know.
How long did he last after that?
Goes, I was snowed in Salt Lake City.
I
couldn't get out of Salt Lake City. We were snowed in, and Rambis is like, what? Yeah, I'm just sick of it doing it.
Oh, dude. My fault. Yeah, the end was near then. The end was coming if he's doing that.
Rambis also
he's snapping. But that's the coach. I'm talking about the player.
The player used to steal toilet paper out of visiting locker rooms. What do you think of that?
Now, my wife does that at hotels with the soap and stuff. I'm offended if that. You got too much money. Come on now.
That's why he's got a lot of money. He saves it.
That's weak.
Towels.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, there's nothing wrong. No, there's a difference between taking toilet paper and taking shampoo. Shampoo's fine.
Conditioner.
I don't use
From
conditioner.
the hotels?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not yours.
Well, it's for
very
you.
normal.
Yeah, that's...
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I get it. Welcome to America.
You pay for the room. You can take those.
Oh, my God.
And you put them in your
how about I just
toiletries
take
bag
the lamp,
for later.
too? You pay for the room.
Well,
Could I take the lamp, put it in my bag?
And the sheets.
They're not reusing that shampoo. They throw it out.
I'm messing with you, but no. But that, boy, the world, man.
What about it?
Everybody can justify whatever they do and say they had good intentions.
It's shampoo.
It's always funny where people cross
Toilet
the line
paper's different.
or draw the line on things.
Evan, that's Dibbs' line. That's all I'm saying. Is where do you draw the line?
Let's go to Ray in San Rafael.
Ray.
He's got a dose of reality for Warrior fans. Mm-hmm. What's up, Ray?
Hi, gentlemen. Love the show.
Thanks.
We are 6-3, but we could easily be 3-6, and maybe even worse. And honestly, like we think Chris Paul can be somebody, but he that's what he is. He's doing the second unit, which is great. We've got a bit of an identity crisis with like let's start to lean on Wiggs. Let's start to lean on some of the younger guys, and then let's solve that. And then I think that in the long run will get us to a more winning combo. These games, man, if you think about it, like we could easily be 2-7.
That's the old me. Ray. What do you do with that? That's the old me.
What do you mean?
Because I know what he means, but to the call, you're not. You're not. But I get it. Sacramento came in here, could have won a game, had a lead without Fox. That didn't sit right with me, but wouldn't that be a negative Nelly focusing on something that didn't happen It could have happened, but let's focus on what happened, which has a 6-3.
So you know my guy Harry?
Oh boy, I love him.
No, you
We're
don't.
good now. Yeah.
He just sent. I was reading an email. He just sent me. This is
So we're doing a show and you're reading emails. Got it.
no, but it's content. It's just like the text.
All right. I'll play it with you, Stoney.
The
What do you think they're talking about?
I don't care. This is not me. This is a Warrior fan. Okay, big Warrior fan.
Okay.
But he just doesn't think they've got it this year. Okay, so you ready?
Yeah.
This is what you want. You want his summation
I
of
love
last
it.
night?
Oh, yeah. Synopsis.
This is not me. This is Harry. All right, a buddy of mine.
I love him.
Who? Two things this morning, Matt. The Warriors aren't going anywhere with Wiggins out there just taking up space. I heard you say that the Warriors have a real chance to win it all this year. Yeah, that ain't going to happen with this version of Wiggins. Once again, 11 points, 5 rebounds, 4 for 13 shooting, 0 for 3 on threes. He is just absent every game, averaging 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 0 assists per game. The Warriors cannot afford to have him out there, but Kerr is not worried. He should be, though. Another nothing game for Chris Paul. 9 points, 4 assists, 1 and 4 on threes. He's now 5 for 33 on threes. That's 14%, Matt. But hey, he only cost $30 million, and he's still worth it, right? Averaging 8 points and 4 rebounds and 7 assists a game. But he does so much more, right, Matt? Ugh.
I'm being real with, like I always am. He's probably not the only Warrior fan that's thinking like that. But to Harry's point, I was the biggest critic of Chris Paul coming here. And I talked about his offense. Steiny, tell Harry, he's a plus 63 on the season. So he's bringing other things to the table. But I'm with him. This can't continue, this version of CP3. And as far as Andrew Wiggins, we're not even 10 games in. I can't wait to talk to Monty. Steiny, I just really believe this is a slump. I don't believe this has anything to do with last year, but I'll tell you this. If you want to go DVR and fast forward to the All-Star break, and you're telling me this is the Andrew Wiggins that the Warriors have to try to get number 5, I really think Dunleavy and the Lakeups will be in the lab trying to make a move. That's how dire Andrew Wiggins is to me for the Warriors to win a chip. Not get to the offs. They're getting there. Oh. I'm talking about having Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green the opportunity to close games. You cannot waste where Steph is at right now. And Wiggins,
they're not.
If you're collateral damage because you're just floating, they need Wiggins. And that's why I just take offense to the people saying, oh, Kuminga could take a spot. Yeah, he can, but that don't make you better. Wiggins needs to bring something. It's early. I just don't know why it's not falling. He was 40% from 3 for a season almost. And now the 3 is just like, Stoney, some of them are not even close.
No, they're not. He's not a great shooter. Doesn't have great form. It's not a fundamentally sound shot, Wiggins. But he's made enough over the course of his career.
Harry came in strong, so he ain't believing. He don't think they can win. They win 5 in a row. He's looking bigger, his version of bigger picture, but they got something, Harry.
Not according to him.
He didn't mention the bench.
Steinmetz wants to bet that the Warriors will make the playoffs. No, I don't, but I do love when Goo gets ahead of himself.
They were in the conference semis last year with all that.
So were 8 other teams, okay?
I got you.
All right.
And they weren't a play-in team.
44 wins.
Yeah. I think they're going to surpass that. It's the NBA regular season. You can manipulate it to, you know what I mean? It ain't like.
Did they manipulate it last year?
No, they had some stuff going on.
Right. You can't manipulate it if you got stuff going on.
Couldn't win on the road.
Exactly. And now they've lost 1 in a row on the road.
Do you think they have stuff going on?
Evan, I love that. I'm a Steiny no.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I didn't say. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, something's going on with Wiggins.
Well, but you said last year they were a 44-win team because they had stuff going on. So if they don't have stuff going on.
46, 47.
which would be a top 4 seed.
Yeah, would it?
Last year.
Last year.
Kings.
But last year was different.
What is it? What do you mean?
The top 4, like there were teams were very bunched up last year, which was a little bit unusual. That's why there was such 4-game difference between the Kings and the Warriors, but it was a difference between 3rd and 6th, right?
I mean, the Warriors are 2 games out of 11th right now.
Right now or last year?
Right now. I'm just saying it's like it could be another bunched up year. Do you see teams that have really separated themselves thus far in the West?
Denver.
Okay,
and maybe the Warriors.
And that's it.
Maybe the Warriors. Yeah.
Well, Phoenix came in here and beat you without Bradley Beal, who played last night. Evan, can you? I know we're up against it. Can you dust off the game show music? Because I got a trivia question for the 3 of you. Just take one crack at it, and then we'll get to break. But can you name the 3 NBA teams that have the highest bench production in the league?
Warriors.
Okay.
Well, you wouldn't ask it otherwise.
Okay. It's Evan's turn.
Well, you said bench production?
Yes, sir. There's 4 teams ahead of the Warriors. See if you Spumoni and Steiner can get it. Give me a
the Sixers.
I couldn't.
No, that would be a.
I mean, this
Celtics.
Good guess.
This does not.
This shocked me a little bit.
This question does nothing for me.
But still,
just nothing. Washington.
Nobody. Now, why would you say that? They're second at 46.6 points a game.
Because I see that Jordan Poole's only playing 20 minutes a night.
The Bulls?
No.
Milwaukee?
No.
The Hawks?
No. I would never
Portland Trailblazers.
No, I'll give them to you.
Minnesota?
The Wizards at 41.6. You said that. The Magic at 43.6 and Sacramento at 47.3. Yep.
Well, outside of the Warriors, those are all bad teams right now.
Yeah.
Well, Pacers?
4-3.
5.
Well, they won last night.
Gutsy win for the Kings, though. Gutsy.
Dude, OT with Portland.
The Spurs beat Phoenix in Phoenix, Guru. What's your point? I just like reading. That's from the 510 on the Comcast.
And they still won. That was when Durant went CYO. Remember your boy ticket for King of the Rock.
I do. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Coming up in an hour, your chance to play hoop on the Chase Center floor. Warriors are 6-3, and now they're coming home for a few games. How you feeling about the start? It feels like an abundance of Warrior fans, a lot of Warrior fans, are pretty encouraged by this start. Are you guys encouraged by this start? And then what's the most encouraging thing about this team? Is it their depth right now? Is it the way Chris Paul's fitting in? Hell, it might be that they're winning even without Andrew Wiggins right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. And Goo, I got some pain in my...
I hope it ain't a kidney stone, seriously.
So do I. On 95.7 The Game.
when the expectations are low to mid, meaning a team in a rebuilding phase, and you got to rebuild the team and just get into the playoffs. And that's the goal. He succeeds in that. But as soon as the goal becomes Super Bowl or whatever other word you want to attach to that, I think Kyle Shanahan starts looking like a deer in headlights. Anytime he's down in the fourth or it's a close game in the fourth, Kyle Shanahan just has this like look on his face, like he just seen a ghost or I don't know what. But that's all I got for you guys, man. I just think Kyle Shanahan is a choke artist, and his record proves that with his 1-in-something record, 1-in-21. I don't know, but that's all I got, man. Thank you guys for always taking my call. I really appreciate that, and you guys are the best in the business. Thank you guys for sticking to sports. Appreciate it.
Thanks, CJ. Appreciate the call, man.
We'll veer off now.
What?
He said thanks to sticking to sports, we veer off a little too.
Yeah, but we don't do politics.
Oh, well, we don't.
You want
Shasky's jacket this morning? That thing was fire.
What do you? I have no idea what you're talking about.
You didn't see his coat? It looked like they.
I may have, but it didn't register.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Would you consider that a pea coat?
Evan, that's the word. I was like, "Goo, you're getting old, bro."
Peacoats are just.
But it was a gray one.
Navy blue.
But it was went past his. Oh, Stoddy was fire.
That's not a peacoat.
But you're not into fashion, so you wouldn't notice it. And that ain't a dig. Like, you know what I mean?
How my shoes compare to yours right now?
When I get paid, I'm gonna get some new sneaker update.
Oh man. See,
he went in on Kyle.
It's Steve Wilks. He's presently he's the defensive coordinator of the 49ers. Presently, let's listen to Steve Wilks.
I think just very candid. I think we're making a bigger deal out of it than it needs to be honest. But I just want to be able to communicate with the guys a little bit more during the game. You know, certain things that I'm seeing, I'd rather be able to talk to them directly than to communicate with coaches. I think our coaches do a great job. Number one, throughout the week, but also in-game adjustments. You know, that's one of the things I really, pride ourselves on, and how we communicate as a staff and making the right things throughout the game. So it's just really with me, just wanting to be able to communicate with those guys a little bit more.
So, can I just tell you what I got from that?
Sure.
This is something. I think there's a lot or a majority of him being scapegoated from Kyle. And Kyle's a renegade. It's his show. He can do whatever he wants. But the fact that Wilkes said, I think this is being made a bigger deal than it actually is. You could say the media is doing that, but I took that as you're saying that from the higher-ups at your job, and that's right directly at the doorstep of Kyle Shanahan. And if I'm Kyle, I don't think I like that. He'll never admit that, but I appreciate Wilkes bucking back. That's my version of Wilkes saying this whole thing is stupid. Hell, I'm going to communicate better down on the side. He's doing it for the company line, but Stoney, I love him saying, I just think this is nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea how he feels about it. And I don't know whether he was saying it's not a big deal to the media or not. What he's
Well, obviously his preference is to be in the booth.
You would think.
They got his ass up out of there. Remember we talked about it.
Well, one thing Shanahan also mentioned in his press conference yesterday was the fact that he likes being in the booth. Like Kyle Shanahan himself, as an offensive coordinator, liked being in the booth more than on the field. He just has to do it now because he's the head coach.
Exactly. Here, I heard that one. Let's. I'm going to go through this.
Okay.
And we're going to put him on the field this week. Something we've talked about for a little bit. There's pluses to it and minuses to it, but we'll see what we like about this week.
Now, I hate that. What's the minus?
What do you hate?
The minus part. I thought this was going to rectify or remedy the problem in the communication, but elaborate on what the minus part is.
The minus part is it's not part of his normal routine. We're asking him
this a panic move?
He's asking these questions again.
No,
I have no idea.
Well, you got
888-957-9570. What are you making of Steve Wilkes on the sideline?
I cannot wait for this game. I know you know. There's so many question marks about this team all of a sudden now on both sides of the ball. If Trent Williams doesn't go, you can't tell me
that's not going.
What's wrong?
Why would he go? Jeez, Goo.
Oh, man.
I told you he's been carrying too much weight. Shanahan on Trent.
I don't like
I think obviously there is. I mean, just when he's got a lot of history in there with stuff. He didn't show up as a high or anything like that. But when you've had that over your career, there's a number of things that, with how it's taken longer than expected to heal, it's more than a low.
He's 36.
Is that ligaments? What is going on? He said it's not a high. For the people that don't know what that is, high ankle sprain.
But it's not a low either. It looks like it's a mid.
So you're telling me 3 weeks ago this team has beat Dallas's ass. They got the boom box. They're coming out with attitude. Nobody can touch them. Debo's hurt. Trent's out. You lost 3 in a row, and you go get Chase Young. And, oh, by the way, if I can add, hey, Wilkes, come down here with us. Dude, this boy, it's a lot riding on this game to me. Kyle called the code red. You got to come down. Wow. And Purdy doesn't. This is a bounce back opportunity for Purdy.
Oh, thanks.
Not Harry. I'm not putting it all on Brock. But you're telling me his job is going to be easier or as easy as it was with Trent? Man.
Yeah. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Let's talk about Steve Wilkes. How you doing, Jose? What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Guru, always a fun. Listen, I think it is a big deal because the players are making it a big deal. So if it is important to them, it's important for Kyle to listen to the players. I mean, it's not about the defensive or offensive coordinator being nice, comfy, and comfortable where he is. It's about him actually providing the players with what they need. And right now, it seems like to me like they are not getting the communication that they need because the same way that he wants to communicate with them, they also want to tell him, okay, you know what, this is not working out. I think we need to do this, we need to do that. And being down in the up in the booth is not giving them that opportunity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have both, making an issue out of it.
Let me ask you this.
It's not being used the way, yeah.
At what point is it, what is Wilkes going to be able to tell Bosa? I'm asking, what is he going to be able to tell the D-line to do differently that he's down on the field instead of up in the booth? My point is, isn't this on the players? Go get the quarterback.
Good, but that's where you're getting it wrong. It's not about him telling the players what to do. They already know what to do. It's about the players being able to communicate with him and tell him, what you're asking me to do is not working out. It has to be a two-way communication.
I like that.
Wow. Yeah, maybe what the benefit of being down on the sidelines is he can tell Nick Bosa, you stink right now.
Oh, boy.
Get a sack.
I can't wait, man.
Get a sack. Here's where I'm at with the 9. Let's take the temperature of the 49er Nation.
Yeah, let's go.
Of the Niner faithful.
Put it under the tongue.
Here it is. And I'm using this word on purpose. My feeling on the 49ers right now, they're fine. They're fine. If they lose to Jacksonville, then they're not fine.
I hope. Can I put my
you're going to
John
agree with me
Hancock
100%.
Never happens.
Well, you just did.
Because it's the truth.
Well,
you got one right finally.
Finally. But who says I'm right? Maybe they could lose and somebody would be like, yeah, they're still fine.
They're favored. I mean, I just think that's a slap in the face to Jacksonville. They've won 5 in a row. They're at home. They're legit. They got playmakers everywhere. But okay, I got it. There's just no way Kyle's going to let his this team lose 4 in a row, Matt. Coming out of a bye?
They lost 4 in a row 2 years ago. I mean, if, you can hope. You can hope for the best for the Warriors and 49ers.
So there's no part of you sitting over there playing hurt that thinks Brock Purdy, like, are you curious to see that? And when I say you're nothing to see here, huh? I just find that, I don't believe you. I ain't calling you a liar, but I think.
You should believe me because, Brock Purdy's Brock Purdy. I think you're making too big a deal out of the interceptions.
Well, it's bigger than the season.
I'm just telling you the truth.
No,
I think Purdy's been pretty good.
Right.
I don't think he's been terrible the last 3 games.
But it's been a come down from where he was at.
Well, but
it's
here's the
happened
thing.
3 games in a row.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
And this is where
I'm
holding you accountable.
When does it stop?
Because when he was 10-0, we knew he's going to throw some interceptions. I'll tell you what, when he does, he said, well, he's throwing interceptions. And now everyone's like, yeah, see? What now? And it's like, well, you said this was going to happen. We all said it was going to happen. He wasn't going to be perfect for his whole career.
But for how long, Matt? That's why. And like I said, he was not bad. He was not terrible. And the reason you lost against Cincinnati, he had some blunders at the end.
You lost against the Cleveland Browns because your kicker missed a 40-yard field goal. Otherwise, they'd be 7-2 and nobody would even care. Or 6-2.
Well, the offense has been stagnant. They haven't got to 30 in a minute. And remember, we had hashtags 30 Purdy. Purdy for 30.
You had hashtags.
The internet had
I didn't have them.
Well, we know you're not
30
on 30
Purdy.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Please.
You know what I mean. I can't wait. 10 a.m. We ain't even got to wait till 1. You wake up and it's go time.
I think it's going to be great. They'll be able to celebrate big plays with Wilkes. That'll get them all hyped and pumped.
Is that his style? Because the other two guys, Sala and D'Amico Ryans, they remember they look like coaches.
Okay, so hold on. You're now saying, well, Wilkes might not be a rah-rah guy, and yet you're the same person who's expecting at any moment Andrew Wiggins to turn into a beast. Well, that's not who he is either. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
pretty good, huh?
It was C+. No,
C+,
C+. One can control the narrative. The other is dependent on guys going out and executing his plan. Andrew can go be aggressive.
No, he can't. That's
Wilkes
the point.
Is dependent on both of them getting it done.
Yeah. Wilkes coaching on the sideline sounds like a scapegoat move.
Man.
650.
Steiny, I can feel that. Your boy said he's making a big deal over nothing. Like he thinks the whole
He's talking to you.
Fun. No, he's talking to his coach.
I think he's talking to you and the media.
Steiny.
No, seriously, I do. Like, I think he thinks everybody's making too big a deal.
No, nobody can ignore why the defense is going the backwards. And now they're telling you got to come from where you're at to the field. And it's okay. But that to me is saying,
well, it's not okay.
We need some accountability.
See,
we want you here.
It can't be okay and then a problem.
No. To identify it from Shanahan's standpoint that we want you down here, I understand that.
You know what? I don't even know that Shanahan wants him down there. Check this out. This is Shanahan on what he likes.
I love being in the box. I think that's the best spot. I feel like you guys would judge me too hard if I went up there. If it ever gets cold enough, I might be. I like a chair and a desk and a lot of stuff to write down and things like that. You know, I had to do this for 9 years before I got here. I was only in the box 1 year, my last year, so I was 8 on the field before that. There's pluses and minuses to both, so you usually go with your preference.
That to me is the part that I think is interesting. Is Kyle saying, I prefer the box. Well, then let him up there. Why can't he stay up there?
Well, he said communication.
Well, that's one of the advantages. The disadvantage is he doesn't see the field like he sees it up in the booth.
Wow.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it's more about the players.
No doubt. I'm with you 100%.
Like the players want him down there.
I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%.
And Bosa said as much in his soundbite when he's kind of threw him under the bus without throwing him under the bus. All right, let's no excuses then. You got Chase Young. You got your defense. I'm talking to the players. Go get him. Go get the boy wonder.
Who's the boy wonder?
Trevor Lawrence with the locks. The hair.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We got some 49er news. Wilkes going down to the sidelines. He says it's not a big deal. 49ers at Jacksonville on Sunday. Jacksonville's won 5 in a row. I told you that I'm still convinced the 49ers are a playoff team, but you got to get Sunday. They don't get Sunday, and then I do think we got some unresolved issues. Got to get Sunday.
Yeah, I'll save my reaction because I'm just looking. Let's just say they lost, Donnie. If you look at who's behind them, the Commanders and the Packers and those times. They're not like the Niners. Again, Donnie, you don't want to lose 4 in a row because you set the standard. It was home field advantage. But I guess as far as falling all the way out, that's just if you look at the teams behind them, that ain't happening. They ain't consistent. Yeah, Minnesota trying to get in there.
They lose. Minnesota owns the tiebreaker on the 49ers.
Oh, boy, you're right.
You're damn right I do. I know that. I'll tell you what, that organization is bigger than any one player, even if the organization has one of the league's biggest players in Kirk Cousins. That guy can coach.
Is Kirk coming back this season?
No. Mm-mm.
It's his second season.
Right. That's right.
Evan, I need you, man.
13-3 last year, 13-4 in your face. Right in your freaking face.
Kirk Cousins, is he the system?
No, Kirk Cousins is
So you're done with him already.
I'm not
He drops
done.
an Achilles.
It's
He
bigger.
loses a tendon. You're out on him.
It's bigger.
You
than,
front runner.
Let me channel my inner guru. It's bigger than Kirk Cousins.
Hey, you know what? The last day I was
Such an
off,
annoying
I heard you tell Evan that. You know what? And he never breaks it down. I heard we were laughing. He always goes, it's bigger than, but he never tells you what. Oh, boy.
All right. Take this the way it's meant, Uncle Looney, but shut up.
What'd he say?
Dobbs is better than Cousins. Shut up, Uncle Looney.
Kirk's, I'm going NASDAQ. His stock has never been higher than it'll be this offseason. Your boy was in the zone, man. You give him time. No, I'm for real.
I can't stand this.
Well, you're on Dobbs' team now. You left him. Somebody had to adopt Kirk. Kirk, I got your back, baby. Take care of the kids.
Francois on the YouTube chat. Shanahan and Purdy need to do better. Y'all need to stop blaming the defense. Purdy was the reason we lost the last 2 games, but y'all afraid to say it.
They ain't talking to me.
No, they're not talking to you.
They all had a hand in it.
You've made
I'm listening.
Statements on both sides, so they're not talking about you.
No, I made real grown-up statements.
Which was?
Your boy has set the bar so high, Brock Purdy, that I just want to know if this is just a blip on the radar.
Oh, my God.
I get that. But if we come back here Monday and there's another similar game to Cincinnati and interceptions, my question to you and the masses is, I'm not going to say throw Brock Purdy to the fishes.
What are you going to do?
When does it end?
Oh, what are you going to do?
When does the bad Brock go away?
Probably the next
Does
game.
he go away?
So you're doing exactly what you said
Is your
you were.
boy about to go to the quarterback club? Look at it.
Pick a side. Do you think he's going to do it or not?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what makes it exciting.
No.
What?
It's not what makes it exciting. What makes it exciting is if you're going to be wrong. That makes it exciting.
Keep talking. Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Steiny,
Oh, boy.
No, come on, man.
Steiny.
3 weeks ago, this was the best team on both sides of the ball.
According to you.
I'm yelling with excitement because it's just a slap in every sport fan's face of don't get too ahead of your skis. Well, things change.
Don't you see why sometimes I can't stand doing shows with you?
What do you mean?
Because, again, we
react to new information.
No,
that's the way you do it.
No, you do.
And
I don't.
That's where you missed the boat.
No. Listen, the Golden State Warriors. I'm not coming in here after every loss saying they can't win it, and then when they win a game saying they can win it. No, they can't. Yes, they can. Well, how do you feel on Tuesday? I think they can on Tuesday. What about Thursday? Thursday, I don't think they can. I don't do that.
Okay, we got to go.
You know why we got to go?
Omaha. Let's see if you get it.
What's that? What is Omaha?
Nothing. Signal, Steiny.
As an audible.
Let me guess. You want me to do the knockout read?
I do.
That's what the sign was for.
Hey, you want a chance to play knockout at Chase Center? 12:30. 12:30. It coincides with Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area who'll be joining us. We're going to talk to Monty about the Warriors, and then we'll ask you a question about something Monty said, if you get it right, and then you can play on the Chase Center floor at a future date. And I don't think we'll be out there for that.
We are.
That's what they say at Penn State. I can't stand it. We are. Do you know that? And they just let it there. We are. We got to go.
We're going to put him on the field this week. Something we've talked about for a little bit. There's pluses to it and minuses to it, but we'll see what we like about this week.
All those areas we've suffered.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So are they trying to – you okay? I know you got a 7-Up.
Yeah, they're predicting our demise, Goo, on the YouTube chat. You see that?
No, we're getting nothing but love.
No.
Dude, we are getting –
You are. It's all me.
What's our demise?
This is my favorite.
We're going on 6 years now.
This is my favorite show by far. This is El Banco. Unfortunately, the way Steiny gets annoyed by Guru, I don't think they're going to last more than another year or two.
We're 6 years in. Right.
No, I'm crabby today. I got
every
back-ish.
day when you feel good, you're still right. We got it right.
Do I sound annoyed when I'm laughing like that? No, not at all. 49ers in a shambles.
So this is supposed to be a guy that doesn't play a position is supposed to jumpstart the deep. I feel like it's a panic move in a way, and I don't feel like I can back that up. I just don't like how it reads. And now you want to back up the move real quick of saying there's some minuses, Kai. Like, why did you just hold on to that? As a fan, I'm like, okay, here we go. Now you're telling me there's some pluses. So now if it's 34-31 and there's just, the D still looks as bad as it's been, or we don't recognize them, then what do you do?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's El Bancos. El Bancos. It's plural. Yay!
You need me to repeat what I said? Or you didn't hear it?
Well,
you didn't hear it.
No, I did hear it. I did hear it, and it was the opposite of what you said on Monday.
What did I say?
It was your idea, Steiny. Maybe you should get down onto the sidelines. And I'm like, it was a great question, a flat-out stumper. Steiny, do you think it would be better if what's his name? Wilkes goes down to the sidelines? And the only thing I can answer is, I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, my only thing about
they're doing it, and now it's a panic move.
Oh, Steiny, what do I know about Well, Matt, that was great.
Dude, you called it.
No, because I know personalities and relationships. I knew where this was headed. I wasn't an advocate for it, but I felt when he called him out, this is what was going to be the byproduct. My question to you is, what if Wilkes is not Robert Saleh? What if he is not D'Amico Ryans, two demonstrative guys? So if you're telling me it's not about Bosa needing that energy, okay, but what if this doesn't work, then what? And Kyle, before you start pointing the finger at the defense, here I go, brought to you by Billy and Atco, put the rat on the table, you got to worry about your offense, bud. Because the offense ain't, like, have you been putting Purdy in the best positions? I'm just like, all that's on the table. As great as I've called you, but you ain't smelling like roses. This whole thing is your team. Prop them up when they're good and keep it real when it ain't going well. This is all Kyle's baby, and I just feel like I wonder if this is a panic move. We'll find out Sunday at 10.
Well, will we? How is it going to become apparent, like one way or the other?
Let's say they get one sack. Jacksonville runs for a $180 or 200 yards.
Okay.
Let's just say they lose. Then, dude.
Fire him?
I will never forget this season about crowning a team after 5 games.
You forgot already with the Warriors season.
What's he talking about?
You said...
No, Stoddy, this is different. This is the biggest unexplainable metamorphosis I can remember. And I know you're like, Guru, you're right. Brock, you should have known it. But it's just weird. It's weird. And Debo will be out there, and that really has to help him. But Trent, what if he's under fire? I'm sure Jacksonville's going to be in their all-black unis.
You know what? You said it right. We were looking up, and they're replaying the Cowboy and the Eagles game.
Yeah, and that terrible grass.
And the game's been played, and there's a Cowboy running down the field, or an Eagle running down the field, and Guru's like, get him! And he looked over and he said, yeah, I don't think you and I could watch a game together.
Oh, nah.
We couldn't.
Yeah. It's like Shasky. I saw him watch a Niner game at the old station.
Okay.
Steiny, I turned into Norm. Like, he's worse than me times 8.
Really?
I had to, he didn't know him. I was like,
have you told him that?
Yeah, I said, we could never watch together.
Let's go to Money Mo in the V.
Valley
This
Joe.
is for you. This is a question for you, Goo.
Money Mo.
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? Another day in the sunshine. How you living?
Talk to us. I like that.
All right, buddies. Hey, man, I love your show. I just started calling in not too long ago, a couple weeks. But, hey, about this Jacksonville game, they're on a big win streak. They're hot. They're heavy. Young, talented quarterback, big tight end. Calvin Ridley's out there. Christian Kirk's out there. I'm worried about the Niners secondary in this game. How is the Niners secondary going to contain Ridley and Kirk? And then, where are the holes at in that secondary? All the talks about the D-line and little Warner and Greenlaw being hurt and stuff like that. But hey, man, look what Jamar Chase did. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta fix that secondary. And I'm not trying to get too much in the X's and O's with you guys, but what can the Niners do to slow down Calvin Ridley and Trevor Lawrence?
Well, let me throw this at you. I think they already went shopping because you didn't mention this. You don't think Chase Young is going to help immediately that D-line, and a secondary's best friend is a great pass rush. So to me, I haven't even mentioned the secondary because I feel like they might have, I don't want to say fixed it because I'm jumping the gun, but Chase Young is going to cause havoc, and that'll help the secondary.
You would think.
You would.
The text line here says, Guru, getting Chase Young was admitting the Niners are in trouble. Is admitting that meaning the Niners are already admitting they're in trouble by going
I'm not there yet. If we could see a couple games with them, but what if it doesn't pop defensively?
I don't expect it to.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, this guy, if it's going to be done, it's going to be done by the big boys, isn't it?
Well, he is a big boy.
I'm talking about Bosa.
Oh, okay.
Talking about Bosa.
So, we're talking about Wiggins and Poole, and if it means anything of that floats your boat. Does this mean anything that these guys were college teammates and went to the same alma mater? And, does that mean anything on Sunday or no, Stoney? Getting to the quarterback is what it's about. Because Bosa said some little subliminal stuff about, this defense and maybe how it's being called. Now he's got his buddy in town.
I have no clue if that'll be a factor, but I just always am. If Chase Young is so great, why did they move him for so little? That's all.
I'm Steiny. I am
because he was injured. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see what happens.
Or that he didn't listen to instruction.
He's a malcontent.
No, as Baldy told the Morning Roast, they would try to. Warren Sapp was telling them get some more power.
Oh yeah,
and take
they
off.
Put that finger in the ground.
Yeah, he don't like
hand
that.
In the ground.
Yeah, messes his vision.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, let me just throw this at you, partner, and I mean it because I know you're hurting.
Yeah.
I can't explain to you how excited I am for this game. What are you more concerned with, the Niner offense or defense? Because I'm gonna tell you before you go, the study computer, it's both for me.
Okay.
Like, that's how panic is. Like, you need you can't drink Mimosa City Sunday for Niner fans.
I thought I think I predicted this team go 11-6.
Oh,
they're right on pace for 11-6.
Well, you look at that schedule though, Stoney. This could get to 8.
Can we go through this schedule?
I'll bring it up.
This is a joke,
Evan. I'll beat you to it.
This is a flat out joke.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you trying to make it sound like this is a tough schedule. Let's go through it.
Okay, before you do it, because I can see where you're going.
Yeah. You're not going to want to do this.
I'm going to say, I don't want to speak. No, I don't want to speak for you, but I know what you're about to do.
Don't try to sell me that Tampa Bay is good.
No, Seattle.
They stink too.
See that? Now that's why I don't want to play the game then. Because you got to have appropriate fear. Seattle you play the.
Hey, Steve Kerr, save that line for 2017.
You play them on, is it Christmas or Thanksgiving, Evan?
Thanksgiving. They play the Ravens on Christmas.
Okay. Dude,
that's a tough game. That's a tough game.
All right, let's go through it.
You said earlier this year you got to watch out for Seattle. You got to watch out for the Seahawks.
That was because I was making a case for that argument.
Oh, wow.
This is something else.
This is incredible.
They stink. Don't you get it? They were good when I was creating fear in the 49ers. But now, don't tell me they're a good team. Pete Carroll's washed.
Right, here we go. Stop that.
Gum chewing.
All right, so look, 5-3 right now.
Yeah.
They're at Jacksonville. I don't know why they're favored. That is.
You want to know why they're favored? Because Jacksonville's overrated.
All right. Okay. All right. So there we go. Then they come home to Tampa. Okay.
33-6.
Okay. All right. At Seattle on Thanksgiving night.
Short week.
Short week.
For both teams.
Okay.
Body bag game.
21-14 Niners.
All right. Then they go at Philly. That's not. Can we just say, for the sake of fun, that's loss number 4?
No, I'm not going to say that.
Then that's why then I can't get. You'll never let me get to 8. From? Yeah.
No, they could beat Philly, couldn't they?
But they could lose to Philly too.
Maybe.
All right. Then you come home to Seattle after that.
That game is what's known as a gimme game.
This is
coming off of Philly?
Yes.
God,
yes.
I don't believe him. Then you go to Arizona with Kyler Murray playing.
No, that makes them worse. That makes them worse.
I don't think
with my guy Dobbs.
Then you come home to Baltimore.
Okay.
Dude, they may be the best team in the league right now. I'm just telling you.
I thought it was the Niners.
I did too.
Oh.
Okay. Then they go at Washington. Ron Rivera, ring the bell.
Yeah, they're good.
I can't do it with you. And then they're home against the Lambs.
Thank you.
Danny DeVito's son. Right?
You know what? Pretty soon.
I hated that exercise because
they may have the easiest schedule of any team left.
Not with Philly and Baltimore and Seattle twice.
Tampa Bay, they're really
and
good.
Jacksonville. Those are 5 losable games, bud.
Please.
All right.
Stop.
Oh, so you think it's going to be a walk in the park this Sunday?
Yeah, I do. Nothing to see here. Walk it off. Go bet?
Nah, because I
put some money.
I want Niner fans to be happy.
Come on, baby.
Yep.
Come on. Well, I'll bet on the Niners. I bet on the Niners to cover. I like the cover and the over. That's in spite of what Tannenbaum said yesterday. Mike, former GM of the Jets, he said it's a low-scoring game. I felt like saying, Mike, I got to tell you. I think
oh, boy, Niners are in trouble.
27-23.
Stephen A. Smith says he sees the Niners falling to the Jaguars. Oh, boy.
That's
and now, so that's does that become your opinion now?
No, remember, he predicted the Warriors to win it all, but nobody did, so.
It is pretty wild that the Jaguars are at home, coming off a bye, won 5 straight, were a playoff team last year, one of the best quarterbacks in the league in Trevor Lawrence. Yeah.
With weapons, though, Spadoni, with weapons.
And the Niners coming off a bye, I get it, but a 3-game losing streak?
Without
no
their
Trent
left tackle.
Williams?
Oh, my God.
He's carrying a little extra weight.
And they're road
favorites. What do they know we don't? Vegas. Because I told Evan I'm loaded up on the Niners.
They take emotion out of it. That's what Vegas does.
They could be also trying
and
to
it's
play
what you,
they could also
God
be
love
trying
you,
to play you,
is incapable of.
Knowing that the majority of bettors on Sunday are probably not going to be Jacksonville fans.
What's the weather like? Better not be damn.
Crystal clear.
Yes, but
there's cloudy, 70 degrees, humid, no chance.
Florida
cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
20. Love that book.
That's
Benny
a
loves
good
it
book.
too. 20% chance of some precipitation.
Oh, it's a Bosa homecoming, by the way.
How so?
Does he live in Florida?
He does.
Do you know how big
no
Florida
taxes?
is?
He strikes me as a Western Florida kind of guy.
Jacksonville is like 9 hours from Miami Beach.
Yeah,
Still
western
Florida.
side of Florida.
Huh?
Still Florida. No taxes. Dude, I look at my check and just wonder what if.
What if what?
We didn't have any to not take taxes. Your boy would be balling.
If you've lived in Florida,
Don't
wonder.
Yeah.
Do you a favor.
Steiny, this line is interesting. They've won 5 in a row. They're hot. They're a playoff team. They got Brock Purdy. Niner fans hope that he is what Trevor Lawrence is. Whatever Trevor goes, whatever direction he takes, he is their franchise. This is I have every.
How about this?
I can't wait for the game. I swear to you
How
guys,
about
I
this?
can't wait for this game.
You want a hot take? You want a hot?
Who's coming in to give it?
You want a? That's good. That's good. This is a hot take that after you think about it, you'll be like, Steiny's right again. If you give me a choice right now between Brock Purdy and Trevor Lawrence, I'm taking Brock Purdy.
What if I told you you don't believe that? You're doing that for effect. Explain that.
Because Trevor Lawrence needs to be paid after this year.
What is it with your thing and money?
Because
you think Lakeup regrets paying Curry?
No, it's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the 49ers, whether we like it or not. They got a 2-year window here with this quarterback making no money. You can keep this juggernaut around him because he makes no money. That's going to change, you would figure, at some point.
If he ends up being the man. But I thought paying the man that you identified is something that's a blessing. That's money well spent.
Yeah, if he's one of the top 3 to 4 quarterbacks in the league.
You think he's capable of that?
No.
But
no.
So I'm going to be honest, Steiny.
No.
The way this thing has started,
we
didn't know.
I don't like goo. That's my point. Jimmy Garoppolo went far with this team. Purdy went far with this team last year. So you think Kyle Shanahan don't think that he can get somebody in here to do it?
That's risky. And I don't think that's what he's trying to do because he went to get Trey Lance to save him from going through this musical chairs and not wanting to pay her. When the message the Niners sent with the Trey Lance pick was, I'm willing to pay when it's time, and I'm tired of going to the quarterback club dancing and trying to romance.
Okay.
I want to fall in love.
Okay, Zach Wilson going to get paid?
Hell no.
Is Mac Jones going to get paid?
All depending if they got a new coach. But
Justin Fields, is he going to get paid?
Those two guys are off. They're off to rough starts.
Okay. And so is Trey Lance. Who's going to have to pay Trey Lance?
Well, I guess the question's about Brock. If Brock is the man, why would you?
Because he's not great.
Say night. Oh, okay.
What?
I hear you.
You can't. Brock Purdy
is average, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying he's average, but the minute let me ask you a question. Do you really, if Brock Purdy were a free, 49ers get to the NFC Championship again, and they go to the Super Bowl,
okay,
and they lose 30-28. If Brock Purdy was in a contract year, what do you think they'd pay him this offseason?
Now, again, we got to see what it looks like, but if he looked like the guy that
he looks like he looks like he's looked.
Whatever it takes, Donnie, 30, whatever. I'm out. All because of, then what are you doing with that money?
I'm keeping McCaffrey and Kittle and Aiyuk and Trent and all the guys who are going to be, Fred Warner, everybody's favorite player, Fred Warner. Why do you think the 49ers can have this kind of payroll with this many weapons?
Well, I could make the argument that's coming to a head if they decide to pay Brock.
Or if they decide to move on from him.
Wow.
You don't.
No, I wouldn't do that. If this dude is good enough to get you there, like you keep.
Is he good enough to get you there without McCaffrey? Is he good enough to get you there without Deebo Samuel? Is he good enough to get you there without Aiyuk? What about Trent Williams?
Okay, but
because you're going to lose a guy or two like that.
What if I told you, and I know, Stoney, what if I told you that's almost like saying, was Terry Bradshaw without Lynn Swan, Franco? Like, when do we draw the line on that?
Well, that's different because there was no salary cap back then.
Okay, all right.
And they had Hall of Famers at every position.
Right, but you still know if a dude is the fit for your system. So if Brock Purdy goes in there to get paid, there's ways and gut feelings that the organization's going to have to know, okay,
I guess
you got a lot of luxury around you, Brock, but we know you're the man and we don't want to risk trying to find another one of you. At some point, you got to pay to get something and retain it.
Okay, and I'm just telling you, it's so funny. We talk about Kyle Shanahan and his arrogance, and we've seen him move off guys very quickly. But for some reason, we think that he's already married to Brock Purdy, and I don't understand why.
And you yelled at me
we may
yesterday.
be why.
No, I think these last 12 quarters makes me take a step back and say, Steiny, in a crazy way, the rest of this season is a tryout. That's how I really feel.
Who's going to be able to take Brock Purdy's job? This is the thing.
What about Sam Darnold? Like, he came in for a reason.
No, I don't think so.
So I'm
saying is the part,
because I'm saying 3 more games like Brock's had. I do wonder if Kyle would go to Sam Darnold.
I don't think so, because I don't think Kyle thinks he played that badly. And I'm kind of with Kyle.
I feel like he's protecting him. Like, just the mental.
Isn't that what a coach does with a quarterback?
Well, he didn't do that for a defensive coordinator.
Steiny likes the recipe that 49ers have been using to not win Super Bowls. That's a good way to put it. You need a great quarterback to win in this league. Do you? The 49ers have won in this league without a great quarterback.
They have not hoisted up a Lombardi
Kyle
trophy.
Shanahan.
And I read you the names of all the quarterbacks that have won the Lombardi trophy the last 15 years, and none of them are average.
Yeah, they are.
They're all franchise.
What are you talking about?
Mahomes, Big
Brad
Ben,
Johnson,
Russell. No, that was longer than 15 years ago.
Flacco.
No, that.
He played like an elite quarterback.
Yeah,
I know. So's Brock Purdy, is what I'm saying. I think that, like, I'm just surprised. Like, Kyle Shanahan thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. You don't think that he's not tantalized by having a quarterback that he likes at a real good number?
So you're saying there's a greater chance Brock Purdy's a Joe Flacco type than he is like a Drew Brees, a perennial.
Correct. Okay. I cannot see. Right. Purdy will maybe I'm wrong.
No,
I don't believe anybody will ever break the bank for Purdy.
Wow.
He will never be a top 5 paid quarterback.
So that's why you ain't been overreacting like I have these last 3 weeks. Because you think this is what,
This is what he is.
This I don't think this version of him is good enough for them to win it all.
You're looking, and that's the thing. You're looking at him as 2 different versions. 12 games and 3 games.
No doubt about it.
I'm looking at him as 17 games I've seen him play. I've seen him play 17 games about.
But what if you get to 21 and the lad from 17 to 21 are just
would that
ugly?
Happen? Why would that happen?
Because it's happened starting in Cleveland.
I don't think he played that bad in the last 3 games. In fact, they should have won the one game.
Yeah, we got Monty Poole coming up Tuesday.
And you know what knockout right on the other side. Knockout is good. This is going to be your chance to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. That's coming up at 12:30. That's on the other side with Monty Poole. You're going to want to listen closely to the interview with Monty Poole. And then we're going to ask you a question about that interview. You get it right, and boom, you are playing basketball at Chase Center. And it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. a bunch of guys in the mix, figure out which one's the best one, and then go with him. But don't pay him a boatload, and don't pay him a boatload in over a long period of time. We got him? All right, let's go out talk to Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors. Hey, Monty, how you doing, man?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. There, I'd like to think that, we have a finger on the pulse of Warrior fans, and I think that most Warrior fans are encouraged right now. And let me ask you if you are encouraged, and if so, what has been one of the most encouraging parts about this 6-3 start as far as you're concerned?
Well, if you're a Warriors fan, you should be encouraged. I mean, they came out of training camp kind of almost boasting about how tight the team was and how good they were and how deep they were and how, they thought they were going to be able to make some noise. And, when the season started, you still want to see that, okay, prove it. And then they lost the opener to the Suns. Everybody's like, well, what Steve Kerr always said, and so some of the players said, this is going to take some time. Chris Paul said it's going to take some time. And to see them get off to a 6-3 start when they played in 8 different cities in the first 9 games, because let's face it, that last home game was really a road game. They were on the road, they come home for a game, and they go back out on the road. So it's just like a road game. It's a one-stop. So to come out of that 6-3, knowing that Draymond Green isn't quite where he will be in a few weeks, and didn't play obviously last night against the Nuggets, and seeing where they are, see how Steph is playing, I think there's good reason to be encouraged. Chris Paul has solved some of one of the issues that we've seen for years is turnovers. When he's on the court now, the non-Steph minutes aren't like a misery time for the Warriors. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic if you're a Warriors fan, because this team has room to get better, and they should get better.
No doubt, Monty. Always a pleasure. Now, look, you've covered this team. You know this team, and we haven't talked for a while. But, Monty, one of my questions I have is about Klay Thompson. And Steiny was giving him love for we'll just deem it a new role to where he's not hunting shots and he's kind of playing more within the offense. But he did enter this season in a contract year. And I watch every game, and I'm rooting for Klay. I don't want him in another uniform, but I do wonder, Monty, if he were to be this Klay Thompson we've seen, I know it's only 9 games from a production standpoint, do you think maybe that's why he doesn't have it? Like, is that good enough, or is that why his contract situation's where it's at?
I think the key thing that you said is that it's only 9 games. And if you follow Klay's career, you will find stretches where he goes 2 or 3 weeks where he's kind of ordinary.
Okay.
And then he'll go 2 or 3 weeks where he's like incredible, So you don't always know what you're going to get over a short span of time with Klay. But in the long run, generally speaking, he's been an all-star caliber player. Now, is he the same Klay Thompson he was 5-6 years ago? No. Certainly not on defense. I mean, he can guard up on defense. He can guard guys that are big. He can guard guys that are, a lot of power forwards. But you put him on a point guard, like you said 5-6 years ago, and he's going to be in trouble against most point guards. His lateral quickness is not the same as it was prior to the Achilles and the knee injuries. So, and that's understandable. But he's done a great job against some big forwards, I'd say. I mean, Jason Tatum, even Kevin Durant on opening night. I thought Klay did a tremendous job. KD was 7 of 22 against them, for the most part against him on opening night. There were a couple of big stops against Aaron Gordon last night. So I think Klay's defense is just different than it was. It's good against bigger players, not so good against smaller players. Offensively, though, I wouldn't worry about his shot. If he can't shoot for 2 months, then you worry about it. And you do wonder if maybe the contract situation is kind of impacting his performance. But when I look at Klay, I see him as a guy who wants to be here. The Warriors want him to be here. This is a year where he can show that he's still, an all-star caliber player. And if he's not, then he can't command all-star caliber money. That's the bottom line. That's the way the Warriors are looking at it. And that's the way Klay has to look at it, too. He has to show them that he can still be that guy. And so far, it's been hit and miss. I mean, there's been moments, but you want to see one of those Klay Thompson runs where he goes for 3 or 4 games where it's like, okay, 37 in one game,
right.
32 in the next game. You want to see that, and you haven't seen it yet.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Let me ask you a little bit about Andrew Wiggins. Obviously, he's off to a slow start. I guess, can you – the knock on him seems to be that, he just doesn't exude happiness, doesn't show a lot of emotion. What do you think's going on with Wiggins right now?
Yeah, that knock has been there even when he was playing well. He's not one of those guys who doesn't do a lot of outward emotion. Every now and then you see a little flare up. He gets a great dunk on somebody. Whoa, look at Wiggins. He's a little emotional second or two. But I think it's kind of, we can speculate all we want. I mean, obviously there are times when you watch him play so far this year when he almost seems preoccupied. Especially on defense. There's missed assignments and he falls asleep sometimes. If he's not on the ball, he does fall asleep sometimes. If he's on the ball, he seems to be more engaged. But there's just times when he seems to drift out of the moment, and you don't know why. Anything you would try and guess is pure speculation. But again, I think go back to the 9 games, and if this is the Wiggins they're going to get all season, then it's not really going to, obviously not going to be what they want and not what he wants. But I think it's too early to say that. But you're right. When you say slow start, I think that's an understatement. Wiggins has really not been anywhere near the player he can be. And it's not just his scoring. I mean, he's starting to rebound a little bit now, but I mean, you go back to it, he had a game where he had no rebounds.
Yeah.
And he, he's had last night, first half, he was not really with rebounding. Second half, he came back and grabbed a few. But you want him to be active. With Wiggins, it's always how aggressive and active he is. And there's only flashes of that so far. Last night, when I think Loon fed him for a dunk. And I thought, okay, maybe that'll get Wiggins going. He got a little moment there where he got to get up and flush one. So you're waiting to see that. I think this homestand is going to be bigger for him than anybody else on the team. And that's why. I think he really needs that to show that, okay, I'm not the guy who you saw the first 2 weeks of the season. I'm getting back to being myself.
Monty, good stuff. I got to be honest. I don't know if you heard me, but I told Steiny when it was first announced about CP3, but he's a legend. He's been a steward in the league. The fit has been seamless. So I take that L, and he's controlling the game, plus 59, Monty, and he ain't even shooting well, which I think will improve. But I got to sneak in my Kuminga question. This is a big year for him. 12-3, 22% from 3. What have you made from JK early on?
It's more inconsistent than I thought it would be. And he seems to – there's a couple of things with JK that you want to see that you're not seeing. One of those things is that there still are too many instances where he seems to forget he has teammates. He'll come down and he'll dribble the ball down all the way up the court, and then he'll get into the offense, and it'll be just him. And, there's been a number of 0 pass possessions with JK where he has the ball from the time it's inbounded at the other end all the way to a shot is taken. And it's like, dude, this is not the way the Warriors want to play. I understand you want to get yours, but you have to get yours within the offense. And you got 4 guys out there, and usually one of those guys is open, and you're not always looking for that. And so that's something he has to be better at. And, I thought that growth would come this year. You haven't seen much of it so far. His assist totals are not where they could be, but he seems to be focused on getting his own. And again, there's moments for that. You like that aggression, that desire. He's one of the few guys on this team who can attack the rim with a vengeance and get to the foul line. You want to see that. But will he make the free throws? So you got all these things in play. I just think there are times when he looks really good, and there are times when he looks like, ugh. You ask that question, and it's the same question you asked of Jordan Poole last year. I asked myself, what is he trying to do?
Right.
Wow.
What is he trying to do? And you can't figure, it's like, what are you doing kind of thing? And so there's still a little bit more of that than they would like. And the question is whether they can break that over the course of the season. They obviously, they took his option for next season and still believe in him. But, this is a huge season for him. And if he can't find, his level working with Chris Paul, then the Warriors have to ask themselves if he'll ever be worth big money.
Yeah, that's a good point, Monty. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Thank you so much,
Appreciate
Monty.
it, man.
Really appreciate it as always, man.
All right, boys. Take care.
All right, that's Monty Poole, NBC Sports.
Stoney always with the truth, man, or his version of it.
Where
you go? You don't like when I praise CP3, right?
No.
Oh, what else?
I noticed that you're going to that line a lot.
What line?
It's your truth, if he believes it.
Dude, I'm looking at Kuminga, and I came in and told Evan today, and he looked back at me. He didn't say Kuminga played bad, but I know he's got that athleticism, Stoney, and I'm looking at the three-point percentage, and that's not what he's supposed to be doing, but he can shoot it. Inconsistent is a word. Like, how would you describe Kuminga thus far?
Yeah, it's good. Inconsistent. He's been okay. He's been better than Wiggins just because trying.
What if I asked you what do you think he's shooting from the field?
Who?
Wiggins. Kuminga.
Okay, I like this. Yeah. Hold on.
Do it through 9
Let
games.
me think about it. Well, he only played 8.
No, you're right.
I bet he's shooting 42% from the field.
Evan, I hate that. You can turn it off. Somehow he knew I was going there. But, yeah, he's 42.4.
Okay. Give me somebody else. You think I have them all? You think I have it?
See, this is fun for you, but not us because you get
No,
it
it's
right.
fun for you guys. Give me another one. Come on.
Let me give you one. Klay Thompson.
What?
Field goal percentage. Not from 3, just from the field.
Overall?
Yeah.
Overall, it's not bad.
Because
44.
You said he's shooting less, right?
I think he's like 44 overall, 37-3.
46% from the field and 36%.
Okay.
So, yeah. But, man, that was an honest answer.
Keep going.
Oh, God. Evan. Now, this one I got, Saric. Stoney, he's got to hit a shot. And I like him, but you got to hit a shot, man. Minus 12 on the night last night.
I'm going to say Saric is shooting 44.
Not as bad as I thought.
38.
41 from the field and 37 from 3.
All right.
I'll take the 37. I'll shut up.
Yeah, he's actually been hitting the perimeter shots. It's the ones in the paint he's been blowing so far.
But what does that mean?
I thought you said he couldn't shoot.
Yeah.
He can't jump. He can't jump and finish over people. Neither can Draymond. Neither can Looney.
No, wow, man.
That's why Kuminga could be a factor, could be important. Because he can.
Not could be, he is.
Sometimes. Not when he gets tunnel vision. I mean, he's usually good for one out-of-control play a game, Kuminga.
Oh, no.
And you can see it coming a mile away.
And
here he goes.
Yeah, he said he forgets he has
Here
teammates.
he goes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But when he goes in, Steiny, watch out. Yeah, I'm eager for this week. Boy, we got a lot. Now, hold on now. We got the Niners coming down the homes. Oh, boy. You all right?
Yeah, it's why I'm.
People been checking on you. I won't mention names. Hey, Niners coming down the home stretch, and we got the Niners about to, the
Niners
Warriors.
aren't even at the halfway point.
They're after their bye.
I'm
sorry. They got 8 games.
I'm sorry.
Coming down the home stretch.
Sorry.
No, you're all right.
Nah, I'm just not. Sarge had one good shooting game. Jury's still out on him. Yeah. Scotty's in Monterey. Scotty's in Monterey. Let's see if we can get Scotty. Hey, Scotty, how are you?
Scotty.
Good. How's it going, guys?
Hey, well.
I guess you guys are talking Warriors, so I was going to hijack it back over to the 49ers here. And but I just wanted to say, I think the bye week could have come at a better time. I think, watching the last few games, it looked like the Niners were pretty fatigued and stuff, especially on defense, no energy. And then with not having Debo, I kind of feel like, I didn't appreciate Debo as much as I do now. And that seeing him not there for the last 3 weeks, like the Niners offense kind of looked like it lost a bit of its teeth. And also, I was thinking it's kind of strange that we didn't see a lot of Ronnie Bell out there. We've seen Ray, and that I just didn't think he was very effective on offense. He's a great punt returner, great kickoff returner, and stuff. But offensively, I just didn't think he contributed as much as Ronnie Bell has, especially during the preseason. And then on the defensive side of the ball, super looking forward to seeing Chase Young on the opposite side of Bosa. And that, obviously we haven't been able to get to the quarterback for a multitude of reasons, but we've just invested so much in that defensive line. I think we were just expecting a lot more production. And seeing that Steve Wilkes is coming down from the booth down to the sideline. I know I was just watching his press conference, and he said, we're making a little bit more bigger deal than what it needs to be. But the fact is that he inherited the 49ers system. It's not his system. So for him to be able to be down on the field, being able to communicate to the players directly, not having any middlemen and stuff, to make those adjustments that we really haven't seen. Like that was the issue. We haven't seen in the second half making those adjustments that were needed to stop Kirk Cousins, to stop Joe Burrow. And so I think this will definitely help on the defensive side. So look forward to Sunday. Hopefully we can get a win and turn the ship around, and it's still a long season.
Thanks, Scott. Good call. Comprehensive.
There we go.
All righty. Here's your chance. Your chance to win an opportunity to play at Chase Center. Here's the number: 415-523-4652. Answer the following question at that number, 415-523-4652. And here's the question. Monty Poole was just on with us and said this Warrior player needs a big homestand. Who was Monty Poole talking about? 415-523-4652 for a chance to play at Chase Center. What player did Monty Poole say needed a big homestand? One more time, 415-523-4652. There we go. All right. One more spot to give up.
Let's go.
Tomorrow at 12:30. And Dibbs and Willard will be doing one today at 4:30. 4:30. Checking my list, Goo. And I have something written down here about the Golden State Warriors.
Well, I had a joke I wanted to get off.
Oh.
You ready?
Sure.
What do a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? What do a tick and the Eiffel Tower have in common?
I don't know.
They're both parasites.
There you go.
How do you follow Will Smith in the snow?
I don't know.
The Fresh Prince.
There you go. But you're doing what you did with Woj.
What?
Those are my dad jokes.
I was trying to cheer you up because you heard.
I know. I appreciate it. I feel like a
dude. They're both parasites.
Chris M saying that's a 4.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Ernie Chavez saying it's a 1.
All right, last one.
Oh.
Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing?
I don't know.
In case they get a hole in one. That's what I'm talking about. In case they get a hole in one. Boy, there's some witty people out here, man.
888-957-9570. We are the home of dad jokes on 95.7 The Game. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The 49ers play the Jacksonville Jaguars, 10 o'clock start on Sunday. Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville. Got to win this one. 5-4. Woo! 5-4. You know what I was thinking?
Because it's 5-3 feels like 5-4 to me. When they beat Dallas, good God.
How about this? At 5-4, let's say they lose to Jacksonville, and then things are really wonky.
Oh, man.
At 5-4, is it fair then to say, hey, so remind me again why Kyle and Lynch got contract extensions before the season?
Man. I'll tell you what.
These guys are signed through them.
And I'll tell you what, this is
20s.
different than the other years you mentioned. They got off to the slow starts and then got hot and parlayed that into, a deep playoff run. Steiny, this is going the other way. They were 5-0 and have lost 3 games. We won't play the blame game, but isn't
Why
that?
not?
Because we'll be here forever. My point is they lost 3 in a row. And normally, coming out the bye, and you play a team with the bye. So that's just, I get Niner fans being upset with that. Like, that's kind of weak. 49er Frankie brings that up.
What'd he bring up?
Oh, we got to play a team that's coming off a bye, too. I'm like, okay, it's called football.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Raimundo.
Oh, Dennis. I didn't send it to Evan. I forgot.
Hey,
Evan.
you didn't show Evan?
No, I didn't show Evan.
Oh, my
I'll send it
God.
to him. This dude, 40 years without missing a day at the gym. That's true.
40
years. He's never missed, Evan, a day at the gym. And I sent the pictures to Steiny. The dude looks like a cartoon. It's incredible. And he fasts all the time. I'm like, dude, but that's his, what did you call it yesterday?
Dark side. He's got.
He's got a dark side. Some people don't have a dark.
Yes.
Steph don't have a dark side.
Yes, he does.
Evan
Yes, he
does not have a dark side.
Oh my God, we know what Evans is.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Come on, Steiny. Willard don't have a dark side.
Everybody has one. 40,000. Wait. 40 years old.
He's
40 years in the gym.
Yeah, he's middle 50s.
Times
looking
365.
Like that. Okay. All right.
You're telling me Raimundo.
Yeah, Dennis.
Has gone to the gym 14,600 days in a row.
No doubt about it. It is true. And if
Raimundo, come on, buddy.
No doubt about it.
Come on.
40 years straight. And sometimes I'm at the gym and I try to duck and hide from him. You got a great job. Got family man. The dude that's discipline, man.
Confirmed. Dennis Raimundo has been working out forever.
Dude, 40
510 confirmed. UC legend.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He was part of Rock City crew. They were breakdancing. So remember back in the day they breakdance?
Oh.
Dude is swole. It's incredible. And he's healthy.
He sure looks it. Hey, he got muscles on muscles.
Maybe he can help you with what you got going. With the chest.
No.
Now, I didn't need to do that.
My buddy just texted me.
Harry?
Derek, no. If it's a kidney stone, you know it. That pain.
Okay. All right. There we go.
That's good. All right. You good, Evan? We'll be back on the other side to talk sports.
I love the young people.
49ers in a shambles.
Don't talk about that. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this segment's brought to you by BMW.
Possibly.
It is. By the way, congratulations to Ramona.
Hey!
In Pacifica, she won a spot in our knockout contest.
Let's go.
There's only 4 spots left. Your next chance to win is at 4:30 with Willard and Dibbs.
You get to step on the floor that the chef has been on. And shoot at the rim. Yeah, at Pods.
No.
What?
It's Podgy.
You almost ruined it with them, dude. Could get in there with that haircut, huh?
The bottom line is,
oh my God,
he had long hair, and then he said he went to a military school in high school.
But
and I said,
he
well,
gave you.
I said, well, what about your hair? He didn't have that hair back then. You're so afraid of professional athletes.
Maybe it was a soft spot for him.
It's weird.
Yeah,
it's weird.
You're
it's
doing a disservice of how it went down. No,
let's not kowtow
you couldn't
to
get in there with
celebrities.
that hair. I was like, oh my God, is this guy gonna stay for the interview?
Struck a
Evan
nerve.
was there, yeah.
By the way, if I ask you if you have action this weekend and you say, what's action? You don't have any. Come on, Grandy.
You are the
play along. I go, Grandy, got any action this weekend?
Well,
he goes,
We're gonna see over. Come on, Stoney, lock it in.
Anything more than normal? Okay, that's a no.
Hey, real quick, PSA for me, no gripe. So I'm done with SOTA, SOTA. So there have been some games. There were some losses.
Yeah, which one is
So
it?
I treated myself over the weekend to 2 Red Bulls. So I go into a certain supermarket and I buy 2 Red Bulls, same size, 20 ounce for Saturday and football Sunday. And the lady goes, I hope you're not drinking both of those. And I wanted to say, so you're a doctor? Just bag it up. Let me go kill myself. But why did you ruin it? Dude, I got to the car like, what does she mean? I know, but don't give me, just put this, let me buy my crack if I want to buy it. Don't tell me.
But how many calories are in there? Like, are they?
270 in a 20 ounce. But her whole thing was, you ain't a doctor. I'm cheating. But just let me, I don't need what, that was I got to the car and it kind of got to me, Steiny. Like, you ruined the trip. Like, you're not drinking both of them. You're not a doctor. You just ruined it. I had to get that off my chest. I thought about myself. I didn't drink them both.
Well, you will eventually.
Yeah, one day and the other the two. Come on.
650 said, I think she was probably more worried about the caffeine, not the calories. You get all hyped up on that.
Oh, no, that's what they said, mess with the heart.
Yeah, so maybe she's trying to look after you.
Well,
I got bills if you want to look after.
Well, just one of the things that we kind of talk about is
health.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we monitor, but we keep an eye on your Red Bull intake.
No, I haven't had any forever, but I admitted to Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
But let me buy my crack and go kill my. Come on, lady. It hurt me. I was embarrassed. I go, no, this is for my friend.
Hey, I don't want to be a jerk. But when Lucas came in here?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, the Dibs thing. He's going to super sub for me so I can participate. We'll give you the details.
No. I want him now.
Yeah. I don't have all of them, but Dibs will come in here. We'll break it. He's got my back, man. That's my dude. What? So you'll be on the air with him.
I'm not doing a show from Chase.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're taking one for the team, finally. We'll talk about it in the meeting today.
I'm going over to Chase for this knock. No, I'm not going for knockout. I'll go for Curry. I'll even go for mouth Draymond.
And you personally, health-wise, any update? Everybody wants to know.
I am ready to go.
What are you doing?
I just hate this stuff. What? It's hard to work with you. I got to quit laughing.
Or Klay. I take Klay.
We've never had Klay.
Give me any one of the big four.
You got Lakeup's number. Make it happen. I don't understand that. Sitting there with the owner of the home team's number. We chopped it up with him, and you can't close a deal. Can't get a nugget.
You know what?
Hey, Joe, we're in the building. I know you might not be. Let Curry stop by a couple minutes.
Listen.
I'm tired of trying to do everything. Me and Evan.
Listen. As for Lacob, he's overexposed already. Okay?
We don't want him. We want his connect.
No.
Tell Curry to come here. That's what we want.
Anyway.
You're too.
I'm not playing knockout.
No, we don't need you. Just I'm not. No, I'm not going. I'm not going. Evan.
No, I'm not going over there for that crap.
You're going, dude. You're bothering.
Oh, really?
If I get mad,
you want to bet? Because I know you're afraid to bet me on that other thing that nobody knows about.
Include me. What are you talking about?
We're 9 games into the season now. That's inside baseball.
Too much.
Oh man, Goo, you're just.
I appreciate back to Monty Pula real quick. I appreciate his honesty, man.
Yeah, sure you wouldn't want to interview Andrew Wiggins?
Oh, I might go viral. Like he might say, "I want you as a life coach." Like I be Drew. You got all the talent in the world.
Please don't call me
back.
Drew. That's the first thing he's going to say.
All right, Wig.
No,
you are
I don't like that
Wig,
either.
man. What's going on? He'll be like, what you mean? You just look like you ain't happy out there.
Sounds like you know how it would come down.
No, I don't think he might be. He might need that fire lit, that furnace.
So, are you interviewing him or are you motivating him?
The both.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
So you're not.
Yeah. Hey,
you can't be.
They're not going to win without him.
And a cheerleader.
All right. Well, that wasn't a cheerleader. That was just. I'm just telling them I'm worried.
Somebody with a great text here on the "Thou shalt not have idols." Go.
I don't have. My dad.
Huh?
My dad's my idol.
Yeah. Steiny, to Guru, you get nervous around celebrities or sports figures also?
Wow.
I will be there if Steph is there. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I might go viral.
Stuck it to me. Like, I give you grief about how you fawn over celebrities, but I'm not going to Chase Center unless Steph's there. Yeah. See? He called out me being a hypocrite.
I hate that we're doing this, and Evan's probably like my job.
What?
But I grew up around hoopers, ball players, and rappers.
Oh my God!
So
what happened to you?
Oh boy, dude, I had nothing for you. That's pretty good. Wow. Oh man.
So,
I'm kind of upset. Wow.
Okay. Well, seriously,
Monty Poole.
No, but you said you grew up around rappers and
ball celebrities. So nobody's a groupie. I know what it's like to be around celebs. Too Short.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Pac.
Good, but that's where you're getting it wrong.
Did you met Pac?
Yeah, we had a video shoot. Well, not we.
Are you serious right now?
This is a true story.
Okay.
Video shoot,
right.
and the song was with him, Tupac, and E40, and it was in the Hayward Hills. And Spice One was a friend of mine, Chico. Spice One, you can Google. So I used to run with a lot of people that ran with them. Shout out to the Yoon. And I was there. Met everybody. Be Legit.
Yeah, MC Hammer.
Eddie House, Roy Williams. I mean,
MC
Mario
Hammer,
Ellie.
right?
Yeah.
Too legit to quit.
J.R. Ryder was my guy. Walked in the club VIP with him. So I don't fawn over anybody.
How about we? You
don't have a list
of what?
Like A-listers. I just kind of went through.
Oh, he's got Finchy.
Oh, man, if you don't get us seats to Finchy's here 2 games.
He said we get us seats. Yeah. You believe this guy?
Evan, I, and yourself is Spadoni.
Well, if you're a real one, you would
get
a +1, Steiny. We all know that.
Listen. Stop.
You're smiling, but we're listening. Go ahead.
I just don't.
Just hit him up.
Hey, Steph, were there positives last night?
Nobody likes to lose, but you look at the fact that we can play a lot better in the margins and we can execute a little bit better. I think offensively, get a little bit more organized, understanding how they guarded us and what they try to take away. So, yes, you feel as good as you could after a loss, just knowing the steps we need to take. And, they're the defending champs, like at home and the schedule that we've had. We have a competitive spirit and a togetherness that is, nice to see develop this early in the season.
Hey,
that is togetherness.
Can anybody do an interview without sticking at the Jordan Pool? Can anybody do one interview on the Warriors?
He wouldn't work out
without sticking at the Jordan Pool.
I didn't hear that
How
first time.
How about this? Hey, Steph, you took another shot with the game on the line. You came up a little short. What happened on that last shot?
You're kind of just reading the situation based on where KCP was guarding. I know he's probably expecting me to either step back or, I've hit some of those already this year where, kind of ISO situations. Once I got by him, I like the shot I took. I'm not afraid to take it, not afraid of what happens. And if it goes down, when you get a stop, go to overtime. Last thing I wanted was to kind of rush a three that, might not be the best look, just knowing the situation. So I just made a play I thought was the right one. We'll live with that shot.
Wow. Your boy said when I got by him.
And die.
Yeah. Wow, man.
I got to look at that play again.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, because I got to find out if KCP took that three away right away. No, seriously.
KCP found him a home, Steiny. 2 rings quietly. No. Yeah, he was on last year's team. Yeah.
He was on the Lakers too.
Got one right. 2?
I'm surprised you didn't say 1 because 1 was in the bubble.
Yeah.
There we go.
You got that.
There we go.
I just feel bad for the Dodgers and Lakers, man. People don't. Come on.
Why?
It's a chip.
Why not the Buccaneers?
All right. Let me look at. I'm going to do this in front of you.
You're on fire.
Miss Curry 3-foot driving finger roll. Let me see.
I mean, I don't feel like the dictate.
He could have stepped back.
Dude, I couldn't believe he went with that one, Stoney. That was on the menu. It wasn't the Denver.
He was in front. I'm talking about Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah.
He was in front of him, but it didn't look like he
couldn't step back.
Yeah, it looked like he could have.
No doubt.
But he said he didn't want to do it early.
I said, he's going for the tie. And this was the last game of the trip. I thought you'd shoot the 3, get on the plane, and pop the bubbly.
You know what? You know why he didn't shoot it from 3?
Tell us.
Because of last year. I really believe that. They've gotten a little bit sloppy and careless with bad threes. Yeah. They took bad threes last year with the games on the line. They did. They just did. Poole did it. Steph does it. Klay did it. They were settling for very mediocre threes last year in closer type games. I'll bet you that's why. I'll bet you that's why he's like, I am not taking a 3 unless I get into trouble and I'm up against the game clock.
Okay. Tell me what happened with the Klay play.
Which one?
The one Chris Paul gave it to him. He could do. I know I asked you this earlier. Like, even if he would have caught it right, it would have been a heave from. It wouldn't have been a step and shoot it like you normally do it.
Probably not. They didn't have a lot of time.
But he was on the wing.
What they didn't give Chris Paul didn't get a turnover on that play. It went, there was no, it just ended. The last statistic of the game was Chris Paul rebound.
Oh, they didn't count that as a Klay attempted three?
I don't
he
think
didn't
so.
even hoist it.
No, I don't think so. Let me look at the play-by-play.
Yeah, the buzzer.
I don't think he got it off.
Yeah. Well, that's how I saw it.
Yeah, me too.
I was like, is Klay going to hit this?
So the last thing, it says Paul rebound with 2 seconds, and that's it. That's the last piece of play-by-play.
All right, so he never gained possession.
Yeah.
Yeah, Klay.
And also, Paul never turned it over there.
I think Paul apologized. Like, he kind of patted his chest like that was my bad.
Oh, yeah, he definitely did that.
Paul could have just off of one leg or threw it up. Wouldn't have went in.
Who?
Paul's.
Which one? The three?
The one where he passed it to Klay. I'm just saying because he's shooting cold. It would have been a Hail Mary.
What'd you think of Chris Paul's three? He had a three to tie it.
No, that was big. I was like, oh, they're winning this game. And then Jokic just 2 missed, and then Curry does the YOLO three. Dude, that dude can contort his body, Stoney. It's incredible. I was like, they're gonna pull this out.
Yeah, there would have been a big.
Fitz thought they were. I love you, Fitz. I felt like he was willing them to the victory.
It was a good ball game last night. Really was.
And Wiggins missed a big bucket, possible.
Which
bucket.
one?
It was about a 20-footer. Did his little ha.
You know what? It's really more like now of a ha.
Now the footwork is still there.
No, it's not. Somebody said he made a shot with his left hand.
Oh, yeah, he went left. Evan put it on the vine. Made me run it back.
An eclipse. It did happen, though.
Dude, and again, I keep going back to Mr. Poole. Monty, he's saying this ain't good enough for Wig. If somebody,
of course not.
You look preoccupied. What if he came in a job like that and the boss, hey, let me talk to you?
Well, I'm preoccupied right now.
Well, you're hurt.
Injury.
Yeah, no, dude, you get a medal for finishing this show. But seriously, Stoney, you look preoccupied? Like how, I mean.
It's a good description.
I think it has nothing to do with Poole either.
No talk about no replay on the obvious goaltend. That was a close call.
That was weak. I'm going to let Dibs know about reffing. This is at an all-time low.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Baseball, everything.
Here we go.
I think you said the same on the Vine last night, Steiny.
Oh, my gosh. You did. I forgot.
I forget.
Now I don't. Okay.
The reffing's a joke in all sports. I agree.
When did you get there? Because you hadn't been that guy 3 years ago.
Football's a joke. You're not gonna like why I don't like the NBA officiating. You're just
lay it on us.
You know why I don't like it. I did this crap with the 3-point shooters still F's up the game.
Okay.
It's just too.
But Steph is the king of getting fouled on the three now. He's mastered.
Exactly.
Oh, you still think it? But
what do you think? And how about when he stuck his foot out?
I'll give you that one, but Stoney, that's pretty far. And then, but
no.
Who fouled him the other night? Somebody fouled him. Like, dude, what are you doing?
It's not just Steph. The point is the NBA is continuing to make it easier and easier for these guys who take 25-footers. And defensively, it's not when a guy contests and Steph gets the call and he gets 3 shots.
Right.
That's bad.
Okay.
That's sickening, but that's the way it goes.
All right.
But the real problem is every possession after that, when the defender knows he can't even contest a shot because he'll get called for it. It's just, there's no balance in the game right now.
Damn.
That's why I don't like the way it's officiated. Football's just...
You can't throw a flag and then pick it up and say, like that. You should be fired. Illegal hands in the face. Stand on while you threw the flag. You can't, Johnny. I think I messed up. Why? I got -6. I'm going to pick. Just say it. I'm there.
No. Hey, I
Watch
didn't say
the
anything
Donahue
about that.
doc. He'll tell you.
I won't.
They come knock at your door. The Gambino family, that stuff is
listen
real.
to you.
No, Steiny, stuff is
Goo,
real out here.
don't talk about the East Coast. And certainly not the Gambino family.
Hey, dude, Sons of Anarchy, people that come knock at your door. Judges, everybody can be bad, Steiny. I hate that I'm there. My old age, I'm getting there, man. I see some stuff that just like, it's unexplained. You had to be getting paid. Or you had a vested interest in it. That was a blatant goaltend that changed the game, but you say there was 8 minutes left.
I don't think it was blatant. I think it was bang, bang.
But with all our technology.
Stop the game.
No, right. Okay, well, that's already happening. What about when Chris Paul wanted, it was like 2 seconds left when they wanted to review the Warriors on the inbound, who it went off of, and they couldn't get one. If that was the NFL under a minute or 2 minutes, they would have reviewed it. They didn't review it.
What was the review that they changed? I thought the Warriors got hosed a little on that one.
Oh, they did.
Which one?
Evan, help me.
It was,
age.
Oh, darn, what was it?
And I just knew they were going to come back and say it got overturned.
Right.
And it didn't.
Right.
See if you two got our back.
Well, was that the one that led to the Michael Porter Jr. 3 or corner jump shot?
So right.
They had like 1.1 seconds left, and the Warriors wanted to review it, or it got overturned that it was a Nuggets ball, and then MPJ hit a corner bucket.
Yeah.
Poe said Warriors got hosed on half a dozen calls last night.
Oh, God. Who said that?
Bose, B-O-Z.
From the YouTube chat?
Yeah.
Come on, Bose. Don't be that fan.
I think the goaltend for Curry was glaring just because the Nuggets got an and one goaltend on the other side like 5 seconds later.
Yeah. What's your new line?
You hate to see
You and
it.
Evan? You hate to see it.
Yeah, you really do.
Whose is that? You or Evans?
That's Evans.
You hate to see it.
That's Evans' line. And that's one thing I think is always very important, Goo. Just FYI. When you credit the person who you're taking it from.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't just try to pawn it off as your own.
Yeah, I'll never misquote this one.
Yay!
And you don't feel that way today.
No, I appreciate you guys being so patient with me today.
Somebody's saying you need a chiropractor.
No.
Dude, I've had my neck snapped. It is invigorating, man.
No, it's not.
Dude, you feel lighter.
Dude, let's not do this. I don't want to disparage any group of people.
Where are you going?
I had a bad experience with a chiropractor, a really bad one. And I'm being honest.
If I could just tell the boss, can I just hear this story for 20 minutes? What do you mean I
had a bad experience.
And you blame, was it your fault?
No, of course it wasn't my fault. I'm just sitting there. Like I couldn't, I'd be in that damn thing with the hole in it that you put your head over. And he kept saying, now relax. And yet I know he's gonna wrench my neck.
Yeah. Oh boy.
You can't. No, it was all bad. You know what? I did it for like 2 months. It's the dumbest thing I've ever done.
Oh, Stoddy, you're one of a kind, and a lot of people swear by it, man.
Dude, he had me hooked up to some device. It looked like it was out of a torture chamber.
Dude, it
was
helps,
mounted
man.
against the wall. It had chains on it, a strap.
Our bodies are incredible.
You got to put it through your head.
No, that's
your head.
So you stopped going, huh?
Dude, I think it's why I had 2 neck surgeries, to tell you the truth.
Whoa, boy.
Are you sure you went to a chiropractor?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. I found him at a street
flea
fair.
market? Oh,
a street fair. Yeah, it was a street fair.
That sounds like it's on you.
It was a street fair.
Oh, man.
And I was having back issues. And boy, did I have them after that.
Man.
Yeah.
Speaking of injuries,
sure.
Update from 49ers practice. Trent Williams is a participant in the early portion of today's practice. So
He's too tough.
Full DMP yesterday. Probably limited today. Ankle injury, as you know, Steiny.
Yeah. Veteran Day. You know how they
That was
do.
yesterday.
Man.
You know how they do. What? Here we go.
I just remember Garrett.
Is this the segment?
Myles Garrett tossing him. Remember, he tossed him to the left.
Is this a segment where we say how incredulous we are that there are injuries in the NFL?
That's a pretty good bit. Not your best work.
I mean, how tough is Trent Williams going to be if he plays this week?
I don't know.
To play.
I don't know. I don't make judgments like that. I don't pretend to. I don't know who's paying through who's paying through. You know what I'm trying to say? Playing through pain, etc.
Just like you. We give you your propers for doing the show today.
But if my pain could go inside your body right now, Evan, you might be like, this guy's soft. It doesn't even hurt. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah. What do you want?
No, I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah, but
we're out. We're out. Lucas told you what you've been doing, Evan. Oh, yeah, say that on there. Lucas.
What did I do wrong?
We're
hey,
trying
Grandy.
to help you, Evan.
Oh. All right. Do I have a read here, Steiny? Read.
Kid's got a future, Steiny.
Okay, who?
Evan. Now, if you keep running through the third base signs.
Our immediate future is a break.
Down.
Let's go to break. Crossover next.
you know, when you sip on something, you have like that third eye.
Good, but that's where you're getting it wrong.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's actually not the changeover. That's next segment. Yay! Matt Steinmetz playing hurt.
Yeah, doing a good job, man. You are the MVP. Oh, but we got a meeting.
Yeah, I know.
You got to sit there. Pop a pill.
I've been taking aspirin, but
you might need the Oxycontin.
No. Oh, no.
I'm busting wood.
Go ahead, Goo. You had something on your mind.
Oh, Alan Stiles. You know, he's working in Sacramento.
Sure.
That's my guy. I check on him. Evan, I don't know if you see on the show yesterday, he debuted the King
Wait,
fan.
It was his first show yesterday?
No. This is about his first week, second week.
And
but anyway, yeah, he says, I've been thinking of this idea and I wanted to save it. It kind of reminded me of us. And his thing to Kings fans was it time to retire the beam? And that didn't go over too well, Snotty.
Why not? That's a great take,
He doesn't know what market he's in,
Yeah,
right?
dude, but that thing, that should never go away.
No, it should.
There's a picture of your boy Sabonis after the game doing an interview, and in the background, the beam is going through the, like, that should be there forever before a new guy to come and say, is it time? I said, they'll remember you, bro. Keep killing it, Styles.
You know what? Who's
this guy from the Bay?
Hey, it's a legitimate take. It is.
You don't like you, or that was a one-hit wonder.
It's a one-hit wonder. It worked. Now they've made the playoffs. Now grow up. Like that. That's kind of.
Steiny.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
I'm being real.
I'm being real too. I could see. I would have voted to get rid of it.
Well, I'll tell you this: had Allen not said it, I don't think one King fan is there. It was the
right. So he took heat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know the callers, like, dude. It's just they didn't like it. He was laughing at himself, like, boy, it was just a suggestion. But Steiny, I think that's the dopest thing going in sports in regard to a win. Warriors win, we
What
lead.
about the Cubs hanging the W?
I'll give you that.
Okay. Well,
but that ain't the. You know what? This is electronics. This is Star Wars.
How about when the Warriors win and they play, oh, I get a good feeling. That song? Who sings that song?
I don't know, but like 20 other venues.
It's not just the Warriors.
No, stop it.
Like Curry from 3. Or like
the A's would celebrate.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, Cool in the Gang. That's a thing.
That is awesome.
I get a good feeling.
We know the song.
Right. That's what the Warriors do after they win at home at Chase.
In 2008, dude, what are you?
No, they do.
They do. I've never heard that.
I'm pretty sure.
And I'm a guy that never heard the Aiyuk. Remember you and I?
Well, you didn't know.
Hold on now. We're in this together.
You blew it with the first down when they go, doop, ooh, ooh, ooh. And you said, Steiny, they don't do anything like that. And every season ticket holder said, Goober, they've been doing that for 42 years.
They called in doing the chants. I can't believe you don't like the beam.
Steiny, aspirin is for central nervous system.
Oh.
Try ibuprofen. Well, hold on. It's
Well, you'd stop being in pain if it shut down.
Yeah, your nervous system is everything.
It's acetaminophen. I call everything aspirin. Acetaminophen, 500 milligrams. Pain reliever, fever reducer. Is that one okay? I don't know. I'm just asking. What's up, Evan? Yeah, I know. No, I'm out. I'm out of ammunition.
You got 5 minutes.
No, you got knockout.
And then crossover.
Yeah.
Right. No more knockout for today.
No, knockout, you'll be there.
No,
we'll
I won't.
be there.
No, I won't.
Wow.
I think you will.
No.
Yeah, no, you will, Stoney.
Want to bet?
You don't want to
I
beat
bet
the
you
people?
won't.
Yeah.
Haha.
Evan learning.
888-957-9570 is the number, but we're not taking calls now.
I am ready to go.
Yay!
Hey, Debo's back. Huge, huh?
You know what? I'm not good. Yes, it is huge.
19 problems.
And do we need to, am I the only one in line? I'm looking at you. Am I the only one in line going to apologize that at one point during this last year, I said maybe Debo's expendable because this Niner offense is so incredible. And Aiyuk's the one. I apologize. They need that ingredient that he brings that nobody else in the league does. I'm sorry.
You're like the boy who cried wolf.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
For someone else.
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
That's what my mom told me. You think
you got me thinking now.
You know what? You wonder where I get it. And I'll never forget this.
Mary.
I had a girlfriend when she was at college and she went home or something. And she said, Matt, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I was like, oh, yeah, for someone else.
Dude.
Thanks, Mom.
Now I'm like, maybe that's what happened.
Mom's a peach.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, Debo Steiny, I don't think his stock on this Niner team has been more higher when they gave him the contract. But for real, be real. There was a sentiment of fans, oh, Debo's always hurt. They don't need him. Aiyuk, Christian McCaffrey. Purdy needs that outlet to just step. What I got to do? Just hike it and throw it. And no, he needs that. They need it. We'll see, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, hey, there's Mark Willard. He just entered the house.
Now, you got on me yesterday for...
This is so different. Don't do this.
For the big boss walking.
Don't do this.
Jerry Jones walking by, Stacey Coppin, and hi. And you just got all whiny. I'm like, dude, let me live.
A good thing
I'm
we were going
to
to break.
It don't matter. Come on now.
I want.
We're entertaining.
I want Venetian blinds.
What's in here.
I want blinds up there. Or I want to switch.
I'm trying to get a run like Mike and Mike, you and me. They went forever, 20-something years.
I think we got about, what, 12, 16 months left, tops.
How many shows go viral?
I mean, honestly.
How many shows we got left, Nani?
I don't know.
We'll talk about
Remember
it.
Remember when Dibbs put up the number of shows that he needed? Oh, you weren't there. This was before your career started.
What did he put up?
Before you won the contest.
What did he put up?
When he did the Rise Guys with, I should maybe let
one of the greatest morning shows.
It was.
Right. I'm being real.
I'm with you.
All right.
I'm with you. Anyway, I should probably let him tell it, just in case he doesn't want me to tell it.
But when would he say I didn't want you to tell it?
Well, he didn't explicitly tell me that.
Like at this point in your life, you shouldn't give a rat's behind on that.
With Dibley?
Yeah, no, just say what you want to say. It's your life. It's your story.
It's actually his story. That's the point. What was it about again?
Dib and the number of shows he put up that he said he needed to get to.
He wanted he said, you know what? I want 10 more years from doing this show.
Oh boy!
And then he figured it out into 52. He said, I need 528 weeks. I need 5. So that's
how many weeks you think it's been?
No, he got fired. Oh. This was at the old place.
Oh man, I'm laughing with you now. Yeah, let's not do that. The countdown.
No alcohol with acetaminophen, not even one beer. Why not?
But tomorrow's Friday.
Oh, we're getting after it. Evan got company coming.
What?
Do you listen to anybody but yourself?
In town.
Well, I didn't want to say it, but of course, Motormouth will.
All right. You know what?
The crossover.
What about it?
It's the real one. It's coming up.
Yeah, I'm with you, 925. I thought CMC was that guy. Now Guru thinks it's Debo. Who's it going to be after the break?
We see a McCaffrey fumble. We didn't see one last week. Cincy. Well, a week before.
All right. Changeover next. What's your favorite animal?
Deer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're joined by Willard and Dibbs.
All right, we really are.
They missed the fight. I got it. Oh,
these
boy.
two?
They were
I know.
Frazier and Ali. I won't tell you what about.
I know what about. I heard.
Oh, okay.
The moral victory?
Yeah. Morale victory, as I said it earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but Willard, I'm with you.
Good job, Warriors. You did great.
Yes, you can bring orange slices if you want.
You're the one who brought them.
No, here's the bottom line. You can say that moral victories don't exist. Find me one Warrior fan who was pissed after the game last night. Find me one, and I'll agree with you.
Okay,
there are none.
Let me counter that with this.
Matt Steinmetz.
Do the standings?
He's not a Warrior fan. He's a Mavericks fan.
Do the standings give a crap about?
No.
So the
But I
Warrior
didn't
fans
say
were
that.
happy. So you know what? Adam Silver, after further review, it was a moral victory. We're going to give both teams a win because you know what? Darn it. At the end of a road trip, you went to Denver undermanned, you were outgunned, and you know what, guys? You played really well, and the Warrior fans aren't upset, so you all get wins.
So
Oprah is not the commissioner.
Cue
Mark.
the Sally Struthers and get
My
ready
girl.
For just 14 cents, both teams can get a win.
Get ready for 4 disingenuous hours of sports radio.
I'm keeping it real.
Because
They lost.
I said none of that.
Dibbs, they were
Find
without
me
two other
a
guys.
Warrior fan who was pissed.
Find me a reason that I should give a crap about.
Well, that's on you.
That's
on you.
Warrior fans. You know what,
That's on
guys?
you.
Good effort.
If you're not excited about this team, I don't know what to
I'm
tell you.
excited, Mark.
Well, then
I'm excited.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm excited by the fact that they played 48 minutes, and you know what? They played a game effort, and they lost.
How about if I ask it a different way?
Ask it.
You come out of last night more or less optimistic about the year?
The same. The same.
I think you're in the minority.
Well,
I think you're big time in the minority.
I'm just one of the few people who looks at things on a more global
I know, you
standpoint.
keep it real.
I've always kept
it
real.
Also known as negative every single day. But anyway, go ahead.
Pom radio. We can do it.
I am trying to figure out.
Give me a W.
I don't really.
Give me an A.
I don't know how good they are. I'm not saying they're not.
Good. Nobody said that.
Yeah, I don't know how
Just
good they are.
last night was
or do you walk out of last night more optimistic or less? I think that's an 85% answer is yes. Yeah.
Well, you said it was 100%.
It might be for 85%.
You said find me a Warrior fan who's
pissed. That's different. That's a completely different question.
Okay, it's nuanced.
Yeah, it is.
It's nuanced.
No Draymond and no Peyton, and you had the ball with a chance to win.
No, you didn't have a chance to win.
If you hit the 3.
They didn't take a 3.
They could have fouled
You didn't know what they
Steiny.
were going to take.
That's right. And they took a 2.
Yeah.
So they never had a shot to win the game in regulation.
That is some of the most preposterous.
What are you talking about?
Ever.
They had a chance
you
to
didn't
tie
know
the
what
game.
they were going to do when they had the ball coming out the timeout, and what was on the chessboard was a 3, which would have won them the game.
No.
So you
It
cannot
wouldn't have won them the
pivot.
game.
It wouldn't have.
Oh,
They shot the ball with 8 seconds left.
Don't do it. Just duck out.
I'm going.
Hey, Mark,
we had a good
There's
show.
a side of the room.
Son, let me take this one.
Semantic side of the room and then reality side of the room. Whatever it is. So I'm tapping
You
out.
guys are wrapped up in Steph Curry dreamland because when they missed the free throw
That's not what
and
he
they
said.
got the offensive rebound,
not what he
they
said.
had a chance to tie the
That's
game
not
with 4 seconds
what he
left.
said.
He said they had the ball with a chance to win the game.
When Curry
They
missed
were
the
down
pass.
by
Yeah,
2
when Curry-
with the ball.
And when did they shoot it, Mark?
That doesn't matter. They have a chance.
That's all that matters.
I just got sucked into it. I said I wasn't going to do it, and then I got
That's
sucked
all
into it.
that matters.
This started out as Goose saying,
I'm gonna read text
Steiny,
messages.
they should have won last night. They had a
that's-
chance to
but
win it. I'm
that's
like,
the-
how did they have a chance to win it? Like they were down the last 5 minutes.
They were up 5
They
with
never
4
took
minutes
a
to go.
shot. They never took a shot that would have given them the lead.
But Curry missed a 3 down 1.
When?
At the end of the game, they were down 1. Curry missed a 3. My thing to
3
you
minutes.
is it was further than that.
No.
He hit the 3 to cut it from 5 to 2.
All right. With 3
Take it
minutes
from a
left,
guy
he
who
shot
had
it.
Denver minus 3.5.
I misspoke. With 3 minutes left, Curry shot the 3. They were down 1. My point to you is, Steiny, you keep going 5 minutes. That possession where Curry went with the left, Dibbs, had he shot a 3 and hit, they got the lead.
With
because they
3
didn't
minutes
take
left?
that shot.
Yeah.
No, the
That's
last
right.
possession.
Gotcha.
Where Curry went with the left. Who in here thought they weren't going to go for a 3?
Well, I didn't know what they were going to
go
for.
But that was on the table. Is all I'm saying.
Sure, they had a chance.
So that's a chance. Yeah. If you make it, you win the game.
You don't win the game because there's still 8 seconds left, and Denver has timeouts, and they can advance it. So that's where Klay Thompson had a chance to tie the game when Chris Paul threw him the ball, and Klay.
There's 8 seconds left because that's when he shot it.
Right, Mark, and that's when he shot it, but he
could have
didn't.
waited to the buzzer if he wanted to, which is what Goo's saying. They had an opportunity to do it a certain way. They chose to do it a different way.
Exactly.
And you're pinning him in a corner.
I'm not pinning anyone in the corner.
Twisting his
I'm
words
looking at the reality of what happened.
I don't want
in
to
the
fight
game.
like this today. So I'm going to go back to my
You better
text.
buckle up for 4 hours or calling us up because that's what's going to go down.
I'll just stick to my.
We're going to cry about goaltending at the 8-minute mark instead because we can do that.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait till you work your anger out.
My
5:45 maybe. No anger.
The only thing I said to Goo, and it's like, stop saying they should have won the game when they never took a shot that could have put them ahead in the last 3 minutes.
Why are you putting the S in front of this? It could have won the game.
Well, you said should have. And that's a big difference.
I didn't say they should have won.
Yeah, you said
stop.
They had a chance to win the game.
No, that explains why you're. No, I never said they should have won the game.
Okay, they had a chance to win the game.
Yeah, could have won the game.
Well,
they played great.
But whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, they played great.
Yeah.
They played great.
In my world, coming
Great
out
game.
of that timeout when Steph. And I know Dibs, there would have been time on the clock.
Yeah.
But that could have put them ahead had they chose to make a 3.
Not necessarily.
Right.
They would have had to
back
off that.
Yeah.
They didn't. Not necessarily was there any time left.
Oh,
they chose to go early because they were trailing. They could have waited till the buzzer and shot a 3.
And then
First text message I got from a buddy was, "Why'd he go so early?" It's the first, and I said, because they're losing. So if he misses, they have a chance to maybe tip it in or get an offensive rebound. But they could have chosen to wait until the buzzer, but they didn't.
Yeah. And that's a good question for Steve Kerr today.
It was a hell of a game.
I think the question of why they went early speaks more to what was available because they were running Steph off the 3-point line, and he had an opportunity to get to the basket and take a shot inside the arc. Yes, exactly. So you take that shot, and then you foul, and you get a break because Denver missed 3 of 4 free throws down the stretch and gave you a chance, and then Klay was unable to get the outlet pass from Chris Paul, and you didn't get a shot up, and you lose by 3. So that's the way that goes.
What
but
did you make of the Klay
great.
catch? I asked Stein. That was just going to be a heave anyway, right?
It's a heave.
Okay, right.
But if he catches it and heaves it, he has a better chance of making it than if he doesn't catch it and doesn't heave it. So if he catches it and heaves it, it's a 4%, 5%. It's a 40-footer. It's a 40-foot leaner. Now, if it's Steph Curry, I'm expecting him to make it.
But Dibs, you know me. You know I'm not into the, it was a moral victory. You were without arguably 2 of your best defenders.
Yeah.
And you still took Jokic and the Nuggets down to the end. And you're 6. How can that not be?
Well, you got to mention they didn't have Murray.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have to mention that.
No doubt.
Super encouraging first 9 games. Like, incredibly.
Who could say
that's a better way to put it.
Now,
encouraging.
What if I said.
And an incredibly encouraging night last night, in my opinion.
But what if I said you should have lost to the Kings without De'Aaron Fox at home?
Well, I mean, the whole.
But you didn't.
So now we're at
and
the
OKC had
the shoulda word. Like, anytime, the NBA especially, when scoring can happen in 2 seconds. Derek Fisher can do it in 0.4 seconds. Yeah. So, like, that, every fan thinks should have when the game was close. If Curry had waited till the buzzer and hit a 3, the Nuggets fans would have gone home saying we should have won that game. So, I don't mind you using that word because that's how we talk about.
No, we had some people.
That's how we talk about sports. That's how we talk about sports. But look, I if you can look at it either in a finer view, which is just last night, which I found to be an incredibly encouraging performance, or you can look at it over the 9 games and just say all of the things many of us have said the last 2 weeks, which is this team is way better than they were last year. They are deeper. They are getting contributions from places you didn't know you'd get them. They have a look of a team that if provided health and provided, continued chemistry and continued evolution of who they are, can this be a team that is involved at the end of the year? Absolutely. And I don't know how you couldn't be with 7 road games already in your back pocket out of the first 9, I don't know how you can't be over the moon right now if you're a Warrior fan with the way they're playing, the way they look.
I mean, I could give you a few reasons.
Go ahead.
Andrew Wiggins would be reason 1A.
Yeah, and I don't feel like they've really beaten anybody yet. And in fact, I feel like they've lost to the 3 best team they've played so far. Phoenix, Cleveland, and then last night.
Well, who is anybody? Because the Houston Rockets now have a winning record and blowing out the Lakers. So what does that mean? Do you know what I mean? Like they haven't beaten anybody.
They won 2 games at the buzzer.
Great. That's a big part of winning in the NBA.
Well, you're just asking.
Right.
I mean, they're 6-3, but I didn't come out of that game last night saying we're going to be playing in June. If I'm a Warrior fan.
I don't think June is relevant right now. If I say again what I just said was
saying they're going to be playing late in the season or something like that.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. You weren't listening to what I said. What I said was I don't know how after these 9 games you can't look at this team and think, if blessed with health, continued chemistry, and the continued evolution of their players on the track they're on, they absolutely have a chance to be a part of the end of this season.
I didn't see that.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Not last night.
I think road games in the NBA are incredibly hard, and they have played at least 2 more than anybody else in the whole NBA. And to come out of that 6-3 is just incredibly impressive, especially when it's at the beginning of the year and you are infusing new people into the lineup. I think it's amazing. I don't think the Warriors thought they'd be 6-3 right now. Steve said so much last night. He said he thought if we could be 5-4 through that first stretch, we would be thrilled. And they're 6-3. So I think this is a very, very encouraging start to the year.
But you do, Dibs, you said it. My thing, I agree with Willard, but the Andrew Wiggins thing to me is the biggest enigma, and they can't get to where they want to go with him being this version of himself. We had Monty Poole on earlier.
Yeah.
He said he looks preoccupied out there. Those are like, everybody can kind of see it.
Sure.
6-3, I'll take it. They're deeper. But if he can revert back to just being somewhat give us something,
right,
then there's no telling where this team can go.
He's been the player that we all want him to be for 2 or 3 weeks of his entire Warrior career. And otherwise, he's been this player. So what does it take for him to be that player, not every night, but maybe 3 times out of every 5 instead of once out of every 10? Because you watch him play, and Steve Kerr doesn't feel like he can close with him. And, you get into the real crunch minutes, and he's nowhere to be found. And it's not by accident. And you see them play without him on the court, and they're playing great. And last night was a great game for the Warriors. And, they fought all the way to the absolute last breath in the last game of a road trip at altitude, at Denver, 4 games in 6 nights. And last year, that's a game they lose by 27. And that's a game where Steph and Klay, they don't play more than 14 minutes. They get pulled at halftime, and it becomes a Lester Quinones game. But this year's team, they're not playing like that. They fought, and they played absolutely great all the way down to the wire.
I like Jackson Davis.
Yeah. And, Podziemski is playing like he belongs. And, you look at so many positives at 6-3. Now, could they be 8-1 if a couple of things would have broken their way? Sure, but they also could be 4-5 right now.
And I'm not mad at that, but they're not.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like
9 games is not going to tell us, though.
Super encouraged?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I am.
All right.
When they got to the conference semis with all that they had to deal with, it was their fault too last year. Now, if you're telling me they're deeper and all that stuff, or most of that stuff is gone, you got the chef to close out games. I'm here. I got my popcorn.
Well, there's also, what about
the Lakers? Because
I didn't tell you they're winning it, Steiny.
The Lakers are 0-5 on the road.
And the Clippers don't know who they are yet.
The Lakers are 0-5 on the road. We're 0-5.
What are Denver?
Denver on the road?
Yeah.
2-1.
What are Well, why would you have to do this?
Just because I think that when we say, they haven't beaten anybody, I don't think that plays in the NBA on the road.
You know what?
Almost every game is hard on the road in the NBA. If you're a good team, you win most of them. They are. That makes them a good team. It's a good team.
You know what? Here's what
we don't need to talk about.
We're doing the same.
Yet.
You're doing the
same. We don't need to talk.
We're
about
doing the
yet.
same thing with the Warriors that we did with the Niners when they were 5-0.
No, we're not.
Yes,
nobody said they can win it all.
We're jumping the gun.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
You're putting June in my mouth.
Right? Nobody said June.
I didn't say June.
We said,
keep my month out your mouth.
You like the start?
I literally never said the word June.
Nobody said June.
I talked about the end. I talked about the end with about 4 ifs. Leading into it, it's a very encouraging start. Nothing more. Nothing more.
Last night
why would we talk about June? I haven't had turkey yet.
But the Niners, I'll give you that. I put them in the Super Bowl after 5. I have no shame in that.
And I still think the Niners are a very good team too. We'll find out where that's going to go next.
What'd you think of Wilkes' comments?
I didn't watch last night's game and say, boy, these guys are going to be. Western Conference Finals.
We need to see more. The whole point was we like what we see through 9.
Yeah, I don't.
Even if they had won, I wouldn't come in here and say, "Stoney, they're playing in June."
I just don't think you can diminish that the what's happened in these first 9 games. Forget June. I just don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I'm diminishing it, but I don't think I'm diminishing it. I think you guys are making a little too much out of it.
I think.
What about that?
I think in professional sports, it is often, and I'm not getting personal here. But I think it's a lazy thing when people say they haven't played anybody yet. Professional sports.
Mark,
the Arizona Cardinals blew the Dallas Cowboys off the field when they were on the road.
There's going to be exceptions.
These games, right, they're hard. They're hard. You can't say, okay, they haven't done anything yet. What do you mean they haven't done anything yet? They blew the Kings opening night to smithereens. They hung right in there with the champs last night. Yes, they were down a man. The Warriors were down 2. Okay.
They beat Houston at
the game.
Houston's not very good.
Houston stinks.
And you can say,
Detroit's terrible.
Everybody else is having a hard time with them. Oklahoma City was a playoff team that was energized on a blue floor.
Again, this is exactly what we did with the Niners.
No, it's not.
They were 5-0. And we refused to talk about, hey, you know what? The Rams moved the ball in the whole first half. Okay, and then they got a bad break in the second where the guy drops the ball. Hey, you know what? The 49ers are 5-0. So we can't talk about, Arizona moved the ball pretty well against them.
Who said one thing that you can't talk about?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Fire away. What do you hate?
I don't hate anything. I'm just not as encouraged as you.
But what is too much?
Okay.
Scotty, what's too much to say
to do with
how
what
you
we
feel
did with
about
the
this
Niners.
Warrior 9-game start? Like, how far can we go? How far can Dub Nation go about these 9 games?
I guess we're not allowed to at all.
Willard and I did not say June. Nobody came in here and said finals.
Okay, what does the end mean? What is the end? If you're there at the end, what is that?
But you weren't
That's what
listening.
you said.
And you weren't listening when I said 4 qualifiers before it. You weren't listening.
Right.
So that's all. So you weren't listening. I didn't say that. I'm not thinking about a championship. I'm wildly encouraged by what I see. You don't want us to be encouraged. Fine, don't be encouraged.
Now, who doesn't listen to who? You want to be encouraged? Be encouraged.
I just said to you, go ahead and fire away with the reasons you're not encouraged, and you came up with nothing. Why are you not encouraged?
I'm not encouraged because I have not been impressed with their wins.
Okay, why?
Because they haven't been. They won 2 games at the buzzer. 2.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that tends to even out.
The Nuggets won a game at the buzzer last night.
Right, and it tends to even out over the course of a season. So, you can say they're 6-3, and they are 6-3, but they got beat by Phoenix, they got beat by Cleveland, they got beat by Denver. So those are 3 good teams.
Yep.
I don't care that they beat Houston. They're great, you can give them credit. And they beat the Sacramento Kings without their best player.
And with him.
Right, and then
on
who
their
else?
home floor.
And they won at the buzzer against OKC without their best
and they
player.
beat the Pelicans.
And is that fair to say?
Without their best player.
Sure. I get all that.
Well, how about this? The one thing we've worried about with the Warriors is injuries, right? Health, age.
Right.
Well, they've been healthy for 10 games, 9 games. Their opponents have not been.
Right.
So I'm putting that into the equation of, hey, I've had some good fortune early.
And
is that crazy?
No, but I'm going to tell you this. I think you have an issue thinking it's the Warriors against the field when, to me, it's the Warriors against last year's Warriors, and that's what makes me feel good. They're halfway to the win total on the road. They're connected, Dibs, and to me, that's good juju.
That's great. No, it's great juju, but I also think that, and for me anyway, you look at 6-3 and you have to qualify it. At least I do, based on what he's talking about, what Steiny said, and the wins that they have and the teams that they've lost to.
Apologize for, but he's right.
You don't have to apologize for anything, and we can call last night a moral victory. If you want to call it a moral victory, you can. I don't believe in moral victories when it comes to pro sports. If I'm coaching fifth grade Bs or if I'm coaching freshman girls and we lose 27-26, and darn it, it was a team that beat us by 40 the first time, that's a moral victory, girls, and let's get out there and let's beat San Marin. But in pro sports, to me, there's no such thing as a moral victory.
But that's such black and white thinking. Like
I deal with the standings, Mark,
but you're in the
and that's
media.
what I deal with.
But no, you're actually a storyteller.
Right.
And the story is completely lost if we just say, did you win or did you lose? Now I'm going home. I don't even know how the hell the four of us would have jobs if it wasn't for the story behind what's going on.
But what's the headline from last night?
So it's almost as if
the Warriors have a moral victory?
No, not at all. But it's almost as if you guys are empowering the idea of reverse excuses. So in other words, when something doesn't go well, when Brock Purdy throws 4 picks in 2 fourth quarters, we're not allowed to have an excuse. It's black and white.
You can do whatever you want.
Hang on. You threw picks, it's black and white. So then when the Warriors win, hang on. I'd like to tell everyone the story of why they won.
I tell the story in wins and in losses.
It doesn't sound like it.
No,
you
it's
don't want
because
the story at all.
You don't want me to tell the story as I see it.
No,
and the story that I'm telling is you played a good team and you didn't have one of your best players. They didn't have one of their best players. And you were at the end of a long road trip, and it's a game that you probably should have got crushed in, and you didn't, but you still lost. Okay, you lost. And you know what? We'll get them in this next homestand, Warriors.
I mean,
to me,
like
you can tell your story,
and
I'll tell my story.
Your story is they lost.
That's Mark. And I gave you 80 words, and then you boiled it down to 2 words because that's what you want to take from my narrative.
You said moral victories in pro sports don't exist.
They don't exist in my world.
Yeah,
and we can ask Steve Kerr. Hey, Steve, opening question today. Hey, Steve, was last night a moral victory?
I believe he's going to say
I don't know what he'll say, but if you listen to the presser last night, he actually talked about how incredibly encouraged he was after the loss.
You ask him that question, or I will. Well, I'll ask him if last night was a moral victory.
Right, but there's a stigma around the phrase. So
it's a phrase that you use.
Yeah, because it's true. So if Steve Kerr goes, we don't believe in moral victories, but boy, we feel great about what happened last night. That's a moral victory. But you don't want to use the label.
Yeah.
No, it's not. People don't want to use the label.
It's completely semantics.
I don't think it is.
It's loser mentality is what it is because you lost the game. And the standings will reflect that you are 6-3 because Denver scored more points than you.
Right, but
now are there positives from that game?
Moments
Absolutely.
ago, Steiny said, but they won a couple games at the buzzer.
Those are wins, kid.
Yep. Standings
Those are wins.
will reflect.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
That's what I don't understand.
Well, it feels like you're telling the story in one direction, but not in the other.
No, I'm saying Warriors are 6-3. They're 6-3. Like we're on a radio show, so it doesn't end with Bill Parcells saying you are what your record says you are.
Right, of course
now
not.
I say they're 6-3, but you know what? I don't think they've really played a lot of teams. They've been healthy. They've gotten a little good luck. That's all.
I guess I'm saying,
but they're 6-3.
But
they're 6-3.
So it feels like you guys want to explain away the wins, but there's no room to explain away the losses.
That's the way that you're perceiving it based on your own frame of reference, and that's
what we have in life.
Exactly. And so
you're super encouraged, and I'm kind of encouraged.
I'm encouraged. I'm absolutely encouraged.
No one's arguing
but I don't look at last night and think, you know what? They're really 7-2, 2 scoreboards. Yeah. I'm going to count that one as a win because it's a moral victory.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that you did. I'm saying I look at last night as a game where they didn't have a 20-plus a night scorer, and you didn't have your key offensive and defensive player. It was kind of a wash. And you went to Denver in a spot where, schedule-wise, that was a scheduled loss for you. 4th game in 6 nights, at altitude, at Denver, and you played a great game. And you had a chance to win it, and you didn't. It's an L, but it's of your 3 losses, That's probably your best loss.
You know what I saw from a lot of Warrior fans, including many who work at this station last night, was people saying at the end of that, wow, that was a hell of a watch. It was a great
watch.
basketball.
No
I don't
doubt.
think you enjoyed it because you lost a honey bunny on it.
First of all, you don't know how much I lost on it.
You
So
told me how much you lost on it.
I told you I lost a unit, and you don't know what my units are.
Yes, I do.
So let's go ahead and take my pocketbook out your mouth. You don't want to.
You brought it to.
I didn't tell you what a unit
all
was.
day yesterday.
Yeah, I lost a bet.
Yeah,
I lost $5, Mark, because that's what a unit is for me.
How do you know what a honey bunny is?
Exactly.
70 games left.
Counting other people's pockets. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Oh, you want to leave? Steiny wants to go.
You want to leave after this?
We have a meeting.
No, we got our show
Thursday.
meeting.
Okay, good. Good luck with the show meeting.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I'm not bringing anything to the air that you didn't spend the whole day talking about yesterday.
Oh, I bet on Denver.
You spent the whole day talking about how Denver was going to blow them out, bet the -3.5.
I didn't tell you how much money.
Neither did I.
Okay.
Neither did I.
Okay.
I did?
No.
Okay.
Apparently you didn't.
Okay.
You said something about a honey bunny.
A honey bunny.
Which,
yeah.
what did you think that meant?
I don't even know, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It's just a phrase. Just sounded like
Gotcha.
something that was fun to say.
Yeah, I lost a honey bunny on that one. Yeah. I bet Denver -3.5, and I would do it again because that's a game that Denver should, in all assessment of that spot, the schedule spot, no Draymond, no GP2. That's a game that Denver should have won by 12 to 15, and at many spots, it looked like they were going to, but Denver was reliant on one player only. And that one player was mostly unguardable, and everybody else on the Nuggets was pretty much not non-existent, but it was Jokic. Jokic was awesome. Jokic was dominant. Kevon Looney, my heart goes out for him because he defended him the best he could, and some of those fouls were a little touchy, a couple of touch fouls, but that's what happens when you play against the MVP on his home floor.
See, when I hear you say Denver should have won this game, what'd you say, by 12?
Well, yesterday I said by 30.
Okay.
But watching the way that game went yesterday, they should have won that game by at least 10.
Okay, see, I what I think is going on, and this is why I'm super encouraged, and I think so many Warrior fans are, and my goodness, after the conversation we've just started, we would love to hear where you all sit on this team after this performance and this start, 888-957-9570. I think that you think that Denver should have done XYZ because we're still getting to know these Warriors, and so we're expecting things to happen based on what we know last year. And last night is exhibit C, maybe D, maybe E, for me, about how much better this team is than they were last year. And it was a team that made the Western Conference semifinals last year. So if this team is so much better this year, and I really think that it is, that's where my encouragement comes from. Doesn't mean, based on the journey and the story that's about to unfold, that they're going to win a title, that they're going to get to the title, get to the Final Four. I have no idea. That takes all kinds of different things to fall in place, starting with health. So we haven't even reached the holidays yet. But when I see this team play, I think our expectations are still tucked into the Warrior team we knew. And now we're getting to know a new Warrior team, and it's way better. It's way better. And so expectations for me are adjusting on the fly right now. And that's what I refer to as super encouraging.
Yeah, it's definitely encouraging. I mean, you're 6-3, and you've had 7 road games, and you had a 4-game trip in 6 days, and you went 2-2, and you played the defending champs almost toe-to-toe down to the wire. And, yeah, you're encouraged by that. But for me, you look at the way that game unfolded last night, and, Denver got, Jokic had 35 points, 35 of the 108, and not a lot of help from the other Denver Nuggets, and Warriors played a very, very good game. They played their A game without Draymond Green. They had 9 turnovers as a team, and I think they had 2 in the second half, maybe 1 in the second half. I don't know if you count Klay Thompson's end-of-game gaff.
No, I don't think so.
Kevon had one in the fourth quarter, a big one.
Kevon had a bad pass. A bounce pass on the left baseline there that hit someone's leg and went the other way. I remember that one. I don't remember many others.
No, Warriors played great. They didn't shoot it great. Neither team shot it well. They both were 11 for 35 from 3, and they hung with Denver in Game 4 and 6 nights on the road. So yeah, it's encouraging. I just bristle at the notion of a moral victory because to me in pro sports there is no such thing. There are wins. There are losses. Now, can you be encouraged by, Jackson Davis off the bench? Absolutely. And Kuminga continuing to show that he's ready to be a part of a real rotation? Sure. Moses Moody continuing to be aggressive offensively. Podziemski, quality minutes off the bench. Chris Paul, he's fitting in better and better. Yeah, these are all things to be encouraged about. But to me, to use the moral victory moniker it's a misnomer. But
that's what I'm getting at. I know people don't like the phrase. It's one of the reasons it ends up making for good conversation. If you remove the phrase, I'm pretty sure that if we polled Dub Nation, #, I could prove that it was a moral victory. I think I could prove it by comments that Steve Kerr made last night. We just don't like the phrase, and I get it. It feels very milk and cookie. It feels very Capri Sun and oranges, and I understand
It's a kindergarten phrase.
I totally get it. So it doesn't show up in the standings, and this is a billion-dollar industry, so who cares about your moral victories? Totally get that sort of point of view, but if you do dive deeper into what the definition of a moral victory is, I think last night was it. So if there's a different phrase I could use, I'd love to pick that instead, and maybe that'll bother people a lot less. But the bottom line is, I think the Warriors themselves and Warrior fans walked away from that game feeling better about the team than they did at tip-off. And they lost. And that doesn't happen very often. And sometimes we use the phrase moral victory for that. And if that doesn't fit, whether it doesn't fit this game or if it doesn't fit the way you like to look at sports, I totally understand that. But that was a game where nobody punched a locker or threw a remote control afterward because I just don't think that really anything bad came out of it.
Other than the loss.
Sure, but I mean,
you lost the game.
But a November loss is not a big deal in the NBA.
No, right? unless it comes down to tiebreakers against Denver. And I
guess. Although you got more, that's not even decided yet. You got 3 more chances.
Right, and Denver just showed last night that they're better than you. Certainly in that small sample on their home floor. They didn't have Murray. You didn't have Draymond. You can call that a wash. I would say Denver was more limited without Murray than the Warriors were without Draymond Green and GP2. It's arguable, but Denver relies on the inside-outside offense of Murray and Jokic, and they didn't have that.
Denver much more limited offensively. The Warriors much more limited defensively.
Without GP2 and Draymond Green.
I think essentially. I think all 3 of those injuries all showed up on one side of the floor, largely.
And for the Warriors, defensively, they played great. They played great without
especially
that. Kevon Looney stood up, and he put in his shift against Jokic, and he ended up with the 5 fouls, and he only played. Well, he did play 30 minutes. Wow, he played more than I thought, and he stood in there and battled with Nikola Jokic very well. And ultimately, it came down to late game execution. Kevon's big turnover, which was unfortunate. The Nuggets missed 3 or 4 free throws late, which probably would have salted the game away. So it was a little bit choppy on both ends over the last 3 or 4 minutes, and it came down to one possession where the Warriors had a chance, and Klay couldn't get the outlet pass from CP3 and hoist a 45-footer that would have tied it.
I just also love, it's not even the final score right now. It's the way it all looks and the way it all comes together. You had 6 players in double digits. The bench is incredibly productive. The Warriors have a bench. The Warriors don't have to freak out when Steph sits down. To me, 9 games in, there's your lead story. Forget the record. Forget the record. Steph Curry can leave the game and the Warriors can function.
They get better.
I mean, well.
Look at the plus minus.
That's one stat.
If you want to look at the plus minus in general of the second unit, it's better than it's ever been.
Right.
So, and I know that Steph Curry is a part of that. Steph Curry was a minus 10 last night. All the bench, all 5 guys who came in off the bench were in the positive. So, yeah, it's a one-off. And I know plus minus is, we talked about this, it's a stat that we all use to weaponize our point. And my point is not that the Warriors are better without Steph Curry.
Right, because
I want to be clear about
a lot of those bench players were playing when Jokic was on the bench too.
Exactly.
Yes.
So if the Warriors bench is better than the opponent's bench, that's a good thing. And that's something that we haven't seen in a long time. And it's Chris Paul who is shepherding a lot of these guys, these younger guys. Last night, Moody, Podziemski, and Jackson Davis and Kuminga. If you look across just those 4 guys with Chris Paul, they're all under the age of 23, and I think TJD is the oldest of that group. So to be able to have Chris Paul at 38, coming up on 39 with that young group, that's incredible in terms of a second unit in the Stephless minutes we talk about.
And Wiggins got to finish. He didn't have a good game, but he had a good fourth quarter. I thought. Didn't he? Look, that was about as good of a run as we've seen. I know it's only one quarter, but if you're looking for glimmers with Andrew Wiggins, good fourth quarter. They let him stay all the way to the end of the game. That's good, right? No? No? You okay?
Oh, I was doing my Wiggins.
You got to. Oh,
I was doing my Wiggins.
I got it. It's a radio show. You know, nobody knows what you're doing there. It just sounds silent.
YouTube saw me do my Wiggins.
Right, so good.
I'll give him this.
500 people know what's going on.
5 rebounds. He had 5 rebounds.
That's more than he's been getting.
That might be more than his entire season total.
Yeah.
And I'd have to Google it. But 4 of 13 from the floor. And I wish we still had the K-Wiggs bit because 0 of 3 from 3. 4 of 13 floor, 11 points, 5 rebounds from the number 1 overall pick in 29 minutes. And we look at that and we say, okay, good bounce back game, Andrew.
No.
Attaboy.
Bad game, but good fourth quarter.
No, but better game.
Good fourth quarter.
But that's a better game than he's had of late.
Yeah.
And that to me is maybe the most alarming thing.
Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5 o'clock today. There's no doubt that we're going to talk about what he saw in Andrew Wiggins in the fourth quarter, allowed him to stay in the game and finish, and where that all sits right now. I mean, absolutely that's something that we'll ask. 29 minutes for him. They were a little bit more starter heavy. Steph played 34. That's about as much. I think there was one other game where he had 36 this year. But with Draymond out, the minutes got condensed a little bit more. I just, listen, I find it hard to believe that anybody came out of last night's game and was ticked.
No, you're not ticked.
No, well,
you're not ticked.
Usually you are. You lose a game that you feel like you should win, or if the Warriors lost.
But that was not that.
The Warriors lost because they look bad. You come away annoyed. Nobody was annoyed last night.
No, you lost a game that you probably should have lost, and you look at that spot on the schedule against that team. That team at home is probably the best team in basketball at home. You're playing game 4 in 6 nights on the road, and you don't have Draymond Green and GP2. That's a game that you're not expecting. Now, they might expect to win every game, and they should because they're the ones playing it. But you look at that from the outside looking in, that's a game where they lose, and you think, okay, I could see them losing that. And when they play like they did last night, they played hard, they competed, and they had a chance, multiple chances late to steal that one. You feel good about it.
No one, at least not right now. No one here is talking about June at all. But I could not be more excited about what I've seen in these first 9 games. I think they went about as well as you could have possibly hoped. What do you think? We'll take your calls next. Steve Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock. Your chance to play knockout. We're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 more chances.
That's it?
4 more chances to get into knockout at Chase. We'll do that at 4:30. Make sure you're listening. It's Willard and Dibs.
There are 2 different ways to run a
Lowest prices for over 30 years. Always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, they really upped their game this year. It feels like you got every single player on the whole team to do something, and then they went to Kevon, who everybody knows is really smart, and they're like, watch this. We're not going to just say, now back to Willard and Dibbs. We're going to have you go ahead and forward promote your own coach's interview and exactly when it's going to happen. And Kevon goes, give me that piece of paper.
Totally.
No problem.
Hi, this is Kevon Looney. We're giving you a chance to play knockout on the floor where I knock down 2-footers on 95.7 The Game.
I'm half waiting for Kevon in a couple hours to be like, Green Day tickets at 5:30.
Totally.
Like, I mean, how many times did you talk to him? We do have Green Day tickets at 5:30. We do have another spot in the knockout tournament coming up at 4:30.
Thank you, Kevon.
Thank you, Kevon. And we do have your phone calls moments away. A lot of people want us to address the non-goaltend call. And Steve addressed it after the game. So did Steph in very different ways. Steve did the whole, like, I'd like to not get fined. These are really hard calls to make, and so I'm used to it. And Steph did and again, I'm paraphrasing.
I want my bucket.
Steph was like, so it was a goaltend, and they missed it. Okay, next question. Like that. I mean, what else do you want him to say? And he's right. I saw from the backboard cam
I need to see that view because I haven't seen it.
It's a no-doubt goaltend, but also, like, I get why at full speed or depending on your angle, it was hard to see. It as Steve called it last night, bang, bang.
Right.
The question that I know a lot of you want us to ask Steve, and we will, why not challenge? So there's 8 minutes plus to go in the game. It would have tied the game. I also, what I don't know, and I bet you do, I don't know the rule of, because if it was a goaltend, well, now we stop and we inbound. What happens with the continuation of the play, which turned into a goaltend bucket at the other end for Denver? So if you had reviewed it and you're like, yep, it was a goaltend, does that also take away the bucket that Denver got at the other end in the continuation of the play?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think so.
But it kind of should. Like, I mean,
it's a continuation sensation is what it is. I feel like you were leading me to that. And I'll take the buck.
You've done good.
I think that it just, whatever happens afterward happens. It's not like football where, once you snap the ball, you can't go back. In this case, and there was a play last night where Porter Jr. hit a 3 that turned out to be a 2, and I was listening to the game doing a milk run for my baby Mila, and I heard Kevin Dana say it's not 81-81, it's 81-80 because Porter Jr.'s toe was on the line. We'll be right back. Gucci. And so that's the kind of thing.
Exactly. I also don't know this. I don't even know if you can challenge that. I don't know if you can.
I'll look that up.
Because I think that you can challenge calls. I don't know if you can challenge things that aren't called. Do you know what I mean? Like, if somebody calls a foul on you, you can now challenge that.
Right.
Was it actually a foul? Well, if nobody called a foul, you can't stop the game and be like, hey, refs, go look at that. He fouled me. There's no call to review. So I actually don't even know if he can challenge it. I have questions that he – see, now, Lucas, you're telling me he can. You're saying he can't. Yeah, I don't know if he can.
I'm looking at the rule right now, and it says a team may utilize a challenge to trigger instant replay of one of the following 3 events: a called personal foul, a called out-of-bounds violation, or a called goaltending or basket interference violation.
Right, but it wasn't called.
This was not a called goaltending or a basket interference.
And I think that the reason is for what I just stated, which is that the play continues in a way that it wouldn't have had there been a call. So now there's this chain link fence that gets built, and you're like, okay, if we were wrong and we now change it, do we have to change everything else that just happened? Like, let me give you another scenario. let's say Denver keeps playing and goes to the other end and they brick a shot. Steph gets the rebound and he runs down the other end and nails a 34-footer, and the Warriors take the lead. Well, if you had, in theory, I know this is not football,
right,
but if you had thrown a challenge flag
totally
in the middle of all this, well, what happens? Do we now take away the three-pointer that Steph just hit? So I think I'm actually talking myself into this along with what you just read.
Yeah.
I don't even think he could challenge it.
Correct.
Which is a flaw.
Problematic.
It is a flaw.
And this is where, and as we asked Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock about challenging or not challenging, he will reiterate how much he doesn't like the challenge system.
Right.
And I think he is of the same mind as me, which is just call the game. Call the game and we'll deal with it on whatever happens.
When are you going to miss calls every night on every quarter?
On both ends of the floor.
Of course.
Always.
Of course.
And I think that that's where he still will sit in a case like this. So if you can't challenge it unless it's called a goaltend, so now we're going to train our referees much like with, things in the NFL where we don't call a fumble anymore. We let it play out, and then change of possession is now reviewable. So we don't call, things that are clearly down by contact. We call them a fumble now, and we let it play out, and then we go to review, and we waste 2 or 3 minutes, and we all realize his knee was down. That's not a fumble. And then we go back after review. He was down by contact. It'll be third down.
Right.
And we waste our time.
No, but it means you take away all of the things that would have happened if it was a fumble.
Right.
So the NBA's not doing that. I know you call it a waste of time. I don't think it is at all. If somebody's celebrating in the end zone and they've got their turnover chain out, and it turns out the guy's knee was on the ground,
right,
as was his shoulder and his other knee and his helmet and his other shoulder were all down, well, no, it's not a waste of time. It's like, give him the ball back. It wasn't a fumble.
It's a waste of time in that we've trained our officials to not see what we see and blow it dead. Now officials are trained in the NFL to let it play out, because once you whistle it, it's over. Now you can't scoop and score because we blew it dead. And that's where in the NBA, we're going to get to a point where a close bang-bang play, now we're just going to call it goaltending, and we're going to make the team that was not offended challenge it with their one challenge or not, because that's the only way that. Right. So if that was goaltending, and I believe you, I haven't seen that replay.
Yeah, it was.
It was
and
close.
Believe Steph went crazy.
Yeah.
He knows. He
Steph
was right
knows.
there.
I mean, he put it up there. So it's goaltending. And so if you don't call it, you can't challenge it. But if you do call it, now Denver's got to challenge it with their only challenge. Do they really want to challenge it with 8 minutes to go?
I mean, should we tell refs when it comes to goaltending, when in doubt, especially when it's the backboard variety, not the one that's the teardrop variety.
Right.
But the backboard variety, when in doubt, call it.
I guess. But now we're in a spot where coaches only have one challenge.
Right.
So now you're looking at Steve Kerr, even if it was challengeable, and I don't believe that it was.
Yeah.
Would Steve use his one challenge with 8:27 to go on a 2-point basket in a 2-point game?
I'd argue he probably would. That's maybe the better question for Steve today.
Well, it seems like the only things that he challenges are Draymond Green fouls. Because, you got to keep Draymond happy.
Right. You got to call TJD and Pajemski back from Santa Cruz because Draymond said so.
I want to look up the history of Steve Kerr's challenges and see how many of them are on Draymond Green fouls.
I mean, he admitted to us last year. He's like, sometimes you just give up your challenge to keep your guys' heads screwed on straight.
Exactly.
Yeah, I totally get it. By the way, no matter what we do, there will forever be loopholes. I thought this one was super interesting. Do you remember... did you watch the Philly-Dallas game?
Yeah.
Over the weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember the name of the tight end. I don't think it was Ferguson. I think it was the backup tight end for Dallas. Had the touchdown at the goal line on 4th down. And then they reviewed it, and the knee hit just before the ball crossed the goal line. But it was all in the motion of the catch.
And he was not down by contact.
And his knee,
He caught the ball.
No, he was, because literally had a guy draped on his back as he caught it.
Gotcha.
So draped on his back, they're already contacted. He's on the way just falling. And he falls with the ball over the goal line. But the knees are the first part of his body to hit the ground.
Right.
So they review it, and they say, no touchdown. Chris Sims brings up a great point. He goes, now, what would have happened if the ball had not survived him hitting the ground? You would have called it an incomplete pass, which tells me that when you're saying his knee was down, it doesn't count as a completed pass yet.
Until he completes the catch.
You haven't survived the ground
Exactly.
yet. So it's not a catch. So how are you calling him down by contact
Fascinating.
when he technically hasn't caught the ball yet? And he goes, it's a loophole. There's literally nothing you could, there's a no good answer there. And he's right.
Right, because it's not a catch until you survive the ground, yet you're down by contact when you're contacted and your knee is down.
Yeah, and you have the ball.
Right.
Tucked in your arms.
And I wonder if that happens at
Figure that puzzle
if it
out.
happens at the 31-yard line on like a third or like a 2nd down and 7. Just a garden variety catch, and he catches it, and the same thing happens. Where do they mark the ball? Do they mark it where his knee hit, or do they mark it where he completed the catch?
Well, marking
they
the
mark
ball.
it where he completes the catch.
Where he completes the catch. Although, as you know, marking the ball in football is the least exact science that we have in all of sports.
Yes.
It's just some guy that's like, I'm going to put my foot right
Or
here.
some lady. And we saw it this weekend where after review, they moved the ball a yard forward and somebody got a first down.
And sometimes they do it seemingly just for fun.
And
they're like, I'm going to move the ball.
In all honesty, for the line judge or the side judge, it's almost impossible to. So you're watching the play, and you have to watch when the knee goes down and where the ball is relative to where the player is and the line to gain. It's almost impossible. You need a microchip, and I've said it for years.
And someday there will be. Someday there will be. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. We'd love to get your calls today.
Second Gene on the station.
After
bonus Gene.
After that game last night, I mean, do you you use the word? Would you find it encouraging? Is there no such thing after a loss? Hey, Gene, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, fellas. First of all, that was a spot-on impersonation of Andrew Wiggins, Dibbs.
Thank you, Gene. It's
Nice
second
call.
only to my Gene in Oakland as far as impersonations go.
Yeah, exactly. Right up there.
Thank you, Gene.
All right, listen. Okay, so before I tell you how I would characterize it, I want to say that last night I sent a text to my sports watching buddy, and I said, statement game tonight. He said, agreed. And then last night after the game, I said, statement made, even though we lost. And he said, agreed. Meaning, 3 weeks or less ago, what we were saying was, yeah, this is definitely a better team than it was last year, but we're still not in the class of Denver. Well, if we're not in the class of Denver after last night's game, I'd say we're pretty damn close. And true, they didn't have Jamal Murray, and in many ways, this was reminiscent of the playoffs 2 years ago. First of all, the playoff atmosphere. They didn't have Jamal then, but of course, we didn't have Dre or Gary Payton. So, maybe the edge went a little bit to their side, meaning they had a little bit more of a loss than us. But, anyways, I think we're there. I would call this a encouraging loss.
Say it with me, Gene. Say it with me. I don't want you to be afraid. Say it with me. That was a moral victory.
No, you know what? I don't like.
Don't do it,
I'll
Gene.
tell you what. I don't like the term. Okay, I don't like the term moral victory. Like I don't like the term participation trophy. I
Right,
put them in the same.
I don't like the term either.
Yes,
so
Gene.
we
Thank you. Don't let him try to goad you into going to his side.
No,
you're better than that, Gene. You're from the old school. I know that.
Here's what we're all going to do all day. It's not a moral victory, but here's what it is. And then we'll use a bunch of different words that means moral victory. I love it. It's an encouraging loss. But don't say moral victory. How the hell is it any different? What the hell's different? How?
It's
what is the difference between moral victory and encouraging loss?
One is you lost the game, and one is you trying to couch it as a win. Because a victory, what's a victory, Mark? Is it a win or is it a loss?
No, but I'm not. But a moral victory
No,
doesn't.
what the word victory? You want to do definitions? Let's do definitions.
Okay.
What's a victory? Is it a win or is it a loss?
It's a win.
It's a win.
Right.
They did not win the game.
No, but they won in the morale department.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's a win. See, because you came out of the game feeling better than you did at the beginning of the game, and that is a victory.
And I could picture them on the flight right now.
You ever just wake up in the
God,
morning?
I wish that Draymond Green was on that flight. I believe he flew home early.
Did he?
Well, he's dealing with personal stuff.
Oh,
so
right. It was
I didn't
personal
see him in
reasons.
the building.
Yep.
I would imagine he flew to wherever he needed to fly to handle his personal stuff. And my thoughts are with Draymond Green that he's able to deal with whatever he has to deal with because life is hard, man. You deal with life You got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. And I got 3 kids. You and I have so many similarities, and we get here 2 to 6, and this is actually kind of like the fun zone. This is me in the ball pit at Chuck E. Cheese. I love this. This is my happy place.
My man.
My brother.
Our days are filled with moral victories because we're probably a little bit short outside of what we get to do for a living. We might be a little bit short on some of the other stuff, right?
No doubt.
Right?
When my daughter, when I have to change her diaper and I crack that thing open and there's not poo-poo from stem to stern, I look at her and I go, you know what, baby girl? It's a moral victory for the old man.
No, that's an actual victory. That's an actual, that's a real victory.
It's an olfactory victory.
There's nothing more tangible than that.
Dude, I took a big L this morning, I'll tell you that. She hit me with a 2-game losing streak.
gosh.
Grandy hates when I do diaper talk. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, all you can do. All you can do is bring yourself to the air. That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
I try to be authentic.
No, that's what we do.
What is going on?
I wonder.
enough for me, Doug.
Thank you. I wonder if people get that. That's all we can do. I can't bring someone else to the air.
No.
You want someone to hate Farhan? I don't know. You can find somebody else.
If you want somebody to
all I got is me.
If you want somebody to sit here and cry moral victory, I know a guy. I know a guy who knows a guy, but that's not me. Pro sports, you win or you lose. And yes, are there encouraging things from last night? Sure. You still lost the game.
Okay, so why don't I throw it right back to you?
Throw it.
Go ahead and define moral victory.
There is no such thing. It does not exist.
Oh, it doesn't exist.
You know what a moral victory is, Mark?
It's like snuffleupagus.
Can I tell you a story?
This is just a figment of our imagination.
Can I tell you a story?
Of course you can.
I was coaching high school girls basketball. I took over a team that was 0-9. It was the worst collection of female basketball players in the history of this great country of ours.
Were you forced out with the guy who you
The
replaced?
coach before me just quit.
Oh.
He just walked it off.
So he left on his own terms.
No, he left like a coward.
Okay.
They went 0-9 and he disappeared.
All right.
So the varsity coach, Mark Carlson, a.k.a. Clutch, calls me and goes, Dibs, I need you to do me a favor. Anything, coach. He said, I need you to take over the JV girls team. And I said, not that team. And he said, yes, that team. I took them over, and they were terrible. So we opened up league, and we played Novato, and they beat us 65-7.
That's a good game.
It wasn't that close.
Okay.
So the next time we went to play them, about 3 or 4 weeks later, I was looking for moral victories. And so I told them, every time we played these teams a second time, I said, our number one goal today is to improve the margin. Novato beat us by 58. Tonight, let's lose by 57 or less. So Novato's beating us 63-6. We get the ball back with about 14 seconds left, and I call timeout. The Novato parents are booing me and razzing me, and I'm telling them where to go and this and that and F-bombs, and because I wanted to get that moral victory, Mark. JV girls basketball, moral victories. And I skip ahead to the Golden State Warriors. They're not 14-year-old girls worried about homecoming.
Did you get the moral victory?
You're damn right we did.
And so you define moral victory by doing better the next time around than you did the previous time.
In a high school JV girls arena. When you're dealing with pro sports.
Thank you for finally defining moral victory for me so that I know that last night was a moral victory.
It wasn't because you didn't let me finish. And this is not the first time you didn't let me finish because I'm going to bring it home.
And that goes both ways.
That's why I love our show.
Yeah.
It's a give and take. It's a take and it's a give. It's a take. It's a give. When it comes to pro sports, Steve Kerr is not saying, hey, you know what, guys? Let's go ahead and lose by less than 3.5 because that's the spread, and we want to screw over Dibs in his big 1-unit victory.
I did hear Steve Kerr last night say a lot of things that sounded a lot like, you know what, we're pretty happy with the way this is all going. I heard a lot of that. Do we have Steve? Where's Steve? Yeah.
Where's Steve at?
Yeah. See if you can get some of the Steve on the board,
Can we
guys.
get some Steve?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you had. I thought we were playing a game I thought you were about to fire some Steve. There's no way Steve said, you know what, guys, that was a moral victory. Of
course he didn't
Denver's
use
the defending champ. And
he didn't use
we're just happy to be on the floor with them.
That's what I'm saying. No one's going to use those words because those words trigger people. And so they're going to say, no, it wasn't a moral victory. But you know what it was? It was a night where we were very encouraged by what we saw out there. And I tell you what, we really think this is headed in the right direction. We're very encouraged by some of the individual performances that we see out there. And I tell you what, 6-3 when 7 of the first 9 games have been on the road. Man, at the beginning of the year, we kind of set maybe 5-4 as a goal, and we're 6-3, so we feel great about it. Not a moral victory, but it is all the things that mean moral victory.
That's the way you're taking it.
Yeah, it is. That's all, as I said, that's all I can give you.
That's all you can do, and I don't perceive it the same way.
That's fine.
I perceive it as a group of grown men going out and playing the defending champs and losing in prime time in a game that was there for the taking. Are you saying those games don't matter to these guys?
It's the same time they always play.
In prime time, it was on national TV.
Got it, okay.
Yes, although I was watching my own Bobby Fitz, who, early in that one was the excuse machine
was hot.
The excuse machine was revved up. Oh. Well, 4 games in 6 nights, boy, because they were down 15-8 or something, and so
not wrong.
No, but we were revving it up early.
Yeah,
we had it revved up.
Getting you ready for the moral victory that was coming.
We were getting ready for the they played great, but portion of the show. Pro sports, you win or you lose, and when you lose, you can blame the refs, or you lose and you could say, you know what, darn it, we played great, and that's great. You still took the L.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And there is a story behind it
always a story.
Single time. Well,
right.
I think that absolutely factors into what you're saying. If there's a story behind it, then I don't buy into, as you say, pro sports, you either win or you lose. I don't buy it. I think there's 1,000 more things going on.
Sure.
It would be akin to saying, Kyle Shanahan, you should be fired for how many points you lost by in Philadelphia last year. Well, but hang on, guys. Let me tell you what happened. No. It's pro sports.
Well, that's nonsense because they were in the NFC Championship game.
Right, but my gosh, they got blown off of the field. Would you like to just look at the box score and go, my God, that's a surprising score. I don't know how the hell that happened. Now, don't tell me how it happened. I just know that it's pro sports, and you lost. You lost by a whole lot of touchdowns, so that's that.
Well, history shows that you lost the game. Nobody's saying, you know what, you lost your QB, so we're going to go ahead and play this game again a week later because it wasn't fair that you lost your quarterback.
Nobody said anything about fair, but everybody is talking about what happened in that game. In fact, it led to a rule change.
And nobody, in fact, is looking at that game and holding Kyle Shanahan's feet to the fire because of the way you lost that game.
Right, because
you lost that game because of 2 quarterbacks getting injured. And that's part of the story.
Because people want to know the story, not just did you win or you lose.
But they still took the L.
Correct. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Remember, your chance for knockout at Chase is at 4:30, and you're running out of chances. So be with us today for that. We'll continue with your phone calls next, 888-957-9570.
This Dub Nation, this is GP2. My coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs right here on 95.7 The Game.
I love it. He's right. I can't believe it. He nailed it.
I can't believe it.
Steve Kerr in 2 hours. Exactly. And it's going to be all amped up here in the second half of the show today, as if it hasn't been in the first. But what I mean by that is knockout at 4:30, Steve Kerr at 5, Green Day at 5:30. So it's a Steve Kerr sandwich, and the two pieces of bread are knockout at Chase and Green Day. So that's going to be coming at you. Do not miss a minute.
Yeah.
From 4:30 to 5:45. We got stuff, big stuff going on pretty much at every minute throughout. And want to take all of your phone calls pretty much up until that time. We got some Niner stuff to get to as well. But this game in Denver last night has clearly grabbed our attention. And I just, you came down the end, and it was one of those, for me, every time out, there would be text messages with a lot of people, and everybody's just like, damn, this is a great game. And so the feel for me was just like the Warriors held up. They held up in this scenario against the champs at the end of a road trip in one of the hardest places to play in the NBA. Both teams were down a big-time player at least, and they held up. And so I'll just be honest, it felt like a bonus if the Warriors were to actually win the game. I was incredibly encouraged by the way they played and how they held up on the scoreboard. If you would like to call that a moral victory, go ahead. If you would like to use a different phrase for it, go ahead. But this was water off a duck's back for me that they lost the game.
Yeah, and I've actually petitioned the commissioner, Adam Silver, to see if we can't get that changed to a win. I know this is somewhat unprecedented, but I feel like both Denver and Golden State, Mark, should get wins for last night because you know what, darn it? The Warriors played great in a tough environment at the end of a long road trip without Draymond and GP2. And darn it, shucks, Gee Willikers.
Let me know when you're done.
I had a couple more, but
okay, go ahead.
They deserve a win, Mark. So in my eyes, the Warriors are 7-2.
Nobody said that.
I just did.
You did.
Yes. And I've actually contacted Andre Iguodala, who has just been elected as the new player rep. And I said, Andre, I know you don't like to be called Iggy, so I won't call you Iggy, even though everyone else in this market calls you Iggy. I won't call you Iggy. I said, Andre, Mr. Iguodala, if you wouldn't mind, on behalf of Brandon Podziemski and Jackson Davis,
all right.
They played their hearts out, Andre, and you know what? If Klay could have caught that outlet pass and if he could have hit a 44-foot leaner, darn it, the Warriors deserve a win. Give them a win, guys.
Tell you what, I'm going to petition.
I'm done.
I'm going to petition to change your name to Dibs Ingenuous because
that's a 3.
That is
Grandy.
That is all you're going to be today. I knew that's what you were going to have today. No one's asking for that. It's totally disingenuous.
You and I. It's not disingenuous.
No
Mark.
one thinks they deserve a win.
You and I agreed.
There's no milk and
from
cookies here.
Day one that we were going to do the show together. We agreed that we would be authentic.
No, it's authentic. That's why I want to change your name to Dibs Ingenuous.
That's as genuine as I can be because all of you, and you're not alone.
But no one's saying that.
All of you moral victory acolytes.
No one's saying that.
It's a moral victory.
Yeah, but which is not a victory.
L, dog.
Which is not a victory.
It's an L.
You add a word to victory to denote that it's not a victory. It's a moral or morale victory. I promise you that flight home was happy last night.
You think they partied?
Absolutely.
Were they popping bottles?
You wouldn't believe what you could get.
Celebrate moral victories. Come on.
Right, let's go to Mike and Hayward.
Let's go to
Mike. Let's go to Mike. Hi, Mike.
I'm on fire.
What are you doing?
I tell that guy to slow his roll down a little bit.
Just a little.
You know, I think that I've been thinking about this for a long time. I remember when he had 2 officials in the game, then he added 3, right? And now I think the NBA is kind of full of it because they know they can't see certain things, and they're so reluctant to put a 4th person that monitors the glass, where all the action is basically happening, right? Instead, they come up with this challenge crap, right? And I don't believe in it, right? I think they can't see everything. Obviously, they were behind the play when Steph put the ball up on the glass, right? So you would think in that situation that somebody would be underneath there, right? But they know what he's going to do, where to position himself. So I was saying that rather than have challenges, they just add another official to the game that can monitor the glass area. I mean, it's pretty simple. They don't need that challenge crap.
Well, Mike, here's the thing, though. Thanks, Mike.
I like it, Mike.
I get completely why everyone's frustrated about what happened in terms of goaltending last night with Steph. But I think we all have to understand, there will never be a fix to this that makes everybody happy. You're never, ever going to get to a point in life as a sports fan where you're like, you know what they've got figured out? Officiating.
Everything is good.
They nailed it. There are no more mistakes. It's never going to happen. And in fact, I don't even think we really want it to. It kind of takes a dynamic away from sports that is fundamental to watching it. So we're focused on that type of missed call, but there are 100 types of missed calls. Why are we focused on that one? Well, because A, it was worth a bucket.
The chef.
B, it was the chef. C, it would have tied the game in a very watchable, memorable, fun game.
And D, the exact same thing happened on the other end, and it was called correctly.
Yeah, but that one was much easier to call.
Much easier.
That one was obvious.
And it was called by the outside official, and I'm looking at the replay again.
And it was a rookie.
Well, and this one, if you look at the baseline official, his job is to watch the player-on-player contact. So you're looking down here like you're looking at about the 6 or 7 foot level. You're not looking up at 12 feet. You can't see both things at the same time, especially when it was this close. And it was bang, bang. And you saw the replay from the backboard camera where you could see that ball hits backboard, then it's blocked. But the referee that's on the baseline, he can't possibly see that unless he's not looking at the player-on-player contact.
Right. I'm just saying if we hire a 4th official to watch that, then we're still missing something else. And human error is still going to be a part of this.
Exactly.
And certain things are reviewable and certain things aren't. Because if we all agree on what I think we agreed on about a half hour ago, you can only review something that's called. You can't review something that's not called, and that's half the game. That's like, right? You ever played pickup? Sometimes you get fouled, and they're like, no, that wasn't a foul. I mean, if it doesn't get called, there's nothing you can do about it.
Ball doesn't lie.
Everything lies. CJ in the city. Hey, CJ, what's up?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good, man.
Well, first off, I would like to say that I am firmly in the camp of moral victories being a complete myth. I don't buy it for a second.
So how would you describe last night then, CJ?
I would describe it first and foremost as an L.
Okay.
But I did see a lot of things that I did like. Primarily, Kevon Looney did a masterful job on Nikola Jokic, and I don't think he's going to get the amount of credit he does because the Joker is the Joker. But I want to talk about the last couple minutes of the game with Chris Paul running the offense. I did notice a couple times he missed Klay for some open looks, that one in the corner, and then he also missed them kind of towards the end of the game. I love how efficient he's been with the ball, just cutting down on turnovers and whatnot. But I've also noticed that there's a lot of reluctance for him to really push the ball quickly in transition. And I'd be remiss for ignoring that. That's how we get a lot of easy points. So I'm curious as to what you guys think. At what point do we start getting concerned about a lack of transition offense and getting easy buckets on the other end versus cutting down on turnovers with that second unit? Because
Oh, yeah. CJ, I think this is a really good question.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good question because
it's a fine line.
Well, the Warriors have said too much pace, too many turnovers. And now let's cut all the way down on the turnovers, or we're going to go to a spot where there's not enough pace. And I do think they're flirting with that a little bit right now. Now, they're still getting to know each other with regard to that specific portion of their game, and I do think this will evolve. But you're right, fine line that you're trying to walk here. I do think right now, they could use a little bit more pace at times.
Great question for Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Because he wanted the team to be a little bit more judicious with the ball, and they are. But as of last night, going into the game, they were 20th in pace. How does he feel about them being that slow? Because they've slowed way down, which I actually like, because last night, 9 turnovers. But are you giving up some easy buckets because you won't push it, especially with Chris Paul?
Well, the real reason the real answer to his question, at what point do you get concerned? When they start losing.
Yeah.
So not yet. Not yet.
Well,
but
last night.
Well,
although some would call it a victory of sorts.
Half a loss.
Exactly.
Your chance to play knockout at Chase Center, and you're running out of chances. 4:30 today. So be with us for that. More of your phone calls next. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Willard and Dibs.
I want to pick a fight, and you won't give me what I want.
Dub Nation, it's Brandon Pajemski. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Pods.
I like that each of them said my head coach.
Not yours.
Not our. Not the. My coach. That's my coach.
That's my coach.
That's my coach. That's my quarterback.
Totally.
That's my quarterback.
Totally.
Let's keep going on the phones.
Let's do it because
GPD's on the line.
GPD?
GPD's here.
Hey, this is Grandpa Daddy Dibbs. You know I'm a Grandpa Daddy like you.
Do you like it, GPD, when he impersonates you? Is it an impersonation sensation?
That's a buck.
Am I on?
You're on, dog.
Okay. Before they hang up on me, I just want to let you guys know, I got a couple presents for you two guys from the last 49er game, but I'm not going to bring it to you until they win. Because I talked to Matt, and Matt told me, "Hey, bring it. I'm gonna bring it to you."
Wait, what is that? What is that, GPD? What does that mean? They win the whole thing, or just any game?
Until they win a game.
No,
now
the next game.
Okay.
The next game.
All right.
Sunday.
So Monday.
And then I'll be there on a Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
No, I'm busy. I'm always busy on Monday.
Yeah, Monday stink. All right.
But look. I gotta agree with both of you. Mark, check this out, dude.
Yeah.
It's an L.
Of course.
It's an L.
Of course it is.
But Dibs, that was a moral victory.
Stop
dog.
it, Grandpa
Come
Daddy.
on, man. Wait. Hey, Dibs. Okay. It was a moral uplift for the team. How about we call it that?
You can call it whatever you want, Grandpa Daddy, but in the standings, there aren't two different standings. There's not the standings and then the moral victory standings. But they're 1-0.
No, but
they're in the play-in moral victory games.
You keep responding to this with something that no one is saying. No one is calling it a win.
Calling it a moral victory is
completely separate from the standings.
But it is a soft way to excuse the fact that the opposing team scored more points than you. Do you think Draymond Green looked at that and said, you know what, guys, let's gather round because I feel like that was a moral victory.
Once again.
Has he ever said the phrase moral victory? Hell no.
Maybe not.
Never.
But again, I do feel like we are now in a repetitive cycle of you responding to this term by saying a bunch of stuff that no one else is saying. No one's calling for kumbaya. No one's calling for a little circle where we're all holding hands. No one's calling for the standings to be changed. No one's calling for a parade.
What are you calling for?
No one's calling for chocolate donuts for everybody at the end.
That's what it sounds like.
No. That's
what I'm hearing all of you say.
I know that's what you're hearing. Let me try again.
Keep trying.
This felt better at the end than it did at the beginning with regard to Warrior basketball. Nothing else. Nothing else. No pom-poms. No happy dance on the plane.
Wait, say that again. It felt better at the end than it felt at the beginning?
Were you more or less encouraged about Warrior basketball before the game or after the game? I think if you heart of hearts asked every Warrior fan and the Warrior players themselves would tell you that at the end of this trip and at the end of this game, they feel even more encouraged now that it's over than they would have at the beginning. You can then translate that into anything you want. Call it a moral victory.
I wouldn't.
Call it a happy sandwich. I don't care what you call it. That's what I'm trying to express. This felt good.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not a loss.
I disagree, and I don't disagree with how you felt because your feelings are yours and yours alone. I don't feel good about the fact that you went up against the defending champ and you lost a basketball game. I feel okay. Do I feel better than I would if they would have lost 122-74? Sure.
Yeah.
Although you could look at that sort of a loss and you could look at the positives of, well, Steph and Klay only played 14 minutes and, well, Andrew Wiggins was 4 of 13, but it didn't really matter. And you got to rest your veterans, and that's fine. You lost, whatever, because a loss is a loss. I'm glad they didn't lose in overtime because that would have meant you played extra minutes.
You got to tuck this into all the other games that they've played as well, don't you? Like
sure, every game is not in a vacuum.
Right.
Of their 9 games they've played this year, this is probably their 7th best game.
I mean, let's take Steiny's words. He says they haven't beaten anyone. I always think that's a funny thing to say about professional sports teams.
Wouldn't you rank their 6 wins above all 3 of their losses in terms of what makes you feel the best? Like, do you feel better about last night than you do of any of their 6 wins?
Oh, see, no. I would totally argue back on that.
So you would say that last night was their 7th best feeling that you had?
Let me ask you this. When you watch the Warriors beat the Houston Rockets on the road, do you come out of that and go, I think we can compete at a high level? Or do you come out of a 3-point loss on the road at the home of the champs at the end of a trip and think even more, I think we can compete at a high level? Like, I am much more impressed or looking at it as a measuring stick when you say, okay, you got to measure yourself against the best. When you're right there against the champs, doesn't that say a lot more than lollygagging a 10-point win in Houston? I think it does. I completely think it does.
No, I mean, you want to talk about measuring stick. So you measured yourself against the defending champs, and you came up short.
One time.
Sure, but
you don't get eliminated by one game.
And I know we're talking about measuring sticks.
Yes.
So last night, as a measuring stick,
you
measured up and you came up short. They measured better than you measured. So you beat Houston. So where would you rank last night of the 9 games? Is that your favorite game?
I don't know. No.
Is that all I'm saying is that to me would be my 7th favorite game because it's better than the opening night loss at home against Phoenix. I was at that game. That's a game you probably should have won. You didn't.
That's not the phraseology I would use. How about that?
On the opener?
No, you're talking about favorite game. I am more impressed by what they did last night than by beating Houston or beating New Orleans without Brandon Ingram. I think last night is a better show of what the Warriors are capable of. And so, again, use whatever words you in the English language you want.
I'm just trying to figure out where you put this in terms of the 9 games, because I look at the 3 losses and I would rank them 7th, 8th, and 9th in terms of impressiveness. Because, and you said it yourself, winning the NBA on the road is tough.
It is.
And you go to Houston and you win, that's a real thing.
Sure.
And you go to New Orleans, which is not an easy place to play, even though they didn't have Brandon Ingram. New Orleans is a tough spot for a number of reasons.
And they blew them out.
You won. And you go to OKC, and they didn't have Gilgeous-Alexander, and you had to actually dig deep and win that one on a goaltending situation that went your way. As we talk about goaltendings, that was a goaltend that got reversed that actually fell your way. So I just wonder where you put it in terms of the list of the 9 games.
To be honest with you, my mind doesn't even work that way. I don't rank the games.
Yeah.
This is a continuing story every time they play, and I'm assessing things as we go and what we thought. And here's where I really am almost kind of surprised by where you're at on this, because you spent a healthy portion of the show yesterday telling everybody how the Warriors were going to get curb stomped.
Oh, blasted
off the floor.
What's your expression that you use? It's a word you use. It's short for
what?
When a team's going to get blasted, you say they got.
Oh,
I can't believe it's not coming to me. It's not curbed.
Not coming to me either.
It'll come to me, but go ahead.
All right. You thought that was going to happen.
I thought that they were going to lose.
And
they lost.
And I think a lot of words. No, you thought they were going to get hammered.
That's not the word you use.
I know. I'm purposely, but actually I don't even know what word I'm supposed to use here.
Oh, it's canned.
Okay, there you go.
Canned.
You thought they were going to get canned.
Blank canned.
Okay?
I thought they were going to get canned.
You thought they were going to get bleep canned. You didn't. Warrior fans didn't think that about any of the previous 8 games. Nobody went into the game and went, they're going to get bleep canned tonight. But last night we did. And they very, very, very clearly didn't. They actually could have won the game. It was very close going down to the final 10 seconds of the basketball game.
But
could have won that
for
thing.
that little baby butt.
And then they didn't.
Little baby butt.
But if you want to compare what the Warriors did last night versus what people thought was going to happen going in, I would argue that that was one of the best games of the year.
Okay.
Because that gap is the largest in that game. What they do in Houston, pretty much what you thought they were going to do.
Right.
Right? What did they do on opening night, even against Phoenix? You lost. But I think it kind of went the way people thought. It was a close game in the end.
Yeah.
Feeling out period, whatever.
What did Vegas think about last night? They thought that it would be that kind of game.
Right.
I'm alone in thinking they were going to get
You
canned.
were not alone. The reason you were not alone is because of PTSD. And I would say that PTSD that lives in so many Warrior fans this year because of what happened last year, where every time they went on the road and played a good team, sometimes not even a good team, they were down by 17 points at the end of the first quarter. And that PTSD lives in us today. And what we're learning is it's gone. That characteristic from last year is now gone. And if you want to call that a moral victory or a warm fuzzy, call it whatever you want, but I got it. I got a warm fuzzy knowing that characteristic that the Warriors had last year is now gone. And they proved that last night more so than any of the other road games, even the ones they won.
Yep. The odds makers who know best put it at a 3.5 or 4 point game, depending on
and you thought
when
they
you
were
bet
wrong.
it.
You thought they were
I
crazy.
thought they were way wrong.
Yeah.
But I was largely alone because when the money came in, the spread didn't move dramatically,
It went
even
up.
when the news came out that Murray would be out and Draymond would be out and GP2 would be out. It went from 3.5 to 4.
Yep.
So the prevailing notion in the marketplace was that was a 4 point game. So whether or not I thought they were going to get mollywopped or canned to use your expression, that's a me problem. And that's where I wear it. And I made a wager and I lost my wager and I'm happy. I'm not thrilled to talk about it in terms of losing a bet, but I admit it wholeheartedly. I took the L.
No, but
I
how much
thought they were
money-
going to get crushed.
But how much money moves a point in Vegas a half point?
Thousands.
I would argue more. That's a lot of money. So I
Right,
think,
but a lot
I don't
of money-
think you were alone at all.
No, but I think a lot of money, if it was really as one-sided as I thought, you would have had a lot of money come in and move that line
Right,
dramatically, but it didn't.
But the fan base thinks that we know the Warriors better than Vegas odd makers. And maybe we're wrong on that, but I could give you tons of examples last year where the Warriors were a 3-point dog or a 1.5 point favorite. And they were down by 17 at the end of the first quarter because they couldn't play on the road. So
different story this year, for sure.
Well, and that's it.
Well, I thought Denver was better than that.
That's the whole point.
The reason why I made the bet is because I thought Denver was better than what they showed last night. Denver was at a long stint at home on primetime TV, national TV. I thought that they would play better. The others would play better. But Kevon Looney, he balled out. He played very, very well against Nikola Jokic. And no other Nugget really stepped forward and took control of that game. And so it was a nip and tuck affair.
Yeah.
It was a nice quality effort for the Warriors, but it was a loss.
Warm fuzzy.
Yeah, I don't get the same feels.
Because it removed once and for all the idea that the Warriors, when they go on the road, are going to be down by 17 after the first quarter against a good team. It can't even stay on the damn floor with them. And they went down by 10, and they were like, no problem. We're going to come right back. We're going to be here. We're going to be here for 4 quarters, and we're going to take you all the way to the end. And I'm sorry if you guys don't want that to be a good feeling. I think for most Warrior fans, that was a good feeling. It's not as good as winning, but that does not take away from the fact that there were a ton of positives from last night. And if you don't want to hear it from me, what if you hear it from Steph Curry?
Nobody likes to lose, but you look at the fact that we can play a lot better in the margins and we can execute a little bit better. I think offensively, get a little bit more organized, understanding how they guarded us and what they try to take away. So, yes, you feel as good as you could after a loss, just knowing the steps we need to take. And, they're the defending champs, like at home and the schedule that we've had. We have a competitive spirit and a togetherness that is, nice to see develop this early in the season.
Thank goodness we finally played that because he said that way better than I have for the last hour and a half.
He's the GOAT.
He felt as good as you could after a loss. There you go.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Good. You felt as good as you could after a loss, which is not necessarily great, I mean, I'm not hearing him gloat over how great he feels. And, we're going to pop bottles in the plane. You feel as good as you could after a loss. We showed competitive spirit.
No one's saying that.
He's talking about things that they learned, things that they figured out during the game, the way Denver's trying to defend him, and things that they were able to take away. And so you take positives from a loss, of course. That's what you do when you're a competitor.
And then he took out all the things that we've been saying, which is the end of a road trip, going against the defending champs, all of these things. Again,
they're positives.
All I wish is that you would respond with stuff that I am saying. No one's talking about champagne on the plane. No one's saying that. I'm simply saying that was a really positive night for the Warriors. They didn't win.
Right.
They didn't win, but there's way more good than bad.
Well, there's positives you can take out of it. And listening to what Steph said, I wholeheartedly agree. There are things you look at and you take positives from it. The end of a road trip and the schedule we've had. Basically, what I hear him saying is we expected to lose this game, and we didn't lose as badly as we thought we would lose.
You heard him say that?
I mean, we
expected to lose?
He didn't say those words, but when he talks about, defending champs and the schedule we've had, 4 games in 6 nights.
I think he's just telling you
end of a road trip.
That last night was really hard.
What he's telling me is that this was kind of a scheduled loss.
I think he's telling you that it's a very big challenge.
He would never say that these guys would never say, oh, this is a loss.
I think he's telling you it's a very big challenge that almost pulled it off.
Right. Yeah. And so there's positives he takes from it. And that's good, and that's what you should do.
Also known as a moral victory.
No, you didn't say that. No, nor would he ever.
Positives from a loss / moral victory, in my mind, is almost the exact same thing.
And I would never expect a pro athlete to use that phrase.
I know, because we hate that phrase.
Right.
So then we just say a bunch of other words that mean the exact same thing.
Well, what he did was actually break down what he as a player went through and what he thought they went through as a team and things that he could take from it in terms of going forward.
The second he uses the word,
way you define it.
The second he uses the word but, we're already talking about a moral victory. Listen to Grandy, turn this down after I just play the first 6 words, okay?
Nobody likes to lose, but you look
there you go. Nobody likes to lose, but, well, now we're in moral victory territory. Everything you said after
that's the way you take it. And you can take it the way you want to take it.
Absolutely. If you're nobody likes to lose, but.
Right.
And then there's 26 seconds about all the good.
Right.
Called a moral victory.
We love to lose. It's kind of what we like to do.
And there we are again, and then nobody said that file.
No, but it's like you're using his but as a way to make your point.
Because it was 26 seconds of all the good things that came out of last night.
Right, and that's, if you want to take it as that way, you can take it however you want to take it.
That's what it is. It's the definition of a moral victory.
According to you. Exactly.
Mark in Oakland. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, buddy.
You're single-handedly getting me to care about the Warriors, you two. Like, I lost complete interest last year. It was rough. Like, because I've been a Warriors fan since I was a kid, and I've never been less interested.
Now, why, Mark? I'd love to know why. What about last year made you lose interest?
Okay, and I can answer the moral victory question. Literally, I can give you a concrete answer. But the reason, last year I was just bummed the whole Draymond thing, and specifically how the team handled it, and Steve Kerr never stood up and said anything, even though he got on his soapbox and tells everyone else how wrong they are. So I just hated that. I was like, these guys aren't authentic. Everyone's just like being quiet, not standing up for what they supposedly believe, against violence, blah, blah, blah. And last year I couldn't root for them, so I didn't really care. This year I felt the same. And now, because of you two and your dynamic, this like, who's the Joker? First I thought Dibbs is the Joker, and Mark's the voice reasonable. No, actually Dibbs is really reasonable, and so Mark's kind of the one that started. And I love how you guys get me thinking. It's crazy. So now I'm sitting here thinking, what's the moral victory? And I'm like caring about the Warriors, and I'm like, what? And it's like it's helping me forgive, because they are human, and whether they handled it right last year or not, I am starting to care about the Warriors again. So thanks for that right off the bat.
Well, that's a nice compliment, Mark.
Yeah, I'm sitting here driving to see my mom, and I'm thinking about the Warriors. So anyways, moral victory. Here is the concrete answer. You guys are arguing the wrong thing. A moral victory isn't what you're saying. It's not a morale victory. It's 2 different words. That ends with an E. Moral victories have to do with goodness or badness of the character of a person or the team. So if you already have an opportunity to cheat, like they say, oh, a rep comes, he's like, if you all give me $1,000, I'll rig the game your way, and you guys can go play Denver, and all the calls are going to go your way. And say they didn't do it. They said, no, we're not paying you off. We're not going to cheat. And they lost. You'd be like, but we had a moral victory. That is a moral victory. It's not even what you guys are arguing, actually. So there are moral victories, but it's like if you do the right thing morally, but you maybe still lose in another way.
Well, so if that was, and while you may be right by exact words, Mark, in what's called obviously and thank you, Mark, the Urban Dictionary, if you will, in other words, how people actually use the phrase.
Right. Slang.
Is not wrong. Like, in other words, maybe then every single loss is a moral victory, provided that everybody played fair.
Right. Denver should have come to Steph and said, you know what, we goaltended that shot.
Exactly.
I blocked it after it had struck the backboard.
The Latter-day Saints commercials.
Totally.
I told the truth. There you go.
Excuse me, Mr. Ref. I fouled him. That ball was off me.
We're going the other way.
Worst.
Yeah, nobody does that. So maybe it was a morale victory. I'm actually looking at the dictionary definition of moral victory. Ready? A defeat that can be interpreted as a victory on moral terms. For example, because the defeated party defended their principles.
Oh, God. Where's my puke
Did the
bucket?
Warriors defend their principles last night? First question for Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Steve, did you defend your principles last night?
Well, actually, they kind of did. Their principles of not turning it over. They only turned it over 9 times, and they defended without fouling, and they found the open man. So, yeah, I guess you're right.
Kyle Shanahan.
See, did we lose you?
Totally.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
That was amazing. You can't do a press conference voice now without being Kyle.
I just need to throw in the end stuff when I do my Kyle.
And Tiger is just nasally Kyle.
Totally. And the other one was, I think my giggly Tiger's my Farhan.
Totally. All right, so we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Mark is not wrong. But nobody uses it that way. We could try to coin morale victory right now if you want.
I'd rather
I don't think anybody's interested in that, and I don't think it would make sense to anybody anyway. So anyway, with the way that we actually use it, and it sounds like a lot of people have all kinds of different definitions, because every time we bring it up, you want to turn it into like actually a win in the standings or bunt cake on the plane. Or any of that.
Totally.
I'm just talking about the feeling in our belly after the game. And I found it to be a positive one.
Yeah.
More than a negative one.
That's good.
That's it.
And I'm happy for you.
For Warrior basketball's sake.
Did you feel like when the Niners lost to the Cleveland Browns that was a moral victory?
No. That was not a good feeling.
That's the same thing. They actually won the game. If it wasn't for that, and I say idiot kicker just to harken back to Peyton Manning.
But that's part of your team and part of your game, and he did not execute.
But you beat Cleveland, and if it wasn't for the kicker, you win that game.
They didn't beat Cleveland.
Well, if Klay Thompson catches that outlet pass and drains a 47-foot leaner, you go to overtime and you win.
But that's fundamental to what we're talking about is the Niners didn't play well in that game. The Warriors, I thought, played well last night.
The Niners played well enough to win that game.
They didn't. Obviously, they didn't, or else...
it's up for interpretation.
Yeah. All right, Knockout at Chase is 45 minutes away. We'll give you more details on that coming up next. Steve Kerr is at 5 o'clock, and we're not done with your phone calls on morale or moral here on Willard and Dibs.
Something big is... Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, where's the rest of it?
Day.
Where's the rest of it? I thought we recorded Draymond saying, "Hey, Dub Nation, my head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs later today after last night's moral victory right here on 95.7 The Game." Is it? I thought that's what we don't have that.
Hi, this is Draymond Green. You may think I'm competitive, but I just want my team to play well and, darn it, be close. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Look, a summation sensation, if you will.
That's a buck.
Which is just...
You think Saginaw knows about moral victories?
I feel really good about the Warriors. I feel really good about the Warriors.
I feel good.
There is a lot to be excited about. And so maybe it's less really about any result on a scoreboard any of the nights. It's just what you're watching these guys do. As Kendra Andrews said to us yesterday, how many times have you heard someone already this year refer to, quote, the vibe? How often is that? I mean, I feel like it's been 8 times a day.
Connectivity.
The vibe.
The
vibe. This team, they love each other. People are smiling. People are happy. We know that this brand of Warrior basketball has always been based and ground in love and joy. And it's back. And you're going to see it on the scoreboard most nights. I think there's a healthy chance that you're going to see it at the end of the season if they are blessed with health and if those relationships and the vibe stay in place. Can't assume any of those things. But, but the table is being set in such a good way. And to be 6-3 when 7 of your first 9 are on the road, I just think is fantastic.
Yeah, it's good.
I think it is fantastic.
I love watching this team play. I like the new look of the team with Saric and CP3 and the rookies. I think that this team is more watchable. It's more enjoyable to watch than last year's team was. And you think about what could be in April, but you put that far out of your mind and you think about what could be over the next 6. You got Cleveland on Saturday, double Minnesota, double OKC in Houston. 6-game homestand that will take you all the way to Monday, November 20th. So they won't have to leave again until November 22nd at Phoenix, which is almost 2 weeks from now. So you've got the next 2 weeks, 6 home games, and you start to think about, 4-2, 5. 4-2.
4-2 is a par.
Minimum.
Yeah.
4-2 is, yeah.
That's a par.
Cleveland's tough. You got Minnesota and OKC, double back-to-backs, which a lot of times those are splits.
Yeah, it's the
and
NBA.
then Houston at the back end.
It's the NBA. You can't just 6-0. They're the better team. No, it's not going to work that way.
Especially when you play a team twice in a row.
Yeah. I agree with you there. But yeah, let's say they do go 4-2. All right. Well,
10-5.
Now you're 10-5, and you are
going to Phoenix.
You're out the gate,
which is tough. You're going to Phoenix. That's a tough game.
It is. Doesn't appear to be as tough as people thought it was going to be. At least not right now. I don't know where they're going to be. They've had their injury stuff.
Then you get Wemby the day after Thanksgiving in town. Then you go to Sac, Clippers at home. Then to LA, to Phoenix, to LA. You got a nice schedule here over the next 8 weeks.
I saw that Wemby the day after Thanksgiving game, and I'm like, need to see how I can acquire 12 tickets to that game. Whole family's in town.
Really?
Did
you make a call?
No. I'm not going to ask someone for 12 tickets. No. But I was just
it's funny because in the past on Christmas, they've given me 8.
Right, but the day after Thanksgiving is not like doing it on Christmas. I think.
Well, and this was the pre-dynasty Christmas games. I'm going back to the old Oracle.
Okay, when they weren't good.
They were good, but they weren't this good.
Right.
And I made the call, and it was like, you need 8? How about 10?
How about 10?
I get you 10.
I think Black Friday, the holiday, Wemby, the Warriors are good. I think that's going to be a hell of a ticket. I think a lot of people are going to be like, no one's working.
Woo!
Right?
I'm just looking at it.
You got the NFL on Black Friday now, but the game is over by then.
Yeah.
It's a day game. And I think it's what are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at the ESPN tickets as low as, which is the resale market.
What, $380?
Starting with Cleveland, 78, then 52, 54, 54, 86, 66, That game against San Antonio, 142.
There you go.
So
yeah, I think it's going to be a super hot ticket. So if anybody's got 12 down low,
good ones
for free, then I'm your guy. But if you don't, I totally understand. Speaking of setting the table, we are getting real close to the fourth to last chance to actually play basketball where these guys play basketball. These guys we're talking about right now. You too can play where Brandon Pajemski takes the rock to the hole. Knockout at Chase Center. The time to listen on this show, as always, is 4:30. Today, tomorrow, once on the morning show on the roast, once on Steiny and Goo as well tomorrow. So 4 more chances. 4:30 today is when the window opens. And you got to listen from 4:30 for 15 minutes to get your answer from the show. And then we'll throw out the contest line, which is 415-523-4652. Don't call now. Don't call now. 415-523-4652. And win your way in to Knockout at Chase Center, which is coming up real soon. And we're very, very much looking forward to it. Sort of kind of hoping to look forward to a conversation with Kurt Warner as well. We are in communication right now with Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Now, our intel says that he is with his G kids.
What?
Right. Now, I hope that means grandkids.
I think maybe he ranks his kids like he's got his A
that's
kids.
Right.
And he's got his B
My
kids.
other thought was these kids are really bad at football, so they're on the G team. I don't know. We'll ask Kurt if we get him. But word is that if those G kids would stop playing around at the playground so much and finish up, right? Tire out, get ready to go home, get a snack, get some Ritz crackers.
Take your moral victory and go home.
That's right. Then Kurt is going to call the show, which would be great because I would love to talk to Kurt Warner about 49er football. He's been doing a lot of videos and breakdown of all of the players throughout the NFL, obviously focused on the quarterbacks. And a little spoiler alert, Kurt thinks that Brock Purdy is a pretty good player. Pretty good football
Good little player.
Yeah, he does.
The only thing that Kurt wishes for Brock Purdy was that if he was undrafted, like himself.
I know. He's looking at Brock being like, of course he's
Silver
good.
spooner.
He was drafted. Can you imagine? Imagine the road when you get drafted. The other thing with the 49ers, obviously, is today is Thursday, so Steve Wilks spoke. Steve Wilks, we'll call him Sideline Steve from for the rest of the year. And here's his reaction on the most over-discussed thing in the history of ever, which is Steve Wilks coming out of the booth and going down to the sidelines.
Bigger deal out of it than it needs to be honest. But I just want to be able to communicate with the guys a little bit more during the game. You know, certain things that I'm seeing, I'd rather be able to talk to them directly than, to communicate with coaches. I think our coaches do a great job, number one, throughout the week, but also in-game adjustments. That's one of the things I've really, pride ourselves on and how we communicate as a staff and making the right things throughout the game. So it's just really with me, just wanting to be able to communicate with those guys a little bit more.
I tell you what, I wonder about this. First off, I agree with the first thing he said, that too big of a deal is being made about this. However, I also look at it and go, well, but you're doing it. Like, we talked about it for 3 or 4 weeks, and then you got to the bye, and you're doing it, which means there's a reason. You're not doing it to placate everybody, right?
Well, I hope not.
You're doing it because there's a reason that you think that competitively this will be better. And therefore, are we making too big of a deal out of it? Maybe. But is it a thing? Yeah, because you said so.
Right.
You're doing it.
You're doing it, and it's a thing. And I wonder if he would have felt like he needed to communicate with his players more if they hadn't lost 3 games in a row. When you're 5-0, did you really feel at that point like you needed to communicate more with your players? Because if that was the case at 5-0, with your defense playing great, and I know the Ram game was a little bit lopsided in terms of you got a gift pick that helped preserve the game and all the rest of it, but you were 5-0, and there was no talk about communicating better with your players. So You lose 3 games in a row, and now you feel like you need to communicate more with your players?
But you know how human beings work. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, guess what? It's broke. So fix it.
Right.
It's broke.
Is this the fix, though?
I don't know.
I don't either, but it
not
feels...
not on its own, of course.
It feels to me a little bit like, and I mentioned this yesterday, where you've got a leaky roof, and instead of fixing the leak in your roof, you just get a bigger bucket to catch the drip. So you still have a leaky roof, but now we got this new shiny bucket. I'll tell you what, this new bucket we have, it can hold twice as much water from the leaky roof. So problem solved.
Right, but what would we as a group, a fan base, if you will, what would we point to if not the changes? The 2 most discussed things through the bye week have been Steve Wilks to the sideline and Chase Young. Why? Because that's new. That's new. That's what's new. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I get what he's saying. I don't think it's so not worth talking about. I do think it's not worth making a big deal about. For me, I would like to see maybe those words we use with the Warriors feel like we can use them with the 49ers because they do not feel connected. And if this helps that, great. Then I think it's discussion worthy. I do not think it in any way, shape, or form can be the end-all, be-all. There's no way that we're at a parade in February and people are like, dude, week 10, Steve Wilks came down to the sideline and saved the season. No one's saying that. But I'll tell you what, Eric Armstead went public and was like, yeah, I think this will be better. Like, we want to come off the field. And, for lack of a more detailed way of saying it, we want to come off the field and talk to Steve. That's what the players are feeling. Well, if they want that, then you got it.
Yeah, there you go. And if that is the difference maker into fixing a defense that's been a little bit porous over the last few weeks, then so be it. If it's that easy of a fix, then that's great because the other major fixes are much tougher when you start talking about a new defensive coordinator or new personnel or a new scheme or many of the things that are much more dramatic. More dramatic than just bringing a guy from the 5th level down to the field. If that fixes it, then great.
That would be awful if some kind of major change was being discussed in the middle of a season.
Right.
That obviously means that everything is really, really out of whack. And I personally don't believe that we're there yet. But we're going to learn a lot on Sunday. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here's more from Steve Wilks, further explaining why he would like some face-to-face communication with his players.
To be quite honest, I want to talk to all the guys because I have certain thoughts that are going through my mind as I'm sitting here going through the game and trying to call things, and I'm looking at my call sheet and I say, man, okay, I'm thinking about this. Well, now I can go right over to the D-line and say, okay, I'm looking to change this up next series. It could be with the back 7 for us, the pass concepts where we may be getting hurt on a certain route and, it could be empty and I want to change this. So, again, it's just a little bit more dialogue coming directly from me.
Okay. Now, when you hear that, I bet a lot of us have the same thought. If you're going to sit here and tell us all the reasons why it's better to be on the sideline, why the hell weren't you there to begin with?
Totally.
Now, I have no idea. I know Steve's been a head coach. I have no idea where he's parked himself every year in the past or if it has been a little bit of both in his lengthy career as a successful NFL coach. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe someone can fill us in on that. Maybe we can ask Steve, have you ever been on the sideline before as a defensive coordinator? But these are funny answers for that reason. And this is why, and I'm not saying we're ever going to know, because major teams are not going to tell us all of their laundry. Kyle Shanahan already did it once 3 weeks ago when he said, well, Steve knows that he messed up. And when I take that statement and this statement, and now you start to hear him go, wow, this is why I'm moving to the sideline. And you're like, well, so why didn't you before?
Yeah.
It all says the same thing to me. I'm sorry, there's more going on here than we realize. That is my opinion. I can't tell you what it is, but I very much feel like there is, to this point, some sort of a disconnect, whether it's between Kyle and Steve, whether it's between Steve and his own players, whether it's Steve and the scheme.
There it is. There it is, Mark.
I don't know.
You just took the answer right out of my mouth.
It's something.
I think it's Steve and the scheme. And the scheme was a scheme that was here from Robert Saleh, and D'Amico Ryans came in and ran it great. And now Steve Wilks comes in, and it's not the scheme that he necessarily has devised. And so it's taken him some time to learn it and taken him some time to figure out how to make it work. And you said something about a week or two ago that I think is absolutely spot on in terms of the defensive problem, and it's the mismatching of the pass rush and the coverage. When the pass rush is getting home, the coverage is playing off. And when the coverage is playing on and they're playing tight, the pass rush isn't getting home, and so the tight coverage is getting beaten. So it's a question of how do you marry the pass rush? And if it's the blitz, and they're not blitzing any more than they did last year, it's about 21% of the time, which is about where it was last year. So they're not blitzing more, but when they're not getting home, are the Niners playing too soft? They play a lot of 3 deep zone. They don't play a lot of press man. And so when you're playing zone and your pass rush is not getting home, you can't cover for 3 and 4 seconds when you're playing zone, or when you're playing man, guys are going to break free. And when you bring extra people, that's when you get, like in the Ram game, it's a lot of quick passes. So it doesn't matter if you rush 5 or 6 guys. If the ball's out in 1.5 seconds, you can't get home even if you bring 7 guys.
Yep.
So it's the mismatch of the pass rush and the coverage that they have to figure out.
You ever play with one of them squirrely people like back in middle school or high school, actually, with how much you coached? I'm sure you've seen. You know these people whose legs kind of both go the same direction at the same time?
Yeah.
Like uncoordinated.
Right.
Not trying to make fun. Some people are coordinated, some are not athletically. The defense looks like an uncoordinated athlete right now. You either both legs are going in the same direction at the same time, or they're going in opposite directions at the same time, instead of doing what a right leg and a left leg do together. You go, then we go, and we're going to do this, and we're going to make a concert together. I'm not a defensive coach. I can't snap my fingers and tell you how to fix that. That's their job. But that's the problem. The problem is this whole thing is disconnected. What I don't know is if that disconnect also goes to a deeper level, because I am not comfortable when coaches start throwing other coaches under the bus in front of microphones, because you don't see that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? It was innocuous enough to where it didn't feel personal. Maybe it just slipped out, but he knows he messed up. I'm still stuck on that. And it makes me wonder what's going on here. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, here's maybe a bad analogy, but it's the first one that popped in my mind. If you ever get pulled over and if anybody's ever been popped for drunk driving, am I supposed to believe this is the first time that you've ever gotten into a car?
Ever.
After drinking? I'm supposed to believe you've never done it before and you just got caught the first time. I have a hard time believing that. So if Kyle Shanahan is going to go to a press conference and willfully put Steve Wilks out there for the media to go after, I think it's hard for me to believe that they haven't been barking at each other behind the scene a little bit here and there.
Or that he hasn't been disappointed before in a play call.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. It wasn't personal, but
it was professional, which is just as bad in that business. And that's a good point, because
it's a different one, man.
If that was the first time that he didn't like a call that Steve Wilks made, if he decided to go to the media and say what he said the first time that he was unhappy with the Steve Wilks call, that's bad leadership from Kyle Shanahan.
That's just being a jerk.
Totally.
It's being a jerk. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think even to do it at all is maybe not being a jerk. That might be too harsh, but I did say before, and I'll stand by it, that's bad leadership when you put that out there, because, the majority of us who watch football, we could look at that call and say, that wasn't a good call. I don't understand that call. And Kyle could have gone out of his way to defend his own coach and say, well, it's something that we're going to look at. We're going to look at the film. And he could have cliched that to the back burner.
That's what you do.
But he didn't.
Right.
He
That's
put
what I'm
gas
getting at.
on the fire.
How many times has Steve Kerr, so far this year, 9 games, have you ever been like anywhere near this where Steve's like, Andrew knows that he's playing like crap. You're not going to hear him say that.
Yeah, you will. 5 o'clock. Steve Kerr.
Andrew knows that he has not played well in a year and a half.
Did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
You're not going to say that. Is it true? Yeah. Something doesn't look quite right. And I know we've all made the point of like, yes, the outlier was actually the amazing Andrew a year and a half ago, but he hasn't looked like this. I would also argue that this stretch of Andrew Wiggins is about as bad as he's looked as a Warrior.
Yeah.
So, and yes, Steve knows that. Andrew knows that. Analytics department knows that. Mike Dunleavy knows that. Don Nelson is high and knows that.
Wow.
Okay?
I'd take offense at that, but you're probably right.
Yeah. So we all know that. But you're not going to come say it when someone asks because you're all in a foxhole together and you have one another's back until it gets really out of hand.
Sure. Especially on the heels of such a nice moral victory as last night.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think that's what happened. I really don't. Just looking in Kyle's eyes when he did that, I don't think he was like, this is my moment to really tell the world what's happening between our offense and our defense in this building.
No, but Kyle runs hot.
Yeah, but was it just, did he just like, this is not a brand new coach. This guy's been doing this for a long time, and they're well aware that when you go to a press conference, you've got to be ready with your walls have to be up. So did Kyle just completely lose himself for a moment? Or was this like something where he's like, I'm just going to put it out there, and we're going to let the media feed?
Yeah. Sometimes you got to keep it real. And in this case, Mark, it was pretty easy to see that was a bad call. It was a bad call by Steve Wilkes to go 0 blitz.
No doubt.
On that play, in that spot, with Minnesota having no timeouts at the end of the half. So could Kyle have done a better job of soft shoeing it and soft pedaling it and back burnering it? Sure, he could have, but he chose that opportunity to not do that. And he kept it real. And Steve knows that.
I bet Steve is not thrilled that he kept it real.
I would also bet that Steve Wilkes is not on the coaching staff next year.
That's an interesting statement.
And I'm just looking at Steve's his resume. It's
Steve, did we lose you?
2 years, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's Steve Wilkes' career.
Yeah. Well,
so I'm playing the percentage.
Life of a coach, but yeah. I mean,
it's
you may well be right. If they rally and they win the Super Bowl, he's back. But although, then maybe he gets a head coaching gig. I don't know. Get in the holiday spirit early this year at the 20th annual Downtown Los Altos Holiday Stroll this Friday, November 10th. A sparkling opportunity to discover beautiful downtown Los Altos while you shop, dine, and explore. Find out more at downtownlosaltos.org. Now, Steve directly discussed taking criticism and how he handles it. We'll let you hear those comments coming up next. Remember, Steve Kerr at 5. Your opportunity for knockout is at 4:30. And the ever-present specter of Kurt Warner being done with his G-Kids. All of that is ahead on Willard and Dibs.
Green Day Preset. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I do think Kurt Warner is going to hop on here in just a bit.
Okay.
And we've got some more for you to hear on the Steve Wilks and from Steve Wilks situation. I also wonder if you feel this. Do you feel like we're slipping and falling into a whole, like, if you're a Niner fan, you got to pick a side? This is the offense's fault or the defense's fault?
I suppose. I mean, it
feels a little bit like that.
Well, it's the nature of being a sports fan where when things go badly, you got to assign blame. You can't give credit to other teams. Like, I look at the Cincinnati game, and I told you this 4 months ago, I thought that'd be a loss because of the schedule.
Yep.
And Cincinnati won the game, but we can't just say, well, Cincinnati was damn good, and Joe Burrow was near perfect. We have to say either the defense was terrible or Brock Purdy stunk.
Well, I'm even saying, couldn't you just blame both evenly? And I'm as guilty as anyone. I have put more on the defensive side of the ball than the offense, partially because, in my view, they're the ones that look further from what I expected them to look like than the offense does. So I think the defense is a bigger problem. So I'm not clear. I'm not clean on this one.
Yeah.
I just wonder why we can't be like, Niners don't look very good. I mean, offense is only scoring 17, and the defense is letting people run the ball right down their throat. What the hell is that? But there's this internal debate about, Steve Wilkes is a scapegoat. Why aren't we looking at Purdy or other way around? Because a lot of the data will tell you that Purdy and the offense are still right there among the best teams in the league.
Except for fourth quarter quarterback rating. But, I mean, fourth quarter, who cares?
Yeah,
it's not that important.
Well, you shouldn't.
Am I right?
You should be up by 20 by then.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I mean, there is that. Guess what? Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Kurt Warner joining us right now on Willard and Dibs. What a treat. How fun is this? How are you, Kurt? Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're great, man. I know you've been doing we're seeing it, a lot of the deep dive stuff, videos on the NFL, certain quarterbacks. Why don't you give everybody your take on what we're seeing from Brock Purdy, particularly in these last 3 games?
I think you're seeing good play from Brock Purdy in these last 3 games. I mean, obviously there's things that you would love to change. He's thrown more interceptions, obviously, in the last 3 than he's thrown in his entire NFL career. So everybody is going to hang on those things. But if you look at the entirety of how he's playing, you break down it play by play, he's still playing really, really good football. They haven't been able to finish as much as they did early in the year. Their defense obviously isn't playing nearly as well. And so one of the big factors is they find themselves down late in games. And I've always said it, this offense is built around, running the football and play action. They're not built to come from behind. They're not built to be a drop back team. And so when you get into that mode, it's a little bit more difficult for them. And because Kyle's so good and the offense has been so good, they don't find themselves in that situation very often. But, you've heard the stats. I heard the stats on how few times they've come back when they've been down in games. And so much of it is because, A, they're not down that much, and B, they're built a little bit differently to stay ahead and to play a certain way. And so when you force the quarterback into those kind of situations where you have to throw and make every throw to win games, that's when mistakes happen, no matter who you are. But overall, Brock is still playing really good football.
Is that inability to come back by personnel, by scheme, or by both in terms of just how Kyle Shanahan builds this roster and goes about running his offense?
Well, I'm a believer that when you build an offense a certain way, you have to obviously spend a lot of time focused in on what you want to do and how you want to build it. So when you run the football really well, you spend a lot of time on the run game. When you play action off of it and you build your pass game more on the play action, you're going to spend a lot of time on it. So when it comes to drop back game, if that's not what you primarily do is spread it out and play drop back football, you're never going to spend as much time on it. You're not going to be as nuanced and as good overall in that area. You look at different teams around the league, like the Tennessee Titans. They're built around Derrick Henry. They're built around play action. When you get them into a situation where they have to come back and play drop back football, they're not nearly as good. And so, there's a certain teams around the league that are built that way. And so I think it's as much scheme as anything. I think it's as much, timing and spending time doing it so you get really, really good. So much of the pass game with the 49ers, and again, they can throw it all over and they've got good plays down the field, but they're so good at getting the ball out of their hands to George Kittle and to Debo and to Christian and allowing those guys to make big plays that becomes also a big part of their drop back or pass game is getting the ball out quick to those players. And so it's the nature of how things work is, when you're a drop back pass team, you're not usually as good running the football and dominating in that area because you don't spend as much time on it. And that really is what it comes down to, is what do you want to be? What do you want to focus your time on? Those are the things you're going to be best at. And San Francisco's really good at what they're best at. But when they find themselves behind, as we've seen the last few games, they're not quite as efficient, from what I've seen.
Okay, so Kurt Warner's joining us. That makes all kinds of sense, but I do think fans will go, well, that's a flaw that we don't want the team to have. So is that right? Is that a trade-off that makes sense to you?
Yes, when you're really good at what you do, that's the trade-off you make. When you build a team, you look at it and go, okay, what are we going to be good at? How are we built? What is our personnel? What do we want to spend our time on because we feel like we can dominate or be at our best when we do these things? And so I was on teams that didn't run the ball very well. When I was in Arizona, we didn't run the ball well at all. We were 32nd in the league in running the football, but we were really good at throwing the football because we were built around 3 wides, 4 wides, the things we did well, the things that I did well. And so running the ball, took a bit of a back seat. So we didn't design crazy runs or, develop our run game to the nth degree because it wasn't where we were going to, hover. Did we want to be better at it? Of course we did. We wanted to run the ball really, really well, but you're not going to spend all your time in practice doing something that you're not really good at. And so, yeah, I think every team has a trade-off. There's not any team in the league that's great at everything. You pick and choose where you want to play, how you want to play. And again, let's look at San Francisco. They're really good at running the football and play action. They live in that world, and they've dominated in that world for years. So is it a trade-off to go, okay, we're not going to be great in the drop-back game and, be in a situation where we're great at coming back from behind? So what? We're going to be ahead. We're going to dominate the line of scrimmage, and we'll be ahead in most games so we can play our style. And it's the same thing. If you get down, or if you're ahead late in the fourth quarter and you have to throw the football because that's what you're good at, there's more opportunities to allow the other team to come back. San Francisco, they're really good at running the football. So they get ahead late in games, and you're leaning back on the things you do well. You dominate, you finish, you win a lot of games because of it. So, I think it's more than a good trade-off because they're really good in the other two facets of offense.
Does this partly, and that's a great breakdown, Kurt. I want to make sure that gets put out there because I absolutely love what you're saying. Does this kind of lead into your praise of Brock Purdy in that his style of quarterbacking marries perfectly with what Kyle tries to do out of the 21 personnel, the stretch run game, and the play action?
The big question that we're always going to have is, I've only seen Brock in one system. And so I'm not going to sit here and say, well, Brock is, only good in this system or this plays perfectly to his skill set. I believe Brock's a good quarterback. What I see, the way he reads the field, the plays that he makes, the way that he's able to layer and time and throw the football, I think he can be good in a lot of systems. But does he fit what they're trying to do? Yes. I mean, he plays this system really, really well. And again, I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that can play well in this system because the system's good and they've got good players, and it sets itself up for quarterbacks to have success. But, we don't really know that, and we won't know that about Brock unless he finds himself in another system and has to, to show us what he's capable of. But so much of life, I've always said it, all quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. You try to find a system that plays to the strengths of your quarterbacks, and it sure looks like this system fits Brock Purdy really, really well.
Yeah, Kurt Warner with us, Willard and Dibbs. I've often used you and your career as an example of this conversation, so I've always wanted to ask you this in terms of how much the surroundings matter for a quarterback, the coach, the system, the teammates, because you looked like one player with the Rams and the Cardinals. It looked a little different with the Giants, Kurt, right? So, what's going on there?
Well, there's no question that players matter. There's no question that scheme and coaching matters. I mean, that's important in every scheme. You can't go back to any great players and say, oh, he was great by himself. They didn't have great players. Or he was great and he was playing in a terrible system that didn't get guys open or didn't play to his strengths. The biggest thing for me with New York was we didn't play football the way I played football. We wanted to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust. We wanted to throw the ball on third down. And that's not how I was built as a quarterback. I was a guy that wanted it spread out. I wanted to throw the ball more often. I wanted to get 5 guys out. And that's just not what we did. We weren't built that way. Our offensive line they weren't great at pass blocking. They were good run blockers. Tiki Barber was kind of the center of what we were doing offensively and the weapons that we had. So it was just different. And so, you just have sometimes when you bounce around like I did, you have to play a little bit differently. But where I had my greatest success was, again, in systems that played to my strengths, that allowed me to do what I felt I was best at, spread it out, throw it down the field, attack that second level. And when you find yourself in a system that doesn't fit that, it's much harder to be successful. And that's why I say all quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. You want to play and you want to find a system that fits you so you can excel, to your highest potential. And sometimes you find yourself in systems that don't, and you still have to find ways to win and be successful, but you have to realize you've got to do it a little bit away from your strength.
Can the Shanahan system be one that wins in the biggest games and at the highest level? Because you already laid out, Kurt, that when Shanahan's behind, this system has a difficult time of catching up and getting over the hump late into a ball game. Is this system really one that can win in January and in February?
Well, first of all, let's just look at the idea here of most teams when they fall behind by a touchdown or 2 touchdowns late in the game don't come back and win. So that stat is probably going to be the same for most people, that you're going to have a higher losing percentage when you're down late in the game than you will have a winning percentage. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is they just don't find themselves there very often. So the system is built not to find yourself down, to be able to dominate in the trenches and where you have to win, I believe, at playoff time to win Super Bowls for the most part, or teams that can win the line of scrimmage, can run the football, and don't find themselves having to play catch-up very often. So we've already seen that, Kyle Shanahan, whether he was an offense coordinator, in Super Bowls, whether he's the head coach, in Super Bowls. So, yes, this team and this system, without a doubt, can win championships. But you have to play to your strengths, and you have to play your best football in those moments. And, of course, you got to try to fight from being down late in a game where you have to come back to win, because that's hard for anybody, any quarterback, any system.
Kurt Warner with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kurt, big story out here. Maybe it shouldn't be. Steve Wilkes, defensive coordinator, moving from the booth to the sideline. In your career, how important was it that the offensive coordinator was down on the sideline so you could talk to him?
Most of the time that I was playing, my offense coordinator was down on the sideline. So I'm trying to think of a time where that wasn't the case. But most of the time that was the case. And I don't know how important it is. As long as I can have those conversations with my offense coordinator and he's seeing the field and understand what I'm seeing, it doesn't really matter to me where they're at, where they're sending the plays in from. I think too often we get caught up with these things and the last 3 weeks haven't been as good as they were before. Let's make a change. Well, what about the first 5 weeks when they were dominating and they were the best defense in the league? And, and I look back to that Minnesota game and, I saw Coach Wilkes have to apologize for the blitz zero or the all-out blitz that they brought at the end of the half. And I'm thinking to myself, man, Ward had the ball in both hands. Make an interception right there, and we're not having this conversation. So I just think sometimes we have these knee-jerk reactions to going through stretches where we don't play our best. And we want to point the finger at one person or another, or one situation or another. And I think we just, sometimes we overcompensate instead of just going, you know what? Bottom line is we got to get back to playing good football. We got to get back to making the plays that we need to make. If I'm a coach, calling plays that give us better opportunities to succeed, because we're a good football team. And I look at San Francisco, and that's what I say is nothing crazy needs to happen. They just need to play up to their potential. And I believe it kind of starts up front. That's the biggest thing, is they're not getting the same kind of pressure with 4 that they've got in the past. Bosa, to me, hasn't really, since he came back from that holdout, really got back into that form where he's dominating, the position as he has in the past. And so we can point at a coordinator, and especially when you make a change. D'Amico's doing great, obviously did great things there when we make a change and then you go through a period like this, like, oh my gosh, it's the new coordinator. I think the biggest thing is you start getting the same type of pressure with your front four, with the players they have at the linebacker and on the back end. This team is going to be right there in the mix. They're going to be playing in one of the best defenses in the National Football League. And we're going to forget all about this conversation, but they have to get back to playing that way. And the 49er way has always been. It's not about bringing pressure. It's not about designing this, creative blitz scheme. It's about winning with 4 guys rushing the passer and allowing everybody else to run around, rally, and attack downhill. That's what makes them their best. That's what they were doing earlier in the year, specifically on the back end. And that's what they haven't done during this win streak. And that's, to me, where it starts.
Yeah, I love the definition of knee-jerk reaction, because that's basically our business, Mark and I here on Sports Talk Radio, is dealing with the knee-jerk reaction. And part of that is reactions about Brock Purdy and people ready to jump off the Brock bandwagon. What have you seen in the last 3 games, the losses, that are different maybe from the first 5 games that they won?
You're talking with Brock or with them?
Yeah, just with Brock in particular.
Well, again, you guys saw the breakdown, and I know that's why you reached out to me. And, in the breakdown, I showed it, and it was obviously in a loss to Cincinnati, but the kid made play after play after play, and it was big play after big play. And when things weren't there, he was running around making other plays with his feet. He's playing good. Is he making some mistakes? So the interception down in the red zone, yes, he probably should have handed it off, and there was kind of a funky look, but should have handed it off. And then whatever. Instead, it's a crazy interception by Pratt, that goes the other direction. Otherwise, they score there, even a field goal, and they're right in that football game. I think it was a 7-point game at that point. He has another interception, which, again, I broke it down, and it was one of those good play by the defense, but scheme-wise, I thought they maybe could have helped him. He had to kind of throw it over somebody, but those things happen. Go back to the Minnesota game. They were right there in that Minnesota game. I mentioned it. The interception, if they intercept the ball at the end of the first half, I believe San Francisco wins that football game. But they're right there, and they're late in the game, and he's got to push the ball down the field, and there's a couple of mistakes. One timing mistake that leads to an interception. The other one is a forced ball because they're in a late game situation trying to come back. When I look at quarterback play, the crazy thing is that you can go 27 for 33 in a game. And if those 6 passes hit the ground, right? If they hit the ground, you're 27 for 33, 300 yards, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, this guy's awesome. You can go 27 for 33, and 3 of those passes get intercepted because, in a normal game, you're going to make so many mistakes as a quarterback. Whether they get intercepted or not defines everything, right? Like look at my career in Super Bowls. Okay. So, when I was playing, against the Titans, we obviously won that game. Against the Patriots, I throw for 360 yards, whatever. We score in the last minute, and Brady comes down and they kick a field goal. So we lose that game, and I never got to see the ball again. We scored to go ahead against Pittsburgh, and they got the ball back with like 25 seconds, not in a position to score. So if you just switch the final score of those games, what would people say about my career in the Super Bowls because of the yards I threw for and the records I had? But because we lost, people say, well, he's 1-2 in Super Bowls and blah. And that I wouldn't have had to do anything differently in terms of playing, and people would see my career completely differently from a Super Bowl standpoint. So that's what I'm saying, is that quarterbacks can play really well, and somebody throws 3 balls that should have been intercepted and they're not. The other guy throws 3 balls that should have been intercepted and they are, and we get these dramatically different looks at, oh my gosh, he threw 2 interceptions, he had a horrible game and they lost. That to me just isn't the case with Brock. I think he's playing really good football. He's not playing perfect. He's made some mistakes. They found themselves in different situations, but we can't just take those interceptions and automatically say he's playing bad because he's got this many interceptions in the last 3 games and he didn't have any before that. It's just not the case. Yes, he's made a couple mistakes. Yes, he's thrown a couple bad balls. Okay, that doesn't mean he's playing bad football, and that's how I look at it when I watch the tape and I break it down play by play, because that's what I do, is I look at each play and I go, did he win this play? Did he do the right thing? Did he make the right play on this play? So if you do that 27 out of 33 times in the NFL, that's a really good game for a quarterback, regardless of whether those 3 interceptions or those other 6 plays have 3 interceptions or not.
Those of you looking to win your way into knockout at Chase Center, the window is open. More on that coming up in just a sec. We're with Kurt Warner here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Kurt, with all that said, have you seen enough so that if you were the 49ers, you would be thinking, we're ready to commit to this guy long term?
Well, again, I love what he does in the system. And so what I always say is that the crazy thing about playing quarterback in this league is that, usually until you prove that you're that guy, so like a Patrick Mahomes or a Joe Burrow, people always have questions. You play your first game or your first season and you're undefeated, but okay, we still have questions. I want to see him do it again. Okay, you get in a position where you're behind in 3 games and you lose those 3 games. I want to see a little bit more. And so you have to continually answer questions. My first year, we won the Super Bowl. I won the MVP, and everybody just said, well, that was great, but let's see him do it again. I'm not sure I believe it because it could have been a fluke one year. So that happens at the quarterback position is you have to keep checking these boxes on, are you the guy? And so for me with Brock, I've seen enough to say this guy's a really good quarterback and especially really good in this system. I haven't seen enough to say this guy is one of those elite guys that can win games with his right arm. And that, to me, is the final qualifier to be elite or to be a franchise quarterback, that when you don't have all the stuff around you, can you still win games with your right arm? And so, and again, I say that saying I've seen a lot. He's checked a lot of boxes. That's where I'd like to see a little bit more in these kind of situations and see where he's at. But I want to qualify that with, let's think back to Tom Brady through his first 3, 4, 5 years in the National Football League. He was not that guy. He had not checked that box. And so when we look back at certain guys, Ben Roethlisberger had not checked that box. Eventually there comes a time when they have to prove that they're that guy. And if you are, you separate yourself, you become elite, you become one of those special players. If you can't, you become a really good player, but maybe not in the elite category. And so let's just not say, all these guys that were great eventually in their career, they weren't necessarily that guy early on. And so Brock, let's give him time. He's done great things in the short period of time in this system, things that make you go, man, this kid is a really good quarterback and has played really good quarterback in this league pretty much his entire career. Doesn't mean he's a finished product. Doesn't mean he's shown us everything that we need to know about, can he be a franchise guy, so to speak, be an elite quarterback in this league. But let's give him time to do that. I don't need to rush that. I don't need to push the envelope. He's got to be that guy in his first year. He's got to be that guy in his first 15 games, because there's a lot of other great quarterbacks that were not that guy through the first few years of their career, and they develop into it, or they eventually get opportunities where they maybe don't have quite the supporting cast around them, like Brady. They won a lot with defense and running the football early on. I think in the first Super Bowl they beat us, he threw for 150 yards. And so let's give him time to show what all he can be. But I've seen enough to say he's a starting quarterback in the National Football League, and he fits perfectly with what San Francisco is trying to do.
Kurt, just great stuff. Thanks for hanging for so long. We just didn't want to let you go. We wanted to get to all those questions, and your answers were fantastic, man. Thank you for taking the time.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Okay, Kurt Warner right here on Willard and Dibbs.
Awesome.
That was really good.
It's
really
you know
good.
I love a breakdown.
Oh.
And Kurt Warner will break the blank down like nobody else.
Someone else is going to break down here in a handful of minutes, because they're going to win their way to Chase Center and play knockout, where the players play, okay? You only got 4 chances left to do this, and one of them is coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, don't move a muscle. We're sending somebody to Chase Center next.
I want to pick a
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
He's right. And that's going to happen in 10 minutes.
Why am I nervous?
Steve Kerr will be on this show.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
That's why I'm nervous.
Nope. We got him. So look for that coming up here at 5. We've got your phone calls here. coming up in just a few. I thought that was a fantastic conversation with Kurt Warner. And I think at the end there, he sort of tucked the whole Brock Purdy conversation into a nice little box that we can put under your holiday tree, which is, A, the 49ers don't need to talk or decide the future as of yet. Whether or not Brock Purdy is truly an elite NFL quarterback is still TBD. But outside of that, this is a really good player who fits this system really, really well, who is still playing really good football. So what the hell are we talking about? What are we talking about? Why are we talking about it?
Because they've lost 3 in a row.
Right.
And we have to talk about something. And so we look at a quarterback who has lost 3 in a row, because that's what we do.
And I know people will respond to that and go, we're not allowed to talk about Brock Purdy, not allowed to do. Yeah, you can dissect, you can criticize, not job status.
I agree with that.
Get your job status conversation and put it in the stupid trash, because that's what it is.
And that's the same thing for me with the Kyle Shanahan job status conversation.
Agreed.
I heard somebody calling into Steiny and Guru earlier and talking about it's Shanahan. The problem is Shanahan. And, well, you could think that the problem is Shanahan all you want, but Shanahan is going to be here for, at minimum, 3 more years, because he's signed, I think, for 5 years, including this one. So you're not going to get rid of Shanahan, certainly after 3 consecutive losses. So you can think that he's the problem, but in terms of a conversation, Shanahan and his job status is not one, and Brock Purdy and his job status, as of now, is not one either.
Yeah. I mean, so the conversation about is he the guy is quite frankly not to be determined yet. What if Brock hadn't lost these 3 games? What if he had still never lost a football game that he had finished? I still wouldn't say, oh, let's go. $45 million a year, 5 years. Let's go right now. Let's do it. I wouldn't do that. They don't have to do it yet. And it's too early, quite frankly, to even know exactly what that's all going to look like. But if we want to talk more about, which I think is appropriate this season, I mean, I know that it's not most of you, but if you're thinking about Sam Darnold, or if you're thinking Brock better prove something to this team over the next 2 to 3 weeks, if your mind's there, I don't get it. But I do get this. I get that playing hoops on the floor at Chase Center is a big deal. So there it is. There's the sounder. We're about to throw out a question. You can start dialing right now. Contest line 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652. Here is the question that you're going to need to answer. Just a handful of minutes ago, we caught up with Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner. True or false? When discussing Brock Purdy's last 3 games, Kurt said, quote, he's playing really good football. Specifically when discussing the last 3 games, is it true or false that Kurt said, quote, he's playing really good football?
It's a great question.
Well, it's a question that only has 2 potential answers. And so even if you are brand new here,
man, layups,
you got a 50-50 shot.
We're just giving them away. Have we given up, like, actually trying to hold people's feet to the fire?
You ever like encounter a person and they just look like so haphazard that they can't make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and you're like, what's going on? And this is the phrase that everyone uses. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
Lucas has got a lot going on today.
Okay.
I'll
give him a pass then.
He's dealing with Kurt Warner's G kids. I don't think most of our audience knows what wide orbit is, but it affects us here in this radio station.
Are you going to explain it? You won't. Sorry, that was a nod to Lucas. Yes, Granny, it's too inside. Whatever.
System by which we bring our audio to you, the public.
Oh, you
people.
did. Yeah, you broke it down.
I'll try to put it into one sentence.
A lot going on. True or false question?
A lot going on.
Yes.
So did Lucas, true or false, did Lucas just punt this question?
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
but that's not the question.
No, it's not.
That's a good question.
Yeah, true or false, did Kurt Warner say about Brock's last 3 games, quote, he's playing really good football? 415-523-4652. Win your way into Knockout at Chase Center.
He is, Kurt Warner weighed in on whether or not he is playing really good football. I put this out on our YouTube chat that the 49ers over the past 4 years, when the offense turns it over 2 or more times, they're 4-21 in those games. 2 or more turnovers.
I imagine there's most NFL teams, though, right?
Normally it has to do with how many turnovers you have in the plus or minus.
Right.
So I didn't even go into the plus minus part of it because in some of those games, they've actually won the turnover battle and still lost the game.
Well, that's fundamental to 49er football. I think that's one thing you really take away from Kurt Warner is a football team has to decide what they're good at. And the Niners have decided that they're going to be good at controlling the football, getting the lead, sucking the life out of the opponent by making them one-dimensional and beating them up in the trenches, which they've not been able to do the last 3 weeks, largely the point about not being able to get the lead. That's a big deal. And we've talked about it just these last 2 weeks. We're like, well, this seems like a flaw in the system. And Kurt was like, yeah, but no, because in theory, every single team out there has to choose where do we want to allow the flaws to be. You can't be everything.
Right.
You can't be everything to everyone.
On offense is what he was talking about.
No matter who you are.
In general, yeah.
Right. You've got to be like, this is our specialty. And so that is fundamental to 49er football that they don't turn the ball over. So when they do, I think it hurts more than it hurts other teams.
Agreed.
I think a Brock Purdy pick is worse than a Patrick Mahomes pick.
Especially when you're behind in games.
Yep.
And Kurt made a great point and a great breakdown in terms of how this team is built. And we've talked a lot about, and I always mention the 21 personnel, which means they have 2 wide receivers on the field most of the time. They very rarely go 3 wides. They never go 4 wides. And when you're trailing in the game, and Kurt was talking about, there's a question you asked him about what the hell happened in New York.
Right.
And his answer was really astute in terms of what he was used to, which was going 4 wide and 5 wide. Greatest show on turf and not having a great running game in St. Louis very often or in Arizona where you relied on Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald and you had a great passing attack. And then he went to New York and it was more about Tiki Barber and a run game. And Kurt was more used to a wide open style. And Brock Purdy has thrived in the Shanahan style, which is not wide open. It's very much what you're talking about. Control the time of possession, control the ground game, play action, boot action, zone read, and all the rest of it, and being able to pass off of that. And when they've gotten behind, Brock and the personnel are not designed to sit back there and go 4 wide and really sling it.
Yeah, Kurt basically said they don't do what I do. Which actually got me thinking about Steve Wilkes, because maybe he got here and he's like, oh, they don't do what I do.
Right.
And maybe that's the disconnect. I don't know. Steve Kerr, less than 2 minutes away. So let's go to Drew Down and Tracy, who will set the table for Steve Kerr, because I know he wants to talk Dubs. But Drew Down, go, because Steve always calls on time. So what's up?
What's going on, Willard? Thanks for the call. I'll make it quick. Comments on the Warriors. Thought it was a tough loss, but I thought the team showed grit. The defense really kept them in the game. Thought the Nuggets defense definitely suffocated. The Warriors were on the perimeter. Their movement wasn't working. I thought the offense was a little clunky with Sarich and Looney. I thought Kuminga was a little underutilized. Felt like he had about 3 or 4 possessions in the first half where he operated from the paint and got good looks. He was a team high +9 for whatever that's worth. And I thought the rookies gave great minutes, and I hope they continue to be a part of the rotation. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Drew, thank you. I think that last thing he said is another thing that people are really excited about, and it's part of the post-game warm fuzzy that was in my belly, which is that the Warriors have found a couple of rookies who are going to be able to contribute right away. And I think that's huge. All the conversations we've had about young players in the Warriors system the last few years, to see TJD come in and sort of look veteran-esque right away, that's going to be helpful.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, Mark, and I have this wrong, but I was told Steve Kerr doesn't play the young guys. And I'm looking at the box score, And TJD played 18 minutes, and he's a rookie. And Podziemski, he's young and a rookie, and he played 11 minutes. And Moody's barely 21, and he played. And Kuminga played 19 minutes. What about this narrative, Mark? Steve Kerr, I don't love the young people. Somebody's going to have to explain this to me, Mark.
How about Steve? The narrative has been busted. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Green Day tickets, Oracle Park next September, coming up after Steve at 5:30. But here comes the head coach of the Dubs, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair, especially if you have some. Wow. Great Clips. Wow. It's going to be great. That was not meant to be personal.
Too soon.
It wasn't. There are a lot of people out there who are follically challenged. Steve Kerr is not one of them, and he joins us now live on Willard and Dibs. Hello, Coach. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. I don't know if you heard what Dibs was just saying a minute ago, but do you kind of chuckle at what we think has been a narrative that's been kind of hung around your neck the last few years, that you don't necessarily always feel comfortable playing young players, but here you are out of the gate giving some real minutes to some very young players?
Yeah, I mean, I don't worry too much about any of that. Every year is different, and every year I just try to play the guys who I think are going to help us win. And you know, we got some young guys this year that are doing that. You know, both Brandon and Trace are really advanced for rookies, and then you've got J.K. and Moses, who are both in their third years, but have really developed and come along. So it's really fun. It's fun seeing these young guys play well.
Fun game last night, Steve, and I don't want to get into the idea of whether or not it was a moral victory or not. We've spent most of the day debating that phrase, but what are some of the positives you take out of last night, even though you came up short against Denver?
I think the positives are really in the big picture. 7 of our first 9 games being on the road, and coming out of that at 6-3, and with a much more favorable schedule coming up. I think 20 of our next 26 or something like that are at home. So, big picture-wise, really good start. And even in the losses, including last night's, we're right there, and feels like our defense is giving us a chance every night. And I think we're going to get a lot better offensively. So I like where we are. But, obviously you sort of take it game by game, week by week, and you keep going. But I do like this team.
Steve, I'll ask, was that a moral victory? Like how would you describe the mood on the way home?
Nobody on this team believes in moral victories, for sure. I mean, but I think what I just said is really kind of the mood of the team, that overall, if you look at our body of work now over 9 games, we're in a good spot. And so that's the main thing. We expect to win every game, and we had our chances last night. Kind of disappointed that we didn't close it out, but all in all, we're in a good spot, and hopefully getting better every week. And I'll let you guys determine whether it's a moral victory or not.
Okay, yeah, we spent the majority of the show so far, Steve, and I'm more of a Team Kerr, not using that terminology, but there were many positives, and Mark is right about the start to the year. I do want to drill down a little bit on last night's game and ask you about the goaltend with 8 or so minutes to go. Steph goes to the cup, and it appeared to be goaltending. They didn't call it. Were you able to challenge, or are you not able to challenge? And how do you feel about the way these things are either officiated or not officiated in the moment?
Yeah, you can't challenge a non-call on goaltending. You can challenge a called goaltending, but not one that's not called. So yeah, that was frustrating. In my mind, I think as a league, I think we can do better on those, especially the ones that hit the backboard first. To me, it's really pretty easy to see with the naked eye that, the ball hits the backboard and you see an immediate, sort of change in direction of the ball, an unnatural movement of the ball. And that's why you see, 20 guys on our bench jumping up and doing the count it sign. And, but this happened to us 4 or 5 times last year. And for whatever reason, that call has been difficult for NBA officials to make. Maybe it's because they got 1,000 other things to try to look at the same time. But I will say that call is frustrating because it's not a subjective one. It either happens or it doesn't. Every foul is kind of subjective. You can make your determination in either direction and make a good argument. But a goaltend is either a goaltend or it's not.
Dubs head coach Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibs, as he is every week here on 95.7 The Game. This was kind of a fun question that came up earlier, Steve, and I wonder how you'd answer it. So, yes, it's not reviewable, but what if it was? Would you have used your challenge in a situation where it means a bucket to tie the game with over 8 minutes to go? Like, how do you go about deciding when to use that challenge or not?
Our feeling is if something costs you 2 points, then you use the challenge because the chances are if you don't use it in that particular case, you're not going to be able to save 2 points later on. I know the argument is keep it till the end in case something dramatic happens, but the rule has changed a little bit this year. If you win your first challenge, then you get a second one. Especially with that, if you feel really strongly about something early in the game, if it's going to be 2 points, you for sure take it.
Would you rather have no challenges at all to use or have the league maybe take hold of correcting things like the NFL does on scoring plays and on turnovers? Or are you happy with the way it is now?
If it were up to me, I would eliminate all instant replay except for the buzzer beaters at the end of every quarter. Did a guy get a shot off or not? Because those are definitive, yes or no, and really easy to look up. But I absolutely hate all the stoppages in play. Steph Curry hits a game winner in Oklahoma City, and it takes us about 2.5 minutes to know whether it counts or not. I mean, you want to talk about letting the air out of the bag. I mean, come on. We're giving away the excitement, the drama, the flow that makes basketball so beautiful. And I understand the intentions are pure. We're trying to get everything right. But the problem is even with instant replay, we don't get everything right. So if I were the czar of the NBA, I would get rid of instant replay altogether other than the buzzer beater.
Steve, I wonder if a few months ago, as Trayce Jackson-Davis is sitting there waiting for his phone to ring and you're getting through the second round, he could have imagined that before Thanksgiving he'd be guarding Nikola Jokic in a basketball game, right? Like, what'd you think of the job he did in those minutes?
He was great. One of the things we saw with Trayce right away this past summer is how advanced he was in terms of his footwork and his feel for the game. This is a guy who played 125 college games, so he actually has more experience than Moses and Kuminga. So when you look at it that way, not to mention 4 years of college practices, those guys practice 4 or 5 days a week. The body of experience and fundamentals and foundation is all there for Trayce, and so. We pictured him playing at key times this year, and as soon as we knew Draymond was out last night, it was an automatic. We plugged Trayce in and felt very confident, even if he had to go against the best player in the world.
And Looney took more than his fair share of turns against him as well, and I felt bad watching him because a couple of ticky-tack fouls limited his overall effectiveness. But what was your approach in general of trying to slow down Jokic? Was it just trying to encourage him to shoot the three, or what do you do against such a diverse guy in the low post like that?
Yeah, he's impossible to guard. So I thought Loon was amazing. I mean, he just battled him the entire game. Nikola is really crafty. He knows how to sell calls to the officials, and they bought a couple of those that were really tough on Loon where there really wasn't much contact. But he stayed with it the entire game, made him work for everything. And stayed in the game down the stretch with those 5 fouls and made some big plays for us. So Loon is just just so solid and so important to us night after night.
Steve, we noticed some good things in the final 6 or 7 minutes from Andrew Wiggins, and the fact that you stuck with him all the way through in those closing minutes. What did you see there, and is there maybe a light at the end of the tunnel there as well?
Oh, yeah. Wiggs is coming. Wiggs will be fine. I mean, it just so happens that, the struggle that he's going through right now is coming at the very beginning of the season when, everybody's paying attention, and the statistics are what they are because there's no foundation underneath it. If you go through the same thing in February, it's not nearly as big of a deal, if you're an NBA player. So, it's been a struggle out of the gates shooting the ball and just finding his offensive rhythm. But I think Wiggs has looked great physically the last couple of games. He's playing so hard defensively. It's all going to fall into place for him because he's earning it with his defense, and he's got an 8 or 9 year track record of being a really good player in this league. So I'm not worried about Wiggs.
We've reached the Chris Paul appreciation portion of the interview because watching him is just so pleasing to the eye. But, Coach, I got to ask you, he turned it over last night. You had to have ripped him one.
Yeah, I was so mad at him for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Coach, for keeping it real. I mean, one turnover, that's just – first turnover in, weeks it feels like.
Incredible. I mean, I've never seen. I've been in the league, 30 plus years. I've never seen a point guard or any player with an assist to turnover ratio like this. So this is one of the key shifts to our team this year. That we talked about it all summer. We can't lead the league in turnovers this year and be number one in pace, which that was the combination last year. That's not a great combo. And so we were a little wild last year, and it caught us in some big games. And so Chris has just completely changed the dynamic on that front. We're taking care of the ball. Now, that the flip side is we've got to execute a little better in the half court because our pace has slowed. So we're probably getting more half court possessions, and I think that's an area where we can make some improvement here over the next couple of weeks. Now that we finally get to practice. We literally haven't had a real practice in about 10 days.
Coach, I'm glad you brought up pace because you're right. It has slowed a lot, and I wonder if you think that it's slowed the right amount. Has it slowed too much?
I think we're still finding our offensive rhythm, and I'm not really that concerned with what the numbers are and where we stack up in the league, all that stuff. What I want is for our team to find the optimal rhythm and flow. And I think we're in the process of doing that. We've had some really good offensive games, and then we've had a few where we've struggled a little bit, but it's so early. And as I said, we've got a lot of home games coming up, which means no travel, which means practice time. I think this is a really good opportunity these next few weeks to improve our offensive rhythm.
And when you get everybody back and, hopefully Draymond is able to return from the personal challenges and GP2 is healthy and you get everybody back, are you finding that Klay Thompson has a nice little fit as a shooter with that second unit? Is that something that you're starting to experiment more with?
A little bit, yeah. It sort of depends on, how the game's going, because Moses plays with that unit as well. Klay gives us a little more punch, someone that we can kind of go to score with that group. But Moses has played so well at both ends that, I'm really inclined to give him as many minutes as the game allows. And, but there are games like last night where, it's tough sledding and so we'll get Klay out there with that group, and he helps them score a little bit.
Coach, do you have any update on that in terms of are you expecting Draymond to be ready for the homestand?
Oh, yeah. Draymond's he'll be ready to go. So all good on that front.
Okay, and then also on this homestand, one of the other characteristics that's interesting, wonder what you think about it, is not the home and home, but the home and home again, or as Dibbs likes to call it, the stay and play. When you play the same team in a row twice in a row. What kind of dynamics come out of that?
Yeah, it seemed like we did those a little more often, during the bubble season or the whatever it was, the following season where we didn't have fans. It's kind of an interesting dynamic. I think it does help on the travel front. Unfortunately, we don't have these on the road this year. We only have these two at home. So, it doesn't affect our travel. But, it is interesting. It's a little bit like a playoff series where you get a feel for a team one night and you make some adjustments for the next. So, little different vibe.
And I think included in the homestand is more in-season tournament action, and that game at OKC, an instant classic. What do you make of these games, Steve? And is it me, or does it feel like your team is playing with a little bit extra oomph in these games, maybe wanting a trip to Vegas?
I'm a fan. I think this is going to work. I think the league has done a good job of being creative, and I'm all for it. Let's give it a shot. If it works, great. And if not, at least we were bold and attempted something different. So the game in OKC felt different. The court, obviously, is so bizarre. Felt like I was in we were playing in an international handball Olympic game or something.
Felt like the 70s to me a little bit, Steve. I mean,
yeah,
psychedelic.
or like maybe a Boise State football, field or something. It was weird, but our guys really liked it, and I think they're such competitors. All these guys. I mean, if you make the NBA, you're generally a competitor, and so you put something in front of these guys, they're going to want to win. So I like it. I think it's a good experiment.
Steve, this may be a stupid question, but do you think that that court and the fact that it was the in-season tournament, did that have anything to do with that style of game, 141 to 139? Was there some sort of different energy?
Good question. I suppose you could look at all the other games that were played that night, too. Were they all high scoring? I don't know. I didn't pay any attention. But I think it was more just the style. The two teams played, both teams really pushing it. OKC really puts a lot of pressure on you, shoots a lot of threes. And it was just one of those nights. Both teams made shots, made a ton of shots. And a wild game, but it was fun to be a part of, and obviously, Steph closing it out with that finger roll was just incredible.
Yeah, goaltending either way, or yes or no, and a good thing we were able to review that one, though, right, Steve?
Yeah, I mean,
suddenly we like instant replay, huh?
The ball did go in, though,
yes.
And nothing really affected it. That was pretty plain to see from the naked eye, but. Touche. I get your point.
No, it's just funny because we all, and I love the rule book. I read it to my baby girl every night before bed. And so as we all pour over the rule, it is a little bit nebulous as to, when the ball is in the cylinder. Well, the ball was above the cylinder when he touched it, and then Giddey hits the net. And so we all become immediate rule book aficionados when we need to pour over the nuance of the association.
Yeah, I didn't know the rule, honestly. When I saw the replay and I saw Draymond touch the rim, it didn't look like he hit the ball. So, it looked like he just hit the rim. And Giddey, as you said, was touching the net at the same time. I'm standing there while they're deliberating, and I turned to the coaches and I said, I have no idea. I've never seen this before. I don't even know what the rule is.
And that's where it's good to have Draymond, because he immediately was advocating for the basket to count. And so you can just kind of lay back and let Draymond be the adjudicator.
Well, I'm always willing to do that. I do that in practice often. So he usually wins his case.
Speaking of winning your case, Coach, some hot under the collar moments on the sideline last night, which is not always your character. What was going on specifically in those moments?
Well, it had been 8 games and I didn't have a tech yet, so I realized I got to get back to my own pace and lock in a little bit, show some fire. Now I was upset. I thought there were some tough calls, and so big game against the defending champs on the road. We're dying to win, and sometimes I lose my mind a little bit.
I thought maybe your fantasy team lost last week or something. How's that going?
Oh no, I'm in first. Are you kidding me? I'm on a run. I'm
Let's
7-2. I'm rolling.
7-2. Impressive.
Guys, you don't seem to understand. This is what I do. Okay. I coach to win.
Okay. Here's how we can tell.
And winning fantasy.
Now, here's how we can tell if you've actually got a real squad, Steve. Do you have any players in the game that just started?
I do not. And that's why I'm in first.
You have a good team. Exactly right.
There it is.
Oh gosh. 7-2. I'm impressed. Almost as impressed as we are with a 6-3 start with the actual Golden State Warriors with 7 of 9 on the road. Great stuff, Coach. And thank you so much for another visit.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, Steve, thanks.
We definitely will. There he goes. Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs every single week.
That's fantastic. And, man, he struck me with a number of different things there. And he said 20 of the next 26 are at home. And
wow.
Wow. And I think
I think you brought up yesterday the ones that are on the road are all next door.
You've got a Phoenix,
the Clippers and the Clippers again, right?
Yep. You got 2 LA Clippers, you got 2 Phoenixes, a Sacramento, and a Portland. End of road slate until you go to Denver on Christmas. And so that's actually 7 games on the road between now and January 11th. So you're dealing with 2 months, Mark, of the association. And you've got 7 road games, and only one of them, it's a trip back to Denver, 2 LAs, a Portland, 2 Phoenixes, and a Sacramento. So the Warriors can really, and we love the expression, lock in Dub Nation. You can lock in Warrior fans and get your tickets at Warriors.com. Click and roll.
Nice plug.
You're welcome.
No, you know how we just changed the clocks over the weekend?
Yeah.
Is now when Arizona's the same as us, or is now when Arizona's different than us? I'd say
that's a good question, but you're already riding high from Steve Kerr giving you that's a good question.
I think we figured it out. You have to be self-deprecating. Did you hear?
This might be a stupid question,
exactly.
Coach.
You started out by being like, this is a stupid question, and then he goes, no, it's not. It's a good question.
I think it actually cancels out your good question.
He kind of patted me on the head.
He did.
Like, no, that was a good question.
You know what that is for you, right? It's a moral victory. It's a moral victory.
Oh, it was an actual victory.
And I took the victory from him saying there are no moral victories, which that felt real good coming out.
Yeah, but do you know that that's cliched? Like, you have to, if you're in professional sports, it feels like something that you have to say. We don't believe in moral victories.
Of course.
And then they go, and then they tell you all of these things that I could define as a moral victory.
But you can't come on the air and you can't go on the record as saying moral victory.
It'd be like saying that one of your assistant coaches knows that he messed up. You would never do that.
You would never.
You wouldn't do that.
Now, that would be foolish.
Crazy.
I do believe now is the time that Arizona and us are on the same.
I agree, because this is standard time now.
Correct.
Right? So they stay on standard time the whole time.
And it's the end of daylight saving time. It's singular. It's not plural. For those of you out there, it's not daylight savings time. But we're not going to the bank.
No, but it's fun. It's fun to say savings because it's every night. So it happens over and over and over again. That's plural.
It's daylight saving time. The time is is plurality.
It makes much more sense to not be plural, but it's more fun to say savings.
Yeah, and I might have lifted this from Hank Schulman. I think he pointed it out on Twitter.
That sounds
He was
like
keeping
Hank.
it real. And I was like, you know what, Schulman? Hank. Yeah, attaboy, Hank.
He's like, just so you know, you guys are all wrong.
Thanks.
Perfect. I love it. So what that means is you mentioned Christmas. That will be the next time the Warriors leave this time zone.
Yeah.
Wow. Christmas. It's November 9th. They're not leaving this time zone until Christmas.
6 at home to Phoenix, and then you got the Wemby's here. Then you go to Sac. LA comes here. Then a real tough travel trip of LA to Phoenix back to LA. And I know that there are 10 days off between LA and Phoenix, and there's going to be some possible playing games that are inserted in there. So you may have to travel somewhere. But to your point, the next 26 games, very veteran friendly for a team that, you're going to love to have them back here in San Francisco.
Time to chase some wins, man. It's time to bank some wins. It's time for some savings.
Yeah.
Not daylight savings.
No.
Win savings. It's time to start stacking those wins. By the way, Green Day in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Green Day tickets in 5 minutes. Yeah, so again, just to sort of like even circle back on that conversation, even at the start of our show, I'm fully aware of what that phrase does to everybody.
It triggers me, Mark.
Yeah, it's just like the expression that I'm trying to get across though is that I do think as a Warrior fan, and I think you can hear it in Steve's voice, I think you can hear it in all their voices. You got to feel really good right now. Now, Steiny may look at us and go, no, you don't. And that's fine. Fine. Don't feel good. Whatever. But I look at this and I am high level impressed with the way this team has started based on the story that we know is out there. I think that's fair. I'm not going to go whether you want to talk about moral victories, whether you want to go, well, who have they beat? It like that. I'm not even getting into that right now. I do think they have some quality wins. I don't even think enough has happened in the NBA for us to know which one of these teams is actually all that quality. Like, well, I'm not.
Phoenix is good.
Phoenix is good.
Cleveland is good.
But here's the way I'll say it. Do you know that Houston is as bad as you think they are?
They're better than they were last year.
Okay,
but they are not.
I don't think they're a playoff team.
They're a play-in team. That's their ceiling.
And that's very different than the pushover they've been for the last couple of years.
Right.
So,
and I think that this game at Houston as the first game of a back-to-back is going to be the toughest of the Houston games. You have them at home Monday, November 20th. That is a virtual walkover, and you play them one more time, I believe, and it's April 4th at Houston. That one is going to be a win as well. So of the 3 Houston games you have this year, this was the toughest of the 3. I'll give you that, but still that game's a walkover. I look at these first 9 games, and I look at them in totality, and I think you should be 5-4. So you're 6-3. You're a game better than you should be.
I think 7 road games in 9, it's hard to use the word should. And here's the other thing that I'll say about good teams. Here's where I get stuck. And I hope this doesn't come out sounding like semantics.
I hope not either, because we fought a lot today.
Oh, man.
It's gotten ugly.
I actually got a text from lovely Christy. I did, because she just popped in halfway through the show. You guys okay?
What's wrong with Dibs?
No, she did not say what's wrong with Dibs.
Okay, good.
She just said, you guys all right?
No, we're good.
You sound a little hot.
No.
I said it is a little hot
today. It's been good hot.
But yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Hasn't gotten too personal.
I'm like, the crossover was totally off the rails. No, here's where I get stuck. Well, who have they beat? The teams they're supposed to beat. So when you go, it's almost like there's a demerit for beating Houston.
It's par.
Because they're there. It's like, well, if you're a good team, what happens when Houston shows up? You win. And then people go, well, who'd you beat? Well, they did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
What is the definition of a good team? The team that beats the bad team. So I do think there are examples in sports where, and the Miami Dolphins are the best example of it right now, the Dallas Cowboys are in second place, where you find this weird little slot where you're like, we can beat all the bad teams, but we cannot beat good teams. We're just good enough to beat all the bad teams. And that's not a slot where you want to be. And it's part of why I felt pretty good coming out of last night, because when the Warriors win in Sacramento for opening night, and I know New Orleans was without Ingram, but that's an interesting team. Oklahoma City is not a pushover, I know, missing their best player.
Yeah.
And Denver is obviously Denver. When you go to these places and you do exactly what you're supposed to do, and you at minimum hold up and have a shot to beat the Nuggets in the end, it tells me that you are fitting the definition of a really good team.
Yeah.
You beat the bad teams, and you sometimes beat the good teams, and sometimes you fall just short. Like, that's how I would define the first 9 games of the Warriors' schedule, and that is the definition of a good team. So,
they're a good team.
Yeah.
They lost their own 3 against other good teams.
I disagree with that.
Phoenix is a good team.
I'm not.
And
just
you
because Sacramento's off to a funky start, I'm not going to suddenly call them not a good team. They're the 3 seed from last year. And they too are missing their best player.
Right.
We make a big deal about that with the other teams. It's like, well, Oklahoma City and New Orleans, that doesn't count. They're missing their best player. Well, then it's the same for Sacramento. That's still a good basketball team. They were at full strength and hyped up with a beam all cleaned and ready on Friday, October 27th, and the Warriors kicked him in the face.
Yeah.
That's a good win.
Beat him by 8. That to me is the difference between them being 6-3 and them being 5-4. Because you lose to Phoenix at home on opening night, that's a game that was very winnable. And, you could say you kicked that one away. Klay Thompson was off that night. You lost at home to Phoenix. That one was a coin toss. I think the Warriors were 1.5 or 2-point favorites, according to Vegas.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, I do remember. It was right in there.
Yeah.
Coin toss kind of ball game. You lose it. That to me is not a bogey, so to speak, because Phoenix is good. You win at Sacramento, that's a birdie because Sacramento was ramped up, home opener, the whole deal. You went there and you got the win. You win at Houston, that's a par. You win at New Orleans, that's a par. You beat Sac at home, that's a par. You win at OKC, it's a nice par. It's a gutsy up and down from the bunker.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City doesn't have their best player. You lose to Cleveland, that to me was kind of a scheduled loss. Cleveland is good. Cleveland's the kind of team that's going to give you problems. They're a very long, good defensive team. Those are the teams that are going to give you problems. So I look at their 9 games. You're 6-3. It's good.
Yeah,
it's a good little start. You're a good team.
Love that you put the word little in there.
Well, you call the Kings adorable.
Well,
and then now you're saying that these are quality wins against a good team.
Well, hello. That's a bit, number one. And number two, like I'm actually stunned. And it's totally fine. Everybody can look at this however they choose to look at it. But we are, how many months ago was, June, May? How many months ago is May? May is the 5th month?
6.
Okay. So we're about six months ago. This team could not tie their shoes on the road. They couldn't tie their shoes.
They beat Sacramento in the playoffs on the road.
Yeah.
That was 6 months ago.
Right. That was one game. Steph Curry goes absolutely banana land, and they barely won. But come on now. Admit it with me. All year long, they could not tie their shoes on the road. They start this year 5-1 away from home, and we're going to go, well, yeah, those are easy games. You're supposed to win those. I just reject that.
Last year was an anomaly in terms of their road struggles. But the year before that, they were 22-19 on the road.
But that's what we're comparing this to. This is the new version of the Warriors, and when we last saw them, they could not do what they just did.
They ended the year winning 4 of their last 5 on the road.
And you know why.
Because they scored more points than the opponent in 4 of those 5 games.
And the opponent played a bunch of 17-year-olds.
They beat Portland 157-101.
Right, and nobody could drive. Portland needed to Uber to the arena because nobody has had their 16th birthday yet.
Portland started household names.
Mm-hmm.
Skylar Mays.
Go ahead.
Kevin Knox. Jonathan Williams. Shadon Sharp. And Trendon Watford.
Who are you? And all I'm saying is
Justin Minaya had 24 minutes off the bench.
I bet that
Chance Comanche played 21 minutes.
I bet
Good little player.
I bet that you just mispronounced at least 3 names
on purpose.
But I can't call you out because I don't know. Because I've never heard of any of those people.
They beat Sacramento in the penultimate game.
And remind me, who sat out for Sacramento in that game?
I have to Google it. Let me look. Sacramento played Keegan Murray.
Yep.
They played Kessler Edwards played 22 minutes.
Love him. He's got 2 last names.
Chimizi Metu.
Okay.
PJ Dozier. Don't sleep on the Dozier.
Asleep.
Nemius Queta didn't play. Keon played.
Oddly, I'm not hearing some of
no Fox, no Sabonis. Sabonis was exposed.
Keep going. Was there any Harrison Barnes?
Oh, he played.
Oh, he did?
You're damn right he played.
He did?
29 minutes.
Okay.
Davion Mitchell played.
Okay.
Steph Stopper. 2 of 13.
All right.
Terrence Davis, 4 of 16.
Oh, that's right. Did Malik Monk play?
No, he did not dress. D&D.
Oh, Monk didn't play either. Come on, man. Like,
road win's a road win. You said it yourself. When you go on the road, Mark, these are your words. Anytime you go on the road in the NBA,
it's hard. It's hard.
It's hard when you have to get over the hump against Kessler Edwards.
Unless you're at the end of the year and you have a team that, A, does not play any of its players, combined with also not trying because they don't care about the game.
They beat the plucky Houston Rockets on the road in March.
Yep.
And then they beat Dallas on the road.
You remember that game?
That was a great game.
It was a great game. It was a close game. Yeah, they grinded it out. So
they got better on the road in the second half of the year last year.
Ain't no one going to break in my stride. Ain't no one going to slow me down. This is a phenomenal start. I do not think at the beginning of the year you can just punt road wins away and say, well, you're supposed to win those by double digits because it's not a very good team, except for that's not how the NBA works. Nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is 5-2 on the road.
Nobody else has played 7 road games.
Correct. But no one else even has that win percentage on the road. And by the way, that's kind of the point. Nobody else has played 7 road games. And the Warriors have one of the best records in the NBA. And it's too early to get all excited about record, but when you have one of the top records and you're the roadist, making up a new word, team in the whole league, you don't have to think it's a thing. I think it's a thing.
It's a nice little start. You're 6-3.
Stop using the word little.
I'm not going to. And you can't make me. It's a nice little start. You were able to get by the plucky and improved Houston Rockets somehow. You beat New Orleans without its best player. Who could have seen that coming? And you gutted out a win over the Gilgeous Alexander-less OKC Thunder. You gave up $139 to a team without one of the leading scorers in the league. These are nice wins. They're road wins. It's a quaint little start at 6-3.
Yeah.
You go to Cleveland and you get handled, and you go to Denver and you don't have enough to beat the Nuggets, and those are losses that you expect them to have. You know, it's a good start. Good little start, Mark. 6-3.
Yeah. I'm not calling them the most complete team. I'm not calling them a finished package. I don't care right now about the NBA title. We're not there.
No, we're in November.
No, but this has been really good, and I would challenge anybody. Like, here's maybe another way to sort of like pull it apart. Is there anybody who follows the Warriors, including themselves, who's frustrated right now?
Wiggins fans. The lovely Christy might be frustrated. She's a Wiggins fan.
Oh, what did she text me last night about Wiggins? She was texting me about Wiggins.
Okay. To your point, I don't think that any Warrior fan could look at this start, 6-3, with 7 road games, and be, quote, frustrated. The most frustrating part about this team is Andrew Wiggins. And even though Andrew Wiggins has been majorly a non-factor on offense, you're still 6-3 despite it.
Yep.
What did she weigh in with?
They should have let Wiggy take the shot that Steph took.
Wow, Christy. Wow. Really?
She said their tall people look good and their short people look good too.
There's a hot take.
Well, she's right. That's kind of the point. Outside of Wiggins, doesn't everybody look good?
Right. So if you would be frustrated about this team, the only point of frustration to me, unless you want to be frustrated with Chris Paul and his outside shot, because that could be frustrating. And I'll say this about last night. The Chris Paul 3 with a minute to go, early in the shot clock when you're down 3.
Yeah, it was open look.
And a shot created must be taken, blah, blah, blah.
No, but...
Really, Chris?
And he didn't force it. I didn't think it was forced. Did you think it was forced?
No, but, bro, and I say this lovingly because I've been on Chris Paul's side ever since the beginning of his Warriors tenure. Bro, you can't shoot. Pass the rock, my man. He's shooting 13%.
She wrote, Wiggins is so pretty when he's on.
Like on the court? Yeah.
When the TV is on.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. Who wants to go to see Green Day at Oracle Park on September 20th, 2024, if Kyle Shanahan allows all of us to still be alive by then? All you have to do is be caller 5 right now. Contest line right now, 415-523-4959. 4652, 415-523-4652. Caller 5, pair of tickets to see Green Day at Oracle Park next September. We'll get back to your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and...
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. Willard and Dibs is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
I mean, Grandy just keeps bringing new things to the party. Great to have GP2's voice back on the Warriors, isn't it?
Yeah.
His fault. It's not his fault that he left. But glad that he is back. And glad to announce that JD in Hayward is the winner of the Green Day tickets. So next September, JD is going to be there. Are you going to be there? Well, that question is answered by finding out if you're going to be here tomorrow at 5:30, where you will have another chance to win. Are we doing this every day until the concert? So are we doing this every day between now and next September?
I don't think so.
All right.
No ticket will actually be sold for that show. They'll all be given away right here on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. We're gonna fill the entire park. Oracle Park. Yeah. Next
all
September.
giveaways.
That'd be great. That'd be great. So there it is. What an amazing conversation and show today was. Kurt Warner and Steve Kerr. Want to thank both of them for coming on. And to be frank, I felt like these were two conversations that were not only kind of fun and interesting, also felt like I learned something in both of them in particular today. And the Kurt Warner one is resonating with me, not just about Brock Purdy. I know that's his specialty, but the Niners as a whole. This one, and we're obviously going to be all over it tomorrow. This one I find to be one of the more anticipated, fascinating, situationally football games that the 49ers have played in the last 3 or 4 years, because I really do believe that it's a crossroads. The Niners,
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Well, the Niners will say otherwise, but they're searching right now. Like, when you start tinkering at this level, okay, the offensive coordinator, you're going to come down here. We're going to go acquire another big-name defensive end and add him to our big-name defensive line room. When you start making changes like that, and you have a team that was 5-0 and atop everybody's power rankings, and then suddenly has the look of a team that can't win a football game, you get your bye, you go on the road against another division leader. I don't know if I can remember this many games. There were a few that felt like crossroads. Rams coming out of the bye, Jimmy G would have been benched. Games like that where I don't think anyone's getting benched or fired here, but the optimism that still sits around this season, I think is gone if they lose.
Yeah, I wouldn't go quite that far.
Yeah, I think it's and maybe I'm speaking from the fan perspective.
Right.
But I also think within the walls of the 49ers, you're talking about, as I said yesterday, it is sound the alarm time if you go an entire month plus without winning a football game.
Yeah, you fall to 5-4, and depending on what happens with Seattle and their game, you could still be in first place in the division. You've got Seattle twice coming up. You've got Tampa. You got Philadelphia. It feels to me like you can forget about the number 1 seed in the NFC if you lose this game. I don't think that I would be ready to sound the alarm or look for the panic button. Jacksonville's a very good team, and we'll get more into exactly what problems Jacksonville presents tomorrow, because this is a big game for Steve Wilks in that defense. Jacksonville will come at you with 3 wide receivers. We know about Christian Kirk and his whopper of a contract, and he's a very good receiver, and they picked up Calvin Ridley for just about nothing, and he is as good a number 2 as you can find in the National Football League, and they run him out of the slot. They move him all over the place, and we talked before about Travis Etienne and what he can do on third down as a receiver and what he's become as a runner, and Trevor Lawrence, who's had a much better latter portion of this year than he did early on in the season. This offense is humming. And on the other side of the ball, Jacksonville's defense is good. Jacksonville's defense is not elite, but they have a good defense. And you got the Niners, who may be without Trent Williams. Looks like Debo's going to play. Trent Williams, still a maybe. And you're going to have a new guard in there. So Your offensive line is going to be shuffled around a little bit against a good Jacksonville defense, and you're on the road, and it's at 10 o'clock. Brace yourselves, Niner fans. This is a tough game.
Yeah, I dig the 10 o'clock. Let's go. I don't want to wait around for this one.
Yeah.
There is an overseas game again, right? Is it Colts and Patriots that play in Germany? 6:30 a.m.
We were done.
No, I think we
last
got another
one coming
brother.
up. Yeah, okay.
I think we got another one. We'll confirm, but right, isn't it Colts and Patriots?
Correct. Yep, 6:30 a.m.
Colts and Patriots.
Niners, by the way, under Kyle Shanahan, 3-3 after the bye, and I'm talking about the immediate game. After
immediate game,
the bye. We could talk about record after the bye, and I think that it's
really good.
Yeah, to me, that's a little bit more circumstantial. Like when they've been good after the bye. When they've been bad after the bye. And I think the last 2 years, they are something like 17-3 after the bye. And it's because they've had really good teams. And I'm more interested in how do they do the week after the bye. And in his 6 years previous, they're 3-3. So this is a spot where they need to come out and play well against a team also coming off a bye that's won 5 in a row.
For reference, and I know you're talking about the immediate game after the bye,
Right.
but Kyle Shanahan's tenure as the head coach of the 49ers, 49ers are 16-30 before their bye. They are 36-16 after.
Right.
Maybe they're not a second half team during a game, but they certainly are a second half team when it comes to the season.
Yeah, and if you look
They
at
have been.
you look at those, and those stats are always weird because if you have your bye in week 4, as they have, so then we talk about your record after the bye. Well, that's the majority of the season, and you look at that's the year where they went 13-3. 2019, they were 3-0 before the bye, and so they were 10-3 after the bye. Okay, I mean 10-3 after the bye basically was more than just the second half of the year.
They have it that early that year?
They beat Tampa, Cincy, and Pittsburgh.
Week 4?
Yep. And then they beat Cleveland, the Rams, the Washington team. I almost said it. Carolina and Arizona. They were 8-0.
Yeah, and I remember that. I just don't remember that it was a week 4 bye. That's absurd. There should not be buys that early.
Right. And 2018, their bye was in week 11. They were 2-4 after the bye. Well, they were 4-12 on the year. So being 2-4 after the bye is actually pretty good because you were 2-8 before the bye. So I do think that it's a little circumstantial based on where the bye is. 2017, they were 5-1 after the bye. That's when they got Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
So, was it them coming off the bye or the fact that they actually finally had a quarterback?
Had a better quarterback, yeah.
Yeah, but I do like the stat. I'm not trying to demean it.
Well, no, I mean, you could do whatever you want.
It came from one of our alums.
Yep.
Who produced it, Kyle Madsen.
Kyle Madsen put that out there. So there's also this. We were going to get into this, play this for you, and then Kurt Warner called. And so, and then Steve Kerr called. And so it kind of got lost in all the shuffle. But with all the Steve Wilkes commentary that we were playing earlier, we didn't get a chance to play this one. And it is interesting. Forget where he is on the field. He was asked about criticism and how he is able to handle it. Take a listen.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this, not in an arrogant way, but I've always believed is certain, it's two things. It's what you hear and what you listen to. I hear a lot of the outside noise. I don't listen to it, good or bad, As you mentioned, I've been doing this for a while. I understand the emotions of this game and what we play at this level. I try not to be emotional. We're 5-3. The standard is so high here, and we lost 3 in a row that everybody feel like the ceiling is collapsing on us. We're in a good position. We need to turn it around. So we got a lot of football ahead of us. We want to start progressing, get better in November, and start playing our best in December. So I've seen this. I've been around this. I can take it. I'm the new guy in, it is what it is. I have confidence in myself. Most importantly, I have confidence in those players and the coaches that we're together and we're going to come through this.
I do like I'm built for this. And I also like this is the first time that we've gotten an opportunity to sort of hear the conversation go in that direction. Now, they're just words. But I think they resonate right now. If we're going to talk about how odd it is that Kyle Shanahan said in front of a microphone he knows he messed up, maybe, just maybe, Kyle was willing to say that because of what we just heard.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Maybe that's why Kyle was willing to say it out loud, because he knew that Steve Wilkes was the type that wouldn't get tripped up by
Maybe. Or perhaps he also thinks that Steve Wilkes is a guy who hears everything, but he doesn't listen to it. And that's also what Steve said in that cut. He says, I hear a lot, but I don't listen to everything. So maybe he's telling Kyle, I hear you, Kyle, but I'm not listening to you.
I hope he's not saying that.
You know what I hear?
That'd be bad.
Charlie Brown's teacher.
Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yep. I tell you what, we hope that all of you will both listen and hear everything that's going on every day, including what's coming up next, which is Mark Grandy, and he's got a full hour of the best of the game. And within that, you will hear conversations with Steve Kerr and Kurt Warner, aforementioned. So that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Grandy is next. Dibs, you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do.
Okay, then that's what we're going to do. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Go ahead and shoot your shot because it's all you got.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do make everything about me.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
At Mattress Firm, we know the right mattress matters. We also know that price does too. So if you find a lower price somewhere else, we'll match it, guaranteed. Plus,